Miss, you have finally awakened. Do you feel any better? At that moment, the curtain was lifted and golden sunlight streamed in, illuminating a youthful, unblemished face that leaned in closer to Lu Ruyun. Miss, Lu Ruyun frowned, finding the term amusing. Such a title. How quaint. Young lady? Xiang Feng corrected himself. A shadow crossed Lu Ruyun's face. The breath she had just taken almost caught her throat. What seemed to be a rather dashing young man. How could he resort to such insults? Did you save me? Suppressing her anger, Lu Ruyun inquired. Earlier, feeling despondent, she had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and wandered nearby to clear her mind, only to slip and fall into the lake. Simultaneously, she instinctively lifted the cotton fabric covering her. Inside was a vast expanse of white, akin to towering, treacherous, snow-capped mountains, pulsating with each breath. You remove my clothes? Lu Ruyun's delicate face turned frosty, her sharp gaze, like a blade, fixated on the man before her, of course. You fell into the water, and when I retrieved you, you had lapsed into unconsciousness. I feared you might catch a chill, so I removed your garments. Look, they are nearly dry now. Xiang Feng, blissfully unaware of the woman's icy demeanor, continued to smile innocently, revealing a set of pristine, even teeth, his grin untainted. You! Lu Ruyun's expression grew increasingly grim. She had been seen in her entirety. Oh, right. Xiang Feng smacked his forehead. You were submerged for quite some time and inhaled a lot of water. I even performed artificial respiration and CPR on you. Stop! 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 Lu Ruyun hastily pulled up the cotton fabric to cover her vital areas. This fellow had stripped her bare. Not a shred of modesty had he left her. Indeed, he had also kissed her and even touched her. Scoundrel! Miss, your complexion is quite poor. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Xiang Feng, oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, leaned in closer. Shouldn't you say something else to me? Lu Ruyun bit her lip, glaring fiercely at Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng scratched his head in puzzlement, utterly bewildered. Something else? What should I say? Considering you have seen my body, what do you think you ought to say? Lu Ruyun's expression turned even colder. This rogue, shouldn't he be apologizing? Oh, I understand now, Xiang Feng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Humph. Lu Ruyun arched her brows, her proud nose exuding an air of frosty disdain. Your figure is truly remarkable. Your skin is fair, your proportions are generous, and that beauty mark on your chest is quite distinctive. Stop. Cease this. Lu Ruyun was both embarrassed and furious. This insufferable man. She had asked for an apology, not for him to critique her physique. What is it, Mississippi? First and foremost, I am neither a miss nor a young lady. Lu Ruyun took several deep breaths, striving to suppress the seething anger within her chest. I am Lu Ruyun. Furthermore, while I owe you my gratitude for saving me, you had no right to undress me, nor to look such behavior as quite impolite. Do you understand? Xiang Feng understood, yet he felt a sense of injustice. I don't quite comprehend. Lu Ruyun arched her delicate brow. If you do not remove your clothing, you will catch a cold. And if I do not observe, how can I treat you without touching? Xiang Feng frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his demeanor, muttering, you can't treat an ailment without addressing it. I am a physician, but not a deity. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun found herself both angry and amused. You take advantage of me, and I am to thank you. Miss Lu, allow me to clarify. I acted out of necessity to save you. You were intoxicated and fell into the water. Had I not arrived in time, your family would have been calling for dishes by now. Xiang Feng maintained a serious expression, reiterating, let me emphasize once more, I am a doctor in the eyes of a physician. There is no distinction between genders. Moreover, Miss Lu, your figure is the most exquisite I have encountered among women, truly the most beautiful. That particular aspect is even more ample than Widow Wang from our village. Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips moving as if to speak, yet hesitating. Are you truly a doctor? You don't appear particularly mature. After a moment, Lu Ruyun composed herself and inquired with curiosity. Of course, I am as genuine as they come. I have been practicing since I was 10, and this year I turned 20, hardly a child. Xiang Feng replied with utmost sincerity. Practicing since you were 10? Surely you jest? Lu Ruyun's expression was one of disbelief. Shouldn't a 10-year-old be in school? A doctor? Practicing medicine? Some rural children might not even be able to write their own names. You have a rather severe gastric issue, a history of a left calf fracture in your childhood, and mild anemia. Have I erred? Xiang Feng smiled at her, his gaze unwavering. He was not exaggerating from the age of 2 or 3. He had followed the elder to learn the art of medicine, practicing martial arts and literacy in the mountains. As he grew older, he took on the burdens of fetching water, chopping wood, and household chores. At the age of 10, he began descending the mountain to treat patients in the nearby villages. By day, he healed the sick, and by night he honed his skills, often subjected to rigorous training by the elder. Today marked his first day of liberation from that arduous life. Little did he know that shortly after leaving the boat, he would encounter the drowning Lu Ruyun. Lu Ruyun was taken aback for 3 seconds, exclaiming, "Your medical skills are so remarkable. Please call me Xiang Feng, the little divine doctor of Qingyan Mountain." "Xiang Feng?" Lu Ruyun murmured softly, her gaze drifting to the quaint medical box at the entrance of the cabin, her faith in him bolstering slightly. "Xiang Feng, thank you for saving me. Could you please step outside for a moment? I would like to dress before we continue our conversation." The pure and unblemished smile of Xiang Feng. Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Engaging in conversation while unclothed felt rather. "All right, I shall wait for you outside," Xiang Feng replied, handing Lu Ruyun her clothes before retreating. "This fellow stripped me bare." Not even leaving a pair of undergarments, Lu Ruyun held her clothes, her face burning, especially upon discovering that her panties had been laundered by Xiang Feng. She felt as though she wished to plunge into the water and drown. "Xiang Feng, I wish to have a word with you." After donning her attire, Lu Ruyun stepped out of the cabin. "Certainly, Miss Lu, what would you like to discuss?" Xiang Feng responded with a cheerful smile. "You have seen my body, you must take responsibility for me." Lu Ruyun blurted out, a fresh wave of crimson gracing her exquisite face. "Responsibility? In what manner?" Xiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. "Come home with me, marry me, be my husband." Lu Ruyun bit her lip, speaking with unwavering determination. "Marry you?" Xiang Feng opened his mouth, hesitating. The old master had sent him down the mountain to establish a clinic. He had been told that once the clinic gained prominence, his senior brothers and sisters would seek him out. At that point, he would have more significant responsibilities. Yet, the clinic had yet to open, and this woman he had saved was proposing marriage. However, during the rescue, he had gained a clear understanding of Lu Ruyun's physique. She was no ordinary person, she possessed the rare and extraordinary ice spirit body. If he were to engage in embryonic cultivation with her, his own strength would surely ascend rapidly. Moreover, marrying her would seemingly not impede his ability to fulfill the old master's directive. In light of this, the marriage could indeed be arranged. Thus, he inquired, "I have no issue marrying you, but will you agree to bear my children?" "Bear your children?" Lu Ruyun's face turned a deeper shade of crimson. What an audacious rogue! She had proposed marriage, and he was suggesting she bear his offspring. Yet, contemplating her lack of alternatives, she clenched her teeth and declared, "Very well, I accept." "You agree so readily." Lu Ruyun's decisiveness left Xiang Feng somewhat bewildered. "What? Now that I've agreed, do you still feel at a loss?" Lu Ruyun arched an eyebrow, her delicate face displaying a hint of a smirk, her chin slightly raised, exuding an air of pride and allure. Indeed, Lu Ruyun had every right to be proud. She was the foremost beauty of Xianhai City, with suitors flocking to her like fish in a river, countless in number. Her family, the Lu clan, held considerable renown in Xianhai City, with substantial wealth. Loss is not an issue. Xiang Feng shook his head gently, murmuring, "Miss Lu, with your exquisite beauty and graceful figure, marrying you would certainly be a privilege. Yet, pray tell, why would you choose to wed me? We have only just met, and yet you seem entranced by my presence. You are young, yet your audacity is remarkable." Lu Ruyun chuckled softly. Though Xiang Feng's appearance might not be striking at first glance, his slightly tanned complexion bore distinct features: a prominent nose, large eyes, and an undeniably attractive countenance. His bright, clear eyes and pure, sincere smile possessed a captivating charm. As a successful career woman and a sophisticated urbanite, she had encountered countless youthful talents and handsome faces, thus she would not easily succumb to mere physical allure. Regardless of her reasoning, You must understand that since you have touched my body, you are obliged to take responsibility and marry me. A Xiang Feng paused, taken aback. Is this truly the reason for your desire to marry me? Have you seen my body? Lu Ruyun's gaze was piercing. Yes. Have you touched my body? Yes, I have. Should you take responsibility? Indeed. Xiang Feng blurted out. Well then, that settles it. We shall row ashore and head directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage license. Lu Ruyun offered no opportunity for rebuttal, decisively sealing the matter. Once married, her family would likely cease their insistence that she wed the man she despised. Well, if you insist, Xiang Feng replied with a wry smile, steadying himself with the bamboo pole as the boat gently glided toward the shore. What's this? You appear less than pleased, Lu Ruyun observed, seated at the bow of the boat, her long, slender legs encased in light blue jeans, exuding an alluring charm. Her fair feet splashed playfully in the water, radiating pure contentment. Not at all. I am merely pondering a few matters, Xiang Feng replied, shaking his head. What sort of matters? Do share, Lu Ruyun inquired, tilting her head at Mary immediately after descending the mountain feel surreal. You are lovely. Your voice is melodious. Your figure is splendid. It's all rather exhilarating, akin to a dream. However, when you mentioned returning home with you, did that imply becoming a son-in-law? Wouldn't a son-in-law be expected to serve as mother-in-law? Surely you wouldn't allow your family to mistreat me? His face clouded with concern, his brows furrowed tightly. Lu Ruyun laughed, as radiant as a lily blooming in a tranquil valley, her beauty both ethereal and fragrant. The dimples on her fair cheeks were utterly enchanting. There is no need to assume the role of a son-in-law, she clarified with a smile. After we obtain the license, you need only accompany me home to meet my elders at worst. They may simply be indifferent to you. Ah, I see. So, you are not captivated by my handsome visage, but rather using me as a shield. Xiang Feng furrowed his brows even tighter, instantly discerning Lu Ruyun's intentions. What's this? Are you unwilling, or perhaps afraid? Lu Ruyun, with her enchanting eyes and a smile that dances upon her lips, gazed at Xiang Feng. She neither affirmed nor denied. Are you afraid? Xiang Feng scoffed, a look of disdain etched upon his face that I am not merely the esteemed young doctor of Qingyun Mountain, I am also its second most formidable practitioner, surpassed only slightly by the old immortal. Second most formidable? The old immortal? That would be my grandfather. He possesses a bit more skill than I do, but I will undoubtedly surpass him eventually. You refer to your grandfather as the old immortal? Lu Ruyun was taken aback. It is a term of endearment, akin to how the old immortal often calls me little rascal or little brat, Xiang Feng remarked, scratching his nose. Lu Ruyun felt slightly disheveled. By the way, we are to be wed shortly. How should I address you? Miss Lu feels rather distant, Xiang Feng continued. Lu Ruyun was momentarily speechless. She had never been married and had never considered such trivialities. The sweet and tender terms felt utterly incongruous with her persona as a strong career woman. How do couples in your village address each other? Wife, partner, my better half. His sincere and rustic expressions bore a distinct local flavor, particularly the term wife, which flushed Lu Ruyun's cheeks a deep crimson. Perhaps we should stick with husband and wife, Lu Ruyun suggested, wiping the sweat from her forehead. All right, wife, hold on tight, I am about to accelerate. With that, Xiang Feng exerted himself to propel the boat, and they soon reached the shore. After Lu Ruyun located her car, she whisked Xiang Feng directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Filling out forms, taking photos, swearing oaths, and obtaining their certificate. In merely half an hour, they completed the process. Wife, where shall we go next? How about you treat me to a meal to celebrate? Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiang Feng said cheerfully, perhaps I should first take you home to meet my family? Lu Ruyun clearly felt awkward with the term wife. I have no objections, Xiang Feng replied. However, shouldn't we bring a gift for the first meeting? Would some old white liquor suffice? Or perhaps we should go for Erguo too. It has more kick. Never mind, there's no need to buy anything my family lacked for nothing. Lu Ruyun chuckled, shaking her head. They wouldn't appreciate Erguo too in her household. Xiao Feng, call me husband, Xiang Feng corrected, his expression darkening. Husband, Lu Ruyun murmured, her face flushed. Well, to facilitate the upcoming scenes, she might as well embrace her role early. Ah, wife, your voice is truly delightful, Xiang Feng exclaimed, beaming with joy as he sat in the luxurious BMW, gazing around at the myriad of beautiful women and long legs. Outside, his smile growing broader. The old immortal is quite unreasonable. The city is so enchanting. Why not let me descend the mountains sooner? Husband, you'd best brace yourself. My family may put you through the ringer, hurling unkind words and perhaps even resorting to physical confrontation. You still have a chance to reconsider, you know. Gazing at Xiang Feng's innocent and pure smile, Lu Riyun felt a pang of reluctance in her heart. It's nothing you've called me your husband, so it'll shield you from any calamity that may befall us. Xiang Feng said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a warm current spread through Lu Riyun's heart. Though Xiang Feng appeared somewhat rustic, his smile radiated warmth, instilling an inexplicable sense of trust and stability. The car traversed Xinjiang Avenue for a considerable 40 minutes before finally arriving at the Lu family estate. It was a quaint and elegant quadrangle. As soon as Xiang Feng stepped out of the car, he was left in awe. Darling, your home is truly magnificent. You must be the legendary wealthy lady that I suppose I'm being kept by you. Am I not? Xiang Feng looked around, embodying the essence of a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Lu Riyun, who had been feeling somewhat anxious, couldn't help but laugh at his remark. Her little husband from the riverside was indeed amusing, his rustic charm perfectly on point. Lu Riyun, you shameless wretch, how dare you return? At that moment, a figure emerged from the inner hall, hurling curses and insults upon recognizing Lu Riyun. The smile on Lu Riyun's face froze, transforming into a veneer of frost as she coldly regarded the aggressive young man advancing toward her. The individual was Lu Tianlong, her cousin, the eldest grandson of the Lu family. Why didn't you accompany young Master Li properly last night? Do you have any idea how angry he is? You worthless wretch, utterly useless. Slap. Suddenly, with a flash of shadow, a crisp sound of a slap resonated. I don't know if young Master Li is angry, but do you realize how furious I am right now? Xiang Feng's tone was frigid as he glared fiercely at Lu Tianlong. Do you dare to strike me? Do you even know who I am? Lu Tianlong touched his stinging face, taking a moment to believe he had indeed been struck. The one who had hit him was none other than the shabby-clad individual standing before him. The shirt bore the words Tong Wei Feed. He wore loose-fitting trousers and a pair of black cloth shoes. He was nothing more than a lowly peasant. Where did he find the audacity to act against him? Bullying my wife? Even if you were the king of heaven, I would still dare to strike you. Xiang Feng scoffed, positioning Lu Riyun protectively behind him. Your wife? Lu Tianlong frowned. In just one night, that wretched girl had gotten married? Yes, from this day forth, I am Xiang Feng's wife. Here, this is our marriage certificate, absolutely authentic. Lu Riyun produced their marriage certificate, casting a glance filled with affection at Xiang Feng. Being shielded by a man made her heart flutter uncontrollably. She had initially thought that Xiang Feng, slender in stature and hailing from the mountains, would be timid and cowardly. Yet that declaration, if you bully my wife, even if you are the king of heaven, I shall dare to strike you, resonated powerfully. The force of that slap was indeed exhilarating. The Lu family was merely a second-tier clan in Xianhai City, with Yunshang Group's annual revenue barely reaching 10 million, insignificant in the eyes of true aristocracy. However, Lu Riyun was recognized as the foremost beauty among the three great beauties of Xianhai, attracting suitors like the relentless tide. Among these numerous admirers, Li Donghao of the Li family stood out prominently. As the wealthiest family in Xianhai and a premier elite, the Li family represented an opportunity for the Lu family to ascend to new heights, transforming into a phoenix should Lu Riyun ally herself with them. For this reason, the Lu family fervently encouraged the union, with Lu Tianlong exerting considerable effort. Yet Lu Riyun harbored a profound disdain for the frivolous Li Donghao and had no desire to become a sacrificial pawn in a familial alliance. Last night, Lu Tianlong deceived Lu Riyun, claiming to dine with a client, only for her to find herself in a private room with none other than Li Donghao. She was also plied with copious amounts of alcohol, but fortunately managed to sneak away to the lakeside for solace, nearly drowning in the process. Thankfully, she was ultimately rescued by Xiang Feng. If heaven would not permit her demise, she would choose to live for herself. Family? Company? Who truly cared for her feelings? The so-called relatives were hardly more significant than a stranger she had known for less than a day. Lu Riyun, Do you wish to incite chaos? Lu Tianlong's gaze fell upon the marriage certificate in Lu Riyun's hands, his expression shifting. Last night, young Master Li confessed and proposed to you, and today you dare to marry a mere peasant. What do you take marriage for? What of young Master Li's dignity? Do you have no regard for the Lu family? Your grandfather took you in and raised you for over 20 years, and this is how you repay the Lu family? With such accusations hurled at her, Lu Tianlong felt a pang of fear. If young Master Li were to discover this, the Lu family would undoubtedly face repercussions. I shall decide my own marriage, and what of it? Am I not entitled to choose my beloved? Lu Riyun's delicate brows furrowed, her demeanor growing decidedly colder, unaffected by his threats. After graduating from university, she had diligently devoted herself to her work, striving to develop and maintain clients, dedicating herself wholly to the Lu family and Yunshan group. That hadn't she given enough? You decide? Humph, wretched girl. Do you dare to disregard your grandmother's words? Lu Tianlong scoffed. Grandmother has already consented to young Master Li in your marriage, and the two families will soon meet to arrange your engagement and wedding. You truly dare to marry a peasant. You are indeed base. Bang! Xiang Feng could no longer tolerate the situation and struck again. And oh, it was a kick. With a single blow, Lu Tianlong was sent sprawling 3 meters away, groaning in pain and unable to rise. What is happening? The commotion drew everyone from within the house. Leading the group was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 70s or 80s, leaning on a redwood cane with a dragon head, her countenance imposing. She was none other than Lu Riyun's grandmother. After the passing of her grandfather, Lu Riyun ascended to become the current matriarch of the Lu family. Upon seeing the visitor, Lu Tianlong pointed at Lu Riyun and Xiang Feng, lamenting profusely. Grandmother, you must stand up for me. Lu Riyun found some ruffian to act as a shield, claiming they are married. I merely admonished her a bit, but that savage man retaliated with a brutal beating. Look at my face, my stomach. Lu Riyun, have you grown wings? The elderly matriarch, though leaning on her cane and exhibiting signs of age, possessed a pair of murky eyes that held an imposing authority akin to a sharp blade slicing across. Lu Riyun's visage, in that instant, nearly everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Riyun. Riyun, do not delay in apologizing to your brother Tianlong. Can't you see how upset your grandmother is? Uncle Lu Hong shot an admonishing glare at Lu Riyun. This is utterly unacceptable. How dare you even consider straying before marriage? You are simply out of control. Apologize, and do so immediately. Wang Huilong glanced at her son's swollen face, trembling with concern. Apologize? Lu Riyun managed a bitter smile. She had endured this kind of public condemnation and icy scrutiny numerous times before she was weary of it. Grandmother, he was the one who insulted me first. If you do not believe me, you may check the surveillance footage. Taking a deep breath, Lu Riyun spoke with a dignified composure. I am grateful for the nurturing I received from the Lu family, and I shall repay it to the best of my ability. However, I possess the right to pursue my own happiness and to choose my own husband. My marriage should be determined by me alone. Grandmother, do you hear this? She disregards the words of matchmakers and the commands of her parents. She does not even consider herself a member of the Lu family, let alone regard you. Lu Tianlong continued to stoke the flames of conflict. What's wrong with calling you a harlot? Wang Huilong spat vehemently. Li Xiao is the only son of the Li family, the heir to the wealthiest family in Xianhai City. What makes him unworthy of you? Why abandon the life of a wealthy wife to marry a mere peasant? Is that not a disgrace? A natural-born disgrace. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed once more. Wang Huilong, spitting vitriol and pointing at Lu Riyun, stumbled and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the so-called peasant, Xiang Feng, stood before Lu Riyun like an insurmountable mountain. Though I do not strike women, if you dare to insult my wife, I will make an exception. Xiang Feng cast a cold glare at Wang Huilong. Were you to lay hands on someone in the Lu family estate? Lu Changsheng could no longer remain silent. His son had been attacked, and his wife assaulted. If he did not speak up, what would that make him? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiang Feng, and I am now Riyun's husband. Xiang Feng displayed their marriage certificate for all to see before returning it to his pocket. I care not for what Li Xiao or Zhang Xiao you speak of, but if you dare to bully my wife, I shall be the first to oppose it. Lousy, I shall be the first to refuse. Such words are shockingly coarse. particularly the phrase, "I am the husband of the wind," which unexpectedly causes a delicate mist to veil Lu Riyun's beautiful eyes, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, nearly overwhelming her with tears. After all these years, apart from my grandfather, he's the first man to stand up and defend me. Very well, Riyun, you have indeed broadened this old woman's horizons. Is this the man you have chosen? The elderly lady finally spoke again, her cane striking the ground with a heavy thud, her expression as cold as water. Grandmother, Old woman, in what way have I failed? Xiang Feng, displeased, interrupted Lu Riyun, frowning as he questioned. In what way? The elderly lady's nostrils flared, exuding a chill that entirely reflected her disdainful countenance. Are you a scion of a wealthy family, or a titan of commerce? Can you cultivate the empire with your intellect, or don a military uniform to guard the frontier? Or shall you merely rely on your muddy feet to sow rice in the fields? Upon finishing her remarks, the contempt on the elderly lady's face deepened. Oh, I may lack in all these areas you mentioned. Yet, I am aware that you have but 3 days to live. Chapter 4. My dear, shall we return home to have a child? What? The elderly lady's gaze sharpened, her lips twitching in indignation. Do you dare curse me? Believe it or not, you may not survive the next 3 days. Xiang Feng merely shrugged dismissively. What a little ingrate you are. Silence yourself. Lu Chaoxing glared furiously. Butler, remove this person at once. You have truly disappointed me. Riyun, lamented Lu Hong, her second uncle. Listen to me. Immediately distance yourself from this brat and apologize to your grandmother. Is an apology all it takes, second uncle? Must Tianlong and I endure such humiliation at his hands? Wang Huilan, touching her flushed face, glared venomously at Xiang Feng, her gaze eventually landing on Lu Riyun. Look at the man you've chosen. Are you not satisfied until you drive your grandmother to her grave? Indeed, how can you repay your grandmother's kindness in such a manner? Lu Tianlong interjected, adding fuel to the fire. Choosing a man like this, are you not ashamed of the Lu family? Lu Riyun bit her lip, casting a worried glance at Xiang Feng. He genuinely sought to protect her, yet she was reluctant to escalate their relationship to a breaking point. After all, she was still a member of the Lu family, the very family that had bestowed upon her everything. Yet, she could not simply cast aside Xiang Feng either. This man had done so much for her. I speak no falsehood. The elderly lady is gravely ill and may not endure even 3 days. Amidst the public condemnation, Xiang Feng remained calm and composed. The elderly lady scoffed, narrowing her eyes. Then tell me, what terminal illness do I suffer that I cannot endure 3 days? Why should I divulge that to you? Xiang Feng retorted, rolling his eyes in defiance. He took Lu Riyun's delicate hand in his own. I have come today to proclaim that from this moment forth, Lu Riyun is my woman, and none of you shall dare lay a finger on her. As for that Li Shao, he should keep his distance and not disturb our blissful life together. With that, Xiang Feng turned to leave, firmly holding Lu Riyun's hand. How outrageous. This is utterly intolerable. You wretched man, once you leave, do not think of returning. You insolent peasant, I shall not let you off lightly for striking Lu Tianlong. The Lu family members seethed with fury. However, Xiang Feng and Lu Riyun were already beyond earshot, having departed from the heated scene. I apologize for dragging you into this mess. I imagine being my shield is not a pleasant experience, Lu Riyun remarked with a bittersweet smile as she drove. It matters not. Xiang Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. Yet you seem rather discontent. If you regret your choice, it is not too late. I can initiate divorce proceedings immediately. Lu Riyun reminded him once more. Initially, the decision to marry Xiang Feng was driven by 2 motivations. First, a desire for retribution against the Lu family, as she yearned to take control of her own destiny. Second, an element of vengeance aimed at Xiang Feng himself, given that he had previously stripped her of her clothing and touched her intimately. The tense atmosphere surrounding the Lu family estate left Lu Riyun deeply concerned, uncertain of how to confront Li Donghao and the wrath of the entire Li family. I have no regrets. I am merely pondering a question that I have yet to fully comprehend, Xiang Feng stated, shaking his head. What question? Speak. Perhaps I may offer you an answer. Lu Riyun inquired with curiosity. Well, Xiang Feng began. I have heard from those with experience that after marriage, couples can embrace, kiss, share a bed, and then have children. I wish to ask you, my dear wife, can we return home to conceive a child? Upon hearing this, Lu Riyun's face flushed crimson, as if it could produce water. She had merely sought a shield, and the notion of having children had never crossed her mind. Shall we perhaps get to know each other better first? I am quite familiar with you, Xiang Feng retorted instinctively. My dear wife, you stand at 170 centimeters, weigh 101 pounds, your bust measures 87 centimeters. Your legs are 120 centimeters long, and your menstrual period is approaching, making you quite suitable for embryo cultivation. By the way, you are still a virgin. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with the windshield. Am I mistaken, my dear wife? Xiang Feng gazed at Lu Ruyun with bewilderment. How do you know I am a virgin? Lu Ruyun stared at the man in shock. Indeed, she was a virgin in the fast-paced life of the 21st century. Where relationships often progressed rapidly, cohabitation was not uncommon, and many lost their innocence during their student years. Yet, Lu Ruyun was different. Although she seemed to be at the forefront of fashion, occasionally pretending to be an experienced driver, she was, in truth, quite conservative. Her first kiss had been stolen by Xiang Feng that very day. Because I am a little divine doctor from Qingjin Mountain, a careful observation of your complexion reveals everything. Xiang Feng replied with a smile. A divine doctor? So you weren't merely scaring me. My grandmother is truly ill? Lu Ruyun exclaimed, her heart racing as she hurriedly asked. It is not an illness, but rather a chronic ailment. A persistent issue for decades, he explained, gesturing to his chest. The root lies in the lungs. It has been a matter of 2 or 3 days. Problems with the lungs? Lu Ruyun furrowed her brow, skepticism creeping in. Was this true? Her grandmother underwent annual checkups at a major hospital, and the director responsible for her examinations was an expert from the First People's Hospital, who had always assured her that her grandmother's health was fine. They are all quacks. The instruments are not necessarily accurate, Xiang Feng remarked disdainfully. Harboring a deep-seated contempt for Western medicine, Lu Ruyun critically examined her youthful yet somewhat awkward husband, a myriad of thoughts racing through her mind. Could he genuinely be a divine doctor? If he lacked medical knowledge, how could he know about her menstrual cycle and recall that she had broken her leg as a child? Her eyes were as if imbued with a mystical ability to see through all barriers, rendering any semblance of privacy non-existent before him. My dear, where shall we go next? Shall we return home to start a family? This question weighed heavily on Xiang Feng's mind. Just upon descending the mountain, he had found a wife as beautiful as a flower, and his heart was brimming with joy. Xiao Feng, could you grant me a little more time? I am not yet prepared, Lu Ruyun replied earnestly. On one hand, my work keeps me exceedingly busy, making it impossible to focus on nurturing a child. On the other hand, we have only just met, and our marriage certificate was merely a fade. I have not contemplated taking our relationship further. I sincerely hope you can allow me this time. Are you implying that I have tricked you into marriage? I adore you so much. And yet you deny me the pleasures of your company? Xiang Feng's mood soured. His beautiful wife, it seemed, was untrustworthy, an enchanting vision forever out of reach. Xiao Feng, please grant me some time. Lu Ruyun felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had saved her life. Yet she had become the scapegoat without reaping any benefits, a reaction that was not unwarranted. We can take our time to date and develop our relationship. Once our feelings have matured, we can discuss having children, all right? Very well, sighed Xiang Feng. What can I do when I am so enamored by you? You are stunning. And your every word seems to hold sway. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Lu Ruyun felt considerably lighter and skillfully shifted the topic. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Will you return to Qingyun Mountain, or will you stay in Xianhai? Of course, I shall not return. I must accompany you, my dear. Xiang Feng shook his head vigorously. Moreover, I intend to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Then, I shall earn a living while you grace the world with your beauty. And together we will welcome a multitude of children. Chapter 5. A birthmark on the back. After toiling for 18 long years, Xiang Feng finally triumphed over the ancient adversary, allowing him to descend the mountain. How could he return without unraveling the mystery of his own origins and without first establishing a family? Furthermore, he aimed to expand the clinic and enhance its reputation. Only then would his senior brothers and sisters seek him out, thereby fulfilling the task entrusted to him by the ancient master. The Ancient One had stated that upon completion of this mission, Xiang Feng would be informed of the enigma surrounding his lineage. Establishing a traditional medicine clinic may not guarantee financial success. To my knowledge, Xianhai has seen numerous such clinics, many of which have closed their doors. The public now tends to trust Western medicine more, Lu Ruyun cautioned. Precisely why I must open a clinic to rejuvenate traditional medicine, Xiang Feng asserted. Just as he was about to elaborate, Lu Ruyun's phone rang abruptly. Hello? What is it? Lu Ruyun's expression darkened instantly. Wait for me. I will reach the company in 20 minutes to address this matter. My dear, what has happened? Xiang Feng inquired, noticing Lu Ruyun's troubled countenance. There has been an issue in the sales department. I must rush back. Perhaps you could explore on your own for a while. I will join you later. Lu Ruyun's brows knitted together in concern. The warning from the Li family had arrived swiftly. In less than an hour, all contracts previously signed by the sales department had been rendered void. In Xianhai City, over two-thirds of the large shopping malls simultaneously removed all products from Yunxiang Group. It's all right. I'll accompany you to the company. You are simply too beautiful for me to allow you to handle troubles alone, Xiang Feng flattered. This time, Lu Ruyun did not ponder too long and accelerated towards Yunxiang Group. Manager Lu, what should we do now? Upon arriving at the office, the secretary rushed in, clutching files. A look of distress etched on her face. Led by Gaodao Mall, our products are cornered in Xianhai City and throughout Jiangnan Province. Several top sales representatives have suddenly submitted their resignations to the HR department, taking with them a significant number of Yunxiang Group's clients. Just inform all employees in the sales department to focus on their work. The rest I will handle, Lu Ruyun said, sitting at her desk and rubbing her tense brow. She was acutely aware of the origin of this predicament. Turning her head, she noticed Xiang Feng leisurely sipping tea in the lounge, curiously surveying the surroundings, seemingly at ease. Lu Ruyun suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had she acted too impulsively? This was the consequence of offending Li Donghao. In just 1 hour, a colossal crisis had befallen Yunxiang Group. Lu Ruyun, what are you doing? No sooner had the secretary left than Lu Tianlong stormed into the office, slamming his palm onto Lu Ruyun's desk. Do you intend for all employees to follow you into ruin? Are you aiming for Yunxiang Group's collapse? I will manage it. Lu Ruyun replied coldly. Manage it? How do you intend to do that? Lu Tianlong sneered, his voice dripping with derision. In a single day, the company has lost two-thirds of its orders, and two-thirds of its products have been forcibly removed and returned. Do you have any idea how monumental our losses are? I warn you, smack. Xiang Feng moved like a ghost, abruptly appearing before Lu Tianlong, delivering a resounding slap that echoed through the office. I warn you, do not raise your voice when speaking to my wife, or I shall knock out your front teeth. Though Xiang Feng's tone remained low, the chilling glare in his eyes sent shivers down Lu Tianlong's spine. Oh, who is threatening whom? At that moment, the door to Lu Ruyun's office gently swung open, accompanied by a hearty laugh. A young man entered, clad in a well-tailored cream-colored suit, adorned with a gleaming golden watch. Following him were two brawny bodyguards in black. Li Donghao, heir of the Li Group, the only son of the Li family, the most prominent young master in Xianhai City. Ruyun, you've grown even more beautiful in just a day. Upon entering, Li Donghao's gaze remained fixed on Lu Ruyun as he walked directly towards her, his face beaming with an unabashed expression of desire. Indeed, Li Donghao had long been infatuated with Lu Ruyun's figure, pouring considerable effort into his pursuit, yet he ultimately found himself unable to win her heart. This left him feeling both disheartened and enraged. In his experience, the women he desired would typically find themselves willingly in his bed within a day. Alas, just half an hour prior, he received the disheartening news that Lu Ruyun had married. Unwilling to accept defeat, he devised a plan and personally arrived at Yunxiang Group. The woman Li Donghao coveted was not to be taken from him by anyone. Li Xiao, Lu Ruyun said, her delicate brows furrowing as she glanced at the recently beaten Lu Tianlong, then turned her gaze to Li Donghao, her heart clear as day. Stop right there. Just as Li Donghao approached Lu Ruyun, a figure flickered like a ghost, blocking the space between them. Oh, Ruyun, how is it that your office allows even a laborer to enter? Li Donghao raised an eyebrow, dismissively ignoring the interloper. The man before him was less impressive than a mere laborer. At least laborers had muscular physiques. This man was as thin as a reed. Donned in a loose cultural shirt and a pair of handcrafted cloth shoes, he resembled a beggar. He is my husband, Lu Ruyun inhaled deeply, stepping forward to link her arm with that of the man, publicly declaring their relationship in front of Li Donghao. This was the very reason Lu Ruyun had never favored Li Donghao, his arrogance, and the stark divide of social classes. What was wrong with laborers? Did they not deserve to enter an office? Did they not have the right to love? Your husband? Li Donghao narrowed his eyes. A glint of coldness directed at the man, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. What makes him worthy? Does he possess more wealth than I, or more influence? Is he not merely a hollow shell? What benefits would Ruyun gain from marrying you, living in widowhood? Are you deserving of her? Xiang Feng cast a languid glance at Li Donghao, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. You speak nonsense. You are the one who is deficient. Li Donghao glared furiously, affronted at the implication regarding his masculinity, his expression darkening. Am I speaking nonsense? Ah. Xiang Feng fixed his gaze upon Li Donghao, a cold smile creeping across his face. You indulge excessively, live irregularly, and indulge in vices. While you may appear vibrant, in truth, you are hollowed out. Your body long depleted. I advise you to visit a hospital soon. You wouldn't want to be afflicted by an incurable disease. Silence. Li Donghao was taken aback and fearful. Those within the circle knew well his hedonistic ways, and indeed he had dallied with many women, reveling nightly without restraint. But how could Xiang Feng possibly know of his declining virility? Indeed, Li Donghao did not require a hospital to realize the signs of his condition. Even urination necessitated manual assistance, lest he risk dampening his shoes. Fine, fine, I shall remain silent. I am indeed speaking nonsense. Suddenly, Xiang Feng's demeanor shifted, a mischievous smile appearing on his face, though he added, Yet there is one thing I did not fabricate. What? Li Donghao instinctively inquired. My wife's beauty mark on her posterior is quite exquisite. Chapter 6. Isn't my husband impressive? The office was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, and the expressions of the onlookers were a tapestry of astonishment and complexity. A beauty mark on her backside? Li Donghao's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his gaze soon fixating on the ethereal Lu Ruyun. At that moment, Lu Ruyun's complexion resembled a blooming peach blossom as she shyly lowered her head, casting a sultry yet indignant glare at Xiang Feng. Witnessing this scene, Li Donghao's expression turned icy. This audacious couple, flirting right in front of me. They must have been intimate behind my back. How could the esteemed heir of Xianhai maintain any dignity? Indeed, my wife possesses a beauty mark on her posterior. Xiang Feng appeared unwavering, his naive demeanor lending credence to his honesty. Lu Ruyun, you are shameless, tarnishing the reputation of the Lu family. Lu Tianlong was equally taken aback by their close relationship. Have you forgotten my previous warning? Xiang Feng's brows furrowed, his cold stare fixed upon Lu Tianlong. You. A hint of fear flickered across Lu Tianlong's face as he instinctively retreated a step, seeking refuge behind Li Donghao. As the illustrious heir of Xianhai, Li Donghao quickly regained his composure, his gaze returning to Lu Ruyun. Ruyun, will you not grant me even a sliver of opportunity to pursue you? You must know that I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Li Donghao disdainfully glanced at Xiang Feng. If I am not mistaken, this individual must surely be an actor you have procured, correct? You are the foremost beauty of Xianhai. How could you possibly be enamored with a mere laborer? Should you choose to be with me, I could not only resolve the current crisis of Yunshan Group, but elevate it to new heights, even to the international stage. At that point, you would become the unequivocal first female CEO of Xianhai. Furthermore, you would be the esteemed wife of the Li family. Li Donghao laid out an enticing offer. Surely, I cannot believe that there exists a woman in this world who cannot be swayed by fame and fortune. Young Master Li, I believe you are mistaken. I am indeed married, and Xiang Feng is my husband. Despite Li Donghao's alluring propositions, Lu Ruyun remained as unyielding as still water. Linking her arm with Xiang Feng's. Wretched woman, do not presume upon my kindness. Lu Tianlong seethed with rage. However, Xiang Feng was even more incensed. With a swift motion, he launched a kick that sent Lu Tianlong flying. Thud. Lu Tianlong's body slammed against the wall, crashing to the ground. This time, I let you off lightly. The next time will not be so forgiving. Xiang Feng's countenance was steely, his eyes sharp as blades. Should there be a third occasion, I shall ensure you meet your end. Lu Tianlong coughed up blood, his gaze towards Xiang Feng now filled with a mix of terror and deep-seated resentment. Such bravado. Although Li Donghao was taken aback, he remained unafraid, for he had encountered formidable opponents before, such as the two bodyguards by his side, a Long and a Biao. Aaron is a master of Taekwondo, having participated in 180 underground fights without ever tasting defeat. Abayo is an even more formidable character. Having served in a foreign military unit, his hands stained with blood, appearing harmless yet unleashing lethal strikes at a moment's notice. Should you doubt this, feel free to test it. Xiang Feng cast a fleeting glance at Li Donghao and, assuming the role of a protective husband, warned him to cease all harassment of her. Even the pursuit of her affections. Are you instructing me? Who do you think you were to say such things? Li Donghao's expression grew increasingly grim. The woman he coveted was being taken from him, and a mere farmer dared to threaten the illustrious young master of Xianhai? I am her man. Is that so? Li Donghao sneered, choosing silence, merely exchanging a glance with Aaron and Abayo before retreating to a sofa to watch the unfolding drama. leisurely lighting a cigarette and propping his feet up with satisfaction. What are your plans for demise? Aaron cracked his neck, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he approached Xiangfeng. Towering at nearly 6.5 feet and weighing close to 300 pounds. Aaron dwarfed Xiangfeng by a considerable margin, looking down upon him as one would a child. I intend to age gracefully, enjoying a blissful life with my wife. Ultimately passing away in peace, or better yet, not at all, Xiangfeng replied earnestly, lifting his gaze to meet Aaron's. Little Feng, Lu Ruyun furrowed her brow, her palms sweating with anxiety. Little Feng? Call me husband. Xiangfeng feigned anger, intentionally provoking Li Donghao. Brother Feng is about to display his affection before you. What can you do about it? As expected, Li Donghao's face darkened, and he commanded, make your move. You little pest, perish. This is the consequence of crossing young Master Li. At his command, Aaron's massive fist barreled toward Xiangfeng's face. The forceful wind from his punch preceded its arrival. Be careful, Lu Ruyun exclaimed in alarm. Xiangfeng seemed unfazed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the incoming fist, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. As the blow was about to land, Xiangfeng sprang into action. The two fists collided with a resounding crack. Aaron staggered back, clutching his arm, retreating in shock. My hand! Aaron cried out, large beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Xiangfeng. Your hand is ruined. Xiangfeng stood resolutely, arms behind his back, unyielding. How is this possible? Li Donghao's cigarette trembled in his mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief at the farmer's unexpected prowess. At that moment, the slender Abayo sprang into action, as if performing a magic trick, brandishing a sharp dagger and lunging for Xiangfeng's throat. His movements as swift as lightning and as unpredictable as a serpent. Once he moved, it was a deadly strike. No, this time, Abiao was so swift that Lu Ruyun had no chance to offer a reminder, standing there dumbfounded with her hand over her mouth. Whoosh. Yet, Abiao's speed paled in comparison to that of Xiangfeng. At the very moment the dagger lunged, Xiangfeng took a decisive step forward, tilting his neck just enough to narrowly evade the blade, thrusting his arm against Abiao's chest, and following up with a powerful fist. Abiao's form was instantly sent flying. As he soared through the air, blood spurted from his mouth. His strength was insufficient, and his speed lacked the requisite finesse. Xiangfeng pointed at Along and Abiao, commenting, in short, they are utterly incompetent. Pathetic. Along nearly choked on the breath he had just caught, almost suffocating himself in disbelief. Where did this rural bumpkin emerge from, exhibiting such ferocity? This fellow is remarkably strong. Not far away, Li Donghao's pupils narrowed to mere slits. Your subordinates are utterly inept. Do you wish to take matters into your own hands? Xiangfeng's gaze fell upon Li Donghao, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Kid, today you've shown some grit, but mark my words, this matter isn't settled between us. Li Donghao, the young master of Xianhai, felt as if he had been slapped across the face yet again, leaving with a dark expression. The stunned and fearful Lu Tianlong hastily followed suit, leaving behind a disheveled office and a bewildered Lu Ruyun. Lu Ruyun stared incredulously at Xiangfeng, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Darling, am I impressive, or what? Xiangfeng chuckled, still wearing his innocuous and honest demeanor. This entire affair left Lu Ruyun in a state of confusion. Chapter 7, Darling. When will you show me in black stockings? My casually acquired husband is truly formidable. It's akin to intending to keep a Chinese rural dog for guarding the house, only to discover that I have inadvertently adopted a Tibetan Mastiff. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Lu Ruyun responded in a daze, her pearl-like eyes scrutinizing the man before her once more. This husband, whom she had known for less than a day. He stood just under 1.8 meters tall, with a slightly lean and dark complexion. Yet his eyes were bright and clear. Every time he revealed his harmless smile, his row of white teeth stood out prominently. There is much more I haven't shown you. You'll find out in due time, Xiangfeng proclaimed, pride evident in his posture. However, Lu Ruyun suddenly blushed. Xiaofeng, aren't you a doctor? How come you're so adept at fighting? Lu Ruyun shifted the conversation away from the topic of the yellow code. Her curiosity piqued. As far as I know, Li Donghao's 2 bodyguards are no ordinary men. They have never lost a fight, yet they fell consecutively to you. How is that possible? I've told you before, I am not merely the little divine physician of Qing and Mountain, but also its second strongest. They're utterly trash. Not worth mentioning. Xiangfeng waved dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Bodyguards? What a joke. With such meager skills, Xiangfeng wouldn't even deign to glance their way. Having toiled under the burden of chores since he was less than 10 years old, he had been thoroughly squeezed by the old man. Yet he had indeed learned a great deal, such as the art of medicine, such as the art of martial prowess. The second strongest? Lu Ruyun, filled with curiosity, inquired. Is there truly anyone more formidable than you? The old man, indeed, surpasses me in prowess. Oh, Lu Ruyun nodded, internally exclaiming that she had stumbled upon a treasure. However, the thought of having irrevocably offended Li Donghao cast a shadow over her countenance, causing her delicate brows to furrow instinctively. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive once more. The Yunshang Group found itself cornered by Li Donghao, with sales figures declining rather than improving, providing ample ammunition for the Lu family to criticize her. She wondered how much longer she could retain her position as the sales director. Darling, what troubles you? Are you not happy? Xiang Feng, perceptive as ever, noticed the change in her demeanor and asked with concern, is something amiss? Would you like me to check your pulse? I'm fine. It's merely the myriad of vexing issues at the company, Lu Ruyun admitted without reservation, recounting her current predicament in detail to Xiang Feng. I understand, Xiang Feng replied, his intelligence allowing him to grasp the situation swiftly. Li Donghao possesses significant power and is employing unscrupulous methods to suppress the products of Yunshang Group, while secretly poaching your talented subordinates. The Lu family is also applying pressure, compelling you to marry Li Donghao. Otherwise, they threaten to remove you as the sales director and even cast you out of the Lu family. Am I correct? Yes, Lu Ruyun nodded sadly, a bittersweet smile gracing her handsome face, evoking sympathy. But I cannot comprehend, Xiang Feng remarked. Why does the matriarch exhibit such a preference for male heirs? What heir are we in? Furthermore, you have far surpassed Lu Tianlong, so why target you? Because I am an orphan. I do not carry the blood of the Lu family, Lu Ruyun replied. My grandfather took me from the orphanage, raising me with care, providing for my education, and teaching me the principles of life. While he was alive, no one in the Lu family opposed me, but once he passed away. Then why not simply leave? Xiang Feng suggested. You could just walk away, and I would support you by running a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. We could be together every day. How wonderful that would be. Such matters are not so simple, Lu Ruyun replied with a wry smile. Even if it weren't for my grandfather, I have invested so much time and emotion into Yunshang Group. I cannot just stand by and watch it collapse. After considering her words, Xiang Feng remarked, then the only solution is to eliminate Li Donghao. That would resolve the issue. That is a conversation best left unspoken. Lu Ruyun cautioned, closing the door with utmost care. Li Donghao wields considerable influence in Xianhai City. We must avoid provoking him unless absolutely necessary. We cannot contend with him. Understand? Very well, my beautiful wife. I shall heed your counsel, Xiang Feng acquiesced, not wishing to dispute her. Come, it is getting late. Let me take you out for a stroll, perhaps to eat something and buy some clothes. Reluctant to dwell on the troubles at the company, Lu Ruyun drove Xiang Feng out for lunch. Meanwhile, Li Donghao, accompanied by a Biao and a Long, was seated in a Maserati. A Long. Please contact Huang Chang and have him assist me in dealing with that rustic fool, Li Donghao said as he drove. Huang Chang. A long pause ensued as Aaron was taken aback, but he quickly nodded in agreement. With Huang Chang taking action, that rustic fellow would undoubtedly meet his demise at Shihu today. Li Donghao maintained a calm demeanor, giving his instructions with little further concern. A mere country bumpkin, though he had caused him some embarrassment earlier, was hardly worth his attention. After lunch, Lu Ruyun led Xiangfeng to stroll through the shopping mall. Dear, do girls in the city not wear pants? Xiangfeng remarked as he glanced around. The city was indeed beautiful, filled with long, slender legs and fair skin. That old codger is utterly unreasonable. Every time he comes to the city to sell herbs, why can't I come along? Lu Ruyun chuckled at his words, not perceiving Xiangfeng as lecherous, but rather finding his innocence endearing. Those are called stockings. They enhance the leg shape, making them appear more elongated and elegant, while also providing comfort. Do you understand? She explained earnestly. They might not have a figure as good as yours. You would look even more stunning in black stockings. My dear, when will you wear black stockings for me? Xiangfeng asked, unabashedly gazing at Lu Ruyun, oblivious to the curious stares of passers-by. My goodness, this rustic fellow has a wife? Not only does he have a wife, but she is also extraordinarily beautiful. Is the taste of modern beauties so peculiar? Indeed, the original flavor is better and purer. The combination of a beautiful woman and a rustic man created a unique spectacle in the mall. Yet, Xiangfeng remained indifferent, continuing to stroll and chat leisurely with Lu Ruyun. Initially, Lu Ruyun felt a hint of resistance, But as he affectionately called her wife more frequently, she gradually accepted it in her heart. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the second floor of the mall. Make way! Make way! Quickly call for an ambulance. A commotion ensued as a crowd quickly gathered. Grandpa, Grandpa, please wake up. Don't scare me like this. A little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, desperately shook the elderly man who had collapsed. The old man was frothing at the mouth, his face flushed, his body twitching uncontrollably, his eyelids rolled back, and unable to speak. Is he having a seizure? It doesn't look like it. Could it be a case of high blood pressure? The crowd murmured, yet no one dared to approach and assist. What if it was a scam? The mall manager arrived, his face turning a deep shade of purple. If the man were to die under his watch, it would spell trouble. Enough of the chatter. Clear the way. Security, quickly, get him out of here. Death is permissible, but it absolutely cannot happen on my premises. Don't move. As several security guards approached, Xiangfeng and Lu Ruyun arrived just in time. Xiangfeng forcefully pushed aside the guards and knelt beside the elderly man. Hey, who are you? Get out of my way. The mall manager's expression darkened further. I am a doctor. Do not hinder me from saving a life. Stand aside. Xiangfeng continued without raising his head, one hand grasping the old man's wrist, while the other lifted his eyelid for examination. A doctor? You, a country bumpkin, are a doctor? Stop boasting and get lost. If you kill him, who will take the blame? The mall manager cast a quick glance and immediately deduced that Xiangfeng was merely making empty claims, summoning security to expel him. He is a doctor. I can attest to that. Lu Ruyun interposed herself before the security personnel, her heart filled with uncertainty. For she was unaware whether Xiangfeng truly possessed medical skills or was merely boasting. At that moment, however, a life hung in the balance. Your testimony is of no consequence, the mall manager retorted with a grim expression, increasingly anxious as he observed the elderly man struggling to breathe. His trepidation escalated upon witnessing Xiangfeng produce a small knife. Surely he could not be intending to perform surgery live? Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Don't kill him. Yet, Xiangfeng remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in his treatment. He proceeded to incise the elderly man's fingertips, dark, viscous blood oozing forth. Subsequently, he extracted 2 20-centimeter silver needles and plunged them forcefully into the man's forehead. A gasp echoed through the crowd, enveloped in a suffocating silence. The mall manager's heart raced as he witnessed the silver needles descend. Was he not afraid of penetrating the man's skull? However, Xiangfeng did not falter. With deft fingers, he manipulated the needles, at times tugging gently, then pushing deeper with precision. This repetitive action persisted for a solid 10 minutes before the once twitching elderly man suddenly lay still. Oh no, is he dead? The mall manager's expression shifted dramatically, morphing into fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiangfeng. You've killed him. You will bear full responsibility for this. Security, call the police immediately. Chapter 8. My wife. I excel at massaging your back and feet. Lu Ruyun's face mirrored her anxiety, particularly as the little girl beside her cried incessantly, calling for her grandfather. Yet, Xiangfeng remained steadfast as a mountain, pulling the needles out slightly and flicking his fingers. A delicate, crisp sound resonated, akin to a magical incantation, and to everyone's astonishment, the previously lifeless elderly man suddenly opened his eyes. Is it a resurrection? The mall manager gasped in shock. Young man, thank you, the elder said, rising with the support of his granddaughter, bowing towards Xiangfeng. You're welcome. It is the duty of a healer. However, you must be cautious with your diet in the future, avoiding greasy and spicy foods. As Xiangfeng retracted the silver needles, a trace of blood still clung to them. After cleaning them meticulously, he stored them away. He is not dead? The mall manager glanced at the elderly man, then at Xiangfeng, his expression somewhat awkward. Humph, you're the one who is dead. My grandpa was merely ill and has now been healed by this big brother. The little girl shot a glare at the mall manager, clearly displeased. If there's nothing wrong, you should leave quickly. Why come to the mall when you're unwell? You made me anxious too. The manager grumbled as he walked away in irritation. The little girl, still fuming, was about to argue further but was halted by her grandfather. Young man, may I ask how to address you? If it is convenient, I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. The elderly man, with an air of scholarly demeanor, approached Xiangfeng with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting. No need, it was merely a trifling effort, Xiangfeng replied, waving his hand as he took Lu Ruyun away, murmuring, I still need to accompany my wife shopping. Where would I find the time to dine with you? Dong Guan paused for a moment, watching the pair retreat, and finally chuckled to himself. He, Dong Guin, had encountered countless individuals seeking his favor, with some even offering exorbitant sums to share a meal with him, all of which he had declined. Yet today he had extended an invitation, only to be met with refusal. How amusing. Let us go, Xiaowu. We are heading home now. You mustn't tell your parents about my illness, do you understand? I understand. Grandpa, but I want ice cream. You little rascal. The grandfather and grandson departed, while Xiang Feng and his beautiful wife continued their shopping excursion. Though Xiang Feng purchased not a single item. Too expensive. How can a mere shirt cost several hundred? It's practically highway robbery. Xiaofeng. What illness did that old man have? He looked rather perilous. Lu Ruyun, too preoccupied to shop, found her mind occupied with thoughts of Xiang Feng's heroic act. His focused and earnest demeanor was undeniably charming, yet equally daunting. Lu Ruyun couldn't help but worry. What if he inadvertently caused harm? Would she be left a widow on the very first day of their marriage? Indeed, it was a grave situation, cerebral congestion. Had it been delayed by a few more minutes, a vessel could have ruptured, escalating the danger and complicating treatment, necessitating medication. Cerebral congestion? Isn't that a form of cerebral hemorrhage? Lu Ruyun inquired, her anxiety intensifying. For she had heard many tales of individuals suffering from cerebral hemorrhage in recent years. While treatable, the recovery rate was dishearteningly low, particularly for the elderly, whose recuperative abilities were diminished, posing a greater risk of mortality. Even if one's life were salvaged, the prospect of partial paralysis and unpredictable aftereffects loomed ominously. Yet, Xiang Feng had seemed remarkably composed throughout the entire rescue process, which had lasted no longer than half an hour. Was he truly a miraculous healer? Cerebral congestion is indeed a precursor to cerebral hemorrhage and one of its precipitating factors, Xiang Feng patiently elucidated. It often arises from hypertension, leading to an accumulation of blood in the brain. The vessels, unable to withstand the pressure, may rupture, resulting in a cerebral hemorrhage, essentially a brain bleed. As one ages, blood vessels gradually become more fragile, and over time, impurities accumulate in the bloodstream, obstructing normal circulation. It is akin to a water pipe that is blocked yet still under pressure. The inevitable outcome is rupture, leading to a loss of life. Thus, I first made a small incision in his fingertip to relieve the pressure of blood flow, preventing it from surging uncontrollably to the brain. Following that, I employed silver needles to penetrate the brain, clearing the obstructed vessels, allowing blood to circulate normally, and thus facilitating recovery. In conclusion, Xiang Feng stated, this condition is perilous. Yet the difficulty of treatment is not substantial. Of course, this holds true for me. After all, my dear husband is a little divine doctor. With that, Xiang Feng flashed a grin. Lu Ruyun moved her lips but remained silent, her eyes concealing a hint of joy. Who could have imagined that the husband she had deceived would turn out to be a treasure, a martial artist, and a little divine doctor? Embracing him meant a lifetime free from worries about food and drink. If a cerebral hemorrhage were to be sent to the hospital for surgery, the treatment would take no less than 2 hours, and even if the operation successfully navigated the 2-day danger period, the subsequent rehabilitation would require at least 6 months. Her husband accomplished this in less than half an hour. You are truly remarkable, Lu Ruyun thought to herself, but then suddenly recalled something. Xiaofeng, will grandmother really not last more than 3 days? Despite being targeted by the old lady, she could not pretend to be unaware. For the elder was a member of the Lu family, a woman cherished by her grandfather throughout his life. Yes, at most 3 days, she might even leave us sooner. Xiang Feng nodded. Can you save her? Even though she has been so unkind to you, will you still help her? Xiang Feng frowned, as he held little affection for the disdainful old woman. Why must women make things difficult for one another? Lu Ruyun is my woman. If others do not care for her, I will. If you can cure her, please do help, Lu Ruyun playfully pleaded, wrapping her arms around Xiang Feng's. If they apologize to you, I will help. If not, then so be it. Xiang Feng had his principles. You are my wife, and I cannot allow others to bully you. Lu Ruyun felt her heart flutter once more. How could her rough-and-tumble little husband be so considerate? They spent the afternoon wandering around, ultimately buying nothing. However, in the evening, Lu Ruyun treated Xiang Feng to a spicy and fragrant hot pot. They strolled around again, searching for a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, but with little success. The scarcity of clinics was one reason. Another was that those that could sustain themselves were doing well, leaving others with no reason to relinquish their businesses. I suggest you open your own clinic. We can customize and purchase the medicinal materials ourselves. What do you think? Lu Ruyun had complete faith in Xiang Feng's medical skills and resolutely supported the idea of him establishing a clinic. I can, but I don't have much money on hand, Xiang Feng said, troubled. A single coin can thwart a hero. Possessing extraordinary skills, yet lacking a venue to showcase them, is quite awkward. I can lend you some, Lu Ruyun offered. I can't promise much, but I can manage around $1 million. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to rely on a woman's money? We agreed that I would earn a living while you take care of your beauty. Xiang Feng's face turned even more awkward. Accepting money from a woman felt quite undignified. How about this? I could marry into your family, and you could provide me with a betrothal gift, Xiang Feng declared, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, effectively selling himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun laughed and nodded. All right, consider it a betrothal gift. I'll get it for you later. Great. Xiang Feng, with a smile of satisfaction, assured, rest assured, although you have spent your money, you shall not be at a loss. Cooking, laundry, and even giving massages are my specialties. What delightful affairs are you envisioning? Who said anything about massages? Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with both shyness and indignation as she cast a reproachful glance at Xiang Feng, her allure heightened under the night sky. Just as Xiang Feng was about to speak further, his brow suddenly furrowed. A sharp screech pierced through the air as the BMW's tires skidded against the ground. Coming to a halt with precision, less than a meter in front of the car, a man appeared unexpectedly, a pallid middle-aged man. Hey, what are you doing? Move aside. Lu Ruyun's face turned pale with fright, narrowly avoiding a collision. You, get out of the car. I will end you. The middle-aged man, however, did not cast a single glance at Lu Ruyun, his shadowy gaze fixated coldly on Xiang Feng, his eyes glinting with a mesmerizing crimson hue. The weather, usually warm in June and July, suddenly turned frigid. Chapter 9. Wife, what is this? With a sudden thud, Lu Ruyun attempted to prevent Xiang Feng from exiting. But a sharp pain shot through her neck, and her eyelids grew heavy as she succumbed to slumber against the steering wheel. You want to kill me? Xiang Feng alighted from the vehicle, a fierce and menacing grin replacing his previously harmless demeanor. You have 1 minute to deliver your last words. The middle-aged man regarded Xiang Feng with indifference, as if appraising a corpse. Are you sent by Li Donghao? Xiang Feng's brow knitted in annoyance. This bothersome fly truly deserved a slap to be silenced. Indeed, I am one of young Master Li's men. Since you are aware, I shall send you on your way. The middle-aged man sprang into action. The air around him shifted dramatically, charged with a violent energy. Yet, Xiang Feng remained steadfast, unmoving. Interesting, he mused as the middle-aged man's speed abruptly intensified. With the precision of a hawk's talons, he lunged for Xiang Feng's throat. The eagle claw technique could pierce several millimeters of steel. One strike was certain death. A resounding clap echoed. The middle-aged man, initially smirking, suddenly froze. He had been struck across the face by Xiang Feng, his cheek ablaze with pain. Glancing at Xiang Feng, it appeared he had not moved an inch. With such feeble strength, you dare to boast of ending my life? Who granted you such courage? Little Liang? Xiang Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, disdain evident in his expression. With this level of power, you are no match for the wild monkeys of Qingyan Mountain. You are a master? The middle-aged man was taken aback, touching his burning cheek, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror as he gazed at Xiang Feng. This slap, though not particularly forceful, bore an immense insult. It must be noted that Huang Chong was the leader of the private bodyguard team for the Li family, earning over $1 million annually, commanding over 100 formidable subordinates. Today, after receiving instructions from Li Donghao, he ambushed Xiang Feng at the intersection, intending to eliminate him and forcibly abduct Lu Ruyun. The sweetness of the melon was of little importance. What truly mattered was quenching one's thirst. Initially, Huang Chong believed this to be a trivial matter, but he never dreamt that the target of his assassination was, in fact, a master practitioner. How young could he be? A master? What on earth? Xiang Feng, perplexed, furrowed his brow and inquired, You don't know what a master is? Huang Chang felt a wave of frustration. You beat me up but remain oblivious to your own strength? If you explain it to me in detail, I might spare your life. Xiang Feng was indeed baffled. The old man had only instructed him to practice diligently, never mentioning anything about masters. A master is a title denoting a realm of ancient martial artists. Huang Chang could not afford to be shocked. Survival was paramount. The hierarchy of martial artists consists of the Mingjin practitioners, the Anjin masters, and the Huajin masters. It is said that above the masters, there exist realms such as the Wushan and the Xinjing, although I have only heard whispers of these and am not entirely certain. Oh, I see. Given your skills, you must be the weakest Ming Jin then? Xiang Feng discerned Huang Chang's abilities at a glance. As he himself had once been a Ming Jin practitioner, Huang Chang's face flushed with embarrassment. Normally so proud. Even the young master of the Li family would show him some respect, yet now he found himself looked down upon by a mere country bumpkin. What a humiliation. However, he was also quite curious about where this person had emerged from. A Huajin master? In the entire Xian'ai city, there could not be more than a handful. The key was that he had never heard of such a young Huajin master. The other appeared to be just in his early 20s. Very well. I will leave one arm behind and then depart, returning to inform Li Donghao that if there is a next time, I shall personally have a word with him. Huh? I must leave an arm? Huang Chang was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. As the words fell, Xiang Feng's figure seemed to freeze in place like a photograph, yet he had already seized Huang Chang's right arm. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as Xiang Feng forcefully wrenched Huang Chang's right arm from its socket. Blood poured forth profusely. Yet, Xiang Feng was not satisfied. For much of the blood splattered onto the silver BMW, a vehicle belonging to his beautiful wife. It could not be sullied. Clean the car, pick up your arm, and leave at once. Otherwise, I shall twist your head off. Huang Chang, tears mingling with snot from the pain, harbored no doubts about Xiang Feng's words. This person appeared harmless, yet was ruthless and merciless, truly capable of murder. Thus, Huang Chang bore the agony, cleaned the hood of the car, and swiftly disappeared into the night with his severed limb. In that case, does this mean my strength has reached the Wuxing level? That old man must be at the Xinjing level? I wonder if there are even more formidable realms beyond the Xinjing. The old man had once mentioned that there are indeed some individuals in this world who he cannot contend with. Xiang Feng murmured as he climbed into the car, glancing at his beautiful wife, who was peacefully asleep beside him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the trivialities from his mind. At this moment, nothing was more crucial than starting a family with his stunning CEO wife. After a few minutes of gently massaging her neck, Lu Ruyun let out a soft murmur and slowly opened her eyes. What just happened? She asked, rubbing her forehead and gazing at Xiang Feng with confusion. Nothing serious. You must have been a bit exhausted and dozed off. Upon closer inspection, it seems you might be slightly malnourished, coupled with the stress, which your body simply cannot endure. Xiang Feng replied with a smile. I'll arrange some traditional Chinese medicine for you later. Is that really the case? Weren't we almost in an accident just now? That person was ready to confront you. So how could you? Lu Ruyun shook her head, straining to recall fragments of the incident. But we didn't collide, did we? Xiang Feng dismissed her concerns. That person was just a lunatic. I shouted at him a couple of times, and he walked away. Enough of that. Let us hurry home. I'm eager to see what our marital abode looks like. Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed, and she chose not to question further as they drove back. She did not reside in the Lu family estate. After her grandfather's passing, she had lived in a modest single apartment. This raised a dilemma. How would they sleep in such a small space? While a whirlwind marriage was not uncommon, the thought of sharing a bed so soon was something Lu Ruyun found hard to accept. However, she couldn't abandon her precious husband either. As she had initially used him as a shield, it was not right to discard him after her needs were met. Honey, this place is truly lovely. Far better than our cabin on the mountain. Oh, and you even have 2 turtles. Upon entering, Xiang Feng was captivated, akin to a child exploring a wonderland. The room was small but adorned in warm shades of pink, evoking a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Make yourself at home. I'll just use the restroom, Lu Ruyun said, taking her phone with her. Initially, she had only considered using Xiang Feng as a shield and had not contemplated what it would truly be like living together. Now, an awkward situation loomed. How would they coexist in such a small apartment? A solitary man and woman sharing a room could easily ignite a spark with just a flicker of desire. Oh dear, how reckless. Lu Ruyun thought as she placed an order on her phone for sleepwear, slippers, and toiletries for Xiang Feng. Finally, she exited the restroom, bringing him a chilled beverage. After he took a few sips, he too headed to the restroom. Honey, what is this? 2 minutes later, Xiang Feng emerged holding a small black fabric strip. Lu Ruyun looked up, her face flushed crimson, feeling as if she could bleed from embarrassment. What on earth was he doing with her thong? Hey, this feels quite nice. It's so smooth, Xiang Feng remarked, enjoying the fabric. Quick, give it back, Lu Ruyun exclaimed, her face burning with humiliation as she snatched it from him and dashed into the bedroom. What made her face turn so red all of a sudden? Xiang Feng wondered, scratching his head in confusion. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyun emerged from the bedroom. The light blue long sleep dress, though slightly loose, could not conceal her alluring figure. Her long hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, silky and smooth. Xiaofeng, here is the blanket, and, oh, a mobile phone. Although it was previously mine, it functions perfectly and is far superior to your antiquated device. Lu Riyun handed the items to Xiaofeng, a feeling of guilt gnawing at her heart for dismantling the bridge after crossing it. Aren't we going to sleep together? As anticipated. A hint of displeasure flickered across Xiaofeng's fair face. Xiaofeng, we've only just met not long ago. Lu Riyun's complexion flushed like a blossoming peach. Avoiding Xiaofeng's intense gaze, feeling both guilty and bashful. Are you afraid I might force myself upon you? Xiaofeng pierced through her thoughts with a single glance. Yes, I'm not prepared. Lu Riyun's face reddened further, her voice diminishing to a whisper. In truth, you needn't worry at all. Xiaofeng shook his head, saying, you may doubt my character, but you must trust my medical knowledge. Your menstrual cycle is due tonight, and I certainly do not wish to run a red light. Lu Riyun, momentarily forgetting her shyness, stared at Xiaofeng in astonishment. He even knows about my cycle? Calculating the dates, it indeed fell within these few days. This medical knowledge is utterly terrifying. Do not gaze at me with such admiration. It makes me feel bashful. Xiaofeng chuckled. I shall go take a shower. If you are correct, it would be inconvenient to bathe tomorrow, so you should rest for now. Not daring to delay, Lu Riyun dashed into the bathroom. And soon the sound of rushing water filled the air. Dear, do you need any help? I'm exceptionally good at scrubbing. The old man often has me do it for him, he called out. The bathroom door was made of frosted glass, casting a hazy silhouette of the woman within. Although the details were obscured, that indistinct yet graceful figure evoked an even greater realm of imagination for Xiaofeng. He felt his heart stir. No. I can manage on my own. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Inside the bathroom, Lu Riyun's voice was a bit frantic and bashful. I'm really quite skilled, you know. No need. I'll be quick. Very well then. Xiaofeng sighed, resignedly returning to the sofa, toying with the second-hand phone Lu Riyun had given him. Compared to the device that could only play Snake, Lu Riyun's discarded smartphone was akin to a flagship model, operating smoothly with crystal-clear pixels. Why are the pixels so clear? For Xiaofeng had stumbled upon Lu Riyun's photos. The poses were enticing, brimming with allure. The key detail? She was clad in scant attire. What are you looking at? I called you twice, and you didn't hear me. Fresh from her shower, Lu Riyun, drying her damp hair, curiously leaned over. Dear, you're quite bold, aren't you? Posing in such minimal clothing, it's even more appealing than being nude. Xiaofeng exclaimed with excitement, clutching the phone. Ah, you. Lu Riyun, initially regaining her composure after her bath, felt her face flush once more. It was entirely her fault for not clearing the photos. He had seen them all. Do not linger. Hastily deleted. Ah. Lu Riyun attempted to seize the phone but was effortlessly evaded by Xiaofeng. Unbeknownst to her, she lost her footing and fell into Xiaofeng's embrace. Darling, you smell delightful. Are you so eager to throw yourself into my arms? Xiaofeng wrapped his arms around her slender, delicate waist, inhaling deeply. The subtle fragrance refreshing the spirit, the soft, jade-like body stirring his emotions profoundly. Do not rush. Let us wait until my husband is freshly bathed before we indulge in our wedding night. Oh, not tonight. I have a red light to run. Perhaps in a few days, Xiaofeng replied, somewhat vexed. Today marked his wedding day. The feast was of little significance, as it should have been a joyous night. Yet there was the risk of violating traffic laws. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Riyun struggled to stand from his embrace, feeling immensely embarrassed. Quickly return my phone. I must not look. Why not? I have already seen you without your clothes. Why not see you dressed? Xiaofeng frowned. Am I violating any laws by admiring my own wife? Lu Riyun was rendered speechless. Shall I assist you in taking some photos? I am quite skilled at photography. Xiaofeng said, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at her. No need, Lu Riyun hastily refused. You should rest. I am tired and will retire to bed. With that, she nearly fled into the bedroom, locking the door behind her for good measure. Alas, this was rather dreary. They had promised to marry and have children. Yet here she was, alone in bed. Xiaofeng shook his head in dismay. Considering Lu Riyun's impending menstrual cycle, he felt a little better. After freshening up in the bathroom, he reclined on the sofa, continuing to peruse his phone, which contained many beautiful photos. Meanwhile, Lu Riyun found it difficult to sleep that night. Reflecting on the events of the day felt surreal. She had severed ties with the Lu family, completely fallen out with Li Donghao of the Li group, and had suddenly married the boisterous Xiaofeng. Was she truly destined to bear his children? A blush crept across Lu Ruyun's cheeks. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her lower abdomen, and she sensed something was amiss. The pain was all too familiar. She hurriedly got up to find sanitary pads. Knock, knock, knock. Darling, is your period here? Are you experiencing abdominal cramps? Are your limbs feeling cold? Came Xiang Feng's voice from outside, surprisingly perceptive. Lu Ruyun, initially worried that he might take advantage of the situation, found herself inexplicably compelled to open the door. Outside stood Xiang Feng in a loose-fitting nightgown, his face adorned with a clean, pure smile. As he grinned, his row of pearly white teeth evoked envy. Darling, drink some brown sugar water. It will help raise your body temperature and alleviate your cramps. With a beaming smile, Xiang Feng extended a cup of water to Lu Ruyun. She accepted it, cradling it in her hands, warmth spreading from her heart to her limbs. Thank you, Xiao Feng, she said softly, her lips parting, her eyes slightly moist. Aside from the late grandfather, perhaps he is the only one in the world who treats her well? Despite his desire for her body, Lu Ruyun does not feel repulsed. What is there to thank for? Xiang Feng shook his head vigorously, feigning annoyance. You are my wife. If I do not care for you, who will? The little fellow, with his sudden display of dominance, moved Lu Ruyun deeply. By the way, my dear, please sit back and recline on the sofa. Allow me to massage you, and your lower abdomen will feel much better. He assisted her in taking a seat. However, Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed as she stammered, Xiao Feng, that is unnecessary. I have grown accustomed to it, and most girls experience some discomfort during their monthly cycle. It will pass in a few days. You are different, Xiang Feng asserted, shaking his head earnestly. Why am I different? Am I not a woman? You are the most beautiful among women. Even heaven is envious of you. Pfft. Lu Ruyun laughed, her dimples appearing, intoxicating without any wine. Wife, your smile is truly enchanting. I could almost kiss you. Xiang Feng gazed at her with utmost seriousness. Chapter 11. I truly am not being rascally, Xiao Feng. How is your medical skill so remarkable? You seem quite young, Lu Ruyun said, taking a sip of the brown sugar water, cleverly changing the subject. This is called talent. Seeing her skepticism, Xiang Feng continued, how about this? Let us use your condition as an example. If I am correct, you will allow me to kiss you. Gazing at her slightly plump yet alluring red lips, Xiang Feng felt a stir of desire. You, go ahead. Lu Ruyun thought this was a win-win situation. After all, he was her husband. A kiss wouldn't matter. If she truly objected, she could later deny it. All right, it's a deal. Xiang Feng felt invigorated. The reason you experience sharp pains during your period is due to blocked meridians. Blocked meridians? Lu Ruyun frowned, questioning. Shouldn't the flow be minimal if the meridians are blocked? Yet, I experience a substantial flow on the second and third days. How could it be blocked? When there is pain, there is blockage. When it flows, there is no pain. Xiang Feng assumed the demeanor of an experienced physician and patiently explained. When the flow is abundant, it indeed signifies openness, but you haven't been truthful. On the first day, the flow is minimal, often accompanied by sharp pains akin to needle pricks or a feeling of fullness. It's like a water pipe. When twisted, the flow is minimal. Yet pressure from above continually builds. The pressure will eventually rupture the blockage. If it cannot, it will burst with a loud bang. Once cleared, the flow becomes smooth. But what if it cannot be cleared? Noticing Lu Ruyun's contemplative expression, Xiang Feng continued, at present, you are young, beautiful, and vibrant, able to withstand the impact and endure the pain. However, as one ages, that may not hold true. Therefore, menstrual cramps are not mere common occurrences. They are ailments that require treatment. Then, how can it be treated? How did I come to have this condition? Am I truly different from other girls? Lu Ruyun, unashamedly seeking knowledge, undoubtedly stands apart from other girls. She is a rare and extraordinary ice spirit. Xiang Feng chuckled inwardly, but refrained from revealing the truth, as such matters were rather esoteric and Lu Ruyun might dismiss them as mere nonsense. With a quick thought, he explained. The issue lies in the dampness and chill that has permeated your body. Simply put, prolonged exposure to cold water or a long-term residence in humid, frigid environments has left its mark. Indeed, Lu Ruyun nodded emphatically, recalling her early days at the Lu household when she was acutely aware of her lack of status. Eager to contribute, she undertook the tasks of washing and cooking, even in the biting cold of winter. Following her studies abroad, where the temperature rarely exceeded 10 degrees Celsius, and plummeted to a frigid -40 at its coldest, she vividly remembered the discomfort that accompanied each encounter with the cold. Precisely. Xiang Feng leaned closer, grinning mischievously. My dear, I have accurately diagnosed your condition. Shouldn't you grant me a kiss for my insight? Coughing slightly, Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed. Hold on. First, tell me how this ailment can be treated. Is it possible to eradicate it? Even alleviating some pain would suffice. The ailment is not difficult to address, Xiang Feng remarked, glancing at her with a slight furrow in his brow. But how? Lu Ruyun pressed, concerned for her health. Do you wish to treat the symptoms or the root cause? He countered with a question. How does one treat the symptoms? And what distinguishes treating the root cause? Lu Ruyun was not easily misled. For symptomatic relief, a simple massage and application of heat will suffice. I cannot guarantee anything beyond that for now. There may be pain again in the future. As for treating the root cause, it is more straightforward to comprehend. It promises a permanent resolution to your pain. However, the method is somewhat unconventional, and you may find it difficult to accept. Xiang Feng's gaze on her intensified, revealing a flicker of desire. What is this unconventional method? Pray, enlighten me, Lu Ruyun inquired, her skepticism momentarily set aside. As a sufferer of menstrual pain, she alone understood the anguish that accompanied those few days each month. As a woman, she endured those times akin to a child, forced to wear uncomfortable garments, feeling sticky and distressed throughout the day, with sharp pangs in her lower abdomen. Unable to bathe or consume anything cold, an exceedingly trying ordeal. Why pursue symptomatic treatment when the root cause can be addressed? Treating the root cause entails the union of yin and yang, Xiang Feng remarked, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. What does that mean? Please simplify it. Lu Ruyun frowned in confusion. What on earth is this yin and yang union? Is it akin to Tai Chi? To simplify, it involves sharing a bed with me. You scoundrel. Lu Ruyun's face flushed crimson as she glared at Xiang Feng with indignation. She had previously thought her young husband to be quite innocent. But now she realized he was far from it. His sole desire seemed to be for her body. How shameless. My dear, I assure you, I am not being lewd. Xiang Feng replied with a resigned smile. In traditional terms, the male embodies yang, while the female represents yin. Their union signifies the balance of these forces, harmonizing each other's bodies. How can that be considered lewd? If you doubt my words, feel free to consult your female friends. After they marry or share a bed with a man, does the pain diminish or even vanish? I would utter a half-truth. For heaven's wrath would strike me down should I lie. Really? Lu Ruyun remained skeptical. Would I ever deceive you? Xiang Feng replied, you are, after all, my wife. It is only natural to share a bed with you. There is no need for just concerning your body. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun nodded slightly, as if considering the logic in his words. Then how should we address the symptoms? The fundamental remedy requires more contemplation. I am not yet prepared, Lu Ruyun murmured. Her cheeks flushed. If he truly intended to act upon her, he could easily claim her while she was submerged and unconscious. Lu Ruyun held a measure of trust in the man's character. Addressing the symptoms was simpler. Come, sit a little closer. I shall give you a massage. But you must bear with me, as my strength may be overwhelming. Xiang Feng touched his nose, secretly smirking. Oh, it's fine. Go ahead. I can endure, Lu Ruyun replied, leaning closer to Xiang Feng. He wasted no words, channeling his energy, his hand resting on Lu Ruyun's lower abdomen as he began to massage gently. A warm current surged through her, and Lu Ruyun instinctively let out a soft moan, her delicate face tinged with crimson. Dear, do refrain from making such enticing sounds. Lest I lose control, he teased, though inwardly he mischievously increased his pressure. The invigorating energy slowly permeated Lu Ruyun's body. She pressed her lips together, enduring the fleeting pain that threatened to break through her barriers. After a while, Lu Ruyun emitted another muffled sound, her forehead glistening with perspiration, her face free of anguish. And she felt an immense sense of relief. How delightful. My dear, I suggest you visit the restroom. A wave is about to come, so be mentally prepared. Xiang Feng advised, withdrawing his hand. No, it has already begun to surge. Lu Ruyun's expression suddenly changed, and she dashed to the restroom. Indeed. She possessed the purest of ice-spirit bodies. This marriage was well worth it, and her beauty was striking. Watching her retreating figure, Xiang Feng stroked his chin, a smile revealing a hint of cunning. Chapter 12. This ailment is beyond your cure. After the tumultuous events, Lu Ruyun, having lost too much blood, fell into a deep slumber, not having the chance to express her gratitude to her little husband, Xiang Feng. The following morning, Lu Ruyun awoke to the enticing aroma of food. Did you prepare all this? She gasped in astonishment upon exiting her bedroom. The dining table was adorned with a simple yet exquisitely arranged breakfast, fragrant rice porridge, sweet and sour cucumber salad, steamed buns, and a warm cup of soy milk. My dear, you're awake. Come, let us eat. Xiang Feng, clad in an apron and barefoot, flitted between the kitchen and living room like a devoted house husband. Especially upon seeing the youthful yet remarkably soothing smile on the man's face, Lu Ruyun suddenly felt that such simple days were quite delightful, warm, and unpretentious. She tore off a piece of steamed bun and popped it into her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight at its sweet and delectable flavor, soft and glutinous, surpassing even that of the restaurants outside. Isn't it delicious? Seeing this, Xiang Feng's pride swelled even more. My dear, once you marry me, just wait to enjoy a life of luxury. I shall ensure you are well-fed, plump, and radiant. Oh please, I am not a pig. Lu Ruyun rolled her eyes, her feigned annoyance making her all the more charming. Just a figure of speech, Xiang Feng responded, patting his chest. In any case, marry me, and you won't have to worry about anything ever again. Just as Lu Ruyun opened her mouth to respond, the phone on the table rang urgently. Glancing at the caller ID, her expression darkened. Lu Tianlong. She inhaled deeply, slightly adjusting her mood before answering the call. Lu Ruyun, grandmother is critically ill. You must hurry to the hospital. What? Upon hearing the news, Lu Ruyun instinctively looked at Xiang Feng. He had previously claimed in front of others that the elderly lady would not survive more than 3 days. Now, just one night later, she was gravely ill and hospitalized. Hurry. Without allowing Lu Ruyun a chance to respond, Lu Tianlong abruptly ended the call. Xiaofeng, will you accompany me to the hospital? Grandmother is in critical condition, and I fear for her safety. Lu Ruyun placed all her hopes on Xiang Feng, her tone imbued with earnestness. He had been able to discern the old lady's chronic ailment at a glance, so he must possess the means to help her. Despite the old lady's harshness and her attempts to force Lu Ruyun into marrying Li Donghao, Lu Ruyun could not bring herself to harbor resentment towards her. After all, the Lu family had given her a chance to survive years ago. This was also why Lu Ruyun worked so tirelessly. She needed to safeguard the fruits of her grandfather's lifelong efforts. It seems I may have overestimated her constitution. I thought her illness would take 2 or 3 days to manifest, but unexpectedly it has escalated within just 1 day, Xiang Feng murmured. Xiaofeng. The woman's face showed displeasure. Fine, let us go. After all, I do adore my wife, he conceded, in a state of urgency. Lu Ruyun had no time to change her clothes and rushed to the Xianhai First People's Hospital with Xiang Feng. Outside the intensive care unit, the two encountered Chu Tianlong and his group. How's grandmother? Humph, you little vixen, so quick to move in. Wang Huilan glared at Lu Ruyun, her voice low out of fear of Xiang Feng. Humph. Lu Changxing snorted heavily, his face stern as he remarked, do you even care about grandmother? Lu Ruyun felt embarrassed and frustrated. She was about to retort, but the words caught in her throat. Director Zhou just went in for an examination. I believe we will have results soon, so don't worry, Lu Hong said, his tone less acerbic. After explaining, he turned his attention back to the ward. Lu Ruyun opened her mouth, eager to allow Xiang Feng to step in and try his hand. After all, his medical expertise was unparalleled. However, upon noticing the cold indifference from the crowd, she ultimately suppressed this thought. Creak. Shortly thereafter, the door to the ward swung open. Lu Changxing and the others quickly surrounded it. Director Zhou, how is my grandmother? Is she all right? Please, everyone, remain calm and listen to me, Zhou Bin urged. His brow furrowed. The situation regarding the elderly lady is rather grave. It would be prudent for everyone to prepare themselves mentally. We have spent considerable time with the equipment, yet have failed to identify any symptoms. The patient remains in a coma. We shall await Director Wang's return for further examination. Perhaps he may have a solution. Therefore, this illness is beyond your treatment. Xiang Feng could no longer contain himself. He had never held a favorable view of Western medicine. What nonsense! Your instruments cannot even identify symptoms, and yet you dare to claim superiority? Preposterous! Who do you think you are? Zhou Bin's expression soured at these words. You should keep your mouth shut. This is not your place to speak. Lu Changsheng glared at Xiang Feng. Director Zhou is a preeminent cardiovascular expert at the Xianhai First People's Hospital. How dare you question him? Indeed, one should reflect before boasting, Wang Huilan chimed in, emboldened by the presence of a man at her side. If you cannot even ascertain the cause of the patient's ailment, how can you call yourself an expert? Yet, Xiang Feng remained undaunted, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Oh, are you implying that you possess the ability to diagnose the patient's condition? Zhou Bin squinted, disdain evident on his face. Of course I know. I could ascertain the elderly lady's symptoms and causes without even looking. Such boasts carry no weight, came the retort, eliciting a round of derisive laughter. Don't believe me? Very well, grant me 2 minutes. Without further explanation, Xiang Feng swiftly entered the ward. What is happening? Stop him. We cannot allow him to treat the old lady. Uncle, second uncle, Xiang Feng's medical skills are quite remarkable. Why should we not give him a chance? Lu Ruyun interjected. She believed in Xiang Feng, as evidenced by the old man in the marketplace. This is absurd. Zhou Bin thundered. This is a hospital. And what does a mere child know? I warn you, if anything happens to the patient, it will be on me, and the hospital will bear no responsibility. Yes. And if the patient recovers, that too will be of no concern to you. Before Zhou Bin could finish, Xiang Feng had already exited the ward, retracting his silver needles into a cloth pouch. His gaze towards Zhou Bin was laced with even more sarcasm. What do you mean by that? Zhou Bin's heart raced. Could it be that this impudent boy truly cured her? Grandma, you've finally awakened, Lu Tianlong exclaimed, having slipped into the ward at some point. His voice filled with exuberance. Ah, I had such a deep sleep. Wait, how did I end up in the hospital? The elderly lady regained her senses, only to find herself in a hospital, filled with bewilderment. Grandma, you suddenly fainted, and we hurried to bring you here, explained Lu Tianlong. At that moment, the skeptical Zhou Bin entered with a sullen expression, unable to believe that the elderly lady, whom he had previously deemed unworthy of survival, was still alive. Director Zhou, it is you who saved me once again. I cannot thank you enough. The lady expressed her gratitude upon seeing Zhou Bin. His embarrassment was palpable. I am not skilled enough to save your life. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards my wife. Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun entered the ward as well. If it weren't for my wife's insistence, I would not have intervened, Xiang Feng remarked casually, making a startling declaration. You saved me? The elderly lady scoffed instinctively, about to retort, but noticed the silence surrounding her. She was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this rustic individual was indeed telling the truth? Had he truly been her savior? Even if you did save me, I harbor no gratitude, she coldly replied. Do not presume that a mere stroke of luck in healing me grants you the right to act recklessly. I have yet to approve of your marriage to Ruyun. Your approval? Xiang Feng was unaccustomed to the elderly lady's haughty demeanor and promptly presented the marriage certificate. Here, take a good look. This is an official seal from the Civil Affairs Bureau, recognized by the state. Do you dare to dismiss it? Are you more esteemed than the leaders of our nation? You. The elderly lady was momentarily at a loss for words. What are you so indignant about? Is it merely because you possess some medical knowledge? We are still uncertain if your affliction is genuinely resolved, Wang Huilan interjected, unable to tolerate Xiang Feng's arrogance. What if this is merely a fleeting recovery? At those words, the elderly lady's expression soured further. A fleeting recovery? Did that not imply a curse of imminent demise? This tongue was sharper than Xiang Feng's. Mother. I did not mean it that way, Wang Huilan quickly clarified. I meant to say that we should not rely solely on this young man. We must trust Director Zhou and the science behind a comprehensive examination. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's expression softened slightly. However, Zhou Bin's countenance grew grim. Having failed to diagnose her ailment earlier, now that she appeared well, what more was there to examine? Examine what? Nonsense. Xiao Zhou, how is the elderly lady? At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Everyone turned to see an elderly gentleman with white hair leading an assistant, accompanied by another individual, Li Donghao. Elderly lady, I have brought Director Wang to examine you. Do not worry. He is a revered master in the medical field, and with him present, your ailments will surely be alleviated. Li Donghao proclaimed, casting a challenging glance at Xiang Feng. Nevertheless, he was still somewhat astonished by Xiang Feng's prowess, recalling the disheveled and severely injured state in which Huang Chang had returned. However, Huang Chang did not disclose to him the extent of Xiang Feng's strength. He merely cautioned him that it would be prudent to avoid antagonizing Xiang Feng, and then resigned without a second thought. Yet, would Li Donghao truly abandon his plans against Xiang Feng based on Huang Chang's single remark? This country bumpkin dared to vie for a woman with him. He was determined to methodically bring about Xiang Feng's downfall. Thank you, young masterly. The elderly lady beamed with delight, her smile widening with every glance. If Lu Ruyun were to marry Li Donghao, the Lu family would undoubtedly soar to new heights, and Yunshang Group's public listing would be imminent. Li Donghao ignored Xiang Feng. His gaze fixated on Lu Ruyun, who, clad in a nightgown and devoid of makeup, could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. The slightly loose garment failed to obscure her alluring figure, causing Li Donghao to swallow instinctively. This woman, He must make her his own. Old Wang, Zhou Bin, noticing the situation, hurried over and succinctly briefed the elderly lady's condition before turning his attention to Xiang Feng. Young man, did you heal the elderly lady? Wang Chuanchu's eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at Xiang Feng, one hand already moving to check the elderly lady's pulse. Indeed, Xiang Feng nodded. Then you. Wang Chuanchu's brow suddenly furrowed in curiosity as he observed the elderly lady. Her blood flow was evidently obstructed, just as I suspected. You sustained a severe injury to your chest, did you not? This old man possesses some skill, thought Xiang Feng as he scrutinized Wang Chuanchu. The elderly man, despite being in his 70s, had a youthful visage and a plump face adorned with a warm smile. The strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine emanating from him was comforting to Xiang Feng, who also practiced traditional Chinese medicine. Yes, years ago during a time of turmoil. My husband and I were traveling merchants when we encountered bandits, and I was shot in the chest. However, what does this have to do with my illness? The elderly lady inquired, puzzled. Although the shrapnel was removed, it damaged your meridians, which now show signs of necrosis. Without proper function, the blocked meridians pose a significant threat. Wang Chuanchu explained, his expression growing grave. Why had I never been ill in my youth? I felt no discomfort at all. This illness appeared without warning. The elderly lady expressed her confusion. If it is indeed a decades-old injury, why did it manifest only now in my old age? Young man, did you cure the elderly lady, or shall you explain? Unexpectedly, Wang Chuanchu pushed Xiang Feng forward. Old Wang, perhaps you should explain. This young man seems to be an impostor from nowhere, and who knows if he truly possesses any skill. Lu Tianlong interjected hastily, not daring to allow Xiang Feng to steal the spotlight again. Why did Lu Tianlong summon Li Donghao? He intended to hand the opportunity for merit to Li Donghao, allowing the elderly lady to genuinely appreciate the strength of the Li family and to feel indebted to Li Donghao for saving her life. The ultimate goal is to assist Li Donghao in winning over Lu Ruyun. So what if Lu Ruyun is married? Marriage can lead to divorce. Moreover, as Lu Tianlong is aware, Li Donghao's preferences have shifted. He now has a fondness for his wife. Indeed, Wang Lao, you are a master of your craft, and we shall place our trust in your expertise. Rest assured, Wang Lao, the consultation fee will not be lacking. The members of the Lu family fervently urged, seemingly viewing Xiang Feng as a thorn in their flesh, disregarding any assistance he might offer. Alas, Wang Chuanchu sighed with a bitter smile, you are unaware. I can diagnose this ailment, yet I cannot cure it. The fact that this young brother can provide treatment indicates his medical skills surpass my own. What? Wang Lao, are you jesting? Li Donghao's smile instantly froze, pointing at Xiang Feng and exclaiming, this inexperienced youth possesses superior medical skills to yours? Indeed. He has only studied medicine for a few years. He is unworthy even to carry your shoes. The crowd directed another round of derision towards Xiang Feng. Throughout it all, Xiang Feng remained indifferent, holding Lu Ruyun's delicate hand and gazing out the window. You lack vision, Wang Chuanchu explained. The old lady requires acupuncture. Is acupuncture not simple? I shall have someone fetch the needles. There are numerous doctors in the acupuncture department, any one of whom would suffice. Li Donghao dismissed the idea. Having expended considerable effort to invite Wang Chuanchu to lend him credibility, he could not allow Xiang Feng to serve as a stepping stone. Absolutely not. In the entire world, there are no more than a handful of individuals capable of wielding a 9-inch silver needle. Furthermore, in order to treat the old lady, the needle must be able to bend. As Wang Chuanchu's words fell, the ward fell silent. Where could one find a needle that bends? Young friend, if you do not mind, I would like to learn your technique. What do you say? However, to the astonishment of all, the esteemed honorary director of the First People's Hospital of Xianhai, Wang Chuanchu, a national medical treasure, actually bowed to Xiang Feng and sought to become his disciple. What is happening? At this moment, Li Donghao felt genuine pain in his face. Your discernment is commendable, as you can perceive my treatment methods. However, your aptitude is lacking, and you cannot grasp my techniques, so it is best to let it go. Unexpectedly, Xiang Feng waved his hand in refusal. Damn, Li Donghao cursed inwardly. Having invited such a remarkable figure only to witness him bow to his rival and then be rejected, his pride was thoroughly shattered. Chapter 14. How about a kiss first? Director Wang, what if this fellow is simply confused? Do not let your eyesight deceive you. Yes, he is undoubtedly dazed. Lu Tianlong had already aligned with Li Donghao, chiming in, there are many fraudsters nowadays. Who knows if he simply stumbled upon a stroke of luck? The old lady's complexion was already poor, and upon hearing her precious grandson compare her to a dead rat, her anger surged even more. Mother, My intentions regarding Tianlong are purely for your well-being. We must exercise caution. Lu Changxing interjected diplomatically, remarking on the dubious origins of this young man, which struck him as rather peculiar. What if he covets the Lu family fortune? What then? Indeed. Mother, did you not witness how that young lady has been utterly bewitched? She is likely already lost. Wang Huilan chimed in with embellishments. Regardless of how formidable Xiang Feng might be, in their eyes, he harbored ulterior motives. You all lack discernment. Wang Chanshu fumed, his face reddening with indignation. With such medical prowess, if he were in pursuit of wealth, throngs of those who value their lives would surely seek him out. You are utterly ungrateful. At any rate, you may decide for yourselves. Young friend, we shall take our leave. With that, Wang Chanshu, in a huff, pulled Xiang Feng away. While Xiang Feng took Lu Ruyun by the hand, leaving the onlookers in the ward exchanging bewildered glances. Young friend, would you be interested in working at our hospital? I assure you, I can arrange for you a position of at least a director. Although Xiang Feng had yet to showcase his skills, Wang Chanshu was convinced of his genuine talent. As an experienced practitioner himself, he could discern ailments with a mere pulse check, his understanding as clear as day. No interest. Xiang Feng decisively declined, grasping Lu Ruyun's hand, and stated, I have no desire to work in a hospital. I wish to accompany my wife and fulfill my master's task of establishing a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. How could I possibly find the time? In your mediocre hospital. You are the only one with some genuine skill. The rest are mere incompetents, unable to ascertain the cause of their patient's ailments after prolonged examination. Ahem. Wang Chanshu's face flushed with embarrassment, left without a retort. To open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, you will certainly need to obtain the necessary qualifications, paperwork, procure medicinal materials, and equipment, among other things. Here, let me give you my contact information. Feel free to reach out anytime. Wang Chanshu produced a business card and presented it with both hands. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, there are many rules. Yet the most significant one is that the one with superior medical skill holds the highest regard, despite his white hair. Wang Chanshu's true capabilities were hardly worthy of being compared to Xiang Feng's. You are not entirely unlikable, old man. Here, I shall provide you with a prescription. Tend to your stubborn ailment when you can. Having said that, Xiang Feng took a piece of paper and swiftly penned several lines, handing it to Wang Chanshu. Young friend, you are truly remarkable. How did you know I suffer from athlete's foot? Wang Chanshu gasped, his face flushed with excitement. Because I am the little divine physician of Qingyun Mountain. Xiang Feng chuckled and departed. With that, he and Lu Ruyun left the hospital with an air of nonchalance. Xiaofeng, thank you. You are truly impressive. Once inside the car, Lu Ruyun did not hurry to start the engine, her gemstone-like eyes gazing at the man, filled with both excitement and gratitude. This is just the beginning. You have yet to witness my true prowess. Xiang Feng said with a sense of pride. By the way, my dear, how do you plan to express your gratitude? Perhaps a kiss to start? Don't be silly. There are people outside. Lu Ruyun blushed as she began to drive. After hastily returning home to wash up and change clothes, the two rushed towards Yunshang Group once more. On the way, Lu Ruyun received yet another call from a partner regarding a product refund, causing worry to resurface on her forehead. The Li Group was being excessively unreasonable. Lu Ruyun, infuriated, cursed vehemently while feeling utterly powerless. Within the realm of Xianhai, the Li Group had its fingers in nearly every industry, with every aspect of life intertwined with their influence. In Xianhai City, the Li family loomed like an insurmountable mountain, one that no one dared to offend. Was it that impotent man, Li Donghao, stirring up trouble again? Xiang Feng, having ceased his phone games, looked at Lu Ruyun. Who else could it be? Lu Ruyun gritted her teeth, realizing the lengths he would go to for her. You are already married to me, and he still dares to covet you? Xiang Feng felt a wave of displeasure. How dare anyone have designs on his wife after they were wed? This was intolerable. Had he known of this matter earlier, he would have dealt with him right away. Xiaofeng, do not act recklessly. The Li family is formidable. It is not as simple as it appears. Lu Ruyun's heart raced at the thought, fearing that Xiang Feng might take impulsive actions. But I cannot allow them to bully you. Why don't you tell me with whom you have partnerships? I'll address their issues. If they cooperate, I'll cure their ailments, and if they do not, I shall deal with them accordingly. Xiang Feng's thinking was straightforward, and his approach even more direct and brutal. Xiaofeng, I acknowledge your medical prowess, but this is business. It is the marketplace, and you may not comprehend its intricacies. Lu Ruyun rubbed her temples, soothingly saying, you should wander around for a bit. Leave the company matters to me. Though Li Donghao is well connected, I, Lu Ruyun, am no pushover, understood? I trust you, my dear wife, but if you need assistance, do let me know. Xiang Feng was not insistent, for he was confident that as long as he was present, no one could harm Lu Ruyun. After escorting Lu Ruyun into the company, Xiang Feng meandered through Yunshang Group, seeking a suitable location to establish a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. However, after searching all morning without finding a fitting place, he decided to head back to the office. Upon arriving, he encountered Lu Tianlong, who had come to the company. Humph, kid, though you possess some talent, I advise you to keep your distance from Lu Ruyun. She is not a woman you should be pursuing, Lu Tianlong warned, though he refrained from harsher words, as his face still bore some pain. I believe you have lost your mind. Xiang Feng rolled his eyes, unwilling to waste breath on Lu Tianlong, and turned to leave. Suddenly, a convoy of camouflaged vehicles arrived at the company entrance. Several armed soldiers disembarked and made their way directly towards Xiang Feng. It was him, there was no doubt. The lead soldier held a photograph, carefully comparing it before confirming that Xiang Feng was indeed the individual they sought. With a wave, he signaled for a few of them to approach and take him away. What are you doing? As Lu Ruyun was just about to leave the company for an errand, she caught sight of her husband being apprehended, causing her to rush over with a tense expression. What are you doing? She inquired. Was it even necessary to ask? Lu Tianlong laughed heartily from the side, remarking, Lu Ruyun, it appears your judgment is flawed. The man you chose is either a murderer or a rapist. And now he is about to be taken away for execution. You speak nonsense. Lu Ruyun frowned, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. As she did not know Xiang Feng well, who are you calling a murderer? At that moment, the lead man in camouflage, with a dark gun barrel aimed directly at Lu Tianlong, coldly replied, Did I ever say he was a murderer? Humph, he is my family's benefactor. How dare you insult him? Speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Faced with the ominous gun barrel, Lu Tianlong trembled like a leaf, his lips moving yet no words escaping. What was this situation? Chapter 15. Your wife is beautiful. Sir, please accompany us. My grandfather wishes to see you. The soldier shot Lu Tianlong a glare before turning to Xiang Feng with respect. I won't go. I need to accompany my wife to work, Xiang Feng replied, raising an eyebrow dismissively. If he wants to see me, let him come himself. Why should I be the one to visit? Is his face larger than mine? Is he more important than my wife? Xiao Feng, stop joking, Lu Ruyun thought, witnessing the soldier's face darken rapidly. The sight of the menacing gun made her heart leap to her throat. This man was audacious indeed. Ideally, he would be shot dead, silencing this arrogant fellow. Lu Tianlong, observing the scene, silently prayed for that outcome. Alas, the soldier was remarkably restrained. He not only refrained from firing at Xiang Feng, but adopted an even more humble demeanor. Sir, my grandfather is elderly and has mobility issues. I ask for your understanding. If we have inconvenienced you, I apologize. If necessary, we can arrange another time. Would that be acceptable? The soldier suppressed his rising anger, maintaining a polite tone. Yet, he dared not confront Xiang Feng, for he was the benefactor of the old man's life. Had it not been for his timely intervention, even a swift trip to the hospital could have resulted in paralysis. I'm sorry, but I'm unavailable, replied Xiang Feng. Lu Ruyun tugged at him, saying, They have personally come to invite you. Why act so aloof? If necessary, I will accompany you. The Lu family, while not considered a prominent family in Xianai City, had Lu Ruyun, a woman of keen insight. She recognized this as a splendid opportunity to weave a network of connections and could not let it slip away. But they did not invite your wife, Xiang Feng replied innocently, casting a sidelong glance at the soldier. He had little understanding of military ranks, yet his sensitivity to the atmosphere was keen. The soldier before him was stained with blood, exuding a thick and restrained aura, with thick brows and sharp eyes that conveyed a sense of coldness and pride, unmistakably extraordinary. Since you are husband and wife, you must both come at our invitation. The imposing soldier Dong Weigua gestured for them to proceed. Very well, for the sake of my wife, I shall accompany you. Xiang Feng curled his lips dismissively and boarded the vehicle alongside Lu Ruyun. The military vehicle, though formidable in appearance, bore a stark and austere interior. Lacking any semblance of comfort, its ride jarring and the atmosphere within eerily tense. Unlike a conventional private car, the seating was arranged in 2 rows, one on each side. Xiang Feng held the woman's small hand, gazing at her extraordinary beauty with deep affection. Meanwhile, Dong Weigua and his entourage of soldiers bore witness to the couple's intimate exchanges, igniting a pang of envy among the single men present. Ahem, Unable to contain himself, Dong Weigwa cleared his throat and chuckled awkwardly. Young man, I don't believe we've been introduced. I am Dong Weigwa. The elderly gentleman you and your wife assisted at the mall yesterday is my father. He had only learned of this incident that morning when his daughter, Xiaowu, mentioned it. Upon hearing the news, he had been struck with a cold sweat. Subsequently, he had exercised his influence to locate Xiang Feng. Ah, I see. However, Xiang Feng, disinterested in Dong Weigwa, merely frowned and replied, You come to invite me, yet do not know my name? Is that not rather rude? Dong Weigwa, taken aback, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Xiao Feng, Lu Ruyan interjected, casting a reproachful glance at Xiang Feng before turning to Dong Weigwa with an apologetic smile. Brother Dong, my husband's name is Xiang Feng. He has a rather peculiar temperament and means no offense. He is just a bit blunt. Please do not take it to heart. While Xiang Feng was unfamiliar with Dong Weigwa, Lu Ruyun had heard of him. The Dong family of Xian'ai City was renowned for their loyalty and valor. Dong Weigwa's father, Dong Guwen, was a distinguished professor and expert in dynamics within the military. Revered nationwide for his lifelong dedication to the country and its people, the Dong family, though not as affluent as the Li family, commanded a respect that surpassed mere wealth. They were simply understated. Take Dong Weigwa, for instance, who, despite a promising future, chose to lead troops in the most arduous frontline battles. Approaching 40, he remained a 5-star general, and given the Dong family's influence, donning 6- or 7-star general insignia would not be out of the question. Not to worry. A straightforward disposition is preferable. I appreciate candor, Dong Weigwa replied with a forced laugh, though he felt a twinge of frustration. Normally, he was surrounded by sycophants, socialites of noble birth eager to curry favor. Yet today, in his earnest invitation, Xiang Feng not only disregarded him but also failed to acknowledge his presence. This indignation was indeed difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, he had to endure. Otherwise, his father would surely reprimand him upon his return home. Is your father feeling better? We were quite startled yesterday at the mall. Lu Ruyun skillfully redirected the conversation, engaging Dong Weigwa in a warm discussion. We are truly grateful for your assistance. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Dong Weigwa still felt a lingering unease. This morning, we took the elder to the nearest military hospital. The hospital stated that although the treatment techniques were unconventional, the results were remarkably effective. With that, Dong Weigwa cast a hopeful glance at the indifferent Xiang Feng and, mustering his courage, said, I have come today to express my gratitude to the young brother for saving my life. This kindness will forever be etched in my heart, never to be forgotten. Furthermore, I wish to request your assistance in diagnosing and treating the old man's health, as his children working away from home. We would find some solace in this. Dong Weigwa's heartfelt words were sincere and compelling, stirring a sense of emotion in those present. However, Xiang Feng appeared to be oblivious, offering no response whatsoever. Once again, the atmosphere turned awkward for Dong Weigwa, and the soldiers nearby could hardly contain their frustration. Wishing to strike Xiang Feng for his apparent arrogance. Who was Dong Weigwa? Known in the underworld as Big Cannon Dong, his fiery temperament was well regarded. Even in the military, he dared to confront his superiors with boldness, earning the respect and fear of many. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Lu Riyun discreetly pinched Xiang Feng, offering a polite smile as she said, Rest assured, Brother Dong, Xiang Feng will certainly do his utmost to treat the elder. I can guarantee that. Dong Weigwa chuckled in agreement. Yet, Xiang Feng chose that moment to act out again. Wife, why are you touching my waist? Do you have a secret to share with me? This time, even Lu Ruyun felt the awkwardness, as her seemingly formidable husband displayed a lack of social grace, almost giving off an air of naivete. Thankfully, the military vehicle sped swiftly through the bustling city, ascending to the summit villa on Cloud Peak, alleviating the tense atmosphere considerably. Upon disembarking, Dong Weigwa felt the air had become significantly fresher. Young friend, I am immensely grateful for your assistance yesterday. Please, come inside. Dong Guwen, along with his granddaughter Xiaowu and daughter-in-law, awaited them at the entrance, hastening to greet Xiang Feng. There is no need to enter. You need not thank me, as I am capable of treating your ailment, yet I choose not to. To everyone's astonishment, Xiang Feng's words were shocking. Just as he appeared to be touching upon the delicate matter of the Dong family, he abruptly severed the connection. In an instant, the atmosphere outside the villa grew tense. The soldiers, with their weapons raised, were poised to act at a moment's notice, ready to turn Xiang Feng into a sieve. Xiao Feng, you wife. This matter does not concern you. The old man's illness is difficult to treat and offers little benefit to me. Why should I bother? As he spoke, Xiang Feng deliberately cast a sidelong glance at Dong Weiguo. As long as you can save my father, you may set any terms you desire. Dong Weiguo inhaled deeply. Yet the simmering anger within him remained unrelenting. He had never encountered such ungratefulness. Was the Dong family's reputation truly worth so little? Ah, I see that is your wife. Ah, she is quite lovely. I find her appealing. Are you willing to part with her? Xiang Feng's gaze fell upon Tang Wanner, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. You are courting death. The pent-up fury within Dong Weiguo finally erupted. Chapter 16. I want to have children with you, Weiguo. Do not be rude. Dong Guowen's expression darkened, and the goodwill he once felt towards Xiang Feng evaporated. Though he was beset by illness, he could never sacrifice his virtuous and understanding daughter-in-law for his own afflictions. Such an act was beyond him. Father. Dong Weiguo felt his heart shatter, his eyes once again turning to Xiang Feng, brimming with resentment. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Lu Ruyun's face turned pale with fear, a wave of confusion washing over her. Although she had known Xiang Feng for only a short time, she trusted her judgment. Xiang Feng was certainly not a man driven by lust. Otherwise, when he had stripped her bare on the boat, she would surely have been taken advantage of. It was evident that Xiang Feng's words carried deeper implications. Nonetheless, regardless of the reason, uttering such statements would lead to trouble. I'm not doing anything. His wife is simply beautiful. Though she has given birth, her figure is still quite admirable, Xiang Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Enough, Dong Guowen exclaimed. Forgive my lack of perception, it's time for you to leave. With that, he took his granddaughter by the hand and turned to depart. Father, your health. At that moment, Dong Weiguo understood the true meaning of being caught between loyalty and filial piety. On one side lay his father's health, and on the other, his beloved woman. He could not abandon either. Yet the conditions proposed by this man were indeed outrageous. How dare he covet his wife? The vengeance of a father slain and the hatred of a wife stolen are the greatest sorrows a man can endure in this life. I'm not dead yet. You may leave, Dong Guowen retorted, preparing to step inside. Alas, what use is such a son? As a man, you are truly shameful, Xiang Feng continued to incite. You are asking for death. The boiling rage surged within Dong Weiguo, his eyes turning crimson as he fixed a fierce glare upon Xiang Feng, his massive fist cracking ominously. Xiao Feng, please stop this. Lu Riyun was nearly in tears from anxiety. It was at this moment that Xiang Feng murmured softly and suddenly sprang into action. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Dong Weiguo. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Dong Weiguo, a nearly 200-pound man, staggered backward repeatedly. Open your mouth. Xiang Feng, like a specter, dashed behind Dong Weiguo, halting his retreat with a firm push, and struck the man's back with a single palm. Gulp! Dong Weiguo gasped, expelling a large mass of phlegm the size of an egg, which flew 3 meters away. The dark phlegm, laced with streaks of blood, emitted a foul odor. What are you doing? Let our leader go. In the blink of an eye, a dozen soldiers raised their weapons, all glaring furiously at Xiang Feng. He audaciously dared to launch a surprise attack on Dong Weiguo. Such an offense is more grievous than assaulting an officer. Are you feeling more at ease now? Xiang Feng gently patted Dong Weiguo's shoulder, a smile gracing his face for the first time. Did you already perceive that I was injured? Dong Weiguo looked utterly astonished and ashamed. Or did you truly believe that I had taken a fancy to your wife? What nonsense! Is your wife even a fraction as beautiful as mine? After speaking, Xiang Feng released Dong Weiguo and strode purposefully towards Lu Ruyun. Lu Ruyun gazed at Xiang Feng with equal bewilderment, entirely unaware of what had transpired. Weiguo, are you hurt? Upon hearing of her husband's injury, Tang Wanner hurriedly approached. Concern etched upon her features. Why didn't you inform the family about your injury? Quickly, tell me where it hurts. Tang Wanner shot a glare at her husband, torn between anger and worry. Darling, I'm fine. Don't be stubborn, Xiang Feng sighed wryly. If you continue to withhold the truth, I shall reveal it for you. Otherwise, their piercing gazes will consume me, and that would be deeply unjust. Though your sister-in-law is indeed beautiful, I assure you, my intentions are pure. By the way, sister-in-law, consider my previous remarks as mere folly. I apologize for any offense caused. Wait, what on earth is happening? Are you still not going to be honest? Dong Guowen's face darkened, equally perplexed. Sigh, during a training session last year, I was struck by a 200-pound dummy. At the time, the hospital cleared me. But later I felt unwell, often experiencing hiccups. Reluctantly, Dong Weiguo revealed the truth. In my line of work, you all know that one cannot harbor any hidden ailments. Hence I never reported it nor dared to tell anyone. After all, I relish my time in the army. I never anticipated that Brother Xiang would see right through me. In that moment, Dong Weigua's gaze towards Xiang Feng brimmed with gratitude, dispelling any earlier animosity over a perceived rivalry for affection. Young friend, you have shamed this old man. Dong Guan's face flushed with embarrassment. Quick, please, come inside. This time, I hope we won't be asked to leave halfway through the meal, right? Xiang Feng jested. Absolutely not. We cannot possibly send our guests away. Dong Guan's face reddened further. Thus, Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyan entered the Dong family courtyard together, although it lacked the grandeur of the Lu family estate. Its ancient and dignified ambience was unparalleled. Naturally, the Yunning Mountain Villa was not a residence one could acquire merely through wealth. Xiao Feng, were you just treating him? Lu Ruyun inquired softly. Indeed, Xiang Feng nodded before suddenly remarking, My dear, I believe I just heard you say I've gone mad. No, you must have misheard. I said I wanted to have children with you. Lu Ruyun's face flushed crimson. Very well, that wish must be fulfilled. Let us put it on the agenda once we return home. Xiang Feng declared with utmost seriousness. As the hosts and guests took their seats, the table was soon adorned with an array of delightful dishes, each a feast for the senses, enticing all to indulge. Dear friend, I raise this cup of wine to you, for my son, and I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Before we partake in the feast, Dong Guan lifted his wine glass. There is no rush to drink. Let us first discuss the ailments afflicting you and your father. Xiang Feng shook his head and replied with a smile, If I do not elucidate the matter, it would be difficult for you to find peace. Not at all. My young brother, your remarkable skills are truly commendable. How could there be any doubt? Dong Weigua hastily interjected. However, Tang Wan and Dong Guan gazed at Xiang Feng with anticipation, casting a pointed glance at Dong Weigua, laden with warning. Dong Ji's condition is not difficult to comprehend. We refer to it as a horizontal hiccup. There is stagnation of blood and thick phlegm in the thoracic cavity, which is not life-threatening, but rather uncomfortable. To treat the ailment, from the very beginning, I intentionally provoked Dong Ji's anger. In moments of extreme anger, the lungs instinctively expand, facilitating the expulsion of thick phlegm. After a pause, Xiang Feng continued, just as Dong Gu was on the brink of losing control, I intervened and employed my technique to expel the phlegm. His condition has essentially been resolved. Ah, I see now. The profundity of traditional Chinese medicine is truly enlightening, Dong Guan exclaimed, his admiration deepening. Xiang Feng shook his head and added, Old sir, your health requires little adjustment. Simply heed the doctor's advice and refrain from spicy foods, excessive alcohol, and smoking. To abstain from wine, meat, and tobacco is to lead a rather dull existence, is it not? Haha. Chapter 17. My indifference to wealth. Young brother Xiang Feng, your benevolence and medical prowess are commendable. With your presence today, my father can indulge in merriment, and Wei Guo and I can rest easy. Tang Wan smiled brightly, raising her glass. Young brother Xiang Feng, I am grateful for your selfless intervention in saving my father-in-law. I shall drink this cup in your honor. With that, she tilted her head back and downed a full measure of liquor. This second cup is in gratitude for saving my husband. Had it not been for you, we would be unaware that he has endured with an injured body for over a year. And the third cup is to apologize for my earlier misunderstanding, which caused you to extend an apology to me. Here, I offer my sincere apologies. In succession, she downed 3 cups of liquor, her composure unruffled, exuding the spirit of a remarkable woman. Her words were simple yet heartfelt, devoid of pretense, embodying a straightforward and generous nature. My sister-in-law speaks too highly of me. Xiang Feng raised his glass in kind, gently smiling. Though I am but a humble commoner, I am a physician. It is the fundamental duty of our kind to save lives. Furthermore, Dong Gu, adorned in military garb and wielding a steel weapon to protect our homeland, is a true hero. I hold him in the highest regard and could not stand idly by upon witnessing his hidden wounds. Brother, no further words are necessary. All is conveyed through this wine. Should you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Dong Weigua, moved by the sentiments, down 3 cups in quick succession, laughing heartily. You may revel in this, but I have yet to partake in a single cup. Dong Guan feigned indignation, prompting hearty laughter from all present. The meal was exceptionally relaxed and cheerful, filled with warmth and camaraderie. However, as Lu Ruyun continued to eat, a smile faded from her face. When her grandfather was alive, the Lu family also enjoyed such joyous moments. Since his passing, she could no longer feel the warmth of home, leaving her with a heaviness in her chest. Sister-in-law, I raise my glass to you. Noticing Lu Ruyun's change in demeanor, Tang Wanner cheerfully clinked her glass with Lu Ruyun's, and soon they were chatting amicably. Although Tang Wanner was the daughter-in-law of the Dong family, renowned for her beauty and sweet voice, she was by no means a mere decorative figure. She was a formidable businesswoman. Her Baiyu Group had quietly amassed a fortune, dealing in daily necessities, skincare products, luxury goods, and even leaving her mark in the entertainment industry, proving her strength, especially with the implicit support from the Dong family. Baiyu Group stood like an unyielding giant. "You're too modest. I should be the one to toast you," Lu Riyun stammered. Though she was a celebrated beauty in Xianhai City, in the presence of true talents, her looks felt utterly trivial. In terms of status, she and Tang Wanner were not even on the same level. Not to mention, the Lu family was merely a second-rate family in Xianhai, while the Dong family belonged to the aristocracy. Even her grandmother would have to show some deference in front of Tang Wanner. Sister-in-law, that title feels rather insincere. Setting her glass down, Tang Wanner feigned indignation. "You and your husband have received tremendous favors from the Dong family, yet I haven't been formal with you. And you keep calling me President Tang. Do you look down upon me as your elder sister?" Lu Riyun's heart skipped a beat as she thought to herself, how could she dare to harbor such audacity? Then it settled. Tang Wanner's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. "From now on, we shall refer to each other as sisters. Additionally, I have learned that some people in Xianhai have been rather short-sighted and have offended you. Do not worry about it. I shall handle it. Please don't." Lu Ruyun felt a surge of emotion, but was interrupted by Xiang Feng, who stood protectively in front of her like a hen shielding her chicks. He frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, do you look down on me?" "Xiang, what do you mean by that?" Dong Weiguo interjected, "Your sister-in-law has good intentions. Dong Ge, we are both genuine men. How can we not protect our own women?" After a brief pause, Xiang Feng continued, "I understand that my sister-in-law means well, but I, Xiang Feng, am a man and I have my pride. I cannot allow others to shield my woman, regardless of my current lack of resources as a live-in son-in-law. I am confident I can provide my wife with a happy and fulfilling life." Tang Wanner was momentarily taken aback. Beside her, Lu Riyun's cheeks flushed with a mix of emotions. She was touched yet amused. This fellow, Xiang Feng, was utterly broke yet spoke with such audacity. Not a hint of shame in his demeanor, and everyone knew he was boasting. Her little husband certainly had genuine capabilities. Healing the elderly lady was a matter of fortune. Curing Dong Guan was also serendipity. Could it be that discerning Dong Weiguo's hidden ailments was merely luck as well? It is noteworthy that even Wang Chuanshu of the First People's Hospital praised him highly and expressed a desire to become Xiang Feng's disciple. Who is Wang Chuanshu? He is the honorary president of the First People's Hospital and a foremost figure in traditional Chinese medicine in Xianhai. Could he possibly overlook Xiang Feng's capabilities? Furthermore, his skills remain an enigma. Dong Weiguo is a distinguished five-star general commanding thousands, with formidable martial prowess. Yet, in his recent encounter with Xiang Feng, he did not manage to graze the hem of Xiang Feng's garment. "I may have been presumptuous, but I assure you, I meant no disrespect toward my younger brother." "Xiao Feng, please do not take offense." Tang Wanner repeatedly apologized and raised a toast to Xiang Feng. However, this time, Xiang Feng showed no intention of accepting the cup, even going so far as to stop her. "Are you unwilling to forgive your sister?" Tang Wanner queried, somewhat taken aback. "Sister-in-law, drinks can be enjoyed at any time. However, I have a suggestion. You and Brother Dong are still quite young. Why not strive together to expand the Dong family, perhaps have a few more children? It would bring joy to the old man. After all, having just one granddaughter can be rather lonely." With a smile, Xiang Feng turned his gaze toward Dong Guowen. "Wouldn't you agree, old man? Are you implying that your sister-in-law can still conceive?" At this, Dong Weiguo's eyes reddened with emotion. He yearned for a son. As a soldier inherently harbors the desire for progeny to continue the family line. Although a daughter is dear, the battlefield ultimately revolves around men. "Xiao Feng, the doctor mentioned that my constitution is rather unique and prone to miscarriages. When I had Xiao Wu, I had to take numerous medications to maintain the pregnancy and spent over half a year recuperating abroad before she was successfully born. Do you have a way to regulate my body?" Tang Wanner asked, equally thrilled. "Of course. Otherwise, would I dare call myself the little divine doctor of Qing'an Mountain?" Xiang Feng raised an eyebrow, brimming with confidence. "I would be immensely grateful if you could assist, little brother." "Not a problem. I shall prepare a prescription for you to follow for half a month, and after that, you can commence your family planning," Xiang Feng replied, his face radiating confidence. as healing was as effortless to him as eating and drinking. The challenge lies in when his beautiful wife might present him with children. As they descended from Cloud Peak Mountain, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Xiaofeng, why did you not accept Wan Jie's assistance? Do you not realize this is an excellent opportunity to build connections? Upon leaving the Dong family villa, Lu Ruyun felt some discontent. Lu Ruyun was not one to seek the patronage of the powerful. However, establishing a foothold in society necessitated valuable connections. She could not comprehend why Xiaofeng, who had a chance to reach the celestial heights, chose not to seize it. In the end, he only accepted a property in Cloud Peak Mountain that Tang Wanner insisted on gifting him. While it was not one of the foremost villas, its market value was undoubtedly worth several million. The crux of the matter is that the villas on Yunning Mountain cannot simply be acquired through wealth alone. Why should I accept assistance from others? Are there problems I am incapable of resolving? Filled with perplexity, Xiaofeng questioned why he should cultivate connections. Should it not be they who flocked to curry favor with him? Lu Ruyun was somewhat taken aback by his words. She had not anticipated that her young husband would possess such audacity. My dear wife, he asserted, consider this. I am a physician, indeed, the most esteemed and formidable healer in the world. Tell me, what holds more significance, money or life? Lu Ruyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to offer a rebuttal. By the way, dear, did you not mention wanting to bear me a child? Do you prefer a son or a daughter? Xiaofeng's thoughts took a whimsical turn, and his eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of children. Admittedly, he exhibited a hint of lechery, his gaze both direct and fervent. Yet, to Lu Ruyun's surprise, she felt no aversion, only a sense of bashfulness. Her cheeks flushed a lovely pink, reminiscent of the enchanting hues of a sunset. My dear, I am inquiring about when we shall have children, Xiaofeng pressed. Before Lu Ruyun could respond, the shrill ring of her phone interrupted. She answered, only to furrow her brow in response. Hello, Aunt, she said. All right, I understand. I will return to the company immediately. Whatever was said on the other end cast a shadow over her expression. What's wrong, my love? Is your aunt causing you trouble? Xiaofeng's demeanor darkened, and he declared with youthful fervor, Fear not. I have vowed that you are my wife. No one shall bully you. Please, do not. Lu Ruyun hastily implored. Xiaofeng, you do not understand. My aunt married young and is, apart from my grandfather, my most cherished relative. During my studies, she would often drive to see me, taking me to amusement parks and treating me as her own daughter. Therefore, regardless of how poorly she may treat you, it is imperative that you remain calm and do not confront her, all right? As she concluded, her tone bore a hint of pleading. She was well aware of her young husband's temperament. Though he was a son-in-law living off her family, it did not hinder his assertiveness within the Lu household. Just as the previous day, when Wang Huilan and Lu Tianlong had slapped Xiaofeng across the face without hesitation, with her aunt's fiery disposition, it was unlikely she would extend a warm welcome to Xiaofeng. Lu Ruyun genuinely feared for her aunt's welfare should a confrontation arise. But I am someone who does not tolerate disrespect. You are my wife. You may scold or hit me, but no one else may. Xiaofeng expressed his internal conflict, feeling the weight of his reputation as a minor deity of Qingyun Mountain. Xiaofeng, I beg you, call me husband, Lu Ruyun urged. Husband? Ah. Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction, but then teasingly poked her fair cheek. One more kiss, and I shall comply with your wishes. Husband, do not push your luck, Lu Ruyun exclaimed, a blend of embarrassment and indignation coloring her cheeks. Though he had administered artificial respiration to himself, it was a passive first kiss. My own attempt, however, extinguished the spark of an active first kiss. My dear wife, am I being excessive? Is my affection for you too intense? Then close your eyes. Lu Ruyun felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her heart racing like a drum. All right. A gentle peck. Her crimson lips brushed against the man's cheek. A mere whisper of contact, but Xiaofeng felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. Ah, Xiaofeng exclaimed. What is it? Lu Ruyun inquired, puzzled. Is this the feeling of being in love? It feels wonderful. I feel as if I possessed the entire world. My dear wife, your kiss is truly magnificent. Enough, enough. Stop teasing. Are you feeling a bit sour? Lu Ruyun nearly cringed at his words, yet her heart was filled with joy. No, it is very sweet and pure. By the way, your lips are incredibly soft. You're driving me to distraction. Lu Ruyun's face flushed a deep crimson. Time was fleeting, and the two hurried towards Yunshang Group. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, Xiaofeng and Lu Ruyun arrived at the entrance of Yunshang Group. However, Lu Ruyun's expression was clouded with concern. She had spotted her aunt, Lu Huijun, waiting for her with a stern countenance. A woman in her 40s, yet exceptionally well-preserved, she appeared as if in her 30s, charming yet full of vitality. Lu Huijun was in a foul mood, particularly upon seeing Xiang Feng, a grown man, brazenly embracing her delicate niece in broad daylight, sporting a foolish grin. And his coarse attire bore no distinction from that of a farmer. How could he be worthy of her niece? And why didn't you inform me of your arrival beforehand? I could have gone to the airport to pick you up. Sensing the impending storm, Lu Ruyun, relying on her aunt's affection, quickly approached and linked her arm with Lu Huijun's, attempting to charm her. However, this tactic fell flat. Lu Huijun huffed in annoyance, casting a piercing glance at Xiang Feng before settling her gaze on Lu Ruyun. I heard you married him? Yes. Lu Ruyun nodded in affirmation. Do you even regard me as your aunt? To marry without consulting me for such a significant matter, not even a phone call to inform me? Lu Huijun's anger was palpable. Aunt, there were reasons, and it happened quite suddenly. I was left with no choice. No choice. Lu Huijun was both furious and heartbroken. Is this how you devalue yourself? Look at the man you chose, sloppy and resembling a rustic peasant. Does he deserve you? Oh dear, Aunt, please do not belittle him. He is quite remarkable. Xiang Feng felt a twinge of discontent and interjected. Did I ask for your opinion? Were you granted permission to speak? Did I authorize you to call me aunt? Have I acknowledged you as my niece's husband? Lu Huijun erupted like a powder keg, her words exploding in a flurry of indignation. Aunt, please calm down. Do not be so agitated. As tensions escalated between the two, Lu Ruyun swiftly interposed herself, forcibly ushering Lu Huijun into her office. Aunt, let us refrain from quarreling for the moment. Allow me to finish speaking before you unleash your wrath. Furthermore, one should not judge by appearances. Do you truly believe your niece would willingly demean herself? Lu Ruyun cast a knowing glance at Lu Huijun before turning her attention back to Xiang Feng, striving to soothe him. Indeed. Lu Huijun's demeanor calmed considerably as she followed Lu Ruyun into the office, while Xiang Feng leisurely trailed behind them. Chapter 19. My dear. I suggest you consider a different husband. What is it that you see in him? Lu Huijun's anger persisted, and she shot a disdainful glance at Xiang Feng, who sat at the edge of the sofa. Aunt, do you share the same sentiments as Grandma and Uncle? Are you so eager to push me into the fire? To become a mere pawn of Yunshan Group and the Lu family? A bittersweet smile flickered across Lu Ruyun's fair visage. Is there anyone in Xianhai City unaware of Li Donghao's character? As for Xiang Feng, he has saved my life and my grandmother's. I see no impropriety in marrying him. Even if he hails from humble origins, he is unworthy of you. Lu Huijun recognized the validity of Lu Ruyun's words, yet her disdain for Xiang Feng was unwavering. There are countless men in this world, many talented youths in Xianhai City. Why him? In front of Xiang Feng, Lu Huijun spared no mercy, her face etched with disgust. Is he a business elite? A scion of a prestigious family? A member of the nobility? None of these apply. He is merely a mediocre traditional doctor. Ruyun. Heed your aunt's advice and consider divorce. There are myriad ways to repay kindness. Must it be through such intimate bonds? What if this is merely a trap he has meticulously devised? Even the old lady's illness might just be a coincidence. Ruyun, your heart is kind and generous, but do not allow your goodness to lead to your own harm. Trust me, I would never wish you ill. Aunt, I have a relationship with Xiang Feng. Lu Ruyun furrowed her brow, about to speak when her secretary entered. President Lu. The representatives from Wanshan Company are urging for the payment again. If we do not settle the debt today, they threaten not only to cease supplying us with raw materials, but also to pursue legal action against us. What do you suggest? Aunt, please take a seat. I must attend to this pressing company matter. Lu Ruyun's expression darkened immediately. Before exiting, she cast a knowing glance at Xiang Feng, aware of her husband's true nature. He appeared innocuous, yet he possessed an air of arrogant defiance. Lu Huijun and Xiang Feng were like two opposing forces. Name your price. If you leave Ruyun, would 500,000 suffice? As expected, the moment Lu Ruyun departed, Lu Huijun retrieved a bank card from her Hermes bag and tossed it towards Xiang Feng, asserting haughtily, Ruyun is beyond your reach. You are unworthy of her and cannot provide the life she desires. I hope you understand your place and simply take the money and leave. I will not abandon my wife. Save your breath. Xiang Feng replied succinctly, shaking his head. Oh? Do you find the offer insufficient? I have never cared for money. So, does that imply you are quite wealthy? I wonder, when you married Ruyun, did you pay a bride price? Did you purchase luxury cars and opulent residences for her? I have no money, not a single cent. At that moment, Xiang Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. He was currently residing in his wife's apartment, Kiki, Lu Huijuan's face was filled with derision, revealing that you are not indifferent to wealth. Rather, you simply lack it altogether. As a man, do you not feel a sense of failure? Not at all. I have a beautiful wife that the entire world envies. Lu Huijun, momentarily at a loss for words, was silenced. Yet she did not relent. A man who has to rely on a woman for his dignity embodies the utmost failure. Just like now, when Ryun faces troubles at work and requires financial assistance. As a man, you can only stand by and do nothing. Do you not find that utterly pathetic? A man devoid of responsibility, how can he profess love for his wife? Xiang Feng's expression darkened, ready to argue, but Lu Ruyun returned. Remembering Lu Ruyun's earlier hints, Xiang Feng restrained himself from retorting. As long as his wife recognized his worth, what did it matter what others thought? With that thought, a nonchalant expression returned to Xiang Feng's face. Look at the kind of man you have chosen. Seeing Xiang Feng's passive demeanor, Lu Huijun grew even more incensed. Aunt, it's getting late. Why don't we finish work early today? Come, I'll treat you to dinner. As she spoke, Lu Ruyun firmly pulled Lu Huijun out the door, glancing back to signal Xiang Feng to follow. Lu Huijun could not say much. She had watched Lu Ruyun grow up among the younger generation. Although Lu Ruyun was adopted from an orphanage, she was the most beloved. Lu Huijun felt she should give her niece some regard. Moreover, having rushed back from another province, after a visit to the hospital and heading straight to the company without a morsel to eat, she was indeed a bit hungry. However, in the car, upon learning that Xiang Feng not only could not drive but also lacked a license, Lu Huijun unleashed a barrage of sarcasm. A car is a man's pride, a warhorse for conquering the world. You are, at best, a mere foot soldier, a pawn on the battlefield. Xiang Feng remained silent, seated in the back, admiring the extraordinary beauty of his goddess-like wife. Aunt, why didn't T-Uncle come back with you? It's been nearly 2 years since I last saw him. Has T-It? By the way, are you still not planning to have children? Lu Ruyun skillfully shifted the topic. Your uncle is very busy with work and often travels. How could he find time for children? A hint of sorrow flickered across Lu Huijuan's brow in the rearview mirror. The absence of children was her greatest sorrow. Ahem, if you desire children, I suggest you find a new husband. Finally, Xiang Feng seized the opportunity. You little rascal, what do you mean by that? Xiao Feng, don't speak nonsense. Aunt and uncle are very much in love, aren't they? Lu Ruyun quickly intervened, urging him to apologize to his aunt. Apologies are, of course, acceptable. However, if my aunt desires children, I genuinely recommend she considers a different husband. Xiang Feng remarked, if I am not mistaken, her husband seems to lack fertility, colloquially speaking. He is afflicted with azoospermia. You speak nonsense. Lu Huijuan's delicate face turned pale, appearing furious, yet her heart felt as though it had been hollowed out. The softest part of her was pierced harshly by an invisible needle. Am I mistaken? Aunt, are you truly unaware? Surely you must have undergone examinations over the years. This ailment cannot be cured by others, but I possess the means. Xiang Feng flashed a grin, charming as the spring breeze. Yet to Lu Huijun, this wretched man was merely adding insult to injury, mocking her plight. You think too much. Lu Huijun retorted coldly. Neither of us desires children, which is why we have abstained from having any these years. Very well, you need not heed my counsel. Xiang Feng shrugged indifferently, leaning back against the comfortable seat. Turning his gaze out the window, Lu Huijun, for once, fell silent, her expression fluctuating between stormy and calm. Chapter 20. Does your husband deserve to dine inside? For dinner, Lu Ruyun selected a well-known courtyard restaurant, the Wangfu Hotel. The establishment, originally named Qixing Lu, was named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It is rumored that dining at Qixing Lu comes with a high threshold, without a membership card. No matter one's status or wealth, even if one is the richest person in the world, entry is denied. The restaurant gained notoriety 3 years ago when a high-ranking official was turned away for lacking a membership card and reservation. Infuriated, he subsequently attempted to suppress Qixing Lu. Yet the establishment endured unscathed, while the official was reassigned a month later, never to be heard from again. Thus, Qixing Lu earned the moniker Wangfu Hotel. Is this the famed Qixing Lu my elder spoke of? Xiang Feng mused as he surveyed the restaurant. Dear esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize, but we have no private rooms available. If you would not mind, you may wait in the lobby for a moment. A staff member approached and announced. How long must we wait? It seems excessive to wait for a meal, Xiang Feng grumbled darkly. I apologize. The staff member's smile was both polite and formulaic. explaining that the waiting time depended on the pace of the diners. If they did not leave, no one else could dine. Isn't the Tian Shu Lu vacant? Xiang Feng, with keen eyesight, noticed the lack of patrons at Tian Shu Lu and promptly made his way there. I'm sorry, sir. The staff member intercepted Xiang Feng, stating that Tian Shu Lu had already been reserved and guests would be arriving shortly. So many rules just for a meal? Xiang Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. To Lu Huijun, this scene further diminished her opinion of Xiang Feng, a man who cannot even secure a table at a restaurant. What future could he possibly have? Shall we change the location? Proposed Lu Ruyun. I know of a newly opened hot pot restaurant that is quite delightful. Aunt, isn't hot pot your favorite? Just as Lu Ruyun finished speaking, a group of individuals appeared at the end of the corridor. The leader, a portly middle-aged man, adjusted his glasses and narrowed his eyes at Lu Ruyun, a glimmer of lewdness lurking in their depths. Good evening, Mr. He, Lu Ruyun greeted upon recognizing the newcomer. Her brows slightly furrowed, yet she managed to force a smile. The man was He Rui, chairman of the Shengshida Transportation Group, the largest logistics company in Xianhai, monopolizing nearly all transportation channels, land, sea, and air. Director Lu, it has been a while, and you seem even more radiant, He Rui remarked, his beady eyes glinting as he inched closer to Lu Ruyun. He had been harboring interest in her for quite some time without success. My wife has always been beautiful. But what does that have to do with you? Xiang Feng interjected, stepping forward to protect Lu Ruyun. Your wife? And who might this be? He Rui paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly broke into a chuckle. Director Lu, I didn't realize your taste was so unique. Marriage is wonderful. While I may not have had the first taste, a married woman is still quite appealing. Director Lu, it seems fate has brought us together. Shall we dine together and discuss our collaboration for the next quarter? He Rui disregarded Xiang Feng entirely, directing his invitation solely at Lu Ruyun. No, thank you. Lu Ruyun clearly understood He Rui's intentions and wished to decline directly. Miss, since you are acquainted, why not dine together? Currently, the seating at Kixing Lu is quite tight. Mister, he has reserved a spacious room at Tian Shu Lu, which can easily accommodate all of you. A nearby waiter chimed in cheerfully. Oh, so you haven't secured a reservation? He Rui's smile widened, casting a provocative glance at Xiang Feng, thinking to himself how naive the man was for failing to book a private dining room. He wondered how Lu Ruyun could possibly be interested in this impoverished fellow. Not to worry, it's more lively with more people. Director Lu, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Absolutely not. Before Lu Ruyun could respond, Xiang Feng stepped forward and declared, my wife dislikes crowds, especially dining with other men besides me. Unfortunately, my wife simply loves me that much. He shrugged, feigning a look of helplessness. This time, even the waiter couldn't suppress a laugh. Xiang Feng frowned. What do you mean by that? Apologies, sir. We are professionals and usually refrain from laughing unless compelled, the waiter replied politely. However, deep down, he held disdain for Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng was furious. Brother, you truly have a knack for boasting. He Rui no longer showed Xiang Feng any courtesy, remarking on his inability to even secure a reservation at the 7-star tower, while claiming he did not wish to dine with other men. In my opinion, if your own wife lacks a meal, can you still consider yourself a man? This sentiment was echoed by Lu Huijun. A man may be poor, but he should never pretend otherwise. Now, even Lu Ruyun was sharing in the humiliation. Wasn't there a private room still available? We demand the private room. Provoked? Xiang Feng pointed to the tallest pavilion, declaring, I want that private room. Take us there. Brother, can you perish from not boasting? Do you even know which building that is? Upon hearing this, He Rui's smile grew even more radiant. What building is not for dining? What is the matter? Isn't that the private room of the 7-star tower? Isn't it under their jurisdiction? Xiang Feng frowned, turning back to glare at the waiter. Take us there, rest assured. You won't lose a single penny. I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot dine there. The waiter remained rooted to the spot, his polite smile morphing into mockery. Why? Because you do not yet qualify to enter the Wangwei Tower. The waiter spoke bluntly, his demeanor arrogant. No qualification. Is this how the 7-star tower treats its clients? Even Lu Ruyun could no longer restrain her anger. Director Lu, it seems you still do not understand the Wangwei Tower, He Rui explained from the side. Wangwei Tower embodies the essence of the 7 stars surrounding the moon. It is the flagship private room of the 7-star tower. Since its establishment, Wangwei Tower has hosted guests only twice. Do you believe your husband is qualified to dine there? After speaking, He Rui fixed an amused gaze upon Xiang Feng, silently questioning how such a bumpkin could have stumbled upon Lu Ruyun as favor. It was a blind stroke of luck. Hearing this, Lu Ruyun turned pale. Today, it seemed, her dignity was irrevocably lost. But what if my wife and I do qualify to enter Wangwei Tower for a meal? Xiang Feng replied coldly. He could not allow his wife to suffer indignity. Chapter 21. I cherish my wife most if you manage to bring Director Lu to dine at Wangwei Tower today. He Rui, will kneel on the ground and call you big brother. He Rui pointed to the floor, adding, but if you fail to ascend to Wangwei Tower, you must kneel and proclaim, I am a toad, unworthy of Lu Ruyun. Do you dare? All right, Xiao Feng, stop causing a scene. It's getting late, and I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let's go home. Lu Ruyun's expression shifted slightly. Though she knew her little husband was formidable, how could he possibly reach Wangwei Tower? It must be noted that Lu Ruyun was able to dine at the 7-star tower primarily due to her grandfather's past influence, and even then, she was merely an ordinary member. Wangwei Tower was a legendary entity. Since its opening, it had received guests only twice, not due to poor business, but rather because qualified guests were exceedingly rare. Imagine a tavern that boldly refuses entry to high-ranking officials. Would it truly fret over a lack of patrons? Xiang Feng, a barefoot doctor on Qingyun Mountain, lacks even a medical license. What right does he have to ascend the moon viewing tower? Lu Ruyun acknowledges Xiang Feng's exceptional medical skills. But the powerful and wealthy are typically astute in maintaining their health, rarely falling ill just to seek his treatment. To spare Xiang Feng from embarrassment, Lu Ruyun feigns discomfort and prepares to leave. Ruyun, there's no rush to return home. I am quite curious to see how he continues to boast. Lu Huijun could no longer contain herself. Throughout their journey, she had remained silent, pondering whether she had underestimated Xiang Feng's abilities. The truth proved her mistaken. While he may possess some skill, he remains merely a lowly individual, a modestly knowledgeable one at that. Lu Huijun is determined to shatter Xiang Feng's confidence before others, to make him confront the reality that he is unworthy of ascending the moon viewing tower, let alone deserving of her precious niece. Indeed, Director Lu, please do not hasten your departure. Surely you do not wish to make excuses for your husband. I genuinely wish to witness the sort of clientele that can gain entry to the moon viewing tower. He Rui's expression dripped with mockery, his gaze fixed on Xiang Feng with an amused smile. Did you just claim I lack the qualification to enter the moon viewing tower? Xiang Feng, disinterested in engaging with He Rui, turned to the waiter. Yes, you do not have the privilege to enter the moon viewing tower. Thus, I kindly ask you to refrain from causing a scene, or I shall have to request security to escort you out. The waiter, evidently losing patience, no longer offered even the most basic polite smile to Xiang Feng. Very well, Xiang Feng nodded slowly, smiling rather than fuming. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but now I shall no longer feign modesty. I am ready to reveal my true self. Enough of this embarrassing display, let us leave at once. Lu Ruyun could no longer restrain herself, finding it absurd that he was quoting lines from a film they had watched the previous night. While such banter may be acceptable in private, did he not feel any shame now? This was the first time Lu Ruyun found Xiang Feng to be unreliable. It is one thing for a man to be poor, but he must possess a sense of authenticity. Darling, trust me, I can indeed take you up there, Xiang Feng asserted, producing a membership card. However, his membership card was green. How can I trust you? Lu Ruyun said, suddenly taken aback. She noticed the waiter's expression change, eyes widening as they fixated on the green card in Xiang Feng's hand. The green bamboo card, the waiter exclaimed. He had encountered the fabled green bamboo card. The membership cards of the Qixing Tower are publicly categorized into 3 tiers: silver, gold, and diamond. These are the proclaimed membership levels. Yet only the staff of the Qixing Tower are aware that beyond these 3 tiers lies a singular level, the green bamboo card. Only a maximum of 10 green bamboo cards are issued. The possessor of the Qingzhou card enjoys the privilege of unrestricted access to any corner of the 7 Stars Tower and can command all its powers. For instance, one could summon the chef from the 7 Stars Tower to one's home to prepare 2 exquisite meals. To hold the Qingzhou card is tantamount to being half a master of the 7 Stars Tower. Naturally, possessing the Qingzhou card bestows the right to ascend the moon viewing pavilion. Am I now qualified to enter the moon viewing pavilion? Xiang Feng reveled in the astonished expression of the waiter, secretly thinking that the old man was indeed not misleading him. This card was extraordinarily useful, or else he would have faced utter humiliation tonight. The crux of the matter was ensuring that his wife would not feel slighted. Yes, indeed. The waiter nodded fervently. bending his waist and sweating profusely. Just moments ago, he had mocked Xiang Feng, who was, after all, an esteemed guest holding the Qingzhou card. It seemed he might not last long in the Seven Stars Tower. Xiang Feng turned to the corpulent He Rui and declared, "You may now commence your kneeling and worship, but do refrain from calling me big brother. I have no siblings as portly as you." Impossible, absolutely impossible. He Rui could not fathom kneeling. Are you sure you're not mistaken? What Qingzhou card? How do we know it isn't a forgery? How could a pauper possess a Qingzhou card? I refuse to believe it. Kneeling? Not a chance. Lu Huijun moved her lips. Harboring doubts about the authenticity of Xiang Feng's Qingzhou card, yet ultimately dismissed the thought. She was well aware of the tower's storied past. Once, someone had forged a mere silver membership card, resulting in a lawsuit that left them utterly destitute. And that forger's body was found floating in the immortal sea for 3 days and nights. A counterfeit Qingzhou card? Only if Xiang Feng was courting death. Moreover, the dining venue for the evening had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, making it impossible for him to have perpetrated a forgery in advance. Boss He, do I not know the truth better than you? The waiter shook his head, his tone laden with trepidation. If Xiang Feng chose to settle the score later, he would not escape unscathed. He Rui fell silent, his chubby face turning the color of liver. The volume of his earlier bravado paled in comparison to his current state of disarray. Kneeling before a destitute fellow was simply beyond him. Kneel. Are we waiting for the wine or the dishes? Hurry up. Once you're done kneeling, I still have to take my wife to the moon viewing pavilion for dinner. Now it was Xiang Feng's turn to revel in the situation. Xiao Feng, stop fooling around. Lu Ruyun felt compelled to intervene and mediate. Though stunned by Xiang Feng's unexpected turn of events, which brought her immense surprise and shock, she maintained her composure. For the time being, she could not afford to offend He Rui. In the business world, it was wise to avoid creating enemies, especially given the precarious situation of the Yunshan Group, which was already beleaguered by the Li family. Another adversary like Shen Shida would be beyond her capacity to handle. Director, he was merely jesting with you. Don't take it to heart. He Rui hastily chuckled, attempting to alleviate the tension. Very well, my dear wife, I shall heed your words. You are undeniably beautiful, and thus, your opinions hold great weight. With that, Xiang Feng grasped the fair hand of Lu Ruyun, proudly proclaiming his status as a quintessential gentleman of the 21st century. The most devoted to his wife. Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart brimming with sweetness akin to honey. Chapter 22. Cooking for my beloved wife, my love. Shall we depart? With those words, Xiang Feng took Lu Ruyun's hand and made his way toward Wangwei Tower. Behind them, He Rui's face was contorted with bitterness. He could hardly fathom that he had lost to a mere impoverished wretch. Where could he have possibly acquired a Qingzhou card? How could he possess such a coveted item? Rumor had it that Li, the wealthiest man in Xianhai, had been repeatedly denied in his attempts to obtain one. Could it be that this young chap was more formidable than Xianhai's richest? What of having a Qingzhou card? Should he fall into my hands? I shall deal with him accordingly. With a heart full of curses, He Rui departed, unable to stomach the thought of dining that evening. Wangwei Tower was hardly as impressive as he had imagined. Led by the attendant, Xiang Feng entered Wangwei Tower, but he found himself unimpressed. Moments ago, he had overheard the attendant boasting to He Rui about the establishment's grandeur, yet upon witnessing it firsthand, it seemed rather ordinary. Apart from its size, what else was there to commend? Xiang Feng glanced around, his lips curling in disdain. The attendant nearly stumbled in surprise. It seemed only Xiang Feng dared to look down upon Wangwei Tower. Countless individuals within Xianhai must dream of ascending its heights. Sir, may I assist you in selecting your dishes? Our offerings at Qixing Tower are extensive, showcasing a delightful array of flavors and presentations. My love, what would you like to eat? I'll place the order. But of course, since you're on your period, we must avoid overly spicy or cold dishes. Let us start with a Tianma blackbone chicken soup, followed by a meticulously stewed pigeon, at least 5 years old, and remember to sprinkle in plenty of goji berries. Preferably the black variety. Xiang Feng's focus remained solely on Lu Ruyun as he ordered around 10 dishes, primarily nourishing and light in nature, which nearly exasperated Lu Huijun, Lu Ruyun's aunt, who sat nearby. Just moments prior, Lu Ruyun had suggested hot pot, a beloved choice for many. But Lu Huijun could not afford to be angry at this moment. Her brows knitted together, her bright eyes frequently darting towards Xiang Feng, astonished that he could possess a Qingzhou card. Moreover, Lu Huijun was taken aback by Xiang Feng's medical expertise. Indeed, he spoke no falsehood. Her own husband had proven incapable. After nearly 2 decades of marriage, they had traversed countless hospitals across the country, accumulating a stack of medical reports a meter high. And the number of medications consumed was beyond reckoning, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Regardless of their efforts, they could not conceive. To save her husband's pride, Lu Huijun could only declare to the outside world that they were a dink couple, disinterested in children. Was she truly disinterested? In truth, it was precisely due to the absence of a child that she cherished and cared for Lu Ruiyun so deeply, treating her as if she were her own daughter. This is precisely why Lu Huijun hastened from another province to Xianhai City upon learning of Lu Ruiyun's marriage. She could discern at a glance that her husband was unwell, and she was confident there existed a remedy. A flicker of hope ignited within Lu Huijun's heart. Yet she hesitated to reach out to a younger generation she had often ridiculed. Raising her gaze once more, her expression darkened further. The young couple appeared oblivious to their surroundings, engrossed in each other's affection. More specifically, Xiang Feng was shamelessly attempting to please Lu Ruiyun. Darling, this black-bone chicken soup possesses remarkable restorative properties. Today marks the first day of your menstruation, and with the loss of blood, you must replenish your strength. Here, allow me to feed you. Xiang Feng lifted the delectable soup, gently stirred it, blew on a spoonful until it cooled, and then offered it to Lu Ruiyun. Xiao Feng, stop it. I can manage on my own, Lu Ruiyun protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Was it truly necessary for this fellow to flaunt their affection so unabashedly? Her aunt and the waitress were still lingering nearby. Dear, since you are unwell during your period, let me take care of you. Come on, open your mouth. Ah, that's a good girl. Xiang Feng tenderly attended to Lu Ruiyun. Lu Huijun observed this scene with a shiver of discomfort. It was merely menstruation, not a funeral. Was such fuss truly warranted? Every woman experiences those few days each month. Why was this couple so excessively affectionate? Clearing her throat, Lu Huijun shot a glare at Xiang Feng, who remained blissfully unaware, treating her as if she were invisible. And, Xiao Feng, you should also partake. This soup is quite delicious, Lu Ruiyun hastily interjected. Indeed, the flavor is quite something, Lu Huijun remarked pointedly. In truth, she found the taste rather mediocre, far inferior to her own culinary skills. Xiang Feng chimed in, this soup is a tad fishy. Your chef must not have graduated from culinary school, right? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhang Feng, the hall manager, who stood respectfully nearby. Upon learning that Xiang Feng was a holder of the prestigious Qizhu card, Zhang Feng personally attended to him, bringing along the most beautiful and well-proportioned waitress to serve. As the hall manager, Zhang Feng had catered to numerous esteemed guests and was well acquainted with the nuances of male desires. He had never anticipated Xiang Feng to be so devoted to his wife, nor did he expect him to critique the chef at Qixing Tower. Sir, the culinary skills of our chefs at Qixing Tower are undoubtedly top-notch, Zhang Feng replied. So, you are implying that my taste buds are at fault? Xiang Feng raised an eyebrow and suggested, how about a wager? Given the same ingredients, I assure you that my dish will surpass that of your chef in flavor. Do you believe me? Ah, sir, you certainly possess a sense of humor, Zhang Feng responded politely. It had been an unprecedented occurrence for a guest to challenge the chef's skills since Qixing Tower's inception. However, Zhang Feng remained confident. For Qixing Tower boasted not only a fine reputation, but also substantial culinary prowess. The chefs are all top masters invited from around the globe, some of whom have even served high-ranking officials. Their skills are beyond question. Do you think I am boasting? Xiang Feng was displeased. In this world, only my goddess wife has the authority to question me. What right does a mere hotel manager have? No. Zhang Feng quickly apologized. Clients holding the Qingzhou card are not to be offended lightly. Should the owner find out, my fate would be sealed. How could I dare to doubt your expertise, sir? However, if you feel anything is amiss, please inform me, and I shall have the kitchen rectify it immediately. No, Manager Zhang, I believe everything is quite satisfactory. Lu Ruiyun hurriedly intervened with a smile, saying, Xiao Feng, do not cause a scene. Wife, do you not trust my culinary skills? Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng's displeasure grew. Where is the kitchen? I shall personally prepare a meal for my wife. Xiao Feng and Lu Ruiyun pulled Xiang Feng back, their brows slightly furrowed. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, after all, this was Qixing Tower. Even with a Qingzhou card, one should not criticize Qixing Tower. What would become of their reputation if word got out? Offending Qixing Tower could lead to dire consequences. Ruiyun, let him go. I'm curious to see if he can cook, Lu Huijun said with a cold smile, having just begun to warm to Xiang Feng but now finding him immature. No one in this world can make soup better than I can. Lead the way to the kitchen, Xiang Feng declared resolutely. Chapter 23. I want to accompany my wife with no other option. Zhang Feng could only lead the proudly confident Xiang Feng into the back kitchen. Unlike ordinary hotels, Qixing Tower has a dedicated kitchen for each floor and even for every private room, staffed with chefs of corresponding rank. The Wangyue building is the finest within Qixing Tower, and its chefs are naturally of the highest caliber. Therefore, Chef He Sheng, the head chef of Wangyue building, holds a status second only to the lobby manager within the entire Qixing restaurant, providing him with ample grounds for arrogance. This evening, after preparing the meals, he lounged on the sofa, squinting and smoking, relishing the sight of a cheap half-clad beauty brewing tea for him, his mood delightfully buoyant. Creak. The door swung open, and upon seeing Zhang Feng, He Sheng's face broke into a smile. General Manager Zhang, why are you not with the guests, but here in my kitchen? He inquired. Soon, He Sheng noticed the young man trailing behind Zhang Feng, an extremely ordinary-looking youth, dressed rather plainly, yet possessing a delicate and handsome visage. However, He Sheng's expression quickly soured. I have stated before, I do not take apprentices. What is the meaning of bringing him back here? Not even if the boss himself were to advocate for it would I accept an apprentice. Chef He, you are not in a position to instruct me on cooking. Xiang Feng interjected, cutting off the latter half of Zhang Feng's sentence. What do you mean by that? He Sheng's face darkened further. Was there truly someone bold enough to question his culinary prowess? I must say, your culinary skills leave much to be desired. You lack the qualifications to be my mentor. I am here specifically to prepare a meal for my wife, so kindly step aside and do not hinder my efforts. Without even glancing at He Sheng, Xiang Feng rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. Hold on. Are you implying that I am inferior to you? He Sheng's anger flared. You dare to cook in my domain? Are you deliberately trying to undermine me? Do you even know who I am? Old He, do not be agitated. Allow me to explain, Zhang Feng interjected, feeling overwhelmed. Please move aside. He Sheng, undeterred, pushed past Zhang Feng and swiftly pursued Xiang Feng. You claim I am inferior to you. Do you dare to compete with me? Compete? I have no interest, Xiang Feng replied, shaking his head slightly. He reached into the fish tank, retrieving a small yellow croaker weighing at least a pound, which he placed on the cutting board. With one hand gripping the knife and the other holding the fish's head, his wrist flicked deftly, producing thin, translucent slices of fish that danced through the air and landed with remarkable precision on a nearby plate. That little brat. He Sheng was about to erupt in anger, but found himself wide-eyed, swallowing back the rest of his curse. A true expert reveals their prowess instantly. In under 2 minutes, Xiang Feng tossed the fish into a basin filled with fresh water. Surprisingly, the fish, despite its flesh having been sliced away, still exhibited life. With a gentle flick of its tail, the fish, along with its intact skeleton, swam about in the water, creating a rather chilling scene. What sort of technique is this? The flesh has been removed, yet it still breathes? Lu Ruyun, who had just entered the kitchen with Lu Huijun to observe, was left speechless. Lu Ruyun stood in astonishment, her mouth agape, her mind buzzing with shock. Meanwhile, Xiang Feng appeared unfazed. After igniting the flame, he began preparing the seasonings. His demeanor was relaxed, seemingly languid. Yet his movements were swift and precise. As the water temperature rose, the fish that had lost its flesh ceased to breathe, transforming into a small basin of milky, viscous broth. Without adding a drop of oil or a grain of salt, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. As the time approached, Xiang Feng added the finely sliced scallions into the bubbling broth, followed by the fish slices, which he then covered with a lid. 10 seconds to go. With a flourish. As the lid was lifted once more, a dense cloud of white steam surged into the air. The fragrance spread like the gentle caress of spring, instantly filling every corner of the kitchen with an indescribable deliciousness. Xiang Feng gently stirred the pot with his chopsticks, revealing a surface adorned with tender white fish. My dear, you have arrived just in time. Come and taste it while it's still hot. Turning his head, he noticed Lu Ruyun present as well. And a radiant smile broke across his face as he picked up a delicate slice of fish to feed her. Initially, Lu Ruyun felt a touch of embarrassment under the watchful gaze of the crowd, yet the enticing aroma stirred her appetite. As she delicately parted her ruby lips, the fish fillet melted upon her tongue, the flavors blossoming and enveloping her senses. Lu Ruyun was certain that this was the most exquisite fish she had ever tasted in her life. Delicious, isn't it? Xiang Feng asked with a grin. Indeed, Truly delightful. Lu Ruyun replied, nodding fervently. I told you, no one in this world can cook better than I can. Xiang Feng began to boast once more, but this time, no one dared to challenge him. His unparalleled skill in slicing fish was indeed unmatched. Little brother, may I have a taste? Yixing gulped, knowing he had lost the culinary contest. However, as a chef, he yearned to further his craft. If he couldn't master Xiang Feng's slicing technique, he hoped to discern the difference between their culinary prowess through his palate. You? Absolutely not. Xiang Feng shook his head, furrowing his brow. Can't you see my wife is eating? Wait until she finishes, then you may have what's left. My priority is to satisfy her first. He Sheng's face darkened with frustration, but he dared not express it. Xiao Feng, don't be like this, Lu Ruyun, with her kind heart, felt a bit embarrassed under so many eyes watching her eat. She quickly added, bring some bowls, let everyone have a taste. My husband's culinary skills are indeed impressive. Very well, my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Whatever she says is right. Xiang Feng responded with a smile. The crowd fell silent. Having never witnessed such adoration for a spouse, yet no one dared to voice any objections, for they were in awe. Even Lu Huijun refrained from expressing her irritation. Over the years, her marital relationship had been quite harmonious, but compared to Xiang Feng, her husband's attentiveness seemed rather ordinary. Regardless, thanks to Lu Ruyun's generous spirit, everyone in the kitchen, including the waitstaff, received a small bowl of the yellow croaker soup, and they were all grateful to her. They held Xiang Feng in even higher regard. Suddenly, as everyone savored Xiang Feng's culinary marvels, He Xing, the chef from Wangwei Tower, approached Xiang Feng and knelt before him. Little brother, if you do not mind, please take me as your apprentice. The crowd gasped in astonishment, especially the hall manager. Zhang Feng. He knew He Xing well. Usually, he was a proud man who would not bow to anyone, while Xiang Feng's fish soup was indeed exceptional. Such a display of reverence seemed excessive. Apprentice? No, I refuse. To everyone's surprise, Xiang Feng declined outright. Your talent is lacking, and you are too old. You are unworthy of being my disciple. More importantly, I have no time to teach an apprentice. I must accompany my wife. Have I to personally go to the restroom? After rejecting He Xing, Xiang Feng turned to Lu Ruyun and asked, have you finished eating? If so, let us head home for some rest. You are so annoying. Lu Ruyun's face flushed crimson, and she shot Xiang Feng an exasperated glance filled with both affection and irritation. Having satisfied his hunger as darkness enveloped the surroundings, one might ponder whether it was not time to retreat home for a night's slumber. Meanwhile, Xiang Feng wore an expression of innocence. Cuckoo. The onlookers erupted into laughter, their amusement tinged with a sense of ease and envy. Where could one find a man so devoted to his wife? Even Lu Huijun, who had often disapproved of Xiang Feng, found herself feeling a twinge of envy towards her niece. Who knew if one could encounter such an admirable young husband at the foot of Qingyan Mountain again? Please, young sir, wait. I implore you to accept me as your apprentice. I wish to learn the art of cooking from you. He Sheng, unwilling to concede, hastily pursued Xiang Feng and, with a thud, knelt before him to obstruct his path. I must say, you truly lack perception. Did I not inform you? Your talent is insufficient. Your age is a hindrance. And most importantly, I have no time to nurture you. I must attend to my wife. Xiang Feng frowned, his face a mask of disdain. Be on your way. With that, he forcefully shoved He Sheng aside and possessively wrapped his arm around Lu Ruyun's slender waist as they departed the kitchen. However, at the moment of settling the bill, Xiang Feng found himself in an awkward predicament. Despite being a holder of the Qingzhou card and a distinguished member of the Qixing building, the undeniable truth remained. He was devoid of funds, completely penniless. Sir, you jest. How could I dare accept your money? Please, take care, and we welcome you to visit us again. Zhang Feng, perceptive and astute, was no longer inclined to underestimate Xiang Feng. Such remarkable individuals regarded money as mere refuse. Is a man truly a man if he dines out without bringing any money? Lu Huijun seized the opportunity to mock him. Manager, how much do I owe? Allow me to cover it. Lu Ruyun retrieved her wallet, preparing to settle the bill. Ruyun. A man's love for you is evident through his actions, not mere words. Lu Huijun pressed down on Lu Ruyun's arm, casting a glance at Xiang Feng, and coldly remarked, sweet nothings may warm the heart, but they cannot fill the stomach. While money may not be everything, a man must understand that it can indeed provide a woman with a sense of security, rather than dining out without the means to pay. And, we are married. It matters not who pays. Why must you insist? Lu Ruyun furrowed her brows, concerned about Xiang Feng, who had just come down from the mountain. Where would he acquire money? She had even bought his toiletries. No, my dear wife, it makes a valid point. Xiang Feng nodded earnestly, then turned to Zhang Feng and requested a piece of paper. Swiftly, he pinned an IOU and handed it to Zhang Feng. Please keep this. I shall return tomorrow to settle the payment. In the moment of Zhang Feng's astonishment, Xiang Feng had already taken Lu Ruyun and exited the Qixing building. At that moment, the city of Xianhai was aglow with lights, the neon shimmering beautifully. Aunt, are you returning to the Lu family estate, or would you prefer to rest at a hotel? I can drive you, Lu Ruyun inquired as they settled into the car. For the hour was growing late. Tonight, I shall stay with you, Lu Huijun stated. I object. Xiang Feng interjected promptly. How can you stay with my wife? How am I to sleep at night? We are a married couple. Xiao Feng, you are both shy and irritated, while your little husband is endearing in every way, albeit rather clingy. Moreover, although the two of us have already registered our marriage, we have yet to transcend that threshold. There is no need to speak so ambiguously. As Aunt is not a stranger, you can sleep on the floor, or perhaps at a hotel. Observing Xiao Feng's displeasure, Lu Huijun felt a sense of relief, recalling how the little rascal had been rather smug at Qixing Tower not long ago. My primary purpose for visiting Xianhai this time is to see Ruyun. How is it that you do not even understand the most basic principles of hospitality? Is it customary to send a guest to a hotel? However, we only have one bed at home, Xiao Feng mumbled, his expression filled with melancholy. Xiao Feng, Aunt has a point. Perhaps you should sleep on the couch tonight. After all, Aunt is a guest. Lu Ruyun found herself in a dilemma and could only negotiate with Xiao Feng. Aunt does not visit often. She will be here for just a couple of days. Could you endure a little discomfort for now? Is it not permissible for me to choose to stay longer? Lu Huijun lamented internally, realizing that a daughter, once married, is not easily retained. It had barely been 2 days since the wedding, and she no longer seemed to regard herself. Xiao Feng had initially wanted to retort, but upon catching Lu Ruyun's restraining gaze, he ultimately held his tongue. Thus, the three of them returned to the bachelor apartment. As the male host, Xiao Feng busied himself with serving tea, slicing fruit, and attending to various chores. In a thoughtful gesture, he prepared a rich cup of brown sugar water for Lu Ruyun. Wife, please drink some brown sugar water first. I will boil some hot water and give you a massage later, lest your stomach begin to ache again. With that, he hurried off once more. A blush of shyness appeared on Lu Ruyun's celestial face, accompanied by a smile of immense satisfaction. With a husband like this, what more could one desire in life? Although Lu Huijun had always held a certain disdain for Xiao Feng, she now found herself genuinely envious. A man exhibiting such tenderness towards a woman. Even if he were a farmer without any background, what of it? Does he truly possess medical skills? After a brief silence, Lu Huijun was the first to break it. She was not oblivious and certainly did not wish to witness their affectionate exchanges while she sat by, consuming dog food. The reason she had shamelessly followed them home was due to Xiao Feng's medical expertise. She longed for a child, one that belonged to her. Aunt, he not only possesses medical knowledge but excels in it as well. Lu Ruyun's face radiated happiness and pride as she animatedly recounted, he predicted my grandmother's condition yesterday. And today, she encountered a crisis. Director Xu from the People's Hospital was at a loss, yet it was he who turned the tide, acting decisively to save my grandmother's life. What they did not know afterward was that Dean Wang Chuanxu wished to take him as a disciple, inviting him into the medical system, where he would hold a director-level position. Do you think he possesses medical skills? Lu Ruyun countered. Is he truly that remarkable? Lu Huijun still found it hard to believe. This seemed less like medical skill and more like prophetic foresight. Aunt, if you did not believe it, why would you even ask? Xiang Feng emerged with a steaming cup of hot water, a white towel draped over his shoulder, reminiscent of a bathhouse attendant. He approached Lu Ruyun and squatted down before her, gently grasping her foot with one hand. Come, my dear wife, raise your foot. Allow me to knead it for you. This will alleviate your fatigue. The ginger slices I prepared will dispel the cold and dampness within you. Once the dampness is gone, your next monthly cycle will be less painful. No, I can manage it myself, Lu Ruyun replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Such attentiveness from her husband felt a bit excessive, akin to a prince from a fairy tale. Don't move, let me handle it. Xiang Feng insisted with a stern expression. If I weren't worried about making you shy, I'd even offer to assist you with your trips to the restroom. Does my wife really need to attend to such matters herself? Lu Huijun felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. Astonished by the man before her, was he truly the legendary devoted husband? Chapter 25. Xiang Feng's ambitions unfazed by the incredulous gazes from the two women. Xiang Feng tenderly held Lu Ruyun's delicate foot, gently massaging it. Her feet were small and fair, glistening with droplets of water, resembling pearls. Xiang Feng's technique was exceptional, adept at locating acupressure points, bringing Lu Ruyun a mix of pleasure and discomfort, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Is it that delightful? Why don't you give me a massage as well? Lu Huijun inquired, observing her niece drenched in perspiration, her expression filled with curiosity. Absolutely not. Xiang Feng's refusal was resolute. When he married Lu Ruyun, they had agreed that, although he was a son-in-law living in the household, he would never endure indignities and would certainly not wash his mother-in-law's feet. His devotion lay solely with his wife. Lu Huijun couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "So, you consider yourself a man of principle as a son-in-law?" "Of course. A son-in-law without a dime to his name?" Xiang Feng's face flushed, falling silent, feeling somewhat disgraced. The old man hadn't mentioned that money was essential. It seemed he would need to devise ways to earn some soon. "All right, let us set a modest goal. Make $1 billion. Riyun mentioned that the People's Hospital has invited you to join them, offering at least a chief physician's salary. Why not accept?" Lu Huijun shifted the topic, noting Xiang Feng's discomfort. "Because work is rather dull, I prefer to stay by my wife's side," Xiang Feng replied, as he continued to cling to Lu Ruyun. "I aspire to nurture my wife to be healthy and happy, for she is the most beautiful woman in the world and deserves to be the happiest." "Stop right there," Lu Huijun interjected, unable to bear Xiang Feng's fervent declarations. Seeing her niece's flushed cheeks, she felt overwhelmed with a barrage of unsolicited affection. While you wish to care for your wife, mere companionship and concern are insufficient. Women may not be materialistic, yet they cannot thrive without material support. Lu Huijun continued, "For instance, this studio apartment was purchased by Ruyun during her college years through diligent work and some of her savings. Is it truly loving to have your wife reside in a one-bedroom apartment? For instance, that car, if my memory serves me correctly, is nearly 8 years old. Which heiress drives anything less than a Porsche or a Ferrari? Yet, you allow Lu Ruyun to drive a dilapidated BMW? A Series 3 at that. Do you truly love her? Furthermore, the clothing, handbags, shoes, cosmetics, and perfumes, each easily amounting to hundreds of thousands, if not millions. How do you intend to cherish your wife when you are penniless? Aunt, please, no more." Lu Ruyun bit her red lip, her expression slightly distressed. She, too, is a woman with a sense of vanity, yet she does not demand such things. Besides, discussing this now, how could Xiang Feng maintain his dignity? Why not speak up? Are you afraid of hurting his pride? Lu Huijun inquired. "No. I wish to make him feel ashamed. I acknowledge he treats you well and is caring, but mere care is insufficient. For instance, tonight in the kitchen of Qixing Tower. Without money, where would one procure fish? No money, no ingredients. What use is even the finest culinary skill? Money may be mundane, but without it, failure is inevitable. Do you understand? I know what to do now." Initially, Xiang Feng's countenance was somewhat displeased, but he quickly regained his composure. "It is good to clearly recognize the disparity between you and Ruyun. You are ultimately not well suited." Lu Huijun smiled as she retrieved a bank card from her bag, handing it to Xiang Feng. "Here, there are 500,000. You may leave." "Why should I leave? Is it too little?" Lu Huijun responded boldly, 1 million. "You are thinking too highly of it." Xiang Feng shook his head. "I intend to open my clinic next to the company, allowing me to earn a living while seeing my wife daily and caring for her. 2 birds with 1 stone. As for your money, I could accept it." As he spoke, Xiang Feng tucked the bank card away and shamelessly inquired, "What is the password?" Lu Huijun was momentarily flustered. "You ungrateful wretch, why should you take your aunt's money? And you want a password? Bah. Xiaofeng, quickly return the bank card to your aunt." Lu Ruyun grew anxious. She knew that the Lu family had not given up on matchmaking her with Li Donghao. She would never divorce. Once Xiang Feng took that money, there would be no return. To her surprise, Xiang Feng shook his head in refusal, marking the first occasion he did not heed Lu Ruyun's words. "Huh. You truly are audacious," Lu Huijun scoffed. "Do you not desire to conceive, to have a child? Can you help me?" Lu Ruyun's heartstrings were tugged, and Lu Huijun's demeanor shifted, her body leaning slightly forward, her eyes filled with yearning. "Of course, I can ensure you conceive in the shortest possible time," Xiang Feng asserted with confidence. While he may not match the elderly master in physical prowess, when it comes to medicine, he dares say he is unrivaled. There is no ailment he cannot heal, No life he cannot save. Only patients he chooses not to treat. What method? Lu Huijun breathed heavily, her image no longer a concern. Simply put, divorce him and find a stronger husband. Lu Huijun's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in a manner that suggested she might devour someone. Xiang Feng, cease your nonsense. Aunt and uncle have a strong marital bond. Their lack of children is their greatest sorrow. If you have a solution, do not keep me in suspense. Lu Riyun tugged at the corner of Xiang Feng's coat, uncertain of his prowess, yet inexplicably trusting him. My dear wife, I assure you, I am not jesting. Healing requires time and medication, which will delay Aunt's chances of having a child. My suggestion is to find a new husband. This would expedite matters. Xiang Feng's demeanor was utterly serious. This matter is not open for discussion. I will not divorce my husband, Lu Huijun stated firmly. Then why do you insist on urging me to divorce my wife? Xiang Feng countered. Lu Huijun finally grasped his intentions. This fellow, seemingly submissive to her mockery and taunts, was merely biding his time to turn the tables on her. He was deliberately pricking at her sore spots, making her uncomfortable. This little rascal holds a grudge, she thought. Lu Riyun shot Xiang Feng a warning glance, signaling him to tone down his antics. Very well, in consideration of my wife's feelings, I shall refrain from contesting with you. Aunt. Lu Huijun felt a surge of irritation. After all this, she had almost appeared petty. Invite uncle over. I shall examine him thoroughly. A period of treatment should suffice. I will reserve this money as a consultation fee, for my medical expertise demands a premium. Without waiting for Lu Huijun's consent, Xiang Feng tucked away his bank card and left with the basin of foot-soaking water. The two women were left bewildered. Lu Huijun suppressed a curse that lingered unuttered. Chapter 26. Today, Lu Riyun must be won over. This son-in-law was quite the catch. 50,000 for a foot wash was not too shabby. Xiang Feng, grinning mischievously as he carried the basin, felt elated. With this money, he could fund his apothecary without relying on his wife's finances. Early the next morning, having just acquired a substantial sum, Xiang Feng rose early. After washing up, he began preparing breakfast. When Lu Huijun and Lu Riyun awoke, they gathered at the table. Lu Huijun regarded Xiang Feng with newfound respect. Perhaps last night in the kitchen of Qixing Tower was mere coincidence, but today's breakfast was undoubtedly intentional. The fluffy, soft buns were a delight, slowly melting in the mouth with a lingering sweetness. A plate of tangy, enticing pickles was simple yet exquisite. Lu Huijun had never tasted such a delightful breakfast before. Aunt, I wasn't lying, was I? Xiang Feng truly excels in the culinary arts. If I continue to indulge, I fear I may gain weight, Lu Riyun said, her face radiating a proud and satisfied smile. Who wouldn't want their partner to possess such talents? Even if he was her unconventional little husband? Indeed, it is passable. Lu Huijun's words were insincere. She did not wish to inflate her adversary's egos and diminish her own prestige. Despite Xiang Feng's remarkable display, Lu Huijun remained resolute in her intention to separate the two. After escorting Lu Riyun to the company, Xiang Feng, armed with a bank card, proceeded to lease a storefront. For one with newfound wealth, securing a location was a trivial matter. He spent nearly 100,000 yuan to acquire a traditional Chinese medicine clinic just 2 kilometers from Yunshan Group. Subsequently, he enlisted Wang Chuanshu to assist with the necessary paperwork and procure various medicinal herbs and medical supplies. In truth, he did not purchase excessively, as the clinic already contained a number of older supplies. Ultimately, he acquired the clinic signboard, investing 5,000 yuan, and it was delivered to him the very same afternoon. The name Huisheng Tang was bestowed upon it by the venerable elder. As he gazed at the newly hung sign, Xiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. With Huisheng Tang now operational, his next endeavor would be to cultivate its reputation. The elder had informed him that once Huisheng Tang gained prominence, several of his senior apprentices would seek him out, at which point he would naturally learn the subsequent tasks ahead. Only by fulfilling these tasks could he uncover the truth of his lineage. As the afternoon drew near to a close, Lu Riyun called. In fact, the Yunshan Group was merely a street away from Xiang Feng's clinic, so close that a whisper could easily traverse the distance. This proximity was intentional. He wanted Lu Riyun to be able to see his handsome face at any moment she desired. Hello, my dear wife. Did you miss me after just a few hours apart? Xiang Feng said, unabashedly. Stop joking. I'm about to finish work. And there is something I wish to discuss with you. Lu Riyun's voice conveyed both shyness and a hint of distress. There is no need for discussion. My wife's words are akin to an imperial decree. Whatever you say goes. His bluntness genuinely touched Lu Riyun. Although he was somewhat unrefined, he possessed a certain charm. Tonight, the Liu family is hosting a family banquet to celebrate my grandmother's recovery and discharge from the hospital. I suspect they might target you and put you in an awkward position, Lu Ruyun remarked, her brow furrowed, reflecting her discontent. The Liu family had shown her immense kindness, yet now she felt only fear and aversion towards them. Her inherently kind heart, however, made it difficult for her to sever ties completely. Owing to her grandfather's past benevolence and her aunt's care for her. Do not worry, they cannot intimidate me. But if they dare to bully you, I shall deal with them severely, Xiang Feng replied, dismissively. He held little regard for the Liu family. Other than you, my dear Lu Ruyun. I truly do not hold anyone else in high esteem. Xiao Feng, I know you mean well, but I hope that if you choose to accompany me, you will strive to avoid conflict with them, as they are still my family, Lu Ruyun expressed, torn between her loyalties. In the realm beyond, my grandfather would surely not wish to witness the disintegration of the Liu family. I remain indifferent, provided they do not bully you. Otherwise, I shall not grant even the face of the Jade Emperor. Xiang Feng steadfastly holds his ground. Lu Ruyun, feeling helpless, tidied her belongings before driving to fetch Xiang Feng after work. Did your aunt not accompany you? Upon entering the car, Xiang Feng immediately felt elated. For the absence of a third party allowed the couple to indulge in their affection. His aunt had returned to the Liu family estate by midday. When Lu Ruyun mentioned Lu Huijun, she added, Xiang Feng, please do not spread the word about your uncle's inability to conceive. They are proud people. And only you and I and the entire Liu family are aware of this matter. I couldn't care less about the affairs of others. It matters not whether he can procreate, as long as it does not affect our lives together. After all, I am in good health and can certainly bear children. 10 or 20 would pose no issue, Xiang Feng declared, thumping his chest, causing Lu Ruyun's cheeks to flush crimson. Are you truly capable of curing your uncle's ailment? She inquired. Is there a malady in this world that I cannot heal? Xiang Feng retorted. Lu Ruyun pouted, falling silent. My little husband is commendable in every regard, except for his tendency to boast, which ought to be curbed. At 7:30 in the evening, Lu Ruyun and Xiang Feng arrived punctually at the Sihai restaurant. Xiao Feng, do you know who the owner of Sihai restaurant is? After parking the car, Lu Ruyun observed Xiang Feng surveying the establishment and asked with a smile. How would I know? I am disinterested, as long as the food does not disappoint my wife. That is all that matters, Xiang Feng replied, as ever focused on his beloved. Lu Ruyun reassured him, rest assured, the cuisine at Sihai restaurant will undoubtedly be delightful. For its proprietor is none other than the owner of Qixing Tower. Of course, Sihai restaurant is more accessible to the public, and many ordinary patrons come here for a meal. Oh, so these two restaurants share the same owner, Xiang Feng realized, pondering whether he might encounter the owner later. He had dined there the previous day without settling the bill, having promised to pay today. He had been short on funds then, but now he was laden with wealth. Lu Ruyun swiftly led Xiang Feng to the third floor of the restaurant, which had been entirely reserved by the Liu family for the evening. At that moment, the Liu family was gathered in high spirits, laughter resonating through the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, as Lu Ruyun and Xiang Feng entered the reception hall hand in hand, smiles vanished from the faces of the assembly, particularly Li Donghao, seated among the guests, wore an expression so dark it seemed it could drip with water. Indeed, Li Donghao had also arrived. In the eyes of the Liu family, Li Donghao was the true son-in-law, while Xiang Feng was merely a rustic fool. Despite Xiang Feng's modest abilities, the Liu family had never relinquished their aspiration to ascend to the heights of the Li family. The Li family was the wealthiest in Xianhai. The Li group, though perhaps not rivaling nations in wealth, boasted assets in the hundreds of billions. Such a prestigious family was surely beyond the reach of a mere Xiang Feng. Lu Ruyun, this is a family banquet. What is the meaning of bringing an outsider here? Lu Tianglong rose first to voice his objections. Outsider? Who is the outsider? Lu Ruyun, with clarity in her heart, chose to feign ignorance. How could my husband, Xiang Feng, be considered an outsider? Husband? Such an affectionate term. Is there no sense of shame left? Who authorized your marriage? Did the old lady give her consent? Ever since receiving a resounding slap from Xiang Feng, Wang Huilan's resentment towards the couple intensified, and she had become more astute. In her retaliatory strikes, she ensured to involve the old lady for Xiang Feng. No matter how reckless, would not dare to lay a hand on her. Aunt Wang, please don't speak ill of Ruyun. I believe she has been blinded by certain individuals, so this matter should not be blamed solely on her. Li Donghao interjected with a smile, attempting to smooth things over. As he addressed Ruyun, his gaze fixated on her. Swallowing hard, his eyes were brimming with confidence, as he was absolutely certain that today he would win over Lu Ruyun. Chapter 27. Am I wrong to desire her body? Li Xiao, do not defend Lu Ruyun. She is nothing but a disrespectful person, the old lady remarked, increasingly intolerant of Lu Ruyun, and even more so of Xiang Feng. Especially now, as Xiang Feng blatantly ignored everyone's mocking glances and nonchalantly served Lu Ruyun, completely disregarding anyone else's presence. This infuriated the old lady further, with a scowl. She slammed her hand on the table. Do you understand the rules? Have the adults even started eating? Grandmother, Xiao Feng. Lu Ruyun furrowed her brows. Caught in a dilemma. Be quiet. I did not ask you to speak, the old lady interjected, her glare fierce and commanding, silencing Lu Ruyun before she could continue. Are you the Empress Dowager Cixi, or is there a throne in this household that needs inheriting? Where do all these rules come from? Xiang Feng could no longer tolerate it. He slammed his chopsticks on the table, his youthful face exuding an intimidating chill. How dare you, an outsider, interrupt my family's banquet? Finally, Lu Changsheng seized the opportunity. He had always disapproved of Xiang Feng, a mere upstart who had emerged from who knows where. Yet he had repeatedly struck his wife and son. This resentment had festered within him. Outsider? Xiang Feng scoffed. If memory serves, I saved your mother's life. The debt of gratitude is greater than the heavens. Is it too much to expect a modicum of courtesy from you? What is the matter? Do you all wear such grim faces because you resent my presence for having saved the old lady? Or is it that you wish for her demise to facilitate your plans for dividing the family fortune? Utter nonsense. You speak without foundation. As these words left his lips, Lu Changsheng and the others visibly shifted, realizing the weight of the accusation. Who could bear such a label? Whether it was nonsense or not. They knew the truth well enough and need not argue vehemently. In stark contrast to Lu Changsheng's flustered state, Xiang Feng remained remarkably at ease and composed. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim. They were only aware that Xiang Feng possessed some martial skills and a modicum of medical knowledge. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that this diminutive rascal wielded a tongue as sharp as a sword. With a mere few casual remarks, he unleashed a torrent of veiled threats, each one a deadly strike. Consequently, the disciples of the Lu family, led by Lu Changsheng, fell silent, occasionally casting furtive glances towards the elderly matriarch seated at the head of the table. What a silver-tongued individual he was. The elderly lady narrowed her eyes at Xiang Feng, pondering how, despite having saved her life once, it meant little. It was merely his duty as a healer, and perhaps she would grant him a trivial consultation fee. However, she had never given her consent for his marriage to Lu Ruyun. Xiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He truly had not anticipated the matriarch's shamelessness, as she showed no gratitude towards her savior and audaciously assumed that his act of saving her was a matter of course. What kind of absurd reasoning was this? Where was her dignity? Indeed, the grandmother was not mistaken. Lu Tianlong was the first to leap forward in agreement, asserting that prior to Xiang Feng's entry into the ward, Director Zhou and numerous doctors had already conducted consultations and devised various treatment plans. What if it was merely a coincidence that the old lady happened to awaken just as he entered? Who could ascertain whether he was falsely claiming credit? The more Lu Tianlong spoke, the more convinced he became of his own reasoning, his courage swelling significantly. I now harbor serious doubts that you are a fraud, coveting our Lu family's fortune. Don't think we welcome you. It's fortunate we Haven Tea reported you to the authorities. A fraud? Xiang Feng chuckled. He finally comprehended the essence of shamelessness that made one invincible in the world. The crux of the matter was that these brazen individuals were, after all, the relatives of his goddess wife. Tianlong was correct. You are indeed a fraud, conspiring with Lu Ruyun to deceive our Lu family of its wealth. Wang Huilan fanned the flames further, her gaze filled with venom as she fixed her eyes on Xiang Feng. She had long held a grudge against him for that slap. Very well, I am a fraud. However, I must advise you to spare some time for a medical checkup. A lump of silicone lodged in your chest for decades must be rather uncomfortable, wouldn't you agree? Xiang Feng, unusually unperturbed, merely narrowed his eyes and smirked at Wang Huilan. What nonsense are you spouting? Who has silicone implants? Wang Huilan's eyes flickered with a hint of fear as she instinctively avoided her husband Lu Changsheng's gaze. Her voice was loud, yet it lacked conviction. How did he know about her breast augmentation? Isn't it clear to you that you're the one making baseless claims? Xiang Feng was too disinterested to engage with the crowd any longer. Rising to his feet, he declared. Dear, let us return home. I shall personally prepare a meal for you. My culinary skills far surpass those of this wretched restaurant. Xiaofeng, Lu Ruyun was visibly distressed. She understood that Xiangfeng had been wronged, yet she could not openly defy the Lu family's pride, having been raised in their household. Xiangfeng. Ruyun is currently wholly focused on her work, striving to resolve the company's troubles as swiftly as possible. Yet you, instead of aiding her, incessantly cling to her, distracting her from her duties. Is this what you call loving Ruyun? At this moment, Li Donghao slowly rose to his feet, casting a condescending gaze upon Xiangfeng. I see that your intentions toward her are merely carnal. You do not genuinely care for her, he declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlong scoffed. Li, you hold this country bumpkin in too high regard. What can a mere farmer like him offer to Lu Ruyun? His skills in tilling the land? With a hint of mockery, he added, Oh, right, I almost forgot. He is but a peasant. It seemed that Li Donghao had only just grasped the situation. Xiangfeng glanced at the duo's banter and retorted, You are not entirely incorrect. I am indeed only drawn to my wife's physical attributes. However, we are, in every sense, a legitimate married couple. Is there something wrong with my desires? Li Donghao felt as though he had been forcefully fed something repugnant. A mixture of disgust and discomfort swirling within him. Yet, he found himself unable to counter Xiangfeng's words. As for the troubles you mentioned, I have not given them a second thought. It is merely that my wife forbids me from intervening. Otherwise, I could resolve her issues in the blink of an eye. Xiangfeng stated nonchalantly. Boasting incurs no taxes. Feel free to inflate your claims. Lu Tianlong retorted disdainfully. As a man, relying solely on empty words makes you unworthy of Ruyun. As he spoke, Li Donghao cast a glance toward Lu Ruyun, who, in turn, replied, Living with Xiaofeng brings me immense happiness and joy, and that is sufficient for me. Li Donghao was left speechless, feeling as though he had struck a soft surface, frustration coursing through him. But soon, he inhaled deeply and spoke, Ruyun, the happiness and joy he brings you are but fleeting. Do not forget, you are a member of the Lu family and the sales director of Yunshan Group. Currently, the stores under Gaoda Group are leading the charge to remove your products from their shelves, and Wanshan Finance is incessantly pressuring you for debts, threatening to halt the supply of raw materials. Tell me, faced with such relentless pressure, how long can you remain happy? How long can you sustain this joy? Lu Ruyun parted her lips slightly, unable to articulate a response. Meanwhile, Lu Tianlong continued to stoke the flames, while she may feel happiness. The employees of Yunshan Group are likely losing sleep these days, knowing full well that when payday arrives next month, they may not receive a single cent. Lu Ruyun felt as though a painful wound had been exposed, the discomfort nearly suffocating her. Ruyun, I actually have a surprise for you today, Li Donghao interjected. I have arranged for Mr. Chen Da, the president of Gaoda Group, and Mr. Zhou Mingsheng, the president of Wanshan Finance, to meet with you. They wish to discuss matters. Li Donghao leaned closer to Lu Ruyun, his eyes betraying unabashed desire and possessiveness. If you can negotiate with them as the wife of the Li family, you may conduct the conversation as you see fit. Chapter 28. Collaborating with two doomed individuals is indeed unfortunate. If you can negotiate with them as the wife of the Li family, you may conduct the conversation as you see fit. Li Donghao's face radiated confidence. Just as his words fell, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Two men strode in with purpose. Chairman Chindo of the Gundam Group and Zhou Minqing of Wanshan Finance were once staunch partners of our Yunshan Group. Alas, it is all the fault of Lu Ruyun. Had she not allied herself with that rustic Xiangfeng, provoking young Master Li, these two would not have severed ties with us. Fortunately, young Master Li is willing to grant her a chance. It remains to be seen whether she will seize it. Upon seeing these two individuals, many of the Lu family's younger generation felt a wave of anxiety. Their future prosperity hinges on Lu Ruyun's attitude. Ruyun, have you given this careful thought? Li Donghao gazed at Lu Ruyun with unbridled confidence, his eyes brazenly appraising her figure. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Li Donghao was sent sprawling to the ground. Speak to my wife with respect. Why do you lean in so close? Is this a provocation? Xiangfeng regarded Li Donghao with a look of incredulity. This fellow was indeed foolish, deliberately asking for trouble. He had never encountered someone so deserving of a reprimand. The onlookers from the Lu family were utterly horrified to witness Xiangfeng publicly strike Li Donghao. It was over. Should young Master Li's wrath be unleashed, the entire Lu family would be unable to withstand his fury. They cast resentful glances at Xiangfeng, blaming him for the myriad crises afflicting the Lu family. How dare you strike me? Li Donghao, clutching his face, rose with gritted teeth, glaring at Xiang Feng. And what of it? If you dare to threaten my wife or covet her, I shall continue to retaliate. Xiang Feng replied coldly. Very well. Li Donghao inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. He would allow this man to revel in his arrogance for a moment longer. Soon, he would regret it. He turned to Lu Ruyun and inquired once more, Ruyun, have you made your decision? Lu Ruyun, filled with trepidation, had not anticipated Xiang Feng's swift and decisive action, even striking Li Donghao without hesitation. However, now that the deed was done, she felt it unseemly to reproach Xiang Feng, as he acted in her defense. The way Li Donghao had looked at her earlier had indeed made her exceedingly uncomfortable. I appreciate young Master Li's regard for me, but as I am now Xiang Feng's wife, I shall not waver in my loyalty. Regarding the crisis facing Yunshan Group, I will find another way to address it. So there is no need for young Master Li to concern himself. Lu Ruyun responded. Lu Ruyun, have you lost your senses? You intend to handle it? What means do you possess to do so? Without young Master Li's assistance, you are nothing. Lu Tianlong exclaimed in alarm. Just then, another sharp slap resonated through the air as Lu Tianlong was sent flying. Xiang Feng, swift as the wind, approached Lu Tianlong and planted a foot firmly upon his face. Who did you just call nothing? His voice was icy, laced with unmasked murderous intent. Indeed, his patience with the Lu family was nearing its limit. Thus, he resolved not to endure any longer. Primarily, these individuals had been excessively bullying his divine wife. He could not bear to mistreat her. Why should they? Grandmother, mother, father, come to my rescue. With the sole of Xiang Feng's shoe pressed against his face, Lu Tianlong felt an unbearable discomfort, his heart swelling with indignation. Xiang Feng, do you intend to defy the heavens? Someone, apprehend this rogue. The elderly matriarch trembled with fury, issuing her command loudly. Thud, thud, thud. Soon enough, 6 elite members of the Lu family, armed with electric batons, charged towards Xiang Feng. These 6 were imposing figures, their formidable prowess unmatched by ordinary men. Xiao Feng, be careful, Lu Ruyun shouted anxiously. Boom, boom, boom. However, no sooner had Lu Ruyun's voice faded than the 6 Lu family experts were sent flying. Lu Ruyun covered her delicate lips, her beautiful visage filled with shock. The members of the Lu family were equally astounded. They had heard Lu Tianlong recount how Xiang Feng had vanquished Li Donghao's 2 bodyguards, recognizing his extraordinary combat skills. Yet these 6 were seasoned fighters cultivated by the Lu family over many years, and they were dispatched with a single encounter. How terrifying was that? I am not Sun Wukong. I will not turn the heavens upside down. And you are certainly not the Buddha Tathagata. Xiang Feng cast a glance at the Lu matriarch before his gaze returned to Lu Tianlong beneath his feet. I shall ask you once more, who is the pest? I am the pest. Lu Tianlong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. Since you are the pest, I shall release you then. At last, Xiang Feng withdrew his foot. Lu Tianlong hastily fled, his eyes filled with resentment towards Xiang Feng. Yet he dared not utter a word, instead directing his gaze towards Li Donghao. The elderly matriarch trembled with rage. What had just transpired was not merely Lu Tianlong being trampled. It was the dignity of the Lu family being crushed. Xiang Feng, do you believe that your martial prowess can resolve all matters? Allow me to inform you that your actions will only exacerbate and intensify the conflict. Li Donghao narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to Chanda and Zhou Minsheng. The two understood immediately and stepped forward. From today onward, my Gaoda Group and its allied enterprises shall terminate all cooperation with Yunshan Group. My Wanshan Group shall also cease all financial collaborations with Yunshan Group effective immediately. Furthermore, our materials production company under Wanshan Group will halt the supply of raw materials to Yunshan Group. Chenda and Zhou Minsheng made their declarations in succession. Upon hearing this, the entire Lu family appeared as if mourning a great loss. Lu Ruyun, are you satisfied now? Just wait for Yunshan Group to collapse. Lu Ruyun, you are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. A torrent of scathing criticisms ensued. Lu Ruyun's fair countenance turned pale. Meanwhile, Li Donghao looked at Lu Ruyun with a cold smile. He was eager to see how long Lu Ruyun could endure. My dear, if they do not wish to collaborate with you, then let them be. With a casual tone, Xiang Feng remarked, after all, collaborating with 2 individuals on the brink of death is rather ominous. What did you say? Kid, are you cursing me? Upon hearing Xiang Feng's words, Chenda and Zhou Minsheng were immediately filled with fury. Lu Ruyun's expression also shifted slightly. Xiao Feng, do not speak carelessly. Yet, Xiang Feng shook his head and chuckled. Wife, I am not speaking recklessly. These two truly do not have long to live. Seeing the seriousness in Xiang Feng's demeanor, Lu Ruyun hesitated for a moment. She had witnessed her little husband's medical prowess. Could it be that these two indeed harbored grave ailments? Ruyun, it seems your discernment leaves much to be desired. This rustic husband of yours is not only a brute but also a reckless and arrogant liar, Li Donghao sneered. He then addressed Chinda and Zhou Minxing, saying, Gentlemen, you may regard this lad's remarks as mere nonsense. Chapter 29, A Minor Affliction. Mr. Li, we have not taken his words to heart. We disregard the ramblings of a country bumpkin, they responded, their attitudes remarkably respectful. Xiaofeng, if there are any life-threatening conditions afflicting Mr. Chen and Mr. Zhou, could you possibly assist in their treatment? Lu Ruyun implored Xiang Feng, although they are no longer collaborating with Yunshan Group. It is undeniable that the rise of our company owes much to these two esteemed gentlemen. Xiang Feng replied unhappily, Wife, they are currently aiding the weak-willed fellow in oppressing you. Li Donghao's mouth twitched at those words, his desire to retort stifled by the sharp pain on his face. Just a little longer in your arrogance, he narrowed his eyes, suppressing his ire. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyun clung to Xiang Feng's arm, playfully pleading, Darling, please help them. Just for my sake, all right? These two had indeed caused her considerable trouble, but her grandfather's ability to lead the Lu family to glory was also thanks to their support. All right. Who am I to deny my beloved wife? I shall extend my aid to them. Feeling the softness of her embrace, Xiang Feng felt quite content. He then approached Chunda and said, Mr. Chun, I know you are not gravely ill. I merely wish to inquire. Have you had any recent encounters with a wildcat? Wildcat? Chunda, who had initially worn a cold smile, was taken aback by Xiang Feng's question. Instinctively responding, How do you know? 2 days prior, as he left his residence, he had encountered a wildcat that appeared somewhat unwell, lacking any vigor. As a seasoned cat enthusiast, he had approached it to provide comfort and offered some cat food. But how could this rustic fellow possibly know of it? How do I know? Did you not notice that your hand bears scratches from a cat's claws? Xiang Feng rolled his eyes. Really? Chun Da's expression shifted as he hurriedly raised his hands to inspect them. Soon, he noticed a faint scratch on his right wrist. The mark was shallow, barely breaking the skin, and had not even bled. It was a mere trace that was nearly faded away. Chinda had been completely oblivious to it until this moment. Yet, at that instant, his breath quickened inexplicably, as if his heart had been seized by an unseen force. Even if I were scratched by that cat, it didn't pierce the skin. Besides, I have been scratched by wild cats before, and I never contracted rabies. Chunda swallowed hard, attempting to feign calmness. He jested with Xiang Feng. That merely indicates you were fortunate in the past, encountering relatively healthy wild cats. However, the one you encountered this time is afflicted with the rabies virus. What do you think are the odds of you contracting rabies after being scratched by it? Thud. Chun Da's face drained of color, and he collapsed to the ground. As a seasoned cat lover for over a decade, he was acutely aware that had he received the rabies vaccine promptly, he would have been fine. But now, 2 days had passed, he was doomed. The surrounding crowd, upon learning that Chinda had contracted rabies, recoiled from him as if he were a harbinger of plague. You're not even dead yet. Why act like a corpse? Xiang Feng approached without fear, kicking Chunda lightly, displeased. Chunda, with vacant eyes, looked up at Xiang Feng. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Lu Ruyun had mentioned something about Xiang Feng treating him. Thud. Instantly, Chunda perked up and knelt before Xiang Feng. Little brother, do you have a way to save me? I implore you, please help me. If you can cure my rabies, I will immediately restore my collaboration with Yunshan Group. All right. You said it yourself. I'm not taking advantage of your plight. Xiang Feng nodded and retrieved silver needles from his bag. Lie down and lift your shirt to your chest. I shall administer the needles to draw out the rabies virus. Oh, okay. Chinda complied at once, lying on the ground and lifting his shirt. Xiang Feng, meanwhile, proceeded to administer the needles with a casual demeanor. Rabies. Such a trivial ailment posed no challenge to him. Yet, the members of the Lu family surrounding them were fraught with concern. Grandma, perhaps we should step outside? Rabies is contagious, Lu Tianlong said nervously. The elderly matriarch remained relatively composed, snorting softly at the remark. As long as we keep our distance, it should be manageable. Humph. Today I shall see if that country bumpkin's medical skills are truly remarkable. She was genuinely curious whether Xiang Feng's prowess was as impressive as rumored. Had he truly cured her ailment? Old lady, you think too highly of this rustic fellow. Li Donghao approached, smiling indifferently. You should know what kind of disease rabies is. No matter how skilled he is, Can he truly cure rabies? Indeed, rabies is indeed a true incurable affliction. Can it be remedied with merely a few silver needles? Lu Tianlong immediately concurred, asserting that if anything were to happen to Chairman Chun under his treatment, he would promptly report him. The members of the Lu family unanimously nodded in agreement. Who dares to report me? At that moment, Xiang Feng stood up, his gaze fixed upon Lu Tianlong. Upon meeting Xiang Feng's eyes, Lu Tianlong swiftly lowered his head, silenced by fear. Xiao Feng, will you truly cure Chairman Chen? Lu Riyun approached with a look of concern. Of course, it's just a minor ailment. It won't take long at all. Xiang Feng twirled a silver needle, showcasing it before Lu Riyun. She gazed at the needle, noticing a mass of foul, black viscous substance clinging to it. Xiao Feng, what is this? That is the toxin, which I have extracted onto the needle. With a flick of his wrist, Xiang Feng unleashed a surge of internal energy, dissipating the viscous substance into nothingness before retracting the needle into his cloth bag. You have cured my ailment? Qindo approached, skepticism evident in his voice. Xiang Feng replied, you merely need to locate the wild cat that attacked you, take it to the hospital for examination, and undergo a full health check yourself. Once the results are in, you will know whether I have deceived you. Very well, I shall do so, Qindo exclaimed, rushing outside. Though he held some faith in Xiang Feng, he felt the need for confirmation. However, none of the Lu family members, including the matriarch, were convinced. They all believed Xiang Feng was merely putting on a show, and that when Chun Da's test results were revealed, he would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. Mr. Xiang Feng, could you enlighten me about my condition? At that moment, the apprehensive Zhou Minqing approached, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. May I first inquire if you are experiencing a feeling of tightness in your chest or a sensation of breathlessness? Perhaps even a slight stabbing pain in your heart? Xiang Feng posed several questions in quick succession. As Zhou Minqing heard these words, his complexion began to pale. For Xiang Feng had accurately described his symptoms. He indeed felt a constriction in his chest and a mild pain in his heart. He even attempted to take a couple of deep breaths, only to find himself unable to draw in air. Pray tell, what ailment have I contracted? Zhou Minqing's voice trembled slightly, although he was uncertain of his illness. He understood that any condition related to the heart could not be trivial. Sudden cardiac arrest, perhaps, in no more than half an hour, you could face fatality. Xiang Feng shrugged, suggesting that if he did not trust him, he could immediately visit the hospital to consult a cardiologist. I trust you. Please assist me, Mr. Xiang Feng. Zhou Minqing took mere seconds to reach his decision. Go to the hospital? The hospital is indeed not far from here. Merely a distance of less than 10 kilometers. However, what time is it now? The peak hour for getting off work. If he drives there now, it may take him half an hour to reach the hospital. Upon arriving, he will still need to locate a doctor and undergo various examinations. Half an hour is wholly insufficient. Lie down, Xiang Feng said casually. All right. Zhou Minqing obediently reclined on the ground. Xiang Feng approached, but did not employ the silver needles. Instead, he pressed his palm against Zhou Minqing's chest. Zhou Minqing vaguely sensed a warm current surging into his body. Before long, the slight pain in his heart inexplicably vanished. The entire process lasted approximately 3 minutes before Xiang Feng withdrew his hand and stood with his hands clasped behind him. All right, you may rise now, Xiang Feng said nonchalantly. No one noticed the faint black mist dissipating quietly from his right hand, which was concealed behind his back. Mr. Xiang, I have already cured your condition. You may go to the hospital for a checkup, Xiang Feng stated. Very well, I shall go to the hospital at once. Zhou Minqing replied earnestly. If my health is indeed intact, I, Wanshun Financial, will immediately resume cooperation with Yunxiang Group. Furthermore, I will compensate for the losses and troubles caused to Yunxiang Group. After finishing, Zhou Minqing disregarded the increasingly grim face of Li Donghao and swiftly departed. He needed to hasten to the hospital to examine his health. Meanwhile, Xiang Feng smiled and turned to Li Donghao, asking, when I mentioned their health issues before, you seem to suggest they disregard my words as nonsense. Li Xiao, now who do you believe is speaking nonsense? Humph, you rustic charlatan. Perhaps this is all a trick of yours. Li Donghao retorted coldly, unwilling to acknowledge his rival's merits. Ignoring Xiang Feng further, Li Donghao faced Lu Riyun and once again presented a trump card. Riyun, you should clearly understand my feelings for you. I will put it plainly today. As long as you agree to be my woman, Li Donghao, the Li Group will immediately invest 100 million into the Yunxiang Group. Moreover, the Li Group will only take 10% of the shares and will not interfere with the operations and development of the Yunxiang Group. What? 100 million? Only 10% of the shares? I must be hearing things. Goodness, for the Li Group to invest. 100 million for just 10% of the shares means that it won't be long before the valuation of Yunshan Group exceeds 1 billion. Our Lu family could very well ascend to the ranks of the premier families in Xianai City. If Lu Ruyun does not agree to Li Xiao, then she will be a sinner in our Lu family. How could she dare to refuse? The old lady would break her legs. The members of the Lu family began to breathe rapidly, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. Grandmother. Lu Tianlong looked excitedly at the old lady. The old lady patted her chest, striving to calm her emotions. Then, she turned to Lu Ruyun and said, Lu Ruyun, the time has come to test your loyalty to the Lu family. I hope you do not disappoint me or the entire Lu clan. Grandmother, my loyalty to the Lu family is unwavering, yet it is not to be measured by wealth. Lu Ruyun replied with a bitter smile, growing increasingly disillusioned with her family. She cast a detached glance at Li Donghao, saying, Mr. Li, I appreciate your regard for me. However, I must apologize, for I am already married and cannot be yours. The members of the Lu family seethed with rage. Their glares at Lu Ruyun as if she had stolen their fortune. Lu Ruyun, are you truly intending to betray the Lu family? The elderly matriarch's cane struck the ground, her body trembling with anger. Yet, Lu Ruyun paid them no mind. Li Donghao narrowed his eyes and said, Ruyun, there is no need to rush your decision. I have the patience to wait for your contemplation. With that, he bid farewell to the matriarch and departed. After personally seeing Li Donghao off, the matriarch returned to the banquet hall, her murky, furious gaze landing on Xiang Feng. Even Mr. Li has left. What are you still doing here? My Lu family banquet does not welcome outsiders. It was evident that the matriarch was genuinely enraged, unflinchingly issuing an eviction order to Xiang Feng. Not welcome, you say? Very well, I can leave, but should anything happen to your health, even if you beg for my help, I shall not extend my hand again, Xiang Feng declared, tossing down his chopsticks and rising. Noticing Lu Ruyun's troubled expression, uncertain whether to accompany him, he gently patted her shoulder and said, My dear, I shall wait for you at the hotel entrance. Come find me later. However, he surveyed the Lu family members, stating, You may bully me as you wish. But should anyone dare to mistreat my wife, regardless of their status, I shall ensure they are rendered incapable of living independently. Very well, I apologize for troubling you. My husband, Lu Ruyun replied, handing Xiang Feng the car keys, a pang of guilt swelling within her. Grandmother, do you hear the nonsense that country bumpkin speaks? He is practically cursing you. How cruel-hearted he is. Once Xiang Feng exited the hotel lobby, Lu Tianlong was the first to voice his disdain, his voice particularly loud. Lu Tianlong, silence yourself. Why did you not dare say such things while Xiang Feng was still present? Lu Ruyun retorted, unable to tolerate Lu Tianlong's disparagement of Xiang Feng. The one who should be silent is you. Yet, the matriarch coldly huffed, fully siding with Lu Tianlong, who immediately basked in triumph. Lu Ruyun pressed her lips together, refraining from arguing further. She did not wish to upset her grandmother, whose health was frail. The words Xiang Feng had spoken before leaving troubled her. Was her grandmother's chronic ailment truly not yet fully resolved? Lu Ruyun, if you still regard me as your grandmother, then tomorrow morning, take that country bumpkin to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a divorce certificate. The elderly matriarch of the Lu family fixed her gaze upon Lu Ruyun. Chapter 31. I want to slay him with my own hands. Grandmother, I am willing to comply with any request you make, but I cannot agree to divorce Xiang Feng. It would be a betrayal, and I simply cannot do it, Lu Ruyun declared with unwavering conviction, defying the old lady's command without a hint of hesitation. Cannot do it. Lu Ruyun, I see that love has blinded you. Do you truly believe that Xiang Feng harbors genuine affection for you? Let me tell you. The only reason he is with you is due to your beauty and the wealth of our Lu family, the old lady sneered. If you were not so strikingly beautiful, and if you did not belong to the Lu family, would he ever consider marrying you? Shaking her head, Lu Ruyun retorted, No, grandmother, that is not true. Xiao Feng is not that kind of person. He does not covet beauty, nor is he enamored with wealth. If he were so inclined, he would have taken advantage of the situation on the boat just days ago. And if he desired money, he would have accepted the millions in the bank card that Tang Wanner provided him, yet he did not. How about a wager then? You approach him about a divorce and offer him 5 million as compensation. Let us see if he agrees, the old lady said, a glint of intrigue flashing in her murky eyes. Rest assured, if he consents to the divorce, the Lu family will cover that 5 million for you. Upon hearing this, Many in the Lu family brightened. Indeed, the old fox still had his cunning. If Lu Ruyun were to propose divorce, even if it did not come to fruition, it would undoubtedly create a rift between the couple. And should the divorce occur, the Lu family would only incur a loss of 5 million, which paled in comparison to the 100 million investment from the Li Group. Grandmother, I will not propose divorce to Xiang Feng. Lu Ruyun firmly rejected, knowing full well he would never consent. I will not divorce him. You. The old lady struck the air in frustration, feeling both pained and furious. You little girl, have you truly grown wings and stopped heeding my words? Let me make this clear. The Lu family can elevate you, but we can also cast you down. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Ruyun. Grandmother, what do you mean? What do I mean? Since you insist on being with that country bumpkin, I will not stop you. But from this day forth, everything you have received from the Lu family must be returned. The old lady continued, for instance, your position as the head of the sales department, the car you are currently driving, and the house you are living in. With those words, the expressions of the Lu family members shifted dramatically. Lu Tianlong and his cohort were elated, for he had long coveted the position of sales director, a role ripe for exploitation. He had previously attempted to persuade Lu Ruyun to join him in reaping profits, but she had steadfastly refused each time, which was one of the reasons for his disdain towards her. Mother, is this not too severe? Aunt Lu Huijun furrowed her brow slightly. Third sister, you are already married. This matter concerns the affairs of the Lu family, so kindly refrain from intervening. Wang Huilan spoke with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Lu Huijun immediately fell silent, her gaze toward Lu Ruyun filled with sympathy and concern. How could this girl be so obstinate? Grandmother, I have no objection to you taking away my position and my car. However, that apartment was purchased through my own efforts. Lu Ruyun felt a pang of distress. She had anticipated the old lady's attempts to suppress her, but she had not expected such ruthless tactics, even seeking to seize her home. The old lady scoffed. Purchased through your own efforts? Without the platform provided by the Lu family, no amount of hard work would allow you to buy a property in the precious real estate market of Xianai City. Enough of this. You should move out within the next few days and hand the keys over to Tianlong. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, the sales department will be temporarily managed by Tianlong. Thank you. Grandmother, Lu Tianlong exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. In stark contrast, Lu Ruyun appeared lost and despondent, her face etched with profound resentment. Why had she toiled for the Lu family for so many years, only to end up with nothing? Even the home she had painstakingly acquired through her own efforts was callously taken from her. At that moment, Xiang Feng was unaware of the events unfolding within the hotel. He had already arrived at the entrance of the Sihai Hotel. Not far away, in a Maserati, Li Donghao coldly observed him. Young Master Li, should I send someone to deal with him? The driver, also one of Li Donghao's skilled subordinates, possessed strength comparable to Huang Chang. This country bumpkin has some ability. He will not be easy to handle. However, for professional matters, we naturally have professionals to address them. Li Donghao casually held a cigar in his hand. He nonchalantly pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, young Master Li, are you looking to drink again? A young man's voice quickly emerged from the other end. Brother Liang Jia, I am reaching out to enlist your assistance in dealing with someone, Li Donghao stated directly. Upon completion, I will reward you with 5 million. You must be referring to that country bumpkin named Xiang Feng, right? You are aware? Li Donghao's expression darkened further. It seemed he had already become the subject of ridicule. 5 million, are you in? Of course I am in. How could I refuse when young Master Li offers me money? Liang Jia laughed heartily. How do you wish to dispose of him? Should I simply kill him and dump him in the lake? Or? Li Donghao squinted, a look of malice crossing his face. I want you to bring him before me. I wish to slay him with my own hands. Today marked the second time he had suffered at Xiang Feng's hands, and he had been publicly humiliated. If he could not personally eliminate Xiang Feng, he would not be able to swallow this bitterness. It's a small matter. I will arrange it today. By tomorrow evening at the latest, I will present him to you. After Liang Jia finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone. The following day, Li Donghao glanced towards Xiang Feng in the distance, sneering softly. I shall grant you another day of existence, but come tomorrow, you will undoubtedly regret it. It seemed that Li Donghao was again concocting some sinister scheme. Although it was night and Li Donghao sat ensconced in his vehicle, Xiang Feng still perceived him and sensed the murderous intent radiating from him. This, in turn, stirred a flicker of lethal resolve within Xiang Feng as well. The old sage often advised me to strike first when dealing with adversaries, for to act later would invite calamity. Should I not just eliminate him now? Xiang Feng murmured quietly to himself. After all, he had already extended Li Donghao a chance. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise suddenly emerged from behind Xiang Feng. Turning to look, he saw Zhang Feng accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a Tang suit, exiting the hotel and approaching him. Though the man's appearance was unremarkable and he bore a hint of alcohol on his breath, his demeanor exuded a cultured and gentle aura, making him quite pleasant to behold. "Oh, it is you. What brings you here? I thought you were the manager of Qixing Building?" Xiang Feng reined in his thoughts and casually inquired. "Is it that the Sihai Hotel has posed such overwhelming competition that you have come to assess the situation?" "Huh, mister. Xiang is jesting." Zhang Feng coughed lightly, then stepped aside to introduce the middle-aged man in the tank suit. "Mr. Xiang, allow me to introduce my boss, Lu Guangyang. The Sihai Hotel is also under his ownership. I am merely accompanying my boss for social engagements today." "Ah, I see. I must have misunderstood you." Xiang Feng smiled, then turned to the gentleman in Tang attire. "Greetings, Boss Lu. By the way, I owe you over 5,000 yuan. I shall transfer it to you now." Lu Guangyang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "Mr. Xiang, are you perhaps mistaken? This is our first meeting. When have you owed me money?" His tone was quite courteous, as he had heard from Zhang Feng that Xiang Feng was the holder of the Qingzhou card. "Are you not aware? I dined at your Qixing Building yesterday and, lacking cash, wrote an IOU. Did I not promise to repay today? I was just about to go to Qixing Building with my wife when she arrives," Xiang Feng remarked to Zhang Feng. "Over several thousand yuan, such a substantial amount. And you haven't reported it to your boss? It seems you were somewhat remiss in your duties as a manager." Zhang Feng appeared rather helpless. "Is several thousand yuan considered a lot? To say nothing of thousands, even tens of thousands wouldn't be of concern to our boss. Mr. Xiang, as you possess the Qingzhou card, there is no need for you to pay when dining at Qixing Building," Lu Guangyang interjected with a smile. "How can that be? That would amount to dining for free. I, Xiang Feng, refuse to behave in such an uncouth manner," Xiang Feng declared, pulling out his phone. "Which of your phones shall I scan? I will transfer the amount via WeChat. In that case, please transfer it to me. And let us conveniently add each other on WeChat," Lu Guangyang replied with a smile, retrieving his own phone. Soon, the two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Mr. Xiangfeng transferred some money to Lu Guangyang. "Mr. Xiangfeng, may I inquire who bestowed upon you your Qixu card?" Lu Guangyang asked curiously. "Oh, it was given to me by my master," Xiangfeng replied candidly. "Your master? Might I ask their name?" Lu Guangyang pressed on. "Don't ask me. I don't know either," Xiangfeng responded truthfully. Lu Guangyang was momentarily speechless. He was uncertain whether Xiangfeng was genuinely unaware or simply reluctant to divulge the information. However, he was not one to easily concede. His elder brother had advised him that every holder of a Qingzhou card from Qixing Tower was exceptional, and if he encountered one, he should cultivate a good relationship. "Mr. Xiangfeng," Lu Guangyang was about to speak when his brow furrowed slightly. A sense of foreboding washed over him. His old ailment had resurfaced. He should not have indulged in alcohol earlier. "You have such a severe case of cholecystitis, and with gallstones in a mud-like state. You still dare to drink? Quite bold of you. Aren't you afraid of enduring excruciating pain?" Xiangfeng remarked with a faint smile, suppressing his discomfort. Lu Guangyang replied in astonishment. "How did you know I was suffering from cholecystitis?" Xiangfeng chuckled. "Because I am the little divine doctor from Qingyan Mountain." Lu Guangyang felt somewhat disoriented. However, the pain from cholecystitis was no trifling matter. Its intensity rivaled that of childbirth. He lost interest in cultivating a rapport with Xiangfeng and turned to Zhang Feng, saying, "Zhang Feng, go fetch my car and hurry. Take me to the hospital." Xiangfeng crossed his arms with a smirk. "Do you think going to the hospital will truly help with your ailment? Can Western medicine cure your gallbladder or alleviate your pain? But if I don't go to the hospital, I can't just endure this pain. At the very least, I need to go for anti-inflammatory treatment, right?" Lu Guangyang said with a wry smile. Doctors typically recommended gallbladder removal for cholecystitis and gallstones, rarely suggesting a procedure to preserve the gallbladder. Lu Guangyang had no desire to undergo gallbladder removal. He had consulted numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and taken various remedies in an attempt to dissolve the stones. But to no avail. A slight excess of alcohol or any irritation to his gallbladder would inevitably trigger cholecystitis, each episode leaving him in unbearable agony. The divine doctor is right in front of you, yet you choose to run to the hospital? Are you foolish? Xiangfeng retorted. Lu Guangyang was taken aback. Are you suggesting that you can alleviate my pain? Xiangfeng shook his head with a smile. Lu Guangyang's expression darkened. If that was the case, could Mr. Xiangfeng refrained from wasting my time going to the hospital? Were it not for knowing that Xiangfeng was a holder of the Qingzhou card, he would have been inclined to express his frustration. Xiangfeng stated, "What I mean is that I can not only alleviate your pain, but also extract the stones from your gallbladder without causing any harm to it." Really? You cannot be serious, Lu Guangyang expressed his skepticism. Noticing his doubt, Xiangfeng felt displeased. "If you do not believe me, hurry to the hospital, lest I be delayed in my thoughts of my wife." "Mr. Xiang, may I inquire how you intend to treat me?" Lu Guangyang remained curious, still willing to give it a try. Despite Xiangfeng's youthful appearance, he was, after all, a holder of the Qingzhou card. Lu's brother had informed him that those who possessed the Qingzhou card were extraordinary individuals. "I shall begin with acupuncture," Xiangfeng replied. "Acupuncture?" Lu Guangyang furrowed his brow slightly. He had previously undergone acupuncture treatments from a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, yet found them to be ineffective. Indeed, Xiangfeng was not inclined to engage in further discussion and simply nodded. "Very well, Mr. Xiang, I shall allow you to give it a try." Having made up his mind, Lu Guangyang promptly asked, "Where shall we perform the acupuncture? Should I arrange for a room now?" "Not necessary. That would be a waste of time. Just lift your shirt. It will only take a few minutes." As he spoke, Xiangfeng produced a cloth bag containing silver needles. "Right here?" Lu Guangyang glanced around at the bustling crowd, feeling embarrassed. "Mr. Xiang, shall we not go to the car instead? Are you concerned about others laughing? You're a grown man." Xiangfeng rolled his eyes, retrieved the car key given to him by Lu Ruyun, pressed the unlock button, and declared, "Let us go to my wife's car." Lu Guangyang had the small, old BMW 3 Series and suggested, "Mr. Xiang, how about we use my car? It has more interior space, making the procedure more convenient." "That works," Xiangfeng replied nonchalantly. Before long, he followed Lu Guangyang into a Porsche Cayenne, both taking their seats in the rear, while Zhang Feng stood outside to keep watch. This vehicle indeed offers ample space and has quite a commanding presence. It must not be inexpensive, Xiangfeng mused as he examined the interior of the Cayenne, contemplating that once he earned enough, he would purchase a similar car for his beloved wife. "It's decent. This is the latest top-tier model of the Cayenne, which I just picked up a few days ago. It cost nearly 2 million yuan, and today is its first outing," Lu Guangyang explained as he removed his shirt with a smile. "Brother Xiang, you seem to have quite an affinity for this car. How about this? If you can alleviate my pain today, I shall gift you this car as your consultation fee." "Excellent. Just as well, my consultation fees are rather steep, so let us consider this vehicle as payment." Xiangfeng's eyes brightened. Then he instructed, "Please lie down. I will proceed with the acupuncture." "Very well." Lu Guangyang complied, reclining. Xiangfeng, holding the silver needles, channeled his energy, and then, with swift precision, he inserted a total of 6 needles into 6 acupuncture points on Lu Guangyang's upper abdomen, with a final silver needle descending. A surge of intense warmth surged within Lu Guangyang's chest. The 6 silver needles, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, trembled in unison, emitting a soft hum. Soon, Lu Guangyang felt the pain in his gallbladder dissipate, replaced by an exquisite sensation of relief that elicited a low moan from him. Though Feng's acupuncture technique may induce comfort, must you really vocalize so inappropriately? You're about to make me lose my breakfast, Xiangfeng remarked with irritation. "Apologies. I truly couldn't restrain myself due to the overwhelming sensation of ease. I assure you, I can maintain my composure now," Lu Guangyang responded, feeling embarrassed as he flushed crimson. "Enough. Up." Ignoring Lu Guangyang's embarrassment, Xiangfeng delivered a firm slap to his abdomen a minute later, commanding, "Now. Do you still feel pain?" As the 6 silver needles flew forth, transforming into 6 streaks of silver light, Lu Guangyang sat up in astonishment. "It truly doesn't hurt anymore. How miraculous!" he exclaimed, utterly shocked. In the past, when he suffered from gallbladder inflammation, he had sought the aid of a traditional Chinese physician, but the relief had been negligible. Yet now, he felt completely pain-free. Moreover, the entire process of acupuncture and the final retrieval of the needles were not only aesthetically pleasing but also indicative of profound skill. "Tomorrow, visit my clinic, Huixing Hall, on Dongmei Street. I will prescribe you some medicine, and in a few days, the stones in your gallbladder will be eliminated," Xiangfeng instructed. "Huixing Hall? Very well. I shall remember that. I will seek out young brother Xiangfeng tomorrow." Lu Guangyang's address towards Xiangfeng became markedly more affectionate. Indeed, as the elder had asserted, not a single individual wielding a Qingzhou card was ordinary. This Xian Feng, though youthful in appearance, possessed remarkable medical prowess, surpassing many seasoned practitioners. Hand it over. Xian Feng extended his hand as Lu Guangyang donned his clothes. What? Lu Guangyang was momentarily taken aback. The car keys, of course. Xian Feng rolled his eyes. You aren't planning to evade your debt, are you? And no, I merely thought that a mere vehicle hardly suffices as payment for your services. Lu Guangyang explained while producing the car keys. Well, considering this ISNT an incurable ailment, just a gallbladder removal, a $2 million car as payment seems reasonable. If you believe I've charged too little, perhaps you could refer a few patients my way. Xian Feng snatched the keys from Lu Guangyang's hand. Remember to handle the paperwork for the car transfer. If there is nothing else, then farewell, I shan't see you out. Chapter 33. The rented Porsche. As Lu Guangyang and Zhang Feng departed, Xiang Feng contemplated for a moment, choosing not to enter the Cayenne, but rather to take the BMW. The sole reason for this decision was his belief that the car once occupied by his wife exuded a more alluring charm. After waiting in the car for less than half an hour, the members of the Lu family began to emerge from the hotel, and soon, Lu Ruyun appeared as well. Xiang Feng eagerly exited the vehicle and rushed toward Lu Ruyun, exclaiming, "My dear, let us return home. By the way, you seem a bit unwell. Is it because you did not eat enough?" The food at that dreadful restaurant was indeed unpalatable, hardly fit for consumption. Once we return, I shall prepare something delectable for you. The expressions of the Lu family members darkened immediately. What did he mean by that? Was he implying they were less than human? Xiang Feng, halt! Lu Tianlong bellowed. Turning to face him, Xiang Feng retorted with disregard, "You dare to speak to me like that? Do you not fear I might wrap you in paper and set you aflame?" The chilling aura emanating from Xiang Feng caused Lu Tianlong's bravado to wither. "I merely wish to inform you that Lu Ruyun's vehicle has been confiscated by our grandmother. Kindly surrender the keys." Lu Tianlong's tone softened considerably, taking on a more conciliatory note. "What?" Xiang Feng was incensed. "Is what he says true, my dear? Has that old woman taken our car? On what grounds? Preposterous!" The matriarch of the Lu family exclaimed, her fury palpable. This country bumpkin had the audacity to refer to her as old woman in public. Such blatant disrespect enraged her beyond measure. "Xiang Feng, since Lu Ruyun has chosen to be with you, everything she has received from our Lu family must be returned. This includes not only the car, but also her position within the company and the residence you currently occupy. She is no longer entitled to any of it." The Lu matriarch narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of authority. "I am now curious to see how long you can remain with Lu Ruyun once she is stripped of all the privileges and wealth bestowed upon her by our family. How tyrannical your family is. My wife has worked diligently and earned her place through her own efforts, yet with a mere utterance, you take it all back. I should never have rescued you. Perhaps it would have been better to let the king of hell claim you." Xiang Feng could no longer contain his outrage. Having selflessly saved this woman, he had expected gratitude, yet she had the audacity to oppress his wife. It was utterly despicable. Were it not for the fact that she was his wife's grandmother, he might have been tempted to end her existence right then and there. Impudent. "Xiang Feng, do you truly believe the Lu family cannot deal with you? Apologize to the matriarch at once." His words ignited a fury among the Lu family members. Even Lu Ruyun could not help but frown, gently pulling Xiang Feng aside to whisper, "Xiao Feng, I understand your concern for me. But could you refrain from speaking about my grandmother in such a manner? My dear, she has bullied you to this extent, and you still defend her?" Xiang Feng sighed heavily before turning to the Lu matriarch, declaring, "Very well, I shall refrain from speaking further. However, I must inform you that the next time your chronic ailment recurs, even if you were to carry me in a grand procession to plead for my assistance, I would remain unmoved. I am in robust health at present, so there's no need for your concern." The matriarch of the Lu family sneered. "Let us hope so." Xiang Feng replied with a smile. He then waved his hand, sending the car keys soaring towards Lu Tianlong. "Since you are reclaiming the house and vehicle, we shall forego them, as I intend to acquire entirely new ones for my wife." Upon receiving the keys, Lu Tianlong beamed with delight. TSK, how audacious you are. Boasting without fear of being caught in your own words. New ones? As a mere laborer, what means do you possess to procure new vehicles? Not to mention the house. Even a modest car would cost over 100,000. You wouldn't be able to afford it even after a year of hard labor. Wang Huilan scoffed, her expression dripping with derision. Xiang Feng smirked, retorting, "A car worth over 100,000? You are mistaken. When I say I am getting a new car for my wife, it certainly won't be one in that price range. Oh, your abilities may be limited. Yet your arrogance knows no bounds, Wang Huilan mocked. Do enlighten us. What sort of vehicle do you intend to acquire for Lu Ruyun? Xiang Feng replied nonchalantly. Do I need to disclose to you what vehicle I intend to gift my wife? Wang Huilan laughed heartily. If I am not mistaken, you plan to get her an electric vehicle, correct? An electric vehicle? Xiang Feng pondered for a moment. And that could be accurate. Lu Guangyang's car is a hybrid. So it would not be incorrect to classify it as an electric vehicle. It truly is an electric vehicle. Wang Huilan burst into laughter again. Lu Ruyun. You won't actually ride an electric vehicle to work, will you? That would be utterly humiliating. Many members of the Lu family nearby wore expressions of mockery. All right, Xiaofeng. The meal is finished. Let us return home. Lu Ruyun, wishing to avoid public ridicule, tugged at Xiang Feng to leave. Just then, a Porsche Macan pulled up. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Tianlong, who had just dashed off to retrieve the car. Lu Tianlong leaned out, saying, My dear sister, would you like your brother to drive you home? At this hour, calling a rideshare is quite inconvenient, and public transport is far too crowded. Lu Ruyun recognized Lu Tianlong's intent to mock her and replied coolly, No need. I shall walk home with Xiaofeng. Consider it a post-meal stroll. Lu Tianlong chuckled. Walk home? Are you jesting? It must be over 10 kilometers to your house. Do you plan to walk until dawn? My dear wife, while I too wish to walk back with you, I have pondered and realized that some individuals have a penchant for pretense. And I do not wish for others to mock you, so let us drive home instead. Xiang Feng lamented slightly. He genuinely desired to walk back with Lu Ruyun, for he envisioned the comfort of her soft, ample form resting against him. Xiang Feng, are you jesting as well? Drive? What vehicle do you drive? Lu Tianlong gazed at Xiang Feng with a mocking smile. For the past few days, he had been incessantly provoked and humiliated by Xiang Feng's. And now that an opportunity to revel in Xiang Feng's misfortune presented itself, he was determined not to let it slip away. Xiang Feng retorted coldly. What business is it of yours what car I drive? Regardless, my vehicle far surpasses yours. With a dilapidated car like yours, how dare you claim to offer it to my wife? If you're so confident, why don't you bring out your car? You say mine is a wreck. Let us see what luxurious vehicle you can present. If yours proves to be superior, I, Lu Tianlong, shall gladly call you brother. Spare me. My brother is far more formidable than you, Xiang Feng replied with a look of disdain. This fellow, how could he even think to compare himself to his brother? What in this world could possibly be better than his brother? Enough, Xiaofeng. Cease this banter. Let us depart. Lu Ruyun interjected, feeling embarrassed, as she tugged at Xiang Feng to leave, convinced that he was merely boasting. In such a situation, was boasting not simply inviting ridicule? My dear, I am not jesting. I have prepared a new car for you. Look. As he spoke, Xiang Feng produced a set of car keys and pressed the unlock button. Instantly, a piercing light illuminated the surroundings. Could it be that a car truly was coming to life? No way. Is that a Porsche Cayenne? Could this possibly be Xiang Feng's vehicle? It seemed improbable. It must surely be a mere coincidence. No one in the Lu family believed it, not even Lu Ruyun, who felt a twinge of doubt. The base model of a Porsche Cayenne costs over $1 million, judging by the appearance and size of the wheels. This car was undoubtedly not a base model. It was likely top of the line. Xiaofeng, is this really yours? Lu Ruyun inquired, tilting her head. My dear, hurry and drive. I do not know how to operate the vehicle, Xiang Feng replied, offering no further explanation as he led Lu Ruyun toward the Cayenne. Opening the door, they entered the car and started the engine. Throughout the entire process, Lu Ruyun felt as though she were dreaming. Could she truly be behind the wheel of a luxury car valued at over $1 million? My dear, why are you in a daze? Have you never driven a car like this before? Would you like me to summon someone to teach you? Xiang Feng, seated in the passenger seat, noticed Lu Ruyun's hesitation and inquired with concern, contemplating whether to call Lu Guangyang back. That's not it. I am merely curious. This car is genuinely yours? Lu Ruyun asked Xiang Feng, a question not only on her mind but also on the faces of the bewildered Lu family members outside. Within the Lu household, there were only 2 cars worth over $1 million. One was stored in the garage, previously driven by Lu Ruyun's grandfather and now the vehicle of the matriarch of the Lu family. The other belonged to Lu Changsheng, the eldest uncle of the Lu family. Where had Xiang Feng procured such an extravagant vehicle? That is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that you are now the owner of this car, Xiang Feng assured her. With a smile, Xiang Feng said, Wife, let us hurry up and leave. I truly dislike being gawked at like a monkey. Oh no, I misspoke. I detest being observed by a troop of monkeys. His words clearly reached the ears of the Lu family, inciting their ire once more. Lu Ruyun, fearing another quarrel, promptly pressed the accelerator and drove away. That country bumpkin Xiang Feng was utterly insufferable for daring to insult them as monkeys. That car of his must surely have been stolen, though theft seems unlikely. Such luxury vehicles are not easily pilfered. If I am not mistaken, he must have rented it. Only a rustic like him would resort to renting a luxury car to flaunt it before us. Gazing at the tail lights of the Porsche Cayenne, the Lu family unanimously concluded that the vehicle was indeed rented. Grandma, stop looking. That car is definitely rented by that country bumpkin Xiang Feng. Lu Tianlong had also stepped down from his Mekong. Upon seeing the Porsche Cayenne, he felt his own Mekong suddenly lost its charm. Indeed, if I am correct, Xiang Feng never left the hotel. He was eavesdropping on our conversation outside. Upon learning that Grandma had taken away Lu Ruyun's wretched car, he rushed to rent a Porsche Cayenne, hoping to show off before us. Wang Huilan chimed in. Lu Lao sighed softly, alas. This country bumpkin has so many tricks up his sleeve, it seems he truly harbors ill intentions. Regardless, I shall never allow him to become my son-in-law. Chapter 34. Need I explain? Xiaofeng, quickly tell me, where did you rent this Porsche? We must return it at once to get a refund on the rental. In the car, Lu Ruyun also realized that this vehicle was likely rented by Xiang Feng. Presumably, he overheard their conversation at the hotel, prompting him to rent a car immediately to save face. She felt a surge of gratitude but did not wish for Xiang Feng to spend too much money. Yet, Xiang Feng appeared puzzled. Wife, can cars still be rented? You don't know this. Did you not pay to rent this car? Lu Ruyun queried, bewildered. Xiang Feng responded. Of course not. This car was given to me by someone. No, I shouldn't say given. It was earned. Earned? Lu Ruyun was confused. What do you mean? Xiang Feng elaborated. Well, right after I left the hotel, I encountered Zhang Feng, the manager of Qixing Tower, and his boss, Lu Guangyang. Unexpectedly, Lu Guangyang was unwell with acute cholecystitis. I treated him, and he gave me this car as a consultation fee. You treated Director Lu? Lu Ruyun exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Guangyang was a prominent figure in the culinary industry of Xianai City. Moreover, it was said that he was not only successful in the restaurant business but also dabbling in various other industries, making him a well-known magnate in Xianai City. Indeed, his cholecystitis is rather severe, but are you not aware of your husband's medical prowess? With effortless ease, he has cured him. Xiang Feng smiled while seeking recognition, leaning his clean and handsome face closer. Darling, having helped you regain your composure today, would you consider rewarding me? Stop it, I am currently driving. Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Truly, had it not been for Xiang Feng's sudden appearance with the Cayenne today, she would have faced utter embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Ruyun's phone rang. It was her aunt calling. She answered. Aunt, where are you now? Do you need me to pick you up? Oh, all right. After hanging up, Lu Ruyun said, Xiaofeng, my aunt just met a friend. But her friend had to leave unexpectedly, and she finds it inconvenient to take a taxi. Shall we go pick her up? Of course, I shall heed your wishes. My dear, Xiang Feng felt somewhat reluctant, as he did not wish for an additional third wheel between him and Lu Ruyun. Yet he did not want to put his wife in a difficult position. 15 minutes later, Lu Ruyun picked up Lu Huijun. Ruyun, where did you acquire this Porsche Cayenne? Moreover, it appears to be the top-tier model, which must have cost around 2 million, correct? Lu Huijun inquired with great curiosity as soon as she got into the car. Lu Ruyun replied proudly, Aunt, this vehicle was given to Xiaofeng as a fee for treating someone. Impossible. Lu Huijun immediately expressed her skepticism. I just heard about this matter. Everyone in the Lu family is saying that Xiang Feng eavesdropped on the conversation between the old lady and you, which prompted him to rent a Cayenne to save face for you. Xiang Feng, you must confess honestly. Did you use the 50,000 I gave you to rent this car? Believe it or not. Xiang Feng patiently explained to Lu Ruyun, but lacked the same patience for Lu Huijun. Not everyone could evoke such patience from him. Lu Huijun's fists hit the air in frustration and anger. She had asked Lu Ruyun to drive to pick her up precisely because she had heard of this incident and wished to confront Xiang Feng directly. Yet this little rascal's attitude was utterly disrespectful, completely disregarding her as his aunt. Xiang Feng, let me make this clear. A man may be without money, and he can gradually earn it back. However, one must never feign wealth. Engaging in ostentatious displays such as renting an expensive car for show should be avoided, for it is ultimately Lu Ruyun who will bear the cost. Lu Huijun stated coldly. Xiang Feng glanced at her, suddenly brandishing his bank card. You misunderstand. I currently have ample funds, and there is no need for my wife to foot the bill for everything. Look, this card contains 50,000, with nearly 40,000 remaining. You little rascal, are you implying that you spent 100,000 to rent this car? Lu Huijun exploded upon hearing this. Xiaofeng, do not jest with your aunt. Lu Ruyun, witnessing the impending quarrel between the two, felt an excruciating headache and helplessly remarked, Aunt, Xiaofeng has already explained to me that this car is indeed what he earned from treating patients. How could you possibly believe his fabrications? I, for one, do not. Lu Huijun continued to wear an expression of disbelief. After all, how could he account for the 50,000 in the card, which had dwindled to 40,000? Xiang Feng retorted, the 50,000 in this card is my own money. How I spend it, and how much I spend does not require your explanation. Lu Huijun regretted allowing Lu Ruyun to come and fetch her. Being with Xiang Feng, she felt that the outcome would inevitably lead to one of two scenarios. Either she would strangle him, or he would infuriate her to death. Xiaofeng, please do not provoke Aunt any further. She genuinely cares for us. Lu Ruyun said with a resigned expression. All right, since my goddess wife has spoken, I shall relent. Xiang Feng said. In fact, I used that 100,000 to open my clinic. A clinic? Lu Huijun inquired, puzzled. Lu Ruyun also looked on with curiosity. Xiang Feng nodded, explaining, once I had the funds, it was quite easy to find a clinic up for transfer. Today, I located one and spent nearly 100,000 to acquire it, along with some additional expenses amounting to several thousand. Thus, I truly have less than 40,000 left in the card. However, now that the clinic is established, I am confident I will earn back even more soon. He had not forgotten his modest ambitions. You managed to set up a clinic in just a day? Do you think I am foolish? Opening a clinic is not that simple. Even if you have a storefront ready, it surely requires various procedures and permits. Where do you intend to obtain those? Lu Huijun remained skeptical. Oh, I'm not entirely versed in those matters. It was the old man from the People's Hospital who assisted me, Xiang Feng casually remarked. Are you referring to Director Wang Chuanshu? Lu Ruyun asked. Yes, that's him. Xiang Feng confirmed with a nod. You are opening a clinic, and the director is running errands for you? Lu Huijun exclaimed in astonishment. Is that so strange? Xiang Feng replied nonchalantly. He even expressed a desire to become my apprentice today, which I declined. Humph, keep dreaming. Lu Huijun scoffed, yet inwardly. She believed him to some extent. Perhaps it was indeed Wang Chuanshu who had aided Xiang Feng, enabling him to establish the clinic within a day. Last night, Lu Ruyun had mentioned that Wang Chuanshu was genuinely interested in having Xiang Feng learn medicine. Do you now believe Xiaofeng? This car is genuinely what he earned from treating patients, not money taken from you to rent it. Lu Ruyun asserted. Husband, let me clarify, Xiang Feng said earnestly. That money is no longer hers, it is mine. Oh no, it is ours. Chapter 35. Tonight, I want you to hold me while I sleep, you little rascal. You are truly insufferable. Lu Huijun seethed through gritted teeth at Xiang Feng's words, yet she found herself powerless against him. For the money indeed came from her payment for his medical services. To be precise, the fee extracted from Xiang Feng was imposed without allowing her the opportunity to negotiate. Now that you still have approximately 400,000 left, you should promptly look for a house in the next few days. Do not let it come to the point where Yun has to follow you around to rent a place to live, for that would diminish my regard for you. Lu Huijun remarked coldly. There is no need for that. Let Xiang Feng and I rent a place first. His clinic has just opened, and he will undoubtedly require funds in the future. It is best to reserve this money for him, Lu Ruyun said thoughtfully. 400,000 is hardly a substantial sum. In the precious real estate market of Xianhai City, they cannot even afford the down payment for a house, only for an apartment. However, after paying the down payment, they will still need to renovate, purchase furniture and appliances, and contend with the burden of mortgage repayments. The pressure is overwhelming. Xiang Feng, if you truly allow Ruyun to live with you in a rented apartment, you are not a man. Lu Huijun gazed coldly at Xiang Feng, intentionally undermining his pride. For this scoundrel was infuriating. Must I prove my masculinity to you? My wife knows I am a man, and that is sufficient. Xiang Feng retorted without hesitation. Lu Huijun scoffed. Oh really? Then go buy a house for Ruyun to live in. Moreover, if you possess any capability, do not spend the money I provided. TCH. With your meager funds, what sort of house do you think you can buy? How dare you even claim such? Xiang Feng smirked, filled with disdain. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have a house for my wife, and it is a grand villa. Lu Huijun countered. Continue to boast, will you? A grand villa? With your rural background, I doubt you even know what a villa looks like. Furthermore, do you have any idea how much a villa costs? For instance, in our Xianhai city, a villa in Yunding Mountain is at least several million. A slightly better one exceeds 100 million. You could never earn enough in 10 lifetimes to purchase one. Are the villas in Yunding Mountain that expensive? Xiang Feng was astonished, his expression contemplative. What else would you think? Therefore, it is best for you to be pragmatic. Use my money for a down payment on an apartment. And then you and Ruyun can strive together for 2 years to upgrade to a larger residence. Do not let Ruyun suffer alongside you. Lu Huijun expressed her disdain openly. She truly looked down upon Xiang Feng, yet regrettably, her niece seemed enchanted and refused to heed her advice, insisting on staying with Xiang Feng. Thus, she could only hope that Xiang Feng would work harder so that they could lead a better life sooner. I own a villa in Yunding Mountain. Why would I need to buy an apartment? I am not foolish, Xiang Feng suddenly declared. What did you say? You own a villa in Yunding Mountain? Lu Huijun, unable to tolerate Xiang Feng's boastfulness any longer, retorted loudly. If you possess a villa in Yunding Mountain, I will call you father. No, I certainly do not have a daughter as old as you. Xiang Feng quickly shook his head, a look of horror on his face, and besides, the daughter my wife and I will have will undoubtedly be 100 times more beautiful than yours. You little rascal, what did you just say? Lu Huijun was on the verge of exploding with rage. I declare that my daughter, born to my wife and me, is undoubtedly 100 times more beautiful than yours. However, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Instead, you should focus on how you and your husband can continue your lineage. Xiang Feng did not indulge Lu Huijun in the slightest and confronted her directly. Do you dare to look down upon Brother Feng? Aside from my goddess of a wife, no one else has the right to belittle him. Pull over, I wish to alight. Lu Huijun was utterly enraged. Remaining in the vehicle any longer would tempt her to resort to violence, for she knew she could not outmatch Xiang Feng in a battle of words. And do not stoop to the level of Xiao Feng. His temperament is quite unique, Lu Riyun remarked, her head aching as she shot Xiang Feng a reproachful glare. Quickly pull over. I shall take a cab myself. I will rent a hotel for the night. Lu Huijun stated firmly, pouting, I am uncomfortable in this rented luxury vehicle. Recognizing that Lu Huijun was on the brink of fury, Lu Ruyun refrained from further explanations and complied, pulling over to apologize. Ultimately, Lu Huijun exited the vehicle in a huff. Lu Ruyun, resigned, restarted the car, weariness etched upon her face. Xiao Feng, and did not speak without reason. We ought to tread more steadily and gradually pursue our own happiness. I am not perturbed by our current lack of wealth or the hardships we face, but I wish to see a glimmer of hope. Is that too much to ask? I do not yearn for immense riches. I simply desire that we strive together, all right? What you say holds great wisdom, my love. I shall endeavor earnestly to achieve my modest goals as swiftly as possible, Xiang Feng replied with a serious nod. If you understand, then it is well. Once this vehicle is successfully transferred, we shall sell it and purchase a smaller home to reside in. Any surplus funds can be allocated towards acquiring a more economical vehicle for our needs. My dear, we need not sell the car. I was not deceiving you. I truly possess a villa in Yunding Mountain, Xiang Feng exclaimed, producing a key card from his pocket and waving it before Lu Riyun. Have you forgotten? Yesterday afternoon, after I treated Brother Tang and his family, Sister Wano insisted on giving me a villa as a gift, which I initially declined. Oh, is that so? I had indulged a bit too much in drink yesterday afternoon and was somewhat muddled. I do not recall this incident, Lu Riyun replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. As Xiang Feng reminded her, the memory returned. Indeed, the Dong family had intended to compensate him, but he had no interest in monetary exchange. Subsequently, Tang Wanner had forcefully gifted him the villa, not as payment for services rendered, but rather as a congratulatory gesture for his marriage to Lu Ruyun. If you still doubt me, you may call Sister Wano now to verify, Xiang Feng said, appearing somewhat hurt. All right. I realize I misjudged you. I apologize, Xiao Feng. It was my misunderstanding. Lu Riyun smiled wryly, realizing that when a man is heartbroken, his charm can be extraordinarily powerful. Wife, I am feeling rather unwell at the moment, and it may persist for quite some time. I need your comfort, Xiang Feng said earnestly. All right, how would you like me to comfort you? Lu Riyun, having misunderstood men, found it difficult to refuse. Tonight, I need you to hold me while I sleep. Otherwise, I will surely be unable to rest a wink, Xiang Feng stated, his tone still heavy with melancholy. Yet a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Lu Riyun opened her mouth, torn between refusal and acquiescence. Wife, are you afraid I might misbehave? Xiang Feng inquired. I am not. Lu Ruyun dared not meet his gaze. No, you are. Xiang Feng replied seriously, it is only natural for you to harbor doubts about me. Considering your beauty and splendid figure, if I were to hold you through the night, it would be hard to resist temptation. However, during such times, even if I were tempted, I would have to suppress it. So, dear wife, you need not worry. I would never act against your wishes without your consent. With such words spoken, to refuse again would indeed be excessive. Lu Ruyun, resigned, bit her lip and relented. Fine, then we shall hold each other while we sleep tonight. Dear wife, you truly do love me. Xiang Feng exclaimed with excitement, nearly bouncing off the ground. He suddenly felt that the world was a magnificent place. Chapter 36, and in peril half an hour later, Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun returned to their apartment. Xiao Feng, you should rest for a bit. I'm going to take a shower. Lu Ruyun tossed aside her bag and headed off to wash up. At that moment, Xiang Feng had no mind for rest. His thoughts consumed with the prospect of sleeping beside Lu Ruyun that night. My wife is currently indisposed. I must exercise restraint. Yes, I can certainly hold back. Xiang Feng took a deep breath, suppressing certain wicked thoughts. 15 minutes later, Lu Ruyun emerged from her shower, though she had not washed her hair, as her period was still ongoing, and doing so would be detrimental to her health. Xiao Feng, you should take a shower too. I will check with Aunt to see if she has booked a hotel. If not, I will invite her to stay here with us. Lu Ruyun said as she sat on the couch, picking up her phone. Wife. Xiang Feng's expression instantly shifted, looking at Lu Ruyun with a pitiful gaze. Lu Ruyun explained with a hint of exasperation, Xiao Feng, it is rare for Aunt to visit Xianhai City. It would be quite inappropriate for me to leave her alone in a hotel. However, after more than half an hour of contemplation, she began to regret agreeing to sleep beside Xiang Feng that night. It wasn't that she doubted his character. She trusted him in that regard. Rather, she simply needed time to reconcile her own feelings about sharing a bed with a man. It felt all too sudden. All right, my dear. Since you were so concerned about your aunt, why not give her a call? Alas, I must admit, I have many flaws, but my love for you knows no bounds. Xiang Feng sighed in resignation. Hee, you are truly wonderful, darling. Come here, let me reward you. Lu Ruyun immediately leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Xiang Feng's neck and softly pecking his cheek. Xiang Feng felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. The gloom in his heart dissipated in an instant. Lu Ruyun, her cheeks flushed, gracefully seated herself beside him, dialing Lu Huajuan's number on her phone. Her little husband was indeed too easy to please. Yes, she must cherish him all the more. Furthermore, she needed to prepare herself mentally for certain matters to ensure she wouldn't disappoint her little husband next time. Hello, Auntie, have you found a hotel? The call connected swiftly, and Lu Ruyun began conversing with Lu Huijun. Approximately a minute later, Lu Ruyun hung up and turned to Xiang Feng, saying, Xiao Feng, Annie mentioned she won't be coming back tonight. She encountered an old classmate on the road and is now enjoying a late-night snack with them. Later, her classmate will help her arrange a hotel. Xiang Feng, possessing keen hearing, grasped the entire conversation between the two women clearly. He even caught the sound of Lu Huijun laughing and drinking with someone. Yet, at that moment, he had no mind for such thoughts. The exhilarating news that Lu Huijun would not be staying with them made him want to shout with joy. Darling, your aunt still has classmates in Xianhai City? Xiang Feng struggled to maintain his composure and casually inquired. Of course, Annie has been studying in Xianhai City since childhood, all the way through university. By the way, Uncle also graduated from the same university, but later he went to work in another province, and Annie followed him. Lu Ruyun replied with a smile. You probably didn't know, but Annie was once the belle of Xianhai University, with suitors aplenty. Xiang Feng smirked. Belle? I can't see it. Lu Ruyun shot him a glare. Her aunt was indeed beautiful in her youth, though the years of worry had taken a toll on her appearance. After all, she didn't have a husband as remarkable as mine. Xiang Feng nodded in agreement. My dear, you needn't worry on this front. With me by your side, you will only grow more youthful as the years pass. I assure you, even at 100, you will still be a goddess. 100? How could one still be a goddess at that age? You simply know how to flatter women. But you mustn't charm other girls, understand? Lu Ruyun cautioned. She had worked hard to win over her little husband and would not allow another woman to take advantage of him. My dear, you worry too much. There is no other woman in this world as beautiful as you, Xiang Feng said earnestly. Hee, for now, I will take your word for it. Lu Ruyun beamed with joy. Though she suspected Xiang Feng was merely flattering her, it made her heart swell with happiness. No woman could resist a compliment about her beauty, especially when it came from a man she held in such high regard. Her only concern was that her handsome little husband, skilled in medicine and martial arts, might attract the attention of other women, even if he did not seek it out himself. Alas, such worries were truly burdensome. Dear, it seems you haven't washed your hair yet, perhaps due to your monthly discomfort? How about this? You lie on the sofa, and I shall wash your hair, ensuring that not a drop of water touches your scalp, Xiang Feng remarked, glancing at Lu Ruyun's dry hair. This is quite troublesome, Lu Ruyun replied. How could washing your hair be troublesome? If you wish, I would gladly wash it for you every day, Xiang Feng insisted earnestly. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun's heart fluttered with sweetness, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. She promptly reclined on the sofa, gathering her hair away. Her long, black tresses cascaded down, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. Xiang Feng prepared a basin of warm water, along with shampoo and conditioner, and meticulously began to wash Lu Ruyun's hair. After a while, Xiang Feng felt a heat rising in his nostrils. Lu Ruyun wore a nightgown and lay back on the sofa, with a certain part of her body positioned perfectly before him. A mere lift of his gaze revealed a breathtaking sight that quickened his pulse. Furthermore, her nightgown barely covered her thighs, leaving her smooth, fair legs exposed. As a normal man, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. I must step away and collect myself, he thought, hastily drying Lu Ruyun's hair, intending to excuse himself to fetch a hairdryer. However, when he turned to Lu Ruyun, he discovered she had fallen asleep without his notice. Is my wife truly this exhausted? She has only been lying here for a short while and has already drifted off. He mused with a twinge of concern. His heart ached for her. She undoubtedly toiled hard during the day and faced various pressures from the Lu family at dinner, leaving her utterly drained. The Lu family? Humph. My wife works tirelessly for you, yet you treat her so poorly. Just wait. I shall ensure you regret your actions. A cold scoff echoed within him as certain malevolent thoughts gradually dissipated. He squatted down again, channeling his energy and gathering it in his palms. Gently, he swept his hand over Lu Ruyun's hair, and within moments, it was completely dry. It's easy to catch a chill while sleeping here. I must carry my wife to bed. Yes, if I hold her, she will surely sleep more soundly, Xiang Feng murmured, preparing to lift her. Just then, Lu Ruyun's phone on the coffee table vibrated twice in quick succession. How did I fall asleep? The vibration startled Lu Ruyun awake, and she blinked her eyes in confusion. Dear, let me carry you to bed. You need not get up, Xiang Feng said softly. Xiaofeng, it seems my phone just received a message, doesn't it? Let me check who is trying to reach me. Lu Ruyun said as she picked up her phone and began to scroll through her WeChat messages. As soon as she finished reading, her expression shifted slightly. Dear, what is the matter? Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. Xiaofeng, it appears that my aunt is in trouble. We must drive quickly to bring her back. She is still at the restaurant. Lu Ruyun exclaimed, slipping on her slippers and rushing outside. With a look of confusion, Xiaofeng hurriedly followed behind her. Before long, the two had entered a Porsche Cayenne. With a roar, Lu Ruyun pressed down on the accelerator, and the Cayenne surged forward like a fierce beast. What has happened? Xiaofeng, seated in the passenger seat, asked again. My aunt just sent me her location, urging me to pick her up. She might be in trouble, but I'm too nervous to call her. So we must hasten to the restaurant she mentioned, Lu Ruyun replied, continuing to press the gas pedal. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng refrained from further disturbing Lu Ruyun's concentration on driving and offered words of comfort, urging her not to worry too much. What would typically take 30 minutes to drive, Lu Ruyun managed to accomplish in less than 20. The Shrimp King Night Feast is a well-known late-night eatery in Xianhai City, reputed to be bustling even at 3 or 4 in the morning. With a sense of urgency, Lu Ruyun parked the car haphazardly by the roadside, unperturbed by the risk of being towed by traffic police, and hurriedly disembarked with Xiaofeng. Quickly, over there, Lu Ruyun shouted, pointing towards a restaurant ahead as they dashed forward. Look, isn't that my aunt? Xiaofeng suddenly halted, pointing at a figure in the distance. Following Xiaofeng's gesture, Lu Ruyun spotted a middle-aged man assisting a drunken Lu Huijun, preparing to help her into a Mercedes SUV. Behind the man trailed 2 subordinates. Without a second thought, Lu Ruyun sprinted towards them, shouting, Who are you? Release my aunt immediately. Chapter 37. Dare to toy with my wife? Do you know how to write the word death? The middle-aged man, Zhang Jiang, appeared to be around 40 years old, with an otherwise refined demeanor marred by a thick chain around his neck. At that moment, Lu Huijun was leaning heavily against him, reeking of alcohol, suggesting she was indeed inebriated. Seeing her aunt in the embrace of a stranger filled Lu Ruyun with both anxiety and trepidation. And who are you? By what right do you claim her as your aunt? Zhang Jiang glanced back at Lu Ruyun, his eyes momentarily flickering with surprise. Her name is Lu Huijun, and I am Lu Ruyun. We are both from the Lu family of Xianai City. If you doubt my words, I can summon my family members to confront you directly. Lu Ruyun asserted. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, Zhang Jiang, furrowed his brow. Damn it, is this well-cooked duck about to fly away? For many years, I have cherished thoughts of Lu Huijun, and today's opportunity is indeed rare. However, given Lu Ruyun's assertive demeanor and the Lu family's modest reputation in Xianai City, it would be unwise to confront her directly. As thoughts flickered through his mind, Zhang Jiang soon smiled and said, So you were Lu Ruyun? I heard Huijun mention you during our meal. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Jiang, a classmate of Huijun from university. She seemed a bit down while we were dining, which led her to indulge a little too much. I was just about to take her to the hotel I own. He added, Please, don't misunderstand. This is what Huijun expressed herself before drinking. She mentioned she would be staying at a hotel tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Jiang was indeed correct. Her aunt had been upset after an argument with Xiang Feng and had decided to stay at a hotel. Yet, Lu Ruyun remembered that her aunt had just sent her a message asking to be picked up. Thank you for looking after my aunt, but I would prefer to take her home with me. I am her niece, and given that she is intoxicated, I cannot allow her to stay out alone. I hope you can understand, Lu Ruyun stated in a conciliatory tone. Though Zhang Jiang appeared cultured and refined, Lu Ruyun harbored suspicions about his character. His treatment of her aunt and the way he had looked at her seemed to carry ulterior motives. What if Huijun woke up tomorrow and was upset with me? Zhang Jiang shook his head and replied with a smile, Dear niece Lu, I believe it would be best for you to return. Huijun is safe in my hotel. Nothing will happen to her. Do you not trust my integrity? Lu Ruyun was momentarily rendered speechless. If she persisted, she risked offending Zhang Jiang. Yet, the more he insisted, the more she felt compelled to protect her aunt from him. However, Zhang Jiang appeared formidable, and she hesitated to provoke him. Anxiety washed over Lu Ruyun as she sought assistance from Xiang Feng. Darling, let me handle this. Xiang Feng gently patted Lu Ruyun's shoulder, reassuring her. Before turning to Zhang Jiang, trust your integrity? Do you even possess any? Lu Ruyun's expression shifted in surprise. She had not anticipated Xiang Feng's directness. His words were almost an affront. Wouldn't he that offend someone? Zhang Jiang, flanked by his subordinates, seemed intimidating indeed. The pressing matter was that her aunt was still in their company. You insolent fool, what did you say? How dare you insult our Zhang Ge? One of Zhang Jiang's henchmen barked, glaring at Xiang Feng with cold fury. Which village did you crawl out from? Zhang Jiang glanced at Xiang Feng dismissively, but continued to smile at Lu Ruyun. Dear niece, he can't possibly be your friend, can he? Lu Ruyun proclaimed. His name is Xiang Feng, my husband. Your husband? TSK, Lu niece, your taste is rather unique to have chosen a farmer as your spouse. Zhang Jiang, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, gazed at Lu Ruyun's figure with interest, licking his lips as he remarked, You would be better off choosing me as your husband. Smack. No sooner had Zhang Jiang uttered these words than he perceived a fleeting shadow before him. Following that, a searing pain enveloped his cheek, and his body collapsed to the ground. Xiang Feng appeared before him, cradling the falling Lu Huijun, and coldly declared, Choose you? What are you? To dare to harass my wife. Do you know how to write the word death? How dare you strike me? You seek your own demise. Zhang Jiang covered his face, glaring venomously at Xiang Feng. Xiaoyang, Shaolin, teach him a lesson. Yes. His two subordinates immediately charged at Xiang Feng. Bang, bang. Yet, before they could even approach him, they were sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise. If two of you are insufficient, shall I grant you some time to summon more? Xiang Feng said nonchalantly. All right, kid, I didn't expect you to possess some skills. Wait here while I call for reinforcements. You won't regret it. Zhang Jiang, though somewhat astonished by Xiang Feng's prowess, was not intimidated. He pulled out his phone, ready to summon assistance. He owned 5 restaurants on this street, and with a single call, he could easily gather 20 to 30 individuals. Xiao Feng, perhaps we should reconsider? Anne has already arrived. Let us quickly take her away, Lu Ruyun said anxiously, fearing for Xiang Feng's safety. Wife, you assist aunt. I must teach this scoundrel a proper lesson today. Xiang Feng handed Lu Huijun over to Lu Ruyun, smiling as he said, Rest assured, in this world, when it comes to force, aside from the old man, no one can best me. Then, do take care, Lu Ruyun said, feeling helpless as she offered her warning. Zhang Ge, what is going on? Wow, Zhang Ge. It seems you've been struck. Which scoundrel dares to offend us? We must deal with him. In less than 5 minutes, over 20 individuals, armed with clubs, surrounded them. It was this country bumpkin who ambushed me while I was unguarded. Hurry, teach him a severe lesson. Just don't kill him. Zhang Jiang pointed at Xiang Feng. Speaking coldly, Zhang Ge is still too merciful. Brothers, let us avenge Zhang Ge. Anyone who dares to strike Zhang Ge must lose both their hands today. 20 to 30 people roared as they charged at Xiang Feng, their momentum terrifying. The onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle, fearing for their own safety, quickly retreated to a safe distance. Standing not far behind Xiang Feng, Lu Ruyun wore a face full of anxiety and concern. After all, the opposing numbers were overwhelmingly vast. While Xiang Feng was indeed formidable, facing so many adversaries simultaneously could easily lead to his downfall, couldn't it? A motley crew of ruffians dared to challenge me, Feng Ge? Yet, Xiang Feng remained unfazed, a hint of disdain curving his lips. To save time, he charged forward. Bang! The first assailant was met with a powerful kick to the chest, the sound of cracking bones reverberating like firecrackers. Bang! 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 Xiang Feng moved through the throng like a tiger among sheep. Shadows fell continuously as bodies were sent sprawling to the ground. Not a single one of the fallen could rise again immediately. In less than a minute, over 30 individuals lay defeated. How could this be possible? Zhang Jiang rubbed his eyes, his expression one of disbelief, the effects of alcohol dissipating rapidly. Do you still wish to tease my wife? Xiang Feng stepped forward, standing before Zhang Jiang, and asked casually. Gulping heavily, Zhang Jiang looked at Xiang Feng with a mixture of fear and forced laughter. Little brother, it was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? No, there was no misunderstanding. You not only had your sights set on my wife's aunt, but also coveted my wife. This matter must be resolved properly. I owe it to my wife to provide her with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I would not be a qualified husband. Xiang Feng smiled lightly. So, you may choose to continue calling for help. 30 may not suffice. Perhaps you should summon 300. I have ample time to wait for you. Zhang Jiang's face fell, a bitter expression overtaking him. Summon 300? While he could summon 30 in a short time. Where would he find 300? Xiao Feng, why not let it go? You've already taught him a lesson, in my aunt, and I haven't suffered too much. Let's just go home. My aunt is quite inebriated. Behind him, Lu Ruyun could no longer hold back her words, wishing to prevent Xiang Feng from escalating the situation. Zhang Jiang nodded repeatedly. Yes, little brother, why don't we end things here? I can apologize to you. How does that sound? Ignoring Zhang Jiang, Xiang Feng turned to Lu Ruyun. My dear, you may not yet be aware, but your aunt is not merely intoxicated. She has been drugged. What? Drugged? Lu Ruyun's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Jiang was also slightly taken aback, wondering how this man knew such details. Xiang Feng continued, fortunately, it was merely a common sedative. Nothing severe. For now, let your aunt continue to rest. I will handle the situation once we return home. However, this individual cannot be let off so easily. What do you intend to do? Zhang Jiang felt the piercing gaze of Xiang Feng upon him, his heart racing as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Do not worry. I shall not kill you. Xiang Feng replied earnestly. Zhang Jiang's corner of his mouth twitched, nearly causing him to lose control. Who is this fierce individual? Speaking of murder so casually, is it truly necessary? Remember, when pursuing women, one must never resort to force. You might consider emulating me, conquering women with your charming visage. Alas, you shall never have the opportunity to win a woman's heart again. Xiang Feng shook his head in disapproval. What do you mean? Zhang Jiang sensed an ominous premonition. I merely believe it would be best for you to refrain from being a man for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you are bound to inflict harm upon other women. Upon finishing his words, Xiang Feng delivered a swift kick, striking Zhang Jiang squarely between his legs. Bang! Crack! The sound that followed was reminiscent of a shattered egg. Zhang Jiang was sent flying. Darling, let's go. I shall carry Auntie. Xiang Feng turned and approached Lu Ruyun, lifting Lu Huijun onto his back. Xiao Feng, do you think that man will be all right? Lu Ruyun glanced at Zhang Jiang, who lay curled on the ground like a shrimp, her concern evident. Fear not. He will not perish. Your husband is quite measured in his actions. Xiang Feng replied with a grin, bearing Lu Huijun on his back while jesting. Darling, please tell Annie to consider shedding some weight. With such a hefty frame, can Uncle really manage? What are you saying? When Annie awakens, you must refrain from such remarks, or she will surely quarrel with you again, Lu Ruyun quickly cautioned. After more than half an hour, the three returned to the apartment. Xiang Feng gently placed Lu Huijun on the sofa and, using silver needles, extracted the sedative from her system. What has happened to me? Lu Huijun regained consciousness, surveying her surroundings. Auntie, how are you feeling? Lu Ruyun inquired with concern. Ruyun? Lu Huijun gradually became aware, exhaling a sigh of relief. I am grateful you came to my rescue. Otherwise, I would have encountered trouble today. I had a nagging feeling that my old classmate was intentionally trying to intoxicate me. Lu Ruyun replied with a smile. Auntie, it was all thanks to Xiao Feng. He rescued you from your old classmate. He saved me? Lu Huijun furrowed her brow. Ruyun, please explain what transpired. Auntie, it is as follows. You were never truly drunk. Rather, that man had spiked your drink with a sedative. Lu Ruyun then recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Huijun's face turned pale. Scoundrel. Beast. Zhang Jiang is nothing but a despicable wretch. How could I have trusted him and shared drinks? Even after all these years, he still covets my body. Lu Huijun trembled with rage. Auntie, please calm down. Xiao Feng has already dealt with him. Lu Ruyun gently patted Lu Huijun's back. With a deep exhale, Lu Huijun released 2 heavy breaths, her mood settling somewhat. She then turned her gaze toward Xiang Feng, her expression complex. Had it not been for Xiang Feng's timely arrival today, rescuing her from Zhang Jiang, her fate would undoubtedly have been dire. However, expressing gratitude to him proved to be an arduous task. If you truly wish to thank me, Xiang Feng remarked with a playful smile. Simply refrain from lingering here as a third wheel. That alone would suffice. Xiao Feng, do not jest with your aunt. Lu Ruyun interjected, her expression serious. Given the gravity of the situation, I cannot possibly allow my aunt to stay in a hotel. Lu Ruyun felt overwhelmed as she noticed Lu Huijun's frustration bubbling over. Hastily pulling her back. Aunt, do not take Xiang Feng's words to heart. He is merely teasing you, trying to provoke a reaction. I am well aware he is trying to irritate me. That little rascal is hardly better than that scoundrel Zhang Jiang, Lu Huijun retorted with a huff. Do not compare me to Zhang Jiang. I am not cut from the same cloth. I have never resorted to vile tactics against women, Xiang Feng asserted, seeking to distinguish himself. You are indeed not of the same ilk. He is a true villain, while you are merely a hypocrite. Do not think I am oblivious. You are not just teasing me but genuinely wished for me to leave, annoyed by my presence between you and Ruyun. Yet I shall not be dissuaded. I relish being the third wheel. Tonight, you may continue to sleep on the sofa. With that, Lu Huijun turned and strode towards the bathroom. Goodness. Are people now so brazen about being a third wheel? Xiang Feng mused, feeling somewhat outmaneuvered and disheartened. Xiao Feng, you are not upset with my aunt, are you? Lu Ruyun inquired, blinking her eyes at him. Not at all, he replied, shaking his head. After all, she is your aunt, which makes her my aunt as well. Hee. I knew it. Xiao Feng, you love me the most. Lu Ruyun exclaimed joyfully, her laughter filling the room. She then glanced back towards the bathroom, noting the closed door, and stepped closer, embracing Xiang Feng and planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Thank you for today. The softness of her damp lips and her tender voice enveloped Xiang Feng entirely. Darling, I am off to bed now. I must rise early for work tomorrow. When my aunt finishes her bath, you should hurry and wash up as well. Lu Ruyun said with a sweet smile before gracefully retreating to the bedroom. Watching the graceful silhouette of the woman, Xiang Feng mused, is this what love feels like? Is this the joy a woman brings to a man? No wonder the old man often rushes down the mountain in the middle of the night. The following morning, Xiang Feng rose early to prepare breakfast. After the three of them had eaten, Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun set out together, with Lu Huijun trailing behind. During breakfast, she had agreed with Lu Ruyun to visit Xiang Feng's clinic. Gui Shangtang? That name is quite fitting, she remarked. However, opening a medical clinic in such a location. Do you think it can attract clientele? Standing at the entrance of the Huixing Hall, Lu Huijun glanced around and remarked with discontent, your choice of location is rather poor. The previous owner went bankrupt, indicating that this spot is not viable. You would be better off investing a little more to find a more suitable premises. Xiang Feng opened the door to the clinic and stepped inside, countering, your assertion is misguided. The previous owner's failure was not due to the location, but rather his lack of medical skill. My expertise will undoubtedly ensure that Huixing Hall becomes the most renowned clinic in Xianhai City in the shortest time possible. Well, boasting is not illegal, so go ahead and brag. I am curious to see how many patients your clinic will attract in a month. Lu Huijun followed him inside and continued to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, she pointed at the pots and pans in a nearby corner and asked, You are opening a medical clinic, and yet you intend to cook here? Xiang Feng explained. Have you not noticed that my clinic is less than 2 kilometers from Yunshang Group? Every day at noon. I can prepare meals and deliver them to Yunshang Group to dine with my wife, sparing her the need to order takeout. After a hearty meal, Lu Huijun felt somewhat uncomfortable from the excessive food. Although Lu Ruoyan felt a sweetness in her heart, she nevertheless said, Xiao Feng, your clinic has just opened. Focus on managing it well for now and refrain from bringing me meals. It would waste too much time. It wouldn't take much time, my dear. I opened this clinic to provide for you. If I cannot even spare time to cook for you, then opening this clinic would be meaningless, Xiang Feng replied earnestly. Lu Huijun could no longer listen. Enough, Ruoyan, let us head to the company. I have some matters to discuss with your uncle, as I had arranged yesterday. All right. Lu Ruoyan nodded but turned to Xiang Feng and said, Xiao Feng, with my recent position change, my workload may increase. Please do not bring me meals for the next few days. I fear I might not be at the company when you arrive. Very well then. Xiang Feng reluctantly agreed. Feeling somewhat disheartened, the Lu family was quite unreasonable, stripping his wife of her position as sales director, leaving her too busy to enjoy the lunch he prepared. This simply wouldn't he do. He had to find a way to help his wife regain her position. How could his own wife merely serve as a sales director? She deserved to be the president at the very least. Watching Lu Ruoyan drive away, Xiang Feng sat alone at the front desk, idly playing with his phone. Though it was the grand opening of his new clinic, he had no thoughts of promoting it or attracting business. Primarily, he was uncertain how to advertise. He was not in a hurry, as it was merely the beginning. He would wait a few days. If patients failed to arrive, he would reconsider his approach. Beep, beep, beep. Around 10 in the morning, a car pulled up outside the clinic. Shortly after, 2 figures entered the clinic. Xiang Feng, feeling somewhat drowsy from boredom, looked up. Oh, it's Boss Lu. He stood up, invigorated. One of the individuals was Lu Guangyang, whom I encountered last night at the entrance of the Sihai Hotel. After administering a needle to Lu Guangyang, I greeted him and requested that he return to the clinic today for a prescription. Additionally, I had asked him to refer patients to me. Brother Xiangfeng, allow me to introduce you to my friend here, Mr. Su. He has some minor ailments and lacks the time to visit a hospital, so I specifically brought him to you. Could you possibly assist him? Lu Guangyang stepped aside, allowing the middle-aged man named Su to come forward. While I can certainly examine him, Xiangfeng replied with a grin, I differ from other doctors. Most physicians treat patients without regard for their identities. However, I am not inclined to assist strangers. If I do not know the person, I will not intervene. Lu Guangyang, feeling somewhat awkward, protested, Brother Xiangfeng, did I not just mention that he is my friend, Mr. Su? That is insufficient. Xiangfeng chuckled. At the very least, you must inform me of his full name and occupation. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyang hesitated, glancing up at Mr. Su. Do you inquire so thoroughly about all your patients? Mr. Su observed Xiangfeng with keen interest. Xiangfeng shook his head. Not necessarily. Some individuals I can discern at a glance. However, you are certainly not an ordinary person, and your ailments are rather peculiar. Thus, I must ascertain your identity before deciding whether to provide treatment. Well, since you insist on knowing, I shall oblige, Mr. Su replied with a faint smile, eager to avoid wasting time. My name is Su Geng, and I am the president of the enforcement court. Do you have any further inquiries? Indeed, I do. Xiangfeng nodded. What exactly is the enforcement court? Both Su Geng and Lu Guangyang were taken aback. It was their first encounter with someone unfamiliar with the enforcement court. Lu Guangyang quickly clarified, Brother Xiangfeng, the enforcement court is a city's law enforcement agency, primarily responsible for maintaining public safety. I trust you can comprehend now? Xiangfeng responded, I see. So he is considered a good person, correct? Certainly. If he were not a good person, how could Mr. Su possibly be the president of the enforcement court? Lu Guangyang chuckled wryly, bemused by Xiangfeng's line of questioning. Very well, as long as it is confirmed that he is a good person, I shall proceed to treat him. With that, Xiangfeng suddenly stepped forward and delivered a palm strike to Su Geng's chest. Su Geng's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated a step, raising his hand to block Xiangfeng's strike. However, his speed could not match that of Xiangfeng before his hand had fully risen. Xiangfeng's palm had already made contact with his chest. An overwhelming force surged into Su Geng's body in an instant. With a gasp, Su Geng felt a sharp pain in his back. Blood gushed forth. Su Geng staggered back several steps before finally regaining his balance. Xiangfeng, what are you doing? This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Guangyang utterly bewildered. By the time he comprehended the situation, Su Gong had already been injured and was bleeding. He immediately shouted in anger, his gaze towards Xiang Feng laden with hostility. Even though Xiang Feng wielded a green bamboo card, Su Gong was different. He was not only a long-time friend, but also a person Lu held in great esteem. How do you feel now? Xiang Feng disregarded Lu Guangyang and instead inquired of Su Gong. Su Gong was momentarily taken aback by the question, sensing his own body. Then, he abruptly turned his head to gaze at the wall behind him. This Su Gong took a deep breath, his face a portrait of astonishment. Ignoring the wound on his back, he advanced towards Xiang Feng, clasping his hands in salute. Brother Xiang Feng, this feat of yours is nothing short of miraculous. I'm in awe. Chapter 40. Let's take a nap together, old Su. What is happening? Lu Guangyang approached, utterly perplexed and struggling to grasp the situation. It was clear that Su Gong had been struck by Xiang Feng, yet he appeared to be expressing gratitude. Old Lu, go take a look at what's on that wall, and you will understand what just transpired, Su Gong directed, pointing towards the wall behind him. Oh. Lu Guangyang immediately stepped forward to investigate. Soon, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Is this a bullet fragment? Is it from within your body? How is that possible? It is indeed a fragment from within me. Just now, Brother Xiang Feng struck to dislodge the bullet that had been lodged in my body for years. Su Gong marveled once more at Xiang Feng's medical prowess, which was truly extraordinary and beyond comprehension. Moreover, at such a young age, his mastery of internal energy was remarkably formidable. I am deeply impressed, but this is truly astonishing. Isn't it? Lu Guangyang looked at Xiang Feng in confusion. Brother Xiang Feng, how did you know that old Su had a bullet fragment inside him? Xiang Feng smiled slightly and replied, Initially, I wasn't entirely certain. I merely inferred it from his gait and various details. It was only when my hand landed on him that I was fully convinced, and through my energy, I directly helped to expel the fragment. Impressive. Lu Guangyang immediately gave a thumbs up and remarked, Brother Xiang Feng, do you realize that this fragment is from a battlefield injury old Su sustained over 20 years ago? He has consulted many experts, yet few had the confidence to remove it. Those who did suggested that the surgery would require him to lie in bed for at least 2 to 3 months, which he refused, unwilling to delay his work. Your strike has been an immense help to him. Brother Xiang Feng, I cannot thank you enough. Su Gong once again clasped his hands in gratitude. Then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he added, However, I heard from old Lu that your consultation fee is rather high. Is that true? To be candid, our judicial salaries are rather modest, and I fear I may not be able to afford a substantial consultation fee, Xiang Feng remarked. He scrutinized Su Gong, inquiring, You must have been a soldier on the battlefield, haven't you? Su Gong's aura bore a striking resemblance to that of his master's esteemed disciples, 2 of whom were renowned warriors. However, Su Gong's presence was decidedly less formidable. Yes, I participated in several battles in my early years, and this shrapnel is a remnant from that time, Su Gong acknowledged with a nod. In that case, there is no need for you to pay me any fee. Xiang Feng grinned. My master often tells me that treating those who protect our homeland should come without charge, and one must exert every effort to aid their swift recovery. Oh? Su Gong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It seems your master is indeed an extraordinary individual. Might I request an introduction? Xiang Feng offered a wry smile. After I descended from the mountains, I believe my master has wandered the world. That is of no consequence. I am already quite pleased to have made your acquaintance. Su Gong replied, I still have numerous tasks to attend to this morning. How about I treat you to lunch later? Perhaps it would be best to forego that. I plan to visit my wife at noon. Having not seen her all morning, I find myself missing her, Xiang Feng thoughtfully responded. Indeed, dining with a fellow man pales in comparison to visiting one's spouse. Su Gong momentarily paused, feeling somewhat bemused. Lu Guangyang beside him also chuckled softly. Despite Su Gong's current modest demeanor, he was the president of the judicial court, a figure of considerable authority in Xianhai City. One of the few who truly stood atop the power hierarchy. Countless dignitaries sought the opportunity to dine with him, yet here was Su Gong, extending an invitation to Xiang Feng, only to be declined with such an unconventional reason. Since you are unavailable today, let us reschedule for another time, Su Gong suggested amiably. Exchanging contact information with Xiang Feng. After Xiang Feng assisted Lu Guangyang in procuring medication, the two departed. Yinshang Group. Lu Riyun spent nearly 2 hours tidying up her belongings in the office. Indeed, she had been expelled by Lu Tianlong from her office, relegated to work among ordinary employees. Her previous secretary had not come to assist her, and she managed the entire process solo. Rumors circulated within Yunxiang Group that Lu Ruyun was not only ousted from her office but had also lost her position as the sales department director. And it was feared she would soon be entirely dismissed from the company. In such circumstances, naturally, no one dared to extend a helping hand. Lu Ruyun. President Lu requests your presence in his office. A former secretary approached her as she immersed herself in work. Understood. Lu Ruyun rose and made her way to her former office, which had now become Lu Tianlong's workspace. Lu Tianlong replaced her in the position, becoming the director of the sales department. Gazing at Lu Tianlong, who lounged in his chair with his feet resting on the desk, Lu Ruyun furrowed her brows slightly but quickly restrained herself. What do you need from me? Lu Ruyun inquired coolly. Did you not think to knock before entering? And as a subordinate, do you not know how to address your superior? Lu Tianlong observed Lu Ruyun with a mischievous expression. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyun exited the office, gently knocked twice on the door, and then re-entered. Director Lu, may I ask what you require of me? Now that's more like it. Lu Tianlong replied, satisfaction evident on his face. Have your rustic husband confront me? If I can't handle him, how could I not manage you? He continued. This is a contract between our Yunxiang Group and Shikin Department Store. A mere signature will activate it. Lu Tianlong retrieved a contract from his drawer and tossed it onto the desk. Take this contract to Shikin Department Store and have their owner, Lu Jun, sign it. Why must it be me? You could easily assign someone else to handle this, Lu Ruyun protested, frowning. She had many other tasks to attend to, and this seemed merely a matter of running an errand. Thus, she was reluctant to waste time. Why can't it be you? Do you still consider yourself a director? Currently, you are nothing more than a lowly employee, disregarding your superior's orders. Is that so? If that is the case, you are free to leave today. Lu Tianlong sneered. He intended to oust Lu Ruyun. Only then would he have full control over the sales department. After all, Lu Ruyun had been with the sales team for quite some time, and although many employees now feigned distance from her, deep down, they still favored her. Fine. I will go. Lu Ruyun inhaled deeply, seized the contract from the desk, and departed. Watching Lu Ruyun's retreating figure, Lu Tianlong rose and approached the window, lighting a cigarette. Just as the cigarette was nearly finished, he spotted a Porsche Cayenne driving away. Snuffing out the cigarette, Lu Tianlong pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Li Xiao. Lu Ruyun has set off with the contract. Shikin Department Store was approximately 20 kilometers from Yunxiang Group, but fortunately, traffic was light. And Lu Ruyun arrived in under half an hour. Haha, excellent job. Here's what we'll do. I'll send you my location. Come directly to me to avoid any potential complications, and we can celebrate with a drink. Li Donghao's voice resonated. All right, I'm on my way. Miss Lu. Our general manager Lu invites you to his office. Please follow me, said Lu Jun's secretary after Lu Ruyun had waited a few minutes at the reception of Shikin Department Store. Of course, Lu Ruyun followed the secretary to Lu Jun's office. Soon, the secretary exited, closing the door behind her. Not far away, the stout and towering Lu Jun rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Haha! I never anticipated that President Lu would personally come to sign the contract with me. I am truly flattered." He continued, "President Lu, might you be free for lunch? Perhaps we could discuss our collaboration over a meal." Lu Ruyun furrowed her brow and replied, "Mr. Lu, have you not yet finalized the contract with Lu Tianlong? He mentioned that I merely needed to bring the contract for your signature." Lu Jun responded, "We have nearly reached an agreement. Only a few details remain unsettled. However, as long as you accompany me for a delightful meal today, these minor issues will be of little consequence. What do you think?" Feeling the unabashed gaze of Lu Jun upon her, Lu Ruoyun coldly stated, "Since you have not yet discussed matters with Lu Tianlong, I shall take my leave. You can deliberate with him at your leisure." In an instant, Lu Jun swiftly positioned himself at the office door, blocking Lu Ruyun's path. No. Today, I solely wish to converse with you. President Lu, you must consider this carefully. Once this contract is signed, your Yunxiang Group will undoubtedly earn no less than 5 million in a year." Lu Ruoyun squinted, responding, "That money may not be so easily acquired." Lu Jun smiled, saying, "How could that be? As long as you finish your meal and take a brief nap with me, I can sign the contract immediately." Lu Ruoyun's expression darkened in an instant. Chapter 41. Frantic Winds. Mr. Lu, since you wish to dine and discuss matters at the table, shall we proceed to lunch now? I did not eat much this morning and find myself rather hungry, eager for an early meal. Lu Ruoyun took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. At this moment, she needed to remain calm and devise an escape plan. Yet, as she observed Lu Jun's imposing figure and recalled his earlier display of speed. A wave of helplessness washed over her. It seemed exceedingly difficult to extricate herself alone. Very well. I shall call my secretary to have the food delivered to my office, Lu Jun said with a cheerful demeanor, pulling out his phone to dial the secretary. Now was the moment. Lu Ruyun reached into her bag, grasping her phone, unlocking it with her fingerprint, and quickly dialing Xiang Feng. Hello, dear, came Xiang Feng's voice shortly after. Though soft, the office's quietness allowed his voice to resonate. Xiaofeng, hurry and save me. I'm here. Lu Ruyun's expression changed, urgency compelling her to shout. But before she could finish, Lu Jun, having quickly reacted, swatted her phone from her hand. President Lu, this is rather inconsiderate of you. Attempting to call for help, Lu Jun stepped forward, crushing Lu Ruyun's phone underfoot, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at her. It's a pity that Xiang Feng may not be able to find you. Of course, he might possess some skill and be able to locate you. In her state of panic, Lu Ruyun, while listening to Lu Jun's words, began to subtly realize something. How do you know my husband is named Xiang Feng? Lu Jun replied with a smile. Ms. Lu, you are so astute. Haven't you figured out yet that today's scheme is not solely aimed at you? Are you planning to deal with Xiaofeng? Lu Ruyun's face turned pale instantly. What do you intend to do to him? No, I won't do anything to him. My task is merely to keep you here for a day. Of course, if he truly manages to find this place. I have already arranged for people to wait for him. My company boasts not only dozens of security guards, but also over 100 trained henchmen, courtesy of my brother. That should suffice to handle a single Xiang Feng, don't you think? Lu Jun settled back into his chair and retrieved an item from his drawer, placing it on the table. It seems he is quite formidable, isn't he? If my subordinates cannot subdue him, do you think this will be effective? Upon seeing the object on the table, Lu Ruyun's body trembled violently, her complexion drained of color. Before Lu Jun lay a desert eagle. Miss Lu, are you perhaps feeling a twinge of relief that you refrained from disclosing your location earlier? Lu Jun observed her playfully. Furrowing her brow, Lu Ruyun inquired. If you are so well prepared, why not allow me to reveal my location? If Xiaofeng comes, wouldn't that enable you to deal with him? Lu Jun shook his head, responding, did I not just say? My mission is not to confront him, but simply to keep you here for a day. The preparations I made are merely precautionary. Should he truly arrive, I will be able to handle him. However, there are others tasked with dealing with him, and their strength is at least tenfold mine. Lu Ruyun opened her mouth, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision darkening. Miss Lu, you need not be distressed. He is merely a country bumpkin. If he perishes, it will not affect you. After all, you should be well aware of how much young Master Li cherishes you, correct? As for that country bumpkin, having offended young Master Li, his fate was already sealed. Lu Jun remarked with a grin as he gazed at Lu Ruyun. Was all of this orchestrated by Li Donghao? Mr. Lu, please contact Li Donghao for me and convey my willingness to be his woman if he spares Xiaofeng. I will persuade Xiaofeng to leave Xianhai City and ensure he never appears before me again. Lu Ruyun implored earnestly. That is out of the question. Young Master Li has already instructed that you remain here today, and no one is to be contacted. Lu Jun chuckled. What young Master Li desires is to drive Xiang Feng to madness before eliminating him. He cares for you, does he not? If you were to disappear for a day, not knowing whether you are alive or dead, he would surely go mad, wouldn't he? And in his most frenzied state, young Master Li will intervene to grant him relief. A devil. Li Donghao is a devil, a beast. He will surely reap the consequences of his actions. Lu Ruyun screamed, tears streaming down her face, her heart heavy with regret. If anything were to happen to Xiaofeng, it would be a consequence of my own actions. No, if Xiaofeng truly encounters misfortune, I would willingly accompany him. This dear husband, whom I have taken for granted, has yet to receive my full affection in this lifetime. Perhaps I shall make amends in the next. Returning to the clinic. Hello, dear, speak to me. Xiaofeng shouted frantically, his voice hoarse with desperation. However, the line only yielded a busy signal, devoid of any response from Lu Ruyun. A chilling wave of murderous intent gradually radiated from within Xiaofeng. Who is it? Who dares to harm my wife? His eyes burned crimson, frenzied like a wild beast ready to strike. With labored breaths, Xiaofeng took 3 deep inhalations. Managing to regain a semblance of composure, he reminded himself that impulsiveness would serve no purpose. Losing one's rationality leads to failure. The elderly gentleman had once advised him that maintaining calm was essential for rescuing his beloved. After centering himself through his practice techniques, Xiaofeng confirmed his clarity of mind. Thoughts raced through his head as he swiftly formulated a plan. First, he would visit Yunxiang Group. At this point, he could not ascertain who was targeting Lu Ruyun. Thus, he would investigate her workplace. Perhaps she was still at Yunxiang Group. Without hesitation, Xiangfeng moved like a specter, darting out of the clinic. His speed eclipsed that of the vehicles on the road, leaving no trace behind for the occasional observer, who would blink in disbelief, thinking they had imagined it. Covering 2 kilometers in less than half a minute, he arrived at Yunxiang Group. "Sir, you are not an employee of Yunxiang Group. You cannot enter." Upon reaching the entrance, he was confronted by 4 security guards stationed outside. "Get lost," Xiangfeng retorted coldly. "Halt." Bang, 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 bang. With no time for dialogue, Xiangfeng delivered a swift kick. The guards were sent flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Xiangfeng strode into Yunxiang Group, his aura of ferocity rendering the reinforcements too intimidated to act or even approach. "Xiangfeng, what is happening? Is there a problem?" At that moment, Lu Huijun approached. Her brow furrowed in concern. The look in her eyes reflected both fear and astonishment. She could scarcely believe that the fierce figure before her was Xiangfeng. Was this truly the Xiangfeng she knew? Yet, she also sensed that something was indeed amiss. "Ruyun is in trouble. She just called me, asking for help." But before she could finish her sentence, her phone was knocked away. When I tried to call back, her phone was already turned off. I asked Xiangfeng where Ruyun's office was, demanding that he take me there immediately. "What? Ruyun is in trouble?" Lu Huijun's face paled at the news. She finally understood why Xiangfeng appeared to be on the brink of madness. Although she did not particularly like him, she had observed over the past couple of days that he genuinely cared for her niece. If anything were to happen to Lu Ruyun, it was only natural for Xiangfeng to lose his composure. "Follow me. I will take you to Ruyun's office," Lu Huijun said, hastily leading the way. Soon, they arrived at Lu Ruyun's office, or more accurately, Lu Tianlong's office. However, the office was eerily empty. "Where is everyone? Where is Ruyun? Does anyone know where she has gone?" Lu Huijun inquired, directing her gaze toward the nearby sales department employees. Yet, none of them responded. The ordinary employees were completely intimidated by the aura emanating from Xiangfeng, afraid to utter a word. "What are you doing?" A furious voice suddenly boomed. Lu Changsheng, accompanied by several security guards, approached Xiangfeng, accusing him. "Xiangfeng, have you lost your mind? Why are you causing a scene in the company?" "Phew, it's Director Lu. Things should be fine now," some employees murmured among themselves, relieved. "Who is this guy? He looks terrifying, regardless of his identity." They were confident that Director Lu could handle him. As Lu Changsheng approached with his men, the employees breathed a sigh of relief. In that instant, Xiangfeng stepped forward, appearing before Lu Changsheng in a heartbeat. Before the guards could intervene, Xiangfeng seized Lu Changsheng by the throat. "Ruyun just called me, asking for help." But her phone was immediately turned off. "She came to your Yunxiang Group, and now she is missing. You must find her for me, or else." Xiangfeng's eyes narrowed, turning crimson. "I will kill you." "Stop. Xiangfeng, let go of my brother." Lu Huijun screamed in terror. The surrounding employees were paralyzed with fear. The security guards drew their electric batons, encircling Xiangfeng. "Xiangfeng, please calm down." Lu Changsheng raised his hands, struggling to speak. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his heart raced with dread. He could sense that Xiangfeng was genuinely intent on killing him. The grip on his throat was tightening, and he felt that a little more pressure would snap his windpipe. "Indeed, Xiangfeng, my elder brother may also be oblivious to the unfolding events. At the very least, you should release him so he can assist you in making inquiries." Lu Huijun, though equally anxious, maintained a semblance of composure, surpassing Xiangfeng in calmness. Upon hearing this, Xiangfeng inhaled deeply before loosening his grip. As soon as he did, several security personnel surrounding Lu Changsheng brandished their electric batons, attempting to subdue Xiangfeng. "Stop!" Lu Changsheng urgently called out, halting the guards. He had witnessed Xiangfeng's prowess firsthand at the Lu family's banquet the previous day. The elite fighters meticulously trained by the Lu family were effortlessly defeated by Xiangfeng, rendering these guards utterly inadequate. Engaging in a physical altercation would only serve to infuriate Xiangfeng further. "This morning, who among you has had any interaction with Lu Ruyun?" Lu Changsheng inquired of the employees from the sales department. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruyun's former secretary stepped forward, visibly apprehensive. "Director Lu, I had a brief encounter with Lu Ruyun this morning. At that time, Lu Zong needed to speak with her, and I was tasked with notifying her. Afterward, Lu Ruyun came to Lu Zong's office, and it seems she left the company shortly thereafter." "The Lu Zong you mentioned, is that Lu Tianlong?" Lu Changsheng queried. Indeed, the secretary affirmed with a nod. Lu Changxing furrowed his brow, then took out his phone and, in Xiangfeng's presence, dialed Lu Tianlong's number. Put it on speaker. Xiangfeng's voice commanded. Lu Changxing, unwilling to defy Xiangfeng's directive, promptly activated the speakerphone. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. A mechanical voice echoed from the phone. Boom. The aura emanating from Xiangfeng suddenly surged, pressing down upon those present like a colossal rock, rendering their breaths labored. Xiangfeng, please remain calm. Lu Changxing, feeling a sense of suffocation, hastily added, Tianlong has 2 phone numbers. I just dialed his work number. Let me try his personal number. It surely won't be off. Dial it. Xiangfeng coldly commanded. Lu Changxing wiped the sweat from his brow and dialed Lu Tianlong's personal number. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Came the same unyielding response. Lu Changxing's complexion turned pale, an ominous premonition gnawing at his heart. Xiangfeng, please try to remain composed, Lu Huijun urged him at once. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiangfeng acted. Protect Director Lu. The guards surrounding Lu Changxing sensed the impending danger and shouted in unison. Bang, bang, bang. Xiangfeng surged forward like a ferocious beast unleashed. Colliding without the use of hands or feet, simply barreling through with his sheer physicality. The robust guards felt as if they had been struck by a speeding freight truck. Sent sprawling. In the next moment, Xiangfeng seized Lu Changxing by the arm. Xiangfeng, what do you intend to do? Lu Changxing exclaimed in terror, his voice quivering. Crack. Without uttering a word, Xiangfeng exerted a slight force, and Lu Changxing's arm immediately twisted and contorted. Lu Changxing let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Those around them felt a chill run down their spines. Their esteemed Lu Dong had, astonishingly, had an arm brutally broken. My wife's disappearance is undoubtedly connected to your son, Lu Tianlong. For now, I shall only incapacitate one of your arms, as I remain uncertain about my wife's condition. However, let me make this very clear, should anything happen to her, I will ensure that the entire Lu family pays the price. Xiangfeng released Lu Changxing, his voice frigid. Remember this well, my wife bears the surname Lu, but I do not. With that, Xiangfeng turned and vanished swiftly from sight. Quickly, take Lu Dong to the hospital. The office erupted into chaos. To the hospital? No. Take me to the Lu residence at once. Though one of his arms lay incapacitated, Lu Changxing was not concerned with medical treatment. Instead, he urged. Mobilize everyone in the company immediately. Find that scoundrel Lu Tianlong. Lu Changxing understood that locating Lu Tianlong was of utmost importance. He needed to ensure that Lu Ruyun remained safe. Otherwise, the Lu family could indeed face grave troubles. That scoundrel. Is it truly necessary for him to act so recklessly for Ruyun? Lu Huijun felt a surge of anxiety as well, but she too was in a hurry. She knew that despite her apparent understanding of Xiangfeng, he appeared harmless on the surface, yet was ruthlessly fierce within, especially when it came to his vulnerabilities. Lu Ruyun represented Xiangfeng's Achilles heel. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Huijun. Her expression shifted as she hastily exited the office in pursuit of Xiangfeng. Soon, panting heavily, Lu Huijun caught up with Xiangfeng outside the entrance of Yunshang Group. Xiangfeng, wait. She called out, approaching him. If I am not mistaken, Ruyun should have taken that car you gave her today. You might try contacting the original owner to see if they can track the car's location. This may lead us to Ruyun. Is that possible? Xiangfeng replied eagerly. All right, I will reach out to him right away. Upon hearing this, he promptly took out his phone and dialed Lu Guanyang's number. Hello, Xiangfeng, my brother. What can I do for you? Lu Guanyang answered the call promptly. Brother Lu, I need your assistance. Could you locate the position of the Porsche Cayenne? I need to know where that car is immediately. Xiangfeng spoke swiftly. You need the car's location? No problem. My Cayenne is fully equipped with a tracking system. I will send the location to you on WeChat right away. Understanding Xiangfeng's urgency, Lu Guanyang ended the call without delay. In less than a minute, Xiangfeng received a location message from Lu Guanyang. Xiangfeng, take a look. Lu Huijun leaned over. Xiangfeng opened the message and said, the car is at Shengyin Department Store. Shengyin Department Store is over 20 kilometers away from here. I'll find a car and take you there, Lu Huijun replied. No need, I will run there myself. Xiangfeng glanced at the navigation, memorized the route, and dashed out. You're going to run there? Lu Huijun, who was just about to call for a car, thought she misheard and quickly looked up. However, Xiangfeng's figure had already vanished from sight. Chapter 43. Today, Xiangfeng is undoubtedly doomed. At the same time, in a private room of a high-end hotel, two men sat, Li Donghao and Lu Tianlong. Li Xiao, I just received news that Xiang Feng has gone to Yunchang Group. Moreover, this bastard has severed one of my father's arms. Lu Tianlong said with a grim expression. Once we capture this Xiang Feng, I hope Li Xiao can give me a chance to teach him a lesson. He has taken one of my father's arms. I will take both of his. Is he really that arrogant? Your father is Lu Ruyun's elder uncle. Can he truly act so ruthlessly? Li Donghao nodded. Rest assured, I have made all the arrangements. We will definitely capture him today. At that time, I will hand him over to you for your retribution. Lu Tianlong was overjoyed. Thank you, Li Xiao. In less than 5 minutes, Xiang Feng arrived at Shinin Department Store, which was situated in a somewhat remote location near the outskirts of Xianhai City, close to Jufeng Mountain. Though the transportation was quite convenient. Stop. As soon as Xiang Feng reached the entrance of Shinin Department Store, he was intercepted by security guards. Who were you looking for? Do you have an appointment? A few guards glanced at Xiang Feng with indifference. You better get lost, Xiang Feng replied coldly. Oh, quite arrogant, are we? Here to cause trouble, huh? Kid, you talk too much. Xiang Feng had no time to engage in idle chatter. He delivered a swift kick. Bang, bang, bang. The guards at the entrance fell to the ground without a sound. Quick, call for help. Someone's causing a ruckus. Who dares to create trouble at Shinin Department Store? Seeking death? Quick, notify Manager Liu. The commotion immediately attracted numerous staff members from Shinin Department Store. However, rather than fear, their gazes towards Xiang Feng were filled with curiosity. They wanted to see what this person was like, daring to create a disturbance in Shinin Department Store. On the 16th floor, Xiang Feng harnessed his energy, his gaze sweeping the building as if he could see through it entirely. Soon, he detected a familiar aura and swiftly locked onto it. It was indeed Lu Ruyun's presence, located on the 16th floor of the building. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. Country bumpkin, stop right there. A captain-like security chief, wielding an electric baton, charged towards Xiang Feng. Bang! With a swift motion of his right hand, he struck. The 200-pound security chief was sent flying over 10 meters. His right cheek was utterly deformed. Xiang Feng pressed on relentlessly. Anyone who dared to obstruct him was sent sprawling. None could rise again. Knock, knock. The sound of urgent knocks resonated from Lu Jun's office. Come in. Lu Jun had just had his secretary bring in a meal. Initially, he intended to dine with Lu Ruyun, but she had no appetite, leaving him to eat alone. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man, bearing a notable resemblance to Lu Jun, hurriedly entered. Brother, Xiang Feng has come to kill. He has already severely injured numerous security personnel at our company. Although I had the elevator shut down at the first opportunity, he has come up the stairs and is now on the 6th floor, moving extremely quickly. The security guards cannot stop him. Lu Qing spoke rapidly, yet his tone remained remarkably composed, almost casual. Should I take the remaining brothers to deal with him? Oh, he arrived so swiftly? Lu Jun furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. All right, you take some men to confront him and try to leave him alive. Li Xiao instructed me to ensure we capture him if he ever finds us. Leave him alive, you say? No problem. Lu Qing stretched, revealing his well-defined muscles. I've been dreadfully bored lately. This Xiang Feng seems intriguing. I'll personally go meet him. With that, he strode out of the office. Lu Jun pondered for a moment, then retrieved his phone and dialed Li Donghao. He believed it prudent to report the situation. Hello? Li Donghao answered promptly. Li Xiao, I have something to report. Xiang Feng has invaded our company and has injured several of our brothers. My brother Lu Cheng has already taken men to confront him, Lu Jun stated. However, Xiang Feng seems quite capable. I fear my brother might inadvertently kill him in the heat of the moment. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Meanwhile, upon hearing that Xiang Feng was coming, Lu Ruyun could no longer remain seated. She shouted into Lu Jun's phone. Li Donghao, I beg you, do not harm Xiao Feng. You can ask me to do anything. Lu Jun, put it on speaker. Li Donghao's voice commanded. Yes. Lu Jun promptly activated the speakerphone. Ruyun, your attitude truly saddens me. I never imagined Xiang Feng held such a significant place in your heart. Yet, the more you plead, the less likely I am to spare him. Li Donghao's voice dripped with unmasked malice. I can assure you, Xiang Feng will undoubtedly die today. Furthermore, tonight, you, Lu Ruyun, must lie in my bed. Do you understand? At his words, Lu Ruyun's complexion turned ashen. She realized that Li Donghao would never let Xiang Feng go. Xiang Feng was doomed. It was I who harmed him. Li Donghao, if you kill Xiao Feng, do not expect to possess me. I shall depart alongside Xiao Feng. Lu Ruyun shrieked. Ha! To depart with him? How moving. Nevertheless, what I, Li Donghao, have resolutely set my mind to accomplish, I shall undoubtedly achieve. Li Donghao laughed heartily and declared, after Xiao Feng's demise, should you dare to pursue him, I shall ensure that the entire Lu family accompanies you to the grave. Thud. Lu Ruyun immediately crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon, her spirit seemingly drained. Lu Jun, are you certain that you can eliminate Xiao Feng? Li Donghao's voice echoed once more. Lu Jun promptly responded, young masterly. You are aware of my brother Lu Qing's strength. With him in action, capturing Xiao Feng is certainly within reach. Furthermore, I possess the Desert Eagle you provided. Even if my brother falters, I will assuredly bring him down. Oh right, I almost forgot you have a firearm. In that case, handle it as you see fit. If you can spare a life, do so. If not, a corpse will suffice. Li Donghao concluded the call. At this moment, Xiao Feng had ascended the stairs to the 10th floor. The entire process took less than a minute. Within this brief span, dozens of security personnel had been severely injured by him. Now, none dared to obstruct him. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Feng halted his steps. Upon stepping onto the 10th floor, he was met with a vast expanse of shadowy figures. At least 100 individuals were present. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, not particularly imposing in stature. Yet his physique was robust and muscular. This man's aura was fierce and sharp, akin to a keen blade. Step aside. Xiao Feng's expression remained unchanged, exuding an icy indifference. Xiao Feng, your prowess is commendable. Our numerous security personnel at Shein department store were unable to deter you. However, they are merely ordinary guards. Now allow me to unleash these brothers I have personally trained to engage you. If you can survive their assault, then I shall personally entertain you. Lu Qing assessed Xiao Feng, grinning widely. Having spoken, he intended to step back, allowing his brethren to strike first and expend as much of Xiao Feng's energy as possible. Indeed, he had discerned that Xiao Feng was undoubtedly a martial artist. His cultivation level was likely formidable. He was probably not a novice in the Mingjing realm, but rather at an intermediate or even advanced stage. Thus, he did not dare to underestimate him. There was no shame in a war of attrition, especially when one had the advantage of numbers. You wish to play with me? You wish to play with me? Xiao Feng's voice was detached. Yet I am not in the mood to indulge you. Whoosh. As his words fell, Xiao Feng exerted force beneath his feet, causing the concrete slab to crack instantly. In the next moment, his body traversed the several meters between himself and Lu Cheng, appearing before him in an instant. Want to play? Go seek the King of Hell for your amusement. Chapter 44. Wife, I have come to save you so soon? This is bad. Roar. Lu Cheng's expression shifted. And with a fierce shout, his voice, infused with potent energy, reverberated throughout the corridor. As the shadow of a fist flashed toward him, Lu Cheng instinctively raised his hand to block. Bang! Crack! Xiang Feng's fist struck Lu Cheng's arm, followed by the sharp sound of bones fracturing. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The force of Xiang Feng's punch was extraordinarily immense, akin to an endless tidal wave, one layer crashing upon another, seemingly inexhaustible. The first wave of power shattered Lu Cheng's arm. The second wave crushed his ribs. The third wave obliterated his internal organs. Puff. Blood erupted from Lu Cheng's mouth like a fountain, his body flying backward like a shrimp. Upon landing, he lay motionless. Gulp. Is brother Lu dead? Surely not. He is a mid-stage martial artist with condensed energy. Around him, the sounds of swallowing and gasps echoed. This was the first life I had taken today. Yet I could not guarantee it would be the last. Xiang Feng cast a glance at the hundreds of skilled fighters meticulously trained by Lu Cheng, his expression indifferent, devoid of fear. If you wish to live, then leave. Those who impede my path shall perish. With that, he stepped forward. Boom, boom, boom. Instinctively, the 100 strong men took a step back. Brother Lu taught me martial arts. Now that he has been killed, we must avenge him. Indeed, we are over 100 here. How could we fear just one man? Kill. The air was filled with furious roars and cries for blood. Subsequently, they brandished their knives and clubs, charging at Xiang Feng. Is living not preferable? Xiang Feng's demeanor was calm, lacking any trace of compassion, his gaze growing increasingly indifferent and frigid. Bang! Xiang Feng unleashed a punch, the force within it creating a fierce friction with the air, akin to a cannon's roar echoing through the heavens and earth, striking the temple of the foremost burly man with devastating impact. Blood splattered. Red and white matter erupted forth. Unfazed, Xiang Feng continued his advance. With each step he took, 3 to 5 men fell. In a mere minute, Xiang Feng ascended from the 10th floor to the 15th. The staircase had been completely stained red with blood. His once white shirt was now drenched in crimson. At this moment, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, a harbinger of death. Thud. Please. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. The number of individuals still standing before Xiang Feng had dwindled to fewer than 10. At this juncture, these few men had lost all courage, their spirits crushed, and with trembling legs, they fell to the ground in utter defeat. Their bodies trembled violently. Tears and mucus streaming down their faces, their trousers completely soaked. The foul stench of urine dripped onto the blood-stained floor, making the atmosphere increasingly unbearable. Get lost. Xiang Feng's voice was hoarse, devoid of any emotion. Yes, yes, we will leave at once. The words seemed to grant those few a reprieve, and they hurriedly crawled away, fearful of Xiang Feng's change of heart. Watching them depart, Xiang Feng exhaled a long, heavy breath, the murderous intent within him dissipating significantly, his eyes regaining clarity. Before today, he had taken lives. At the tender age of 10, his elder would occasionally take him out for training, compelling him to kill, though always targeting the wicked. Yet never had he been the one to initiate the act. His elder often remarked that he was too kind-hearted, prone to suffering losses. Today marked his first deliberate act of murder, and the intensity of that bloodlust left him feeling unwell. The strong scent of blood and decay in the air made him nauseous, but he endured it all. He needed to find Lu Ruyun. Hastily, Xiang Feng ascended to the 16th floor. Following the trace of Lu Ruyun's aura, he arrived at the door of Lu Jun's office. With a forceful kick, he shattered the solid wooden door, splintering it into a cascade of wood shavings. Like a specter emerging from the depths of despair, drenched in blood, Xiang Feng stood before Lu Ruyun. Xiao Feng. Lu Ruyun, upon seeing the man at the door, covered her mouth in shock, her delicate frame trembling violently. This man, though always tattered yet impeccably clean, was now drenched in blood, as though he had emerged from a pool of it. What had this man just endured? In that moment, Lu Ruyun felt no fear, only deep concern flooded her heart. It was as if her heart had been pierced, the pain rendering her breathless. Tears cascading down without restraint. Husband! She cried out, throwing herself into Xiang Feng's embrace, disregarding everything else. In that instant, her thoughts were consumed solely by the desire to be with him, casting aside the threats posed by Li Donghao against the Lu family. For she understood that everything this man had faced was for her sake. Wife, do not fear. I have come to rescue you. Although he had sensed Lu Ruyun's presence earlier and confirmed her safety, it was only by holding her close that Xiang Feng truly felt at ease. He gently patted her back, whispering soothing words, concerned that she might be startled. How did you end up here? What about my subordinates? What of my brother Lu Cheng? Lu Jun, brandishing a desert eagle, pointed the dark muzzle at Xiang Feng, though his hand trembled slightly, eyes filled with dread. The commotion from the fight outside, despite the considerable distance, reached his ears. Observing the blood-soaked Xiang Feng before him, he sensed that something was amiss. My dear, I am too filthy at the moment. It would be unwise for you to embrace me. I must first attend to certain matters, Xiang Feng addressed Lu Ruyun. No, I wish to hold you. I fear not your filth, Lu Ruyun declared resolutely. Whatever dangers lie ahead, I shall face them alongside you. She shook her head vigorously, refusing to relinquish her grip. Xiang Feng managed a wry smile. But there may be death soon. Are you not afraid? Lu Ruyun had already surmised that Xiang Feng might have taken a life, perhaps more than one. Before them stood Lu Jun, armed with a firearm. There was indeed a possibility of further fatalities. Yet, she gritted her teeth and boldly replied, I fear not. As long as I am with you, and you remain safe, I shall not be afraid. By the way, my dear, you haven't been harmed, have you? She sought to assess Xiang Feng's condition, but with him drenched in blood, it was impossible to discern if he had sustained any injuries. Fear not, my love. I am unscathed, Xiang Feng reassured her with a nod. His gaze then shifted to Lu Jun, who stood a short distance away. Your brother? I did encounter someone resembling you earlier, but he is now on the path to the underworld. Xiang Feng spoke nonchalantly, disregarding the Desert Eagle in Lu Jun's grasp. He should not be far. Should I send you on your way now, you might just catch up to him. In your next life, you may yet be brothers again. Chapter 45. If the Li family seeks revenge, let them annihilate the Li family. Do you think I, Lu Jun, am easily intimidated? Lu Jun's heart quaked at Xiang Feng's words, yet he remained undaunted. Tightening his grip on the Desert Eagle, he coldly retorted, Xiang Feng, I advise you to lie flat on the ground. I may yet spare your life. Otherwise, I will shoot you on the spot, and you will surely meet your demise. My dear, he wields a gun. You must be cautious, Lu Ruyun said, anxiety evident in her voice. To her, no matter how formidable Xiang Feng was, he was still flesh and blood. Should Lu Jun pull the trigger, Xiang Feng would undoubtedly be in grave peril. Rest assured, my love. His bullets shall not find their mark, Xiang Feng replied with a grin. With that, he stepped forward, placing himself before Lu Ruyun. A smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lu Jun. You wish to fire? I stand before you. Feel free to shoot. Let us see whether your handgun is quicker than my mobile phone. He held aloft the old phone Lu Ruyun had given him. Are you truly seeking your own demise? Lu Jun's eyes narrowed as he feigned calmness. Indeed, he felt a flicker of panic within, lacking any sense of conviction. Yet, he could not believe that Xiang Feng, no matter how skilled, could evade bullets. Yes, I am courting death. The question is whether you possess the ability to take my life. Xiang Feng nodded and commanded, fire. Lu Jun inhaled deeply, his mind resolute. He was eager to witness whether Xiang Feng could indeed evade the bullets. Whoosh. At that moment, darkness enveloped his vision. Suddenly, Xiang Feng's phone came crashing down upon his wrist. The handgun slipped from his grasp, plummeting to the ground. Whoosh. Almost simultaneously, Xiang Feng's figure materialized before him. I asked you to fire twice, yet you still hesitate. Did you truly believe I possessed the patience to await your shot? The icy voice resonated in Lu Jun's ears. In the next instant, Xiang Feng raised his hand, delivering a swift chop that struck Lu Jun's throat with precision. Crack! Lu Jun's throat immediately caved in. Clutching his neck, he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. His eyes brimming with anger, resentment, and regret. Gradually, his vision blurred, and his body collapsed rigidly to the ground. Honey, you killed him? Lu Ruyun's voice trembled. Dear. Leaving such a person alive would only invite disaster. Besides, he was armed. While I have no fear, I still worry that a stray bullet might harm you, Xiang Feng explained, concerned that the sight of his actions might leave a psychological scar on her. After all, Lu Ruyun was merely an ordinary person, and witnessing a murder firsthand would understandably instill fear within her. Darling, it's not that I disapprove of you defending yourself. However, we live in a society governed by law. You have killed him today, as well as many others. I fear the authorities may come to apprehend you. Upon this realization, Lu Ruyun grew anxious once more. Soon, she gritted her teeth and proposed, how about we flee, my love? Let us escape from Xianhai City and soar far away, shall we? Soar far away? Xiang Feng felt a stirring in his heart. He was undeniably touched. It was evident that this wife of his, whom he had known for merely 3 days, had developed feelings for him. She was willing to abandon her family and loved ones to ensure his safety. However, Xiang Feng was not overly concerned. He understood that Lu Ruyun still had an unfinished mission to fulfill her grandfather's wishes and uphold the entire Yunshang group. Likewise, he had his own tasks to accomplish. Thus, they could not leave Xianhai City just yet. My dear, you need not worry about me. Although I have taken many lives today, all actions were in self-defense. The authorities will not take action against me, Xiang Feng stated with a relaxed demeanor. There was one detail he withheld. In the land of Yinwang, no master may be insulted. Those who offend a master's dignity shall face death. This principle was enshrined in Yinwang law, and Xiang Feng was a formidable being, surpassing the level of a master. Those who had captured his wife and dared to assault him would find that, even if he eliminated them, no one would dare hold him accountable. Will there truly be no consequences? Lu Ruyun still harbored concerns. Rest assured, there will be no repercussions. Xiang Feng gently patted Lu Ruyun's shoulder and said, Dear, shall we head home now? I need to take a quick shower and change my clothes. Moreover, in your current state, you certainly need some rest. All right. Let us return home. Lu Ruyun was indeed eager to leave this place. The Xingyin department store felt like a hell on earth. Just as they prepared to depart, a sudden vibration echoed from a mobile phone on the desk. It was Lu Jun's phone. Xiang Feng glanced over, and upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed slightly. He stepped forward, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. Lu Jun, how's the situation? Is Xiang Feng alive or dead? The voice of Li Donghao emerged from the phone. Brother Xinxiu, are you really wishing for Brother Feng's demise? If he were to die, would you then claim my wife for yourself? I must inform you, you might be disappointed. Brother Feng is alive and well. Xiang Feng grinned and added, the people you have hired are rather pitifully weak. Next time you wish to deal with me, could you perhaps find someone a bit more formidable? Xiang Feng, you truly possess a remarkable resilience to still be alive. But that is fortuitous. Otherwise, you would have no opportunity to savor the final dish I have prepared for you. Upon hearing Xiang Feng's voice, Li Donghao expressed slight surprise, quickly followed by a cold chuckle. Is that so? I look forward to this dish of yours. I hope it does not disappoint. Oh, and do clean your own neck thoroughly. I shall be coming for you soon. With that, Xiang Feng took Lu Ruyun by the hand and departed. Lu Ruyun walked alongside him, still somewhat anxious. Dear, Li Donghao is the only son of the Li family patriarch. You wouldn't consider eliminating him, would you? Xiang Feng nodded. This is not the first time he has sent someone after me. This time, however, he dared to target you first, which I cannot tolerate. The meaning was clear. Li Donghao was marked for death. But Li Donghao is the sole heir of the Li family, which is the wealthiest in Xianhai City. If you kill him, the Li family will undoubtedly retaliate with full force. Lu Ruyun's tone was grave, as the Li family was one of the 5 great families in Xianhai City, deeply intertwined with the other 4. Anyone targeted by the Li family would find it nearly impossible to defend themselves. The Li family, you say? Xiang Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. In truth, if Li Donghao had not laid hands on you today, I would have been open to negotiations. However, since they have crossed a line and provoked my ire, there is no escape for Li Donghao. As for the Li family, should they seek vengeance, I shall have no choice but to eradicate them as well. Chapter 46. Do you wish to bear me a child? Dear, Lu Ruyun gazed at the man's fair face, now marred with traces of blood. Her expression a complex mix of emotions. What is it, my love? Xiang Feng sensed that Lu Ruyun was concerned about his capabilities and quickly reassured her. My dear, you must have faith in me. I have already mentioned that when it comes to martial prowess, the only individuals in this world who surpass me are those who have long outlived their time. As for the Li family, I can certainly manage them. Lu Ruyun shook her head and replied, while I do harbor some concern for your safety, that is not what occupies my thoughts at present. What then, my love? Xiang Feng inquired, his tone suddenly playful. Could it be that you are so moved that you wish to bear me a child? Goodness, what are you thinking? Lu Ruyun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson. However, her expression soon turned serious once more. Husband, my worries still lie with the Li family. You may not fully grasp their significance, but I possess some knowledge. The Li family is not only the wealthiest in Xianhai City, but also one of the 5 great noble families, closely intertwined with the others. If you wish to confront the Li family, it implies contending with the remaining 4 families as well, which you cannot handle alone. Their strength is formidable, and their myriad connections are intricate. Otherwise, they could not have established their roots in Xianhai City for so long. Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach? Observing the concerned expression on her face, Xiang Feng offered a gentle smile. My love, your apprehensions are indeed valid. And let us not forget that we are not without support. You have the Lu family behind you. Even if we remain unscathed, should the Li family target the Lu family, it would spell disaster for them. In light of this, I shall take my time dealing with Li Donghao. Sigh, husband. I'm so sorry for dragging you into this turmoil. Lu Ruyun expressed her remorse. My dear, let us not speak of such things between us. Xiang Feng replied with a broad smile. Now, let us hurry home, take a bath, and I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. In the hotel private room. Lu Tianlong looked at Li Donghao, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Young Master Li, is that Xiang Feng still alive? Wasn't Lu Jun well prepared? Did he not express confidence in eliminating Xiang Feng? Lu Tianlong felt a genuine fear of Xiang Feng, who had a habit of slapping him without hesitation. Given the recent troubles involving Lu Ruyun, Lu Tianlong knew that Xiang Feng would not let him off lightly. Li Donghao, noticing Lu Tianlong's unease, replied, Do not fret. Although Lu Jun has failed, I have arranged for someone even more formidable to deal with him. After today, there will be no more Xiang Feng in this world. Lu Tianlong, still not entirely reassured, asked, Young Master Li, do you have absolute confidence in this plan? Are you questioning me? Li Donghao raised his gaze to Lu Tianlong. And no, I would never dare question you, Young Master Li. Lu Tianlong's back was soon drenched in cold sweat as he hastily clarified. I merely believe that Xiang Feng is cunning. His earlier bravado may have been a smokescreen, and he could very well be devising an escape from Xianhai at this very moment. Escape from Xianhai? Li Donghao let out a derisive laugh. I have already contacted the Transportation Institute. Even if Xiang Feng grows wings, he shall not escape from Xianhai City. That is reassuring, Lu Tianlong replied with a sheepish smile. Li Donghao continued, Tianlong, you need not worry excessively. Simply await the good news here. By tonight at the latest, Liang Jie will bring his men to take action. Liang Jie? The cold-faced young master Liang Jie? Lu Tianlong's expression shifted dramatically. Among the younger generation in Xianhai City, Liang Jie is both revered and feared by many. The reason is straightforward. Liang Jie's father, Liang Yidao, is one of the 4 overlords of the underground world in Xianhai City. Even the 5 great families approach these 4 overlords with caution, unwilling to offend them. Of course, the 5 great families earn significantly more than the 4 overlords. With Liang Jie leading the charge, do you believe Xiang Feng will survive today? Li Donghao inquired with a smile. Certainly not, Lu Tianlong replied. Having heard tales of Liang Jie's prowess, it is said that Liang Jie possesses extraordinary innate martial talent. 5 years ago, he entered the ranks of warriors by condensing his energy during a battle alongside his elder brother, single-handedly slaying 100 foes. Not only is he powerful, but his methods are also ruthless. Over the past 5 years, Liang Jie has only grown stronger. Among the youth of Xianhai City, few dare to offend him, even those from affluent families. With Liang Jie's intervention, Xiang Feng's demise is all but assured. At this moment, Lu Tianlong felt an immense sense of relief. Tianlong, once Xiang Feng is slain, and I have secured Lu Ruyun, you shall take command of the Lu family. Li Donghao lifted the wine glass from the table, gently swirling it. Your grandmother is elderly, and your father is rather mediocre. In the entirety of the Lu family, you are the only one who catches my eye. When the time comes, I shall support you in leading the Lu family in exchange for an investment in Yunshang Group. That should not pose a significant issue, would it? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly raised his glass with both hands and bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Li. Haha, soon we shall be family. There is no need for such formality." Li Donghao laughed heartily, feeling elated. Once he had taken control of the Lu family, he would have fulfilled his father's directive. However, he found himself curious as to why his billionaire father held such interest in the Lu family, whose assets barely exceed 100 million. "Father, how are you?" At the Lu family estate, a young woman in her early 20s, stylishly dressed in designer clothes, rushed in, her face etched with concern. Her name is Lu Feiyan, the daughter of Lu Changxing, currently attending Xianhai University and rarely returning home. She had just received a phone call from her mother, Wang Huilan, informing her that her father had suffered a broken arm. She promptly requested leave from her teacher and hurried back home. "Feiyun, why are you back?" "I will be going to the hospital for surgery shortly. You need not worry." Quickly return to school, Lu Changxing said, enduring the excruciating pain. He was more anxious than Lu Feiyun. After speaking, he turned to the butler and asked, "Have you found him? Where has that scoundrel Lu Tianlong run off to? Could he truly have vanished into thin air?" Xiang Feng's earlier ruthlessness remains vividly etched in his memory, particularly the harsh words he left behind, which he cannot afford to disregard. If anything were to happen to Lu Ruyun, the Lu family would undoubtedly face significant turmoil. Therefore, he must swiftly locate Lu Tianlong. "Changsheng, do not concern yourself with Tianlong for now. You must be taken to the hospital at once." The elderly matriarch of the Lu family expressed her deep worry, coupled with a rising anger. That wretched Xiang Feng has shown an unforgiving cruelty. After all, you are Lu Ruyun's uncle, and yet he has acted with such brutality towards you. Moreover, there is currently no direct evidence linking Lu Ruyun's disappearance to Tianlong. Lu Ruyun's despicable husband assaulted my father to such an extent? Lu Feiyun asked coldly. "Indeed. Feiyun, just look at the viciousness with which that wretch has acted. Shattering your father's arm, he is truly inhumane." Wang Huilan stepped forward, grasping Lu Feiyun's arm. "Feiyun, did you not mention that your boyfriend's father works in the enforcement court? Could you not persuade him to apprehend that scoundrel Xiang Feng? Rest assured, mother, for what he has done to my father, I will ensure he rots in prison." With that, Lu Feiyun seized her phone and dialed a number. "Zhou Jin, my father has been maliciously assaulted and has suffered a severe injury, resulting in a broken arm. Urgently instruct your father to mobilize a team to apprehend the perpetrator. I will say this once, if he is not sentenced to over 10 years, I will immediately end our relationship." Chapter 47. If you desire my body, just say so. "Feiyun, are you certain that your boyfriend Zhou Jin's father can handle that scoundrel Xiang Feng?" Wang Huilan, noticing Lu Feiyun pocketing her phone, remained somewhat unconvinced. Lu Feiyun proudly lifted her chin. "Mother, Zhou Jin's father is the chief of the enforcement court, second only to the president and the 2 vice presidents in authority. Capturing a rural bumpkin like Xiang Feng is merely a matter of a single command." Wang Huilan cautioned, "Xiang Feng is quite formidable. Are you absolutely certain?" Lu Feiyun laughed. clutching her stomach in amusement. Mother, are you jesting? Regardless of his skills, does he truly dare to lay a hand on someone from the enforcement court? Indeed. For those in the enforcement court or aren't, if he dares to strike, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. I hope the enforcement court's personnel would deal with him decisively. Wang Huilan declared vehemently. Fei Yun has indeed chosen a commendable boyfriend, unlike Lu Ruyun, that wretched girl, who rejected the wealth of the Li family to marry a heartless country bumpkin with designs on our Lu family's fortune. The Lu matriarch was filled with indignation. First, her daughter-in-law and grandson were publicly humiliated. Then a skilled fighter nurtured by the Lu family was grievously injured, and now her eldest son had been rendered crippled. How could she possibly endure such misfortunes? By the way, has there been any news about that wretched Lu Ruyun? Upon hearing the matriarch mention Lu Ruyun, Wang Huilan grew increasingly furious. I am beginning to suspect that this is all a deliberate act on her part, orchestrated to provoke Xiang Feng to attack Changxing, as revenge for the punishment inflicted on her by grandmother yesterday. Sister-in-law, while Xiang Feng may have acted impulsively, to suggest that this is a scheme devised by Ruyun for revenge seems rather excessive, does it not? Could no longer endure the situation and furrowed her brow as she spoke. Wang Huilan sneered, Sister, although Changxing is my husband, he is also your elder brother. Is he not? Just look at how he has been battered by that scoundrel, Xiang Feng. Instead of standing by your brother, you choose to speak up for an outsider? Ah, indeed, a married woman is like water that has been poured out. But Ruyun also bears the surname Lu. How can she be considered an outsider? Lu Huijun's expression darkened as she attempted to clarify. Enough. The matriarch interjected, displeased. Huijun, you share a close relationship with Ruyun. Has she reached out to you? After a brief hesitation, Lu Huijun replied, Ruyun just sent me a message using Xiang Feng's phone, saying she is safe now and is currently on her way home with Xiang Feng. She didn't call directly because she was driving. What? She is safe. Yet she did not inform the family sooner? Does she not realize the gravity of this situation? Her uncle has even lost an arm because of it. The matriarch's fury escalated upon hearing this. Fei Yun, you must immediately inform your boyfriend to have the authorities apprehend Lu Ruyun. Furthermore, she turned her gaze to the second son. Lu Hong, you need to contact a lawyer. No matter the cost, I want Xiang Feng imprisoned for life. Mother, Lu Hong furrowed his brow slightly, feeling the matriarch's approach was excessively harsh. You are not intending to plead on behalf of Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun, are you? Wang Huilan narrowed her eyes in cold amusement. No, I shall seek out a lawyer right away. Lu Hong sighed in resignation as he walked outside. Huijun. The matriarch suddenly turned to Lu Huijun, who was pulling out her phone. Hand over your phone to me, and then sit in my courtyard. You cannot go anywhere today. Lu Huijun's face turned pale instantly. She understood that the matriarch was resolute in her intent to take action against Xiang Feng, given the Lu family's influence. Dealing with someone like Xiang Feng, who had no connections in Xianhai City, would be exceedingly simple. Xiaofeng, you should go take a shower. I will fetch you some clothes. As soon as Lu Ruyun entered the room, she urged him, the blood on you is nearly congealed. If you don't wash it off quickly, it will be difficult to clean later. Dear, why have you stopped calling me husband? Xiang Feng seemed more concerned about this, wearing a look of feigned grievance. Previously, her constant address of him as husband had filled him with joy, and he even fantasized about their relationship blossoming further. Once Lu Ruyun's period had passed, they could commence their plans for starting a family. Oh dear, calling you husband all the time might make someone shy, she replied, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Earlier, she had been overwhelmed with emotion, touched by Xiang Feng's reckless bravery, akin to a knight in shining armor, rescuing her from peril. Thus, she had called him husband at every opportunity. Now that her emotions had stabilized, she found it somewhat embarrassing to continue using that term. Very well. Could you fetch my clothes while I take a shower? She said. Indeed, the woman displayed a certain shyness, yet Xiang Feng did not press her. However, a glimmer of mischief soon flickered in his eyes. Once inside the bathroom, he stripped down completely and began to wash. Xiaofeng, could you leave the bathroom door slightly ajar? I shall pass your clothes and towel inside. Came Lu Ruyun's somewhat bashful voice from outside shortly thereafter. Wife, I am currently washing my hair, so it isn't convenient for me to open the door. Please pull it open yourself, Xiang Feng casually replied. Oh, I have to pull it open myself? Well, all right then. Lu Ruyun hesitated for a moment, grasping the clothes in one hand while reaching for the door with the other. However, despite her efforts, she found herself unable to push open the glass door. Xiaofeng, did you lock it? Why can't I open the door? Lu Ruyun inquired. I didn't lock it. Oh, I see. There must be water on the edge of the glass door, creating tension by expelling the air, which makes it difficult to pull open. Just apply a bit more force, and it should yield, came Xiang Feng's voice from within. Is that so? Let me try again. Lu Ruyun, trusting his words, exerted more strength. Yet, she still could not budge the glass door. Isn't this tension rather excessive? She mused internally. She had encountered similar situations before, but never had she struggled this long, contemplating whether to ask Xiang Feng for assistance. She wondered if it would seem overly delicate to seek his help for such a trivial matter. Thus, she set Xiang Feng's clothes and towel onto a nearby chair, grasped the doorknob with both hands, and pulled back with all her might. This time, the glass door opened effortlessly, fully revealing the lean yet muscular form of the man before her. Ah! Lu Ruyun instinctively gasped, quickly raising her hands to cover her eyes, her cheeks flushing as if ignited by fire. It turned out that despite looking slender, Xiang Feng's physique was remarkably well-toned. Well, wife. Isn't this a bit too direct? Xiang Feng turned around, grinning at the exceedingly bashful Lu Ruyun. If you are tempted by my physique, just say the word. I am always willing to oblige. Well, if you wish to touch, I wouldn't mind that either. Chapter 48. Resistance leads to immediate termination. If you wish to touch, I wouldn't mind that either. Xiang Feng chuckled, even taking a step closer. Xiao Feng, don't come over here. Turn around quickly. Lu Ruyun, hearing the footsteps, stamped her foot in distress. She was mortified to have inadvertently seen her husband in such a state. My dear wife, is this truly necessary? We are married now, and I have seen your body, so what is there to be shy about? With a playful grin, Xiang Feng gazed at the woman blushing with embarrassment, his audacity growing bolder. By the way, my love, what do you think of my physique? Xiao Feng, if you continue this way, I might genuinely become upset. Lu Ruyun wished desperately for a hole to hide in. The man stood before her, unabashedly exposed, and her mind was flooded with the image of his bare form. It was utterly mortifying. Very well, I shall retrieve my clothes myself. You may keep your eyes closed. As Xiang Feng spoke, he stepped out without hesitation. As he passed by, Lu Ruyun caught a whiff of his potent masculine scent. Coupled with the lingering visions of his form in her mind, her heart raced uncontrollably. After 10 minutes, Xiang Feng emerged from the bath, returning to the living room. Lu Ruyun had seated herself on the sofa, yet the blush upon her cheeks remained unabated. Ahem, my dear, you are not still upset, are you? Xiang Feng, now dressed in fresh garments, asked with a hint of trepidation. Had he not employed a little trickery, Lu Ruyun would not have struggled to open the glass door. Upset? Not at all. I was merely contemplating whether there was an issue with that glass door. But it matters not, for we shall be moving in a couple of days. Lu Ruyun waved her hand dismissively. Xiang Feng sighed in relief. Thank goodness his wife was so innocent. And what about my physique? Xiao Feng. Lu Ruyun's cheeks, having just regained their color, flushed anew. Can we please not discuss what just transpired? Let us pretend nothing happened, and I saw nothing. Xiang Feng reassured her, my dear. There is truly nothing to be embarrassed about. I showed you mine, and it doesn't cost me anything. I have seen your body as well, but that is different. I am a woman, and you are a man. Lu Ruyun began, but upon seeing Xiang Feng's innocent expression, she waved her hand and said, Never mind, Xiao Feng. Shall we discuss something else? I still feel a bit frightened. My dear, are you worried that Li Donghao will send someone after me? Xiang Feng inquired. Of course. Since Li Donghao has chosen to resort to violence, he will not let this matter rest easily, Lu Ruyun replied, her face etched with concern. Do not worry. I am merely waiting for his men to come for me, Xiang Feng declared, seemingly unfazed. My dear, you must trust in your husband's strength. If Li Donghao attempts to confront me with force, he will ultimately be the one to suffer. Yet, I cannot help but ponder another matter. What is it? Lu Ruyun asked. The Lu family. Xiang Feng stated, My love, had I not contacted Lu Guangyang and tracked down his vehicle, finding you would have been quite a challenge. The Lu family may target me, but I cannot tolerate them laying a hand on you. Thus, I am contemplating how to deal with the Lu family. Indeed, the abduction of Lu Ruyun had thoroughly incensed Xiang Feng. Though he had severed one of Lu Changshan's arms, it was still insufficient to quench his thirst for vengeance. Lu Ruyun pondered for a moment and spoke. My dear, if I am not mistaken, it is likely that Lu Tianlong is collaborating with Li Donghao. As for whether there are others assisting, I am uncertain. Lu Tianlong. Xiang Feng found himself deep in thought. When he visited Yunshan Group today, it appeared that Lu Changxing was genuinely unaware of Lu Ruyun's capture. If that were the case, Lu Ruyun's conjecture might hold true. Lu Tianlong was the sole member of the Lu family aiding Li Donghao in his endeavors against him, resulting in Lu Ruyun's abduction. Considering this, Xiang Feng promptly declared, "In that case, let the Lu family surrender Lu Tianlong and offer you an apology, and I shall forgive them." Lu Ruyun couldn't help but smile ruefully. Surrender Lu Tianlong? Apologize to her? Neither of these actions would ever be taken by the Lu family. Suddenly, Xiang Feng's expression shifted as he walked toward the window. "Xiao Feng, what is it?" Lu Ruyun inquired, puzzled. "Wife, we might be facing some trouble ahead." Xiang Feng replied with a wry smile. "Trouble?" Lu Ruyun hurriedly joined him by the window and looked down, her delicate face instantly paling. There were vehicles belonging to the enforcement court, and they had arrived in such numbers. "Xiao Feng, they wouldn't be here to apprehend you, would they?" Xiang Feng shrugged. "Most likely, yes. What shall we do?" Lu Ruyun's complexion had turned quite ashen. Xiang Feng reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear. I have yet to enjoy a cup of tea at the enforcement court. How about today I sample their brew?" However, Lu Ruyun appeared anxious. "But you killed so many at Xingyin department store. If you were captured by the enforcement court, will you ever be able to get out? In the Yinhuang kingdom, taking a life demanded a life in return. Yet, this thought was one she dared not entertain, her heart consumed by fear. Of course, I can get out. Your husband is far more capable than I appear. And do not forget, Brother Tang will undoubtedly assist me," Xiang Feng stated. Right. I will find a way to contact Brother Tang shortly to seek his help. Although you killed someone today, it was in self-defense. Brother Tang will surely have a way to extricate you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xiang Feng, however, remained unfazed. As a martial sage who surpassed grandmasters, he was not at all intimidated by such matters. In fact, he was curious to see who had summoned these enforcement officers. Could it be the final course Li Donghao had mentioned? If so, it would be exceedingly disappointing. A rapid and urgent series of footsteps echoed from outside the door in less than half a minute. Their apartment was effectively surrounded. Xiang Feng was fully aware yet remained calm. He even instructed Lu Ruyun to change into proper attire, as she was still clad in her nightgown. At that moment, outside the apartment door, stood a group of individuals dressed in police uniforms, some even donning bulletproof vests. "Captain Zhou, is it really necessary to mobilize so much police force just to apprehend a mere country bumpkin?" Huang Yu, the captain of the squad, inquired with a hint of confusion beside the chief of the enforcement team, Zhou Ku. "Huang, this is no ordinary country dweller. What you may not be aware of is that just over half an hour ago, more than 100 lives were lost at Shingyin department store, with dozens more severely injured. Among the deceased were the martial artist Lu Cheng and the armed Lu Jun." Zhou Ku spoke gravely. "I have already confirmed that the killer is the very country bumpkin in this room, Xiang Feng." "What?" Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. Over 100 people perished? And there were martial artists involved? Did that country bumpkin act alone? "Brothers, charge in and take him down. If they resist, shoot to kill," Zhou Ku commanded decisively, raising his hand sharply to issue the order. "Understood." The members of the enforcement team swiftly advanced. One robust individual lifted his foot, ready to kick open the door. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a figure, Xiang Feng. "Want to catch me? You could have just knocked. No need to kick the door. What if you break it? Who will pay for that?" Xiang Feng glared at the burly man. The group instinctively paused. It was their first encounter with a criminal so audacious in their presence. "Hands on your head. Get down," they shouted in unison. However, soon enough, a line of dart gun barrels aimed at Xiang Feng. "Pa, with such an ugly stance, Brother Feng would never do that." Xiang Feng disregarded the guns, saying nonchalantly, "Besides, even if you want to apprehend Brother Feng, you must wait a moment, as my wife is still changing. Although I may be captured, I intend to keep her by my side." Xiang Feng had contemplated this matter earlier. He initially considered having Dong Wei send someone to protect Lu Ruyun, but he felt uneasy, thus deciding to keep Lu Ruyun close for utmost security. Seeing Xiang Feng's audacity, the enforcement team members who had their guns trained on him turned their gazes towards Captain Zhou. Zhou Ku's expression darkened. A criminal dared to be this brazen. It was as if he held no regard for him. "Xiang Feng, is it? I advise you to be wise and not try any tricks, otherwise our bullets will not discriminate." Zhou Ku stepped forward, his voice cold. "I am giving you 3 seconds to put your hands on your head and lie down. Or do not blame me for being impolite." "Impolite? Very well. I am eager to see how you intend to be impolite," Xiang Feng retorted, a hint of anger flaring in his tone. The enforcement team? He held them in disdain. At worst, he would reveal his identity as a martial saint. His elder had once told him that a master should not be insulted. Yet, the elder had not mentioned that Xiang Feng was a martial saint who surpassed the masters, far superior to them. He only learned of his cultivation realm just a couple of days ago. However, after revealing such an impressive identity, he feared he could no longer maintain his previous low profile. Xiaofeng, please don't act impulsively. At that moment, Lu Ruyun, hastily dressed in casual attire, rushed out. Esteemed members of the enforcement court, my husband tends to be a bit impulsive. If he has offended you, I sincerely apologize. You are Lu Ruyun, correct? Zhou Ke glanced at Lu Ruyun and waved his hand, commanding, arrest her. In an instant, two members of the enforcement court approached Lu Ruyun, one of them holding a pair of specially designed handcuffs. Arrest my wife? Xiang Feng narrowed his eyes, staring at Zhou Ke. Are you certain you're not joking? I am not a criminal. Zhou Ke, unbeknownst to Wen, had drawn a pistol, aiming it directly at Xiang Feng's forehead. Right now, immediately. Get on the ground with your hands on your head, or else, before he could finish his sentence, Xiang Feng vanished from sight. The next moment, Zhou Ke felt a blur before him. Before he could comprehend the situation, the firearm in his hand had vanished, only to reappear in Xiang Feng's grasp. The barrel now aimed at Zhou Ke's forehead. Put down the gun. How dare you attack us at the enforcement court, pointing a weapon at our captain? Are you seeking death? The sound of bullets being chambered echoed ominously. At that moment, at least 30 guns were simultaneously trained on vital points of Xiang Feng's body. Should Zhou Ke give the command, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Xiaofeng, quickly lower the gun. Lu Ruyun urged anxiously. My dear, do not interfere. I will handle this. Xiang Feng disregarded Lu Ruyun's plea this time. When it came to matters of force, it was necessary to respond with force. Why did they dare to point guns at him? It was because they believed that their firearms could subdue him. Xiang Feng intended to make it clear to these individuals that, even with their weapons, they could not harm him. Xiang Feng, put down the gun, or your situation will only worsen. Zhou Ke warned coldly. His complexion shifted between shades of blue and white, not out of fear, but rather out of embarrassment. The gun he had previously aimed at Xiang Feng was now turned against him. Of course, he was even more astonished that, as a mid-stage Mingjing martial artist, he had so easily lost his weapon to Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng's strength must have reached at least the late stage of Mingjing, perhaps even the mastery of Anjing. No wonder he could single-handedly slay over 100 men at Shengyin department store. I might lower my gun, or even put on the handcuffs myself. However, you must ensure that your subordinates put their weapons away, and you must guarantee that my wife stays by my side without being handcuffed. Xiang Feng tightened his grip on the gun, declaring that he would not concern himself with whether they were members of the enforcement court. His respect lay solely with those who had faced the battlefield. As for the enforcement court, the old man had never claimed that all its members were virtuous. The notion of persuading them to lower their weapons was utterly implausible. Concerning your wife, Lu Ruyun, she is likely your accomplice and is under considerable suspicion. Therefore, we must place her in handcuffs. Zhou Ke let out a cold laugh, undeterred by the threat. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you pointing that gun at me? I am curious to see if you dare to pull the trigger. Bang! The gun discharged, sending a bullet flying forth. A faint yet blinding spark erupted from the muzzle. The bullet barely grazed Zhou Ke's scalp before embedding itself into the wall behind him. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The smirk on Zhou Ke's face froze instantaneously, and his body trembled slightly. This country bumpkin actually had the audacity to fire a shot. If the barrel had been lowered by even an inch, his head would have been obliterated. You fool! Lower the gun. If you do not comply, we will be forced to return fire, shouted Huang Yu and the others, their voices filled with anger, yet internally, they were all in a state of panic. The gun in Xiang Feng's hand was aimed directly at their captain. The fact that this rustic dared to shoot was unfathomable. They had come perilously close to losing their captain. Xiaofeng, Lu Ruyun gasped in shock. Her husband was far too audacious. Truly willing to shoot at the captain of the enforcement court. Do you still believe I would hesitate to fire? Xiang Feng met Zhou Ke's gaze, speaking with a calm demeanor. His marksmanship was average, yet as a martial saint, the proximity made it improbable for him to miss. Thus, he was unconcerned about inadvertently killing Zhou Ke. If such a misfortune were to occur, it would merely be the other party's ill fate. Zhou Ke swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Xiang Feng, I can agree to your demands. Had you stated this earlier, we could have avoided this unnecessary complexity, Xiang Feng replied with a grin, tossing the handgun towards Zhou Ke, extending both hands. Quickly, handcuff him. If he makes another move, shoot to kill. Huang Yu immediately issued the command. Soon, For members of the enforcement court advanced to subdue Xiang Feng. I advise you to handle me gently. Otherwise, even without a gun, you may find yourselves the ones collapsing in the end, Xiang Feng scoffed. In this world, only my wife is permitted to treat me roughly. Chapter 50. Xiang Feng is captured. Just cuff him and do not make any sudden movements. Zhou Ke ultimately chose to concede, cautioning his subordinates. The earlier experience of having a bullet was so closely past his head still haunted him. He was acutely aware that on the surface, Xiang Feng appeared to be a rustic simpleton, yet in reality, he was a formidable individual. Since Xiang Feng had chosen to surrender, allowing them to place handcuffs on him, there was no need to incite further trouble. Soon, he was secured with specially designed handcuffs, crafted specifically for martial artists. Even those with dark energy abilities would find it impossible to break free. As for Lu Ruyun, although she was not handcuffed, two members of the enforcement court trailed closely behind her. Before long, Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun were escorted downstairs by the court officials. The area downstairs was teeming with onlookers. However, due to a newly enacted policy by the Yanhuang Kingdom prohibiting photography during law enforcement actions, no one dared to produce their phones. Lu Ruyun, you wretched creature, do you regret your actions now? How dare you let your rustic husband break my father's arm? I assure you, our Lu family has hired the finest lawyer in Xianhai City, and he is prepared to see your husband languish in prison. At that moment, a figure broke through the cordon and confronted Lu Ruyun with a face full of resentment. It was Lu Feiyun. Had her boyfriend, Zhou Jin, not held her back, she might have lunged at Lu Ruyun. She harbored animosity towards Xiang Feng, but her hatred for Lu Ruyun was even more profound. Believing that Lu Ruyun had instigated her father Lu Changxing's injury, throughout her life, she had always felt overshadowed by Lu Ruyun. Sensing that her grandfather favored Lu Ruyun far more than he did her, this only intensified her resentment. She was the rightful heiress of the Lu family, while Lu Ruyun was merely an orphan picked up from an orphanage. Why should Lu Ruyun be superior in every aspect? Why should she manage the sales department immediately after graduation? Why was she so adored by their grandfather? Slap. Before Lu Feiyun could finish her tirade, Xiang Feng appeared before her, delivering a resounding slap across her face. The crisp sound echoed as Lu Feiyun spun around, a vivid handprint blossoming on her cheek. The assailant was none other than Xiang Feng. Although he had been restrained by two members of the enforcement court, he had effortlessly broken free. The handcuffs did not hinder his ability to strike. How dare you insult my wife? Who do you think you are? Do you possess even a fraction of her beauty or figure? With such an unappealing appearance, do you not fear scaring the children in broad daylight? Be off with you back to the Lu family. Xiang Feng was unyielding towards any woman who bore him ill will. He had never tolerated even his aunt Lu Huijun, let alone Lu Feiyun, who spoke with such venom. Clatter. A number of enforcement court members immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng, you better behave. Zhou Ke spoke coldly, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. With so many spectators watching, allowing a prisoner to escape and then assault someone would spell disaster for the enforcement court's reputation if word got out. You uncouth ruffian, you criminal maniac, have been apprehended, and yet you still dare to lay a hand upon me? Zhou Jin, your girlfriend has been assaulted. Can you truly remain indifferent? This is the first time Lu Feiyun has ever endured such a slap, and she is filled with uncontainable rage as she pulls her boyfriend Zhou Jin closer. Zhou Jin, having trained in martial arts under his father's guidance since childhood and being an active member of the martial arts club at Xianhai University, is quite adept. At this moment, witnessing his girlfriend being harmed, he is equally incensed. You, the uncouth ruffian, now reduced to a prisoner, still so brazen, it appears you seek a beating. As he spoke, he charged towards Xiang Feng. The members of the enforcement court nearby did not intervene, as their leader, Zhou Ke, frequently brought Zhou Jin to the court, and they were well acquainted. Zhou Jin, stand down. Zhou Ke's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily admonished. However, it was too late. Zhou Jin had already dashed to Xiang Feng's front, executing a high-spinning kick aimed at Xiang Feng's face. Bang! Xiang Feng stepped back, and Zhou Jin's kick missed its target. Before he could regain his balance, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, and his body was sent flying. You dare to strike me? Zhou Jin, supported by Lu Feiyun, stood up, glaring fiercely at Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng had no time to deal with these two youngsters. He turned his head towards Zhou Ke, warning, if you do not intervene, I shall not hold back next time. Zhou Jin, take your girlfriend and step back. Do you not see I am conducting an investigation? Zhou Ke's expression changed dramatically as he bellowed, and then waved his hand to have them escorted to the car. Back to the enforcement court. A few members of the enforcement court then bravely approached to guide Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun towards the police vehicle. Lu Ruyun. Just wait and watch. Our Lu family will never let that ruffian Xiang Feng go unpunished. If he does not serve a lifetime in prison, I shall no longer be called Lu Feiyan. Lu Feiyan shouted vehemently. Lu Ruyun paused slightly, a fleeting sorrow appearing in her eyes. Just moments ago, she had advised Xiang Feng not to confront the Lu family, let alone harm its members. Yet now, the Lu family had summoned the enforcement court to apprehend Xiang Feng. They even wished for him to spend a lifetime behind bars. Had she been too kind in urging Xiang Feng to avoid conflict with the Lu family? At this moment, Lu Ruyun genuinely felt disillusioned with her family. Feiyan, do not be angry. Return to the Lu residence and await my news. I shall accompany them to the enforcement court. Zhou Jin said to Lu Feiyan. He laid hands on us today, and I shall certainly seek retribution. Lu Feiyan nodded in satisfaction. I knew you would treat me best. Brother Jin, I will await your good news. Remember to send me a video when the time comes. Rest assured, I shall capture a grand spectacle for you. Zhou Jin replied, before boarding a police vehicle himself. 15 minutes later, Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun were brought to the enforcement court. The entire court spans 4,000 to 5,000 square meters, featuring not only an office building but also a designated detention facility. Captain Zhou, where shall we confine Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun? Upon entering the enforcement court, Captain Huang Yu promptly inquired. Zhou Ke replied, Xiang Feng is a martial artist and must be confined to the Dragon Lock Room. As for Lu Ruyun, she can be placed next to Xiang Feng. The Dragon Lock Room? Huang Yu exclaimed, to confine a prisoner there requires the president's signature, does it not? But isn't the president out today on an important mission? Zhou Ke responded, indeed, the president's signature is necessary. However, the signatures of 2 vice presidents will suffice. You may escort them to detention while I procure the necessary documents for the vice president's signatures. Very well. Huang Yu immediately directed his men to escort Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun to the detention building. Upon entering the elevator, it did not ascend but rather descended directly. Finally reaching 50 meters underground, the elevator came to a halt. Outside, blinding lights illuminated a series of prison cells crafted from a special metal. Although these were cells, the environment within was quite pleasant, featuring sofas, tables, and even a television mounted on the wall. After placing Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun in adjacent cells, Huang Yu arranged for guards to oversee them and swiftly exited the detention building. Brother Huang. Just as he emerged, a figure approached. It was Zhou Jin, carrying a briefcase. What brings you here, Zhou Jin? Huang Yu observed the bag in Zhou Jin's hand and began to piece things together, approaching with a smile. Brother Huang, this bag contains lunch I brought for you. Enjoy it at your office later. Zhou Jin glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then discreetly handed the bag to Huang Yu. With a beaming smile, Huang Yu accepted it, inquiring, now, what assistance do you require? Zhou Jin promptly stated, Brother Huang, that Xiang Feng slapped my girlfriend and kicked me, as you witnessed. I must exact my revenge. Chapter 51. Xiang Feng's murderous intent. You intend to teach Xiang Feng a lesson? Huang Yu had already surmised, but frowned nonetheless. This is the Dragon Lock Room. Brother Huang, I've investigated that country bumpkin. He has no background and poses no real concern. Besides, I want to escalate the matter. I merely wish to give him a lesson and relieve my anger. Zhou Jin insisted. Please, Brother Huang, help me out. All right, I can only grant you 5 minutes. After that, you must exit. Huang Yu deliberated before acquiescing. After all, Zhou Jin was the son of his superior. 5 minutes will suffice. Thank you, Brother Huang. Zhou Jin swiftly took an electric baton from Huang Yu and dashed into the building. Meanwhile, Huang Yu stepped aside, lighting a cigarette. He then spoke into the intercom. Hey, everyone, take a smoke break. Tonight, I'll treat you all to drinks and karaoke. At that moment, outside the enforcement court, a police car sped into the premises. Once parked, 2 figures leaped from the vehicle, President Su Gung and Dong Weiguo from the Xianhai War Department. The dean said, Did you not go on a mission? How have you returned so soon? Just as he spoke, 3 figures approached. The speaker was Zhou Ke, accompanied by the 2 vice deans of the enforcement court, Wang Huaming and Li Zhenye. All 3 wore expressions of curiosity, particularly upon noticing the presence of Dong Weiguo from the combat department, which sparked even greater surprise. Zhou Ke, I have just received word that you apprehended an individual named Xiang Feng. Is that correct? Su Gung inquired eagerly. Indeed, Dean. Zhou Ke affirmed, reporting. Xiang Feng is a nefarious character. He not only incapacitated Lu Changxing, the chairman of Yunxiang Group, by severing one of his arms, but also ruthlessly murdered over 100 individuals at Shengyin department store. He is truly heartless. When we captured him, he even seized my firearm and fired upon me. Had I not been fortunate, I might have been killed by him. Are you certain it was merely luck? Dong Weiguo interjected with a cold scoff. Given my brother Xiang Feng's prowess, if he had intended to kill you, even Yama himself would not have spared you. Upon hearing this, Zhouke's expression shifted slightly. It was astonishing that Dong Weiguo referred to Xiang Feng as brother. My brother Xiang Feng is innocent. Dong Weiguo continued. Therefore, should the enforcement court not consider releasing him? The dean turned to Su Gong. After a moment's contemplation, Su Gong replied, Lu Jun captured Xiang Feng's wife, and according to surveillance footage from Shengyin department store, they attacked Xiang Feng with extreme hostility, with dozens upon hundreds of people surrounding him. Lu Jun was even armed, posing a grave threat to Xiang Feng's safety. Hence, Xiang Feng's actions in defending himself can indeed be classified as justifiable. Zhouke inwardly lamented. In truth, both vice deans had already indicated that Xiang Feng's actions against Lu Jun and his associates would likely be deemed self-defense. Dean. Even if Xiang Feng's actions against Lu Jun were justifiable, his maiming of Lu Changxing, the chairman of Yunxiang Group, constitutes malicious injury, does it not? Zhouke suddenly recalled this matter and spoke up. It is precisely because the Lu family reported the incident and intends to sue Xiang Feng that we pursued his capture. If we were to release him just like that, we would fail to provide an explanation to the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Su Gong frowned. He indeed wished to assist Xiang Feng, not only because Xiang Feng had extracted a bullet from his body, but also due to Xiang Feng's connection with Dong Weiguo. He had not forgotten that during their mission today, upon learning of Xiang Feng's arrest, Dong Weiguo nearly stormed the enforcement court with hundreds of combat soldiers and a tank, and it took considerable effort to restrain him. The Lu family, you say? Huh. A mere Lu family. My brother Xiang Feng can handle them with ease. Very well. I shall first meet him and inquire if he requires my assistance. That should suffice, Dong Weiguo remarked. Zhouke turned once more to Su Gong, who nodded and said, Where are the others? Let us there. Zhouke hurried ahead to guide the way. In the locked dragon chamber, Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun were confined in 2 adjacent cells. Although they were termed cells, the environment and hygiene within were rather commendable. Xiang Feng found this quite agreeable, as it afforded him the opportunity to spend tranquil moments with Lu Ruyun. At present, they were the only occupants of the entire locked dragon chamber. Xiao Feng, have you informed Brother Dong about our capture? Lu Ruyun asked anxiously. Yes, I sent him a message. If he has seen it, he should arrive shortly, Xiang Feng replied. However, I actually hope he comes a bit later, ideally in a couple of days, for I feel we are rather well off here. No one will disturb us in this place. Lu Ruyun rolled her eyes. This is essentially a prison. What is good about being here? Moreover, I am genuinely concerned that the court might charge you with intentional homicide, and that would lead to significant trouble. Worry not, my dear wife, I assure you. I shall be fine, Xiang Feng said with a carefree demeanor. After saying this, he gazed outwards. Shall be fine. Huh. Country bumpkin, do you hold such confidence in yourself? Let me tell you, you are in deep trouble today. A figure approached, holding a mobile phone in one hand to record video, while the other hand wielded an electric baton. Zhou Jin, what do you intend to do? Lu Ruyun's expression changed drastically upon seeing Zhou Jin, who was the boyfriend of Lu Feiyan. What do you think I want to do? I have already incapacitated your future father-in-law and just slapped Feiyan. Not to mention I kicked you as well. Zhou Jin sneered as he reached the front of Xiang Feng's cell. Country bumpkin, if you kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, this electric baton will ensure you experience a most excruciating fate. Zhou Jin taunted. Zhou Jin, do not act recklessly. I warn you, if you do, I will definitely call the police. Lu Ruyun shouted anxiously. Lu Ruyun, you truly are a fool. No wonder you chose a country bumpkin over a wealthy heir like Li Xiao. Zhou Jin scoffed. Call the police? Have you even considered how I got in here? Suddenly, Lu Ruyun's face turned pale. My dear wife, do not fret. This mere clown cannot harm me, Xiang Feng reassured her, sensing her concern. Harm you? Country bumpkin. You clearly have never witnessed the power of an electric baton. Allow me to demonstrate, Zhou Jin declared as he raised the baton, resembling a handgun, and pulled the trigger towards the iron door of the cell. He had personally witnessed his father, Zhouke, use it on criminals and knew precisely how to operate it. Suddenly, a visible blue electric current surged forth from the electric gun, striking the iron door before penetrating through the floor and swiftly ascending towards Xiang Feng's feet. Instantly, a web-like pattern of electricity appeared across Xiang Feng's body, causing him to tremble violently. Ha ha ha, country bumpkin, do you now comprehend the power of the electric gun? Zhou Jin exclaimed with excitement, directing his phone's camera towards Xiang Feng. Husband, shouted Lu Ruyun anxiously from beside him. Ah, this feels delightful. Xiang Feng suddenly stretched and remarked. Thank you for bringing this electric gun to massage me. Why not administer a couple more shots? Why you're not hurt? Zhou Jin was taken aback, his smile completely frozen. Even a practitioner of Ming Jin would be swiftly incapacitated by this electric gun. How could Xiang Feng possibly be unscathed? Could it be that Xiang Feng is a master of Jin? Impossible. He must possess superior physical stamina to withstand the current, Zhou Jin pondered. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyun let out a long sigh of relief. Little brat, your grandpa Xiang Feng has no time to play with you. Hurry up and leave. So as not to disturb the private space between me and my wife, Xiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, shooing him away like a fly. I told you. Today you must kneel before me and call me grandpa 3 times. Zhou Jin said in a cold tone. As his voice fell, he suddenly aimed the electric gun at the iron door of Lu Ruyun's cell. You can withstand this electric gun. Do you think she can? Xiang Feng's expression instantly turned frosty, a palpable killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 52, A Bet with My Wife, Country Bumpkin. If you kneel before me now and call me grandpa 3 times, I might let this slide. Otherwise, your wife Lu Ruyun will be in for some trouble. Zhou Jin sneered, confident of his hold over Xiang Feng. Though Xiang Feng was powerful, he was currently confined in a cell, shackled, and Zhou Jin felt no fear. Sigh. Brother Feng is still too easy to talk to, Xiang Feng said, his face icy as he sighed softly. Rube, will you kneel or not? Zhou Jin gradually lost his patience. Kneel? Xiang Feng chuckled. In the next moment, he stepped forward, rushing to the television, seizing the remote control, and threw it with force. Bang! Before Zhou Jin could react, a sharp pain shot through the hand gripping the electric gun. Ah! Zhou Jin screamed in agony. Looking down to see his entire right hand crushed, blood gushing, and severed fingers scattered on the ground. What just happened? At that moment, a flurry of rapid, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Su Geng was the first to burst in, followed by Dong Weiguo, Zhou Ku, and a pale, sweating Huang Yu. With a series of firm knocks, several law enforcement personnel accompanying Su Geng rushed to Xiang Feng's cell, raising their firearms and aiming them at him. At a mere command from Su Geng, they would be prepared to fire. Lower your weapons, Su Geng commanded. The officers hastily complied. Zhou Jin, what transpired? Zhou Ke swiftly approached to examine Zhou Jin, whose pallor was alarming. Father, Zhou Jin grimaced in agony, his face ashen. Glancing at Su Geng, yet unsure how to articulate his distress. Lu Yan, you elucidate the situation. Su Geng directed his gaze towards a middle-aged man, the head of the locked dragon room and a squad leader. Director Su, it is somewhat difficult for Lu Yan to speak, he began. If my suspicions are accurate, there are individuals intending harm against my brother Xiang Feng, employing even electric batons. Dong Weiguo approached with a derisive smile, picking up the fallen electric baton. Su, unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall escalate this matter to the city supervisor. The city supervisor, the pinnacle of authority within Xianhai City. There is no one above him. Su Geng barked, speak. Director Su, shortly after Xiang Feng was incarcerated in the locked dragon room, Zhou Jin arrived with a package for Huang Yu, who subsequently allowed him entry. Once inside, he assaulted Xiang Feng with an electric baton and even intended to use it against Xiang Feng's wife. Xiang Feng, unable to endure further provocation, retaliated. Lu Yan recounted. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he had monitored the entire incident via surveillance on his phone, wary of Zhou Jin escalating the situation. Such incidents were not unfamiliar to him. Huang Yu, do you have anything to say for yourself? Su Geng's piercing gaze fell upon Huang Yu. Huang Yu, defeated, replied, Director. I will submit my resignation. Do you think resignation will suffice? Prepare yourself for court. Su Geng retorted coldly. With a thud, Huang Yu collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Ke, take your son to receive medical attention. Furthermore, both of you must face the consequences. I shall pursue this matter to its conclusion, Su Geng asserted. Understood. Zhou Ke, pale-faced and hesitant to say more, pulled Zhou Jin away. Lu Yan and the others appeared equally disheartened, their faces marked by regret. Open the cell and release them. Su Geng commanded again. Xiang Feng was not a serious offender, and his wife, Lu Ruyun, was certainly not a criminal deserving of confinement in the locked dragon room. With a click, The cell door holding Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun swung open. "Brother Xiang, come out," Dong Weiguo called. Xiang Feng stepped out of the cell and then entered Lu Ruyun's cell. "Brother Xiang, what is your intention?" Dong Weiguo asked, perplexed. Su Geng and the others also regarded Xiang Feng with curiosity. Xiang Feng addressed Su Geng. "Director Su, if I surmise correctly, your aim is not merely to release me, is it?" Su Geng nodded helplessly. "Indeed, Brother Xiang Feng, the incident at Shiqing department store can be deemed self-defense. However, your maiming of Lu Changqing's arm makes it difficult for you to evade responsibility, primarily because the Lu family is keeping a close watch on the matter. I have heard they even hired a lawyer. Therefore, I cannot let you leave directly." "I understand," Xiang Feng replied. "In that case, I shall remain here. The environment is quite pleasant and tranquil. I rather enjoy this place. By the way, is it acceptable for my wife and me to be confined in the same cell?" Su Geng smiled wryly. "Since Brother Xiang Feng wishes to stay, that is perfectly fine. But can you all step outside now?" Xiang Feng issued an order for them to leave, as if this were his territory. "With so many third wheels here, how can I converse with my wife?" Su Geng and Dong Weiguo couldn't help but chuckle. Their statuses in CNI City were undoubtedly that of prominent figures, and countless individuals longed to curry favor with them. Yet, Xiang Feng bluntly referred to them as third wheels. What a blow to their pride. "Old Su, let us step outside." Dong Weiguo, having interacted with Xiang Feng more frequently, understood that his heart belonged solely to his wife. It mattered little to him or Su Geng. Even Dong Weiguo's father was of little concern to Xiang Feng. Hence, he wisely made his way outside, with Su Geng hastily following suit. Once outside the detention building, Dong Weiguo coldly remarked, "Old Su, I can forgive you for what just transpired this time. However, if there is a next time, I will certainly escalate the matter to the city supervisor. Don't blame me for lacking compassion then, for Brother Xiang Feng is my father's lifesaver." "What?" Su Geng's heart raced, and he nodded gravely. "Rest assured, I will personally keep an eye on this matter. But what about that fellow Qiulong? Can you handle him alone?" Dong Weiguo replied nonchalantly. "He has already been injured by the two of us working together, and Mongshan is now surrounded by my men. He has nowhere to flee. Next, I merely need to capture him effortlessly." "Very well, do take care," Su Geng advised. "Xiao Feng, why don't you let Brother Dong assist you? If he intervenes on your behalf, you would surely be released swiftly. Although the Lu family has some influence with Brother Dong's word, they would undoubtedly withdraw their lawsuit and ensure the court releases you." After Dong Weiguo and the others departed, Lu Ruyun curiously inquired, "Is that really the case?" "That is out of the question. I, Xiang Feng, do not relish seeking assistance from others. It is typically others who come to me for favors. Such a situation would be quite embarrassing for me," Xiang Feng huffed. "Moreover, even without Brother Dong's help, the Lu family will soon come begging for my release." "Surely not?" Lu Ruyun expressed doubt. "My dear, do you not believe in me? How about we make a wager? If the Lu family seeks my release today, you shall allow me to hold you while we sleep tonight. What do you say?" Xiang Feng proposed. Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed. However, this was not the first day the two had met, and given the man's profound affection for her, alongside her own favorable feelings towards him, she found herself less resistant. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ruyun inquired, "What if you lose the bet and the Lu family does not come today, pleading for you to go out?" Xiang Feng replied impulsively, "Then I shall let you hold me as you sleep." Lu Ruyun responded, Chapter 53, "My dear, rest assured, I shall not resort to any physical actions." "How shameless. I refuse to engage in such a wager with you," Lu Ruyun exclaimed, swiftly changing the subject. "Xiao Feng, why are you so confident that the Lu family will come seeking you?" Without reservation, Xiang Feng explained, "My dear, your grandmother's illness is not easily cured. Although I managed to save her last time, she has yet to fully recover. Considering the timeline, she should be in dire straits today." Is it that serious?" Lu Ruyun gasped. "If it weren't severe, old Wang Chuan would have been able to treat her without my intervention," Xiang Feng retorted with a huff. "What if you fail to provide timely treatment? Will something happen to her?" Lu Ruyun asked with concern. "That old lady is quite troublesome. Perhaps it would be better if she were to pass away," Xiang Feng scoffed. "Husband," Lu Ruyun clung to Xiang Feng's arm. "After all, she is my grandmother. Could you not speak of her that way? I know you despise her, and truth be told, I am not particularly fond of her either. However, I believe that if grandfather were alive, he would wish for her to live a long and healthy life. Therefore, if something were to happen to her, and the Lu family comes to plead for your help, would you, for my sake, consider saving her once more?" Feeling the softness of her embrace, Xiang Feng shamelessly replied, "If you continue to hold me like this, I might just contemplate saving her." "Ah, you rogue." Lu Ruyun suddenly realized, hastily releasing her grip on Xiang Feng. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Humph, if you do not save grandmother, I shall never speak to you again." All right. I will save her. Is that satisfactory?" Xiang Feng relented, displaying his dissatisfaction on his face. Observing his discontent, Lu Ruyun hesitated briefly before wrapping her arms around Xiang Feng once more. "Husband, tonight I shall let you hold me as I sleep, but you must not act inappropriately." Xiang Feng, invigorated as if struck by a surge of energy, nodded vigorously. "My dear, rest assured, I shall not lay a finger on you." In an opulently decorated tea room, Li Donghao said reassuringly, "Tianlong, do not fret. I have already investigated. Your father's injuries are not grave, and he will fully recover in a month or two. Moreover, during this period of your father's ill health, it is the perfect opportunity for you to take charge of the Lu family." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlong's worries began to dissipate, though he maintained a facade of indifference. "Humph, that Xiang Feng is truly ruthless. However, now that he has been captured by the judiciary, it is likely that Liang Jie and his associates will find it difficult to act." Amidst the chaos, Xiang Feng, in a fit of rage, has taken numerous lives and left your father incapacitated. It is only to be expected that he would be apprehended. Li Donghao nodded, considering the act of killing to be a matter of self-defense. Yet, he pondered whether the Lu family would pursue legal action against him and whether he could withstand such a trial. Should he fail to extricate himself from the court's grasp, I would have indeed overestimated his capabilities. Lu Tianlong sneered. "Li Shao, it appears you may have truly overvalued him. He is merely a rustic fellow with some martial skills. If the Lu family does not withdraw their lawsuit, he may find himself languishing in prison for a lifetime." Li Donghao sighed softly. "If he cannot secure his release today, then I shall lend him a hand tomorrow, since I intend to eliminate him, yet not to think he can hide away in prison for eternity." At the Lu family estate, the matriarch presided over the gathering of her kin. "Have they apprehended him?" "Excellent. Splendid." Her aged visage radiated delight. "That simpleton Xiang Feng must surely endure the full extent of his punishment. Rest assured, mother, we have engaged a top-tier lawyer from Xianai City. He'll never see the light of day again," Wang Huilon remarked with a haughty snort. "It is a pity we cannot impose the death penalty directly. That fool deserves to be executed on the spot." Beside her, Lu Feiyun, her face swathed in a compress soaked in ice water, spoke with venomous disdain, and Lu Ruyun, "That wretched woman, ought to be executed alongside him. Since they are so enamored with one another, let them become a pair of tragic lovers in death." Indeed, Lu Ruyun is infuriating. "Yet, she has dined at our table for over 20 years, the matriarch interjected. "Here's the plan," she declared. "Once we have dealt with that little scoundrel Xiang Feng, as long as Lu Ruyun agrees to marry Li Shao, we shall not hold her accountable." Wang Huilon nodded vigorously. "Yes, she must wed Li Shao. He has promised that if Lu Ruyun marries him, he will immediately invest 100 million into our Yunshang group." One wonders if Lu Ruyun has lost her mind, rejecting such a fortunate offer and clinging to a rustic fool. The matriarch scoffed but felt a flicker of reassurance upon glancing at Lu Feiyun, grateful that she had chosen a commendable partner. Lu Feiyun beamed with pride. "Of course. My judgment in selecting people has always been impeccable." Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a call from Zhou Jin. "I must share a blockbuster with you all shortly," Lu Feiyun exclaimed, laughing as she answered the call and switched to speaker mode. "Zhou Jin, have you finished the video? Hurry and send it over. My mother and grandmother are eager to see it." However, as she spoke, Zhou Jin's furious voice erupted from the other end. "As for your mother, Lu Feiyun, you are a harbinger of misfortune. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to end up with a wretch like you." With that, he abruptly hung up. The hall fell into stunned silence, and Lu Feiyun wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Zhou Jin, has he lost his mind?" Lu Feiyun took a long time to realize what had happened and muttered a curse under her breath before hastily redialing Zhou Jin's number. "Hello. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Zhou Jin's phone was off, making it impossible to connect. "Feiyun, has something gone awry?" The elderly lady had an unsettling premonition and stood up to inquire. "Grandma, it will be fine. Please don't worry," Lu Feiyun hurriedly reassured her. Suddenly, with no warning, the elderly matriarch of the Lu family collapsed to the ground. "Grandma, what's wrong?" "Mom, please don't scare us. Quickly, prepare the car and take Mom to the hospital." The hall erupted into chaos, but fortunately, old Master Lu Hong maintained a semblance of calm. Half an hour later, they had transported the elderly matriarch to the hospital, where they not only summoned Zhou Bin, but also fortuitously found Director Wang Chuanshu present, who was brought along. What were you thinking, Lu family? You have a divine healer among you, yet insist on bringing her to our hospital. Isn't this wasting everyone's time? Upon entering the ward, Director Wang assessed the elderly matriarch lying on the bed and stated bluntly, I am too busy to entertain you. Aside from Xiang Feng, no one in CNI City can treat the Lu matriarch. Chapter 54. This master refuses to acknowledge kindness. What shall we do? Xiang Feng is currently detained at the execution court. How can we reach him to save the matriarch? Are we to withdraw our lawsuit? Yet, Director Wang had also asserted that only Xiang Feng could save her. What course of action should they take now? Once Wang Chuanshu left, the Lu family members gathered outside the ward, utterly at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, the eldest son, Lu Changxing, was also lying in a hospital bed, and they hesitated to disturb him. If we don't withdraw the lawsuit, Xiang Feng will surely not intervene. Lu Hong pondered for a moment before speaking up, sister-in-law. Shall we withdraw the lawsuit? If we delay too long, mother may not be able to hold on. Wang Huilan's expression darkened as she contemplated opposing the idea. However, if she were to object and something happened to the matriarch, the blame would fall squarely on her shoulders. If you wish to invite Xiang Feng, you may go on your own. I will not be participating, Wang Huilan declared. Second brother, I will accompany you to invite Xiang Feng. Just as Wang Huilan finished speaking, a voice emerged, unmistakably that of Lu Changxing, who was being pushed in a wheelchair. Eldest brother, what brings you here? Darling, why have you come? Dad, didn't you just have surgery? Upon seeing Lu Changxing's arrival, everyone rushed to surround him. Mother has fallen ill. As her eldest son, how could I not come? Lu Changxing turned to Lu Hong and said, Second brother, we are going to the execution court now. Also, notify our lawyer to join us. As soon as Xiang Feng consents to save mother, we will immediately withdraw the lawsuit. Understood. Lu Hong quickly took out his phone to make the call. More than half an hour later, Lu Changxing and Lu Hong arrived at the execution court, where Su Geng personally led them to the dragon lock room. Xiao Feng. Look quickly, uncle and second uncle have arrived. In the cell, Lu Ruyun was sitting beside Xiang Feng, listening to him recount amusing tales from Qingyan Mountain. Upon seeing Lu Changxing and Lu Hong, she immediately tugged at Xiang Feng and said, You came so quickly? I haven't had enough time here. Xiang Feng also looked up. Xiang Feng, you maliciously injured me and rendered one of my arms useless. As long as the Lu family remains resolute, you will undoubtedly spend a lifetime in prison. However, considering you are Ruyun's husband, I can offer you an opportunity to be released today, Lu Changxing stated directly from his wheelchair, pushed to the front of the cell. Oh, thank you, but I do not wish to leave just yet. I am quite content to be here with my wife, Xiang Feng replied with a disdainful expression. If there is nothing else, I shall not see you out. Please take your leave. Lu Changxing was taken aback. He had expected Xiang Feng to eagerly thank him. Yet instead, Xiang Feng was dismissing them. Lu Changxing's expression darkened progressively. Xiao Feng, do not be like this, Lu Ruyun, who had been concerned about the health of the elderly lady, gently pulled Xiang Feng and then turned to Lu Changxing and Lu Hong, asking, Uncle, second uncle, has something happened to grandmother? Lu Changxing replied, Indeed, grandmother's health has encountered some issues. We did not wish to wait for Director Wang and sought to find Xiang Feng to treat her. Here is the deal. If Xiang Feng can successfully treat grandmother, he must pledge to divorce you immediately and never set foot in the Lu family again. I will not hold today's events against him. Lu Ruyun frowned, knowing well that Xiang Feng would not accept Lu Changxing's conditions. Then you may wait for that old man Wang Chuanshu to treat her. I would like to see if he can succeed. Xiang Feng's response was blunt, and he waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Lu Changxing retorted angrily, Xiang Feng, do not be ungrateful. Xiang Feng smiled, I am indeed ungrateful. What can you do about it? Lu Changxing felt an urge to spit blood in frustration. Lu Hong then asked, Xiang Feng, what would it take for you to agree to treat my mother? Why should I treat her? Xiang Feng countered, Are you still unable to see the current situation? If you do not allow me to treat my mother, the Lu family will certainly not abandon the lawsuit against you, and you will spend a lifetime in prison. Lu Hong asserted, As long as I can be with my wife, I would not mind spending an eternity in this place, Xiang Feng stated earnestly. Lu Hong felt equally exasperated. This man was impervious to threats. However, Lu Hong's temperament was slightly better than Lu Changxing's. His tone softened as he continued, Xiang Feng, Since you are married to Ruyun, does that not make her grandmother your grandmother as well? Now that your grandmother is unwell, and given your considerable medical skills, shouldn't you attend to her? But he refused outright. Though I am married to Ruyun, that old lady does not recognize me as her grandson-in-law. So why should I acknowledge her as my grandmother? Humph. In this world, aside from my wife, no one is worthy of my servitude. Lu Hong felt utterly helpless. Xiang Feng was completely impervious to both coercion and persuasion. He cast a glance at Lu Ruyun, signaling her discreetly. Xiaofeng, dear, please refrain from speaking. However, Xiang Feng interrupted Lu Ruyun directly. I have already stated that when the Lu family called the police to have me arrested, I would ensure they would plead for my release. As it stands, they are clearly not in a position to beg, so I certainly will not acquiesce. Lu Ruyun felt a headache coming on. Her husband was usually affable, but when he was angry, he was as stubborn as a bull, immovable by anyone. At this moment, recalling how the Lu family had treated Xiang Feng, she understood the gravity of the situation. Previously, she had implored Xiang Feng not to take action against the Lu family, to which he had complied. Yet in a heartbeat, the Lu family had reported him to the authorities, seeking to imprison him for life. Contemplating these events, Lu Ruyun fell silent, silently praying for her grandmother's well-being. Xiang Feng, state your terms. After nearly half a minute of silence, Lu Changsheng broke the stillness. Looking at Xiang Feng and asking, what must you have in order to save my mother? Xiang Feng replied coolly, I have 3 conditions. If you agree to all 3, I will intervene to save her. Should you refuse even one, I will not act. 3. Lu Changsheng inhaled deeply, saying, let me hear what they are. First, expel your son Lu Tianlong from the Lu family and strip him of all his rights within it. Xiang Feng said with a smile. Impossible. Lu Changsheng rejected the notion without a second thought. That was his only son, his flesh and blood. Expelling him from the Lu family? How could he possibly do that? Then I suppose there is nothing to discuss? Xiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. If there is nothing to negotiate, let us end this here. Safe travels. And I want to see you out. Xiang Feng, you are being unreasonable. Lu Changsheng glared at him, his expression as dark as coal. Caught between saving his mother and his son, he found himself utterly unable to choose. Unreasonable? Are you jesting? Xiang Feng retorted with a cold smile. Your son conspired with others to trap my wife and subsequently had me arrested, seeking to imprison me for life. And now you dare to claim I am being unreasonable? Lu Changsheng, do you think I am an easy target? The incident regarding Ruyun may not even be related to Tianlong. Lu Changsheng attempted to explain, though his voice lacked conviction. Not related, is it? Very well, let us consider it unrelated then. Xiang Feng smiled broadly, yet I found him utterly disagreeable. Thus my first condition remains unchanged. Xiang Feng. Lu Changsheng glared at him. Director Su, please escort our guest out. Xiang Feng addressed Su Geng. Mr. Lu, please. Su Geng gestured gracefully. Naturally, Lu Changsheng would not leave so easily. Otherwise, the old lady would be in dire straits, and he would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your first condition, Lu Changsheng stated word by word. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a filial son. Too bad you have raised a worthless son. Xiang Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated Lu Changsheng would leave immediately, or at least ponder for a while. Proceed with your second condition, Lu Changsheng coldly demanded. My second condition is simple. You, your wife, and your daughter must apologize to my wife, Xiang Feng declared. Xia Feng. I do not require their apologies. Lu Ruyun interjected immediately. Wife, this is not a matter of need. It is essential for them to understand that their relentless bullying comes with consequences. Xiang Feng replied earnestly. So will you comply? He directed his gaze at Lu Changsheng. I agree. Lu Changsheng responded readily. After all, he could easily expel his son from the Lu family. What was an apology in comparison? The third condition is that my wife becomes the president of Yunshan Group, and she must receive half of the company's shares. Xiang Feng proposed as his final condition. This time, Lu Changsheng furrowed his brow once more. Lu Ruyun's expression also shifted noticeably, clearly taken aback by Xiang Feng's request. Although she felt a surge of emotion, she was more inclined to a bitter smile, for she understood how much the Lu family valued profit and that they would never relinquish shares, let alone half of them. Lu Hong also tightened his brow instantly. I can make Lu Ruyun the president of Yunshan Group, but conceding half of the company's shares is beyond my authority. Only my mother can decide that. Lu Changxing added. However, I believe my mother would rather die than relinquish half of the shares. Darling, let's forget about this condition. I have no interest in the shares of Yunshan Group, Lu Ruyun said. fully aware that persuading the old lady to grant her shares would be more torturous than taking her life. Then let us proceed with your proposal. Let my wife become the president of Yunxiang Group for now. We can discuss the shares later. Xiang Feng made a concession. Soon, Su Geng had the prison cell opened. The Lu family's lawsuit against Xiang Feng, which had only just begun, was promptly concluded. Before long, Xiang Feng and Lu Ruyun arrived at the People's Hospital together. Xiang Feng, hurry and come treat my mother. As they reached the hospital room's entrance, Wang Huilan raised her chin and commanded Xiang Feng, her demeanor quite arrogant. After Lu Changsheng had departed, she promptly placed a call to him. The initial words exchanged between Lu Changsheng and Xiang Feng were instigated by her. Thus, she believed that Xiang Feng must have surrendered, for it was inconceivable that he could emerge from the confines of his imprisonment otherwise. Lu Ruyun, who permitted you to visit grandmother? You wretched creature, you have no right to see her, Lu Feiyun spat, raising a finger to point accusingly at Lu Ruyun's nose. Even with Xiang Feng standing beside Lu Ruyun, she felt undeterred. She could hardly believe that Xiang Feng, having just escaped from his cell, would dare to retaliate. However, before she could finish her tirade, Xiang Feng swiftly struck her across the face. The cloth wrapped around her head, soaked in ice water, fell away, revealing her swollen visage resembling that of a pig, causing her to collapse to the ground. The previously uninjured side of her face soon mirrored her other half's swelling. Now it appears symmetrical, Xiang Feng remarked as he surveyed Lu Feiyun. Should you dare to speak ill of my wife again, I shall leave you searching for your teeth. Xiang Feng, do you still dare to strike me? Are you truly willing to face imprisonment? Lu Feiyun stood up, her gaze towards Xiang Feng filled with venom. I would indeed consider incarceration, but alas, your father insists I remain free, Xiang Feng sighed. Dad? Lu Feiyun turned towards Lu Changsheng with an expression of grievance. Enough. Be silent. Lu Changsheng barked. Feiyun, do not stoop to the level of this country bumpkin. We shall deal with him later. Wang Huilan approached, haughtily directing her words at Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng, you must hurry and treat my mother. I can attend to the elder lady, but you must first distance yourself from me, for your presence vexes me. Xiang Feng retorted. What did you say? Wang Huilan's eyes widened in disbelief. Leave now, or I shall escort you out, Xiang Feng warned, raising his hand. Wang Huilan instinctively covered her face, letting out a startled scream, and hurriedly retreated. Xiang Feng, cease this commotion and attend to my mother, will you? Lu Changsheng interjected with a frown. My dear, let us proceed inside. Xiang Feng took Lu Ruyun's hand. Very well. Lu Ruyun nodded obediently. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, heralding the arrival of Wang Chuanshu and Zhou Bin, who rushed in with urgency. Mr. Xiang Feng, are you here to administer acupuncture to the matriarch of the Lu family? Wang Chuanshu gasped as he reached Xiang Feng, breathless. Indeed, Xiang Feng affirmed with a nod. May I humbly request to observe and learn from your expertise? Wang Chuanshu implored. Disregarding his esteemed position, his face etched with earnestness. Please, consider it a plea from an old man. Witnessing this scene, all present were rendered speechless. Wang Chuanshu was not only the director, but also a renowned physician in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Xinhai City. And yet here he was, beseeching to witness Xiang Feng's healing process. Such a spectacle was beyond belief unless witnessed firsthand. Alas, considering your age and the mediocrity of your medical skills, I shall grant you an opportunity for learning. However, the extent of your acquisition will hinge upon your innate talent and comprehension. Xiang Feng nodded in agreement and then took Lu Ruyun's hand, leading her into the ward. Wang Chuanshu followed closely behind, his face alight with excitement, resembling an eager elementary school student ready to enter the classroom. Chapter 56. Dean Wang, I am grateful for your timely intervention. Before long, Xiang Feng was the first to enter the ward. The Lu family was not lacking in funds, thus the elderly matriarch was accommodated in a spacious VIP room. At that moment, a beautiful young nurse was present. Upon seeing so many people entering at once, the nurse's brow furrowed slightly, and she opened her mouth to speak. However, upon noticing that both the dean and the chief physician were accompanying them, she wisely chose to remain silent. Simply lift the patient's clothing to expose her abdomen. Xiang Feng instructed the nurse. What do you intend to do? The nurse bravely inquired. Allow me. Wang Chuanshu, eager to avoid any delay, stepped forward to lift the elderly woman's clothing, revealing her abdomen. Xiang Feng then approached, retrieving silver needles. Witnessing this scene, the nurse was taken aback, as it appeared that her dean was assisting someone who seemed remarkably youthful. Was it possible that this individual, who appeared even younger than herself, was about to perform acupuncture? With the dean at his side, daring not to voice further inquiries, she stood quietly by, holding her breath. The Liu family members behind her also watched intently. Their eyes widened in anticipation. With remarkable speed, Xiang Feng grasped 3 silver needles from the bag. Under the illumination, the 15-inch-long needles glimmered with a subtle silver sheen. The next moment, with a swift motion of his hand, the 3 needles were expertly inserted into the elderly matriarch's lower abdomen in a precise triangular formation, their depths varying haphazardly. Suddenly, Xiang Feng raised his hand, striking it down towards the needles. His palm did not touch them, yet the needles vibrated violently, emitting a resonant hum. The elderly woman's body appeared to tremble as well. "Enter," Xiang Feng commanded, and in an instant, the 3 needles ceased their quivering and were absorbed into her body. "Ah!" Wang Huilan exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. "Xiang Feng, what are you doing? Is this murder?" Silence. Before anyone else could speak, Wang Chuanxu, who had witnessed Xiang Feng's needlework, interjected sharply. At that moment, he seemed to have glimpsed something utterly astonishing. His face alight with exhilaration. How could he bear to have this observation interrupted by Wang Huilan? Lu Changxing hastily maneuvered the wheelchair, restraining Wang Huilan. Murder? Unless Xiang Feng has lost his mind. Otherwise, if he wished for the old woman to perish, it would suffice not to intervene. So why would he resort to personally taking a life? Xiang Feng did not cast a glance at Wang Huilan as he pierced the silver needles into the old woman's abdomen. Approximately 5 seconds later, his palm glided slowly over her belly, which instantly turned a vivid crimson, and beads of perspiration seemed to emerge on her forehead. With a gentle utterance from Xiang Feng, 3 silver needles shot forth simultaneously, vanishing into the void. He effortlessly caught the needles, disinfected them with his energy, and then placed them into a cloth bag. "Xiao Feng, is everything ready?" After 3 seconds of silence, it was Lu Ruyun who first inquired. "Yes, she will awaken once the crimson hue of her abdomen fades." "It will be but a moment," replied Xiang Feng. "Young brother Xiang Feng, did you just employ the legendary Ghost Valley 3 needles?" At that moment, Wang Chuanxu approached Xiang Feng with an expression of fervor, his voice trembling with excitement. Xiang Feng shook his head, stating, "Ghost Valley 3 needles? I have never heard of such a technique." Wang Chuanxu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You've never heard of it? Director, what precisely are the Ghost Valley 3 needles?" Inquired Zhou Bin from the side. Wang Chuanxu explained, "I have encountered a brief introduction in an ancient medical text, which claims this to be the renowned skill of the Ghost Valley Divine Physician from thousands of years ago." "The Ghost Valley Divine Physician?" Zhou Bin exclaimed, having also heard of that name. Xiang Feng shrugged. "I truly have not heard of the Ghost Valley 3 needles. My master refers to this technique as the 3 needles for pigs." "The 3 needles for pigs?" Wang Chuanxu was somewhat perplexed. Why would it be called that instead of the Ghost Valley 3 needles? Xiang Feng elucidated. "In the village at the foot of our mountain, it is common for pigs to fall ill, and my master uses this technique to treat them, administering 3 needles each time. Over time, including my master, everyone began to refer to this technique as the 3 needles for pigs." Wang Chuanxu nearly sputtered in disbelief. The legendary Ghost Valley 3 needles had been reduced to a mere moniker of the 3 needles for pigs. The expressions of the Liu family darkened. 3 needles for pigs? This rascal Xiang Feng surely does not intend to insult the old woman by comparing her to a pig. Suddenly, Wang Chuanxu approached Xiang Feng and knelt on both knees. "Young brother Xiang Feng, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple and impart the Ghost Valley 3 needles to me. As long as you are willing to accept me, I shall comply with any request." A gasp echoed through the crowd as everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Wang Chuanxu, the esteemed director of the People's Hospital and a renowned divine physician in Xianhai City, was a figure whose medical prowess few dared to rival. Now, he was kneeling publicly before Xiang Feng, seeking to become his disciple. Is the world truly this absurd? "Director." Zhou Bin and the young nurse hurried over, attempting to assist Wang Chuanxu in rising. They had not anticipated that their highly revered director would kneel before a young man, seeking to be his student. Should this incident become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire healthcare system of Xianhai City. Lu Ruyun was equally astonished. Yet her astonishment quickly transformed into pride. Who dares to claim that her chosen partner is a mere bumpkin? Her partner possesses remarkable abilities. Even the hospital director aspires to be his disciple. "Please rise. I do not accept disciples," Xiang Feng remarked. The Lu family members gaped in disbelief, their expressions filled with indignation. wishing to confront Xiang Feng. This rustic fellow must have lost his senses. Does he not realize that should he become the mentor of Director Wang, he could ascend to the upper echelons of the city of Xianhai? Xiao Feng. Lu Ruyun observed that Wang Chuanxu, despite his advanced age, had already knelt and could not help but plead. Seeing Director Wang in such a state, might you reconsider? Wang Chuanxu cast a grateful glance towards Lu Ruyun. After a moment's hesitation, Xiang Feng replied, "Since my wife has spoken, I shall reluctantly accept you as an honorary disciple. As for the Pig 3 acupuncture technique, I will teach it to you, but only when I find the time, for I am quite busy compensating my wife." "Thank you, Master," Wang Chuanxu exclaimed as he rose. Although he was but an honorary disciple and Xiang Feng's demeanor was far from warm, Wang Chuanxu was nonetheless overwhelmed with excitement. The members of the Lu family observed this scene with complex expressions. The rustic man they had always looked down upon had now become the mentor of the director of the People's Hospital. They found it hard to accept. Suddenly, the elderly matriarch of the Lu family, who lay in bed, let out a soft cough. "She has awakened. Mother, how do you feel?" "Grandmother, you have finally awakened." The Lu family members quickly gathered around her. "I am quite well. It feels as though I merely took a nap. Rest assured, that little rascal Xiang Feng is still alive. I shall not depart before him." With the assistance of her family, the matriarch sat up. After surveying her surroundings, she turned her gaze towards Wang Chuanxu and expressed her gratitude. "Director Wang, thank you for your timely intervention. Dear matriarch of the Lu family, did I not mention before that I could not treat your ailment? Today, it is entirely thanks to my master's intervention." Wang Chuanxu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he spoke. "Your master? May I inquire where Director Wang's master is? I must express my gratitude with a bow." The matriarch was somewhat perplexed, as it was the first time she had heard that Director Wang had a mentor. "Here he is." Wang Chuanxu stepped aside, revealing Xiang Feng, who had remained at a distance. The matriarch immediately rose, raising her hands in preparation to bow. However, when she saw that the person before her was Xiang Feng, her expression darkened. "Why are you here?" Xiang Feng smiled benignly, a bow of gratitude. "Please refrain. I am unworthy of such honors. However, I shall accept your goodwill." "You scoundrel, even if I were to die, I would never bow to you." The elderly lady's expression darkened as she turned her head to the side to glance at Lu Chongqing. "Chongqing, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't he taken away by the court? Why is he here?" Lu Chongqing hurriedly explained. "Mother, you suddenly fell ill, and we rushed you to the hospital. But Director Wang was at a loss. In desperation, we sought Xiang Feng's help to save you. Just moments ago, after Xiang Feng treated you, Director Wang became his disciple. Humph. I merely overexerted myself, leading to my sudden fainting spell. It is impossible that he saved me, even if he had not intervened. I would have awakened after a brief rest." The elderly lady's face grew increasingly sour as she listened to Lu Chongqing, her voice turning colder. Regardless, she would never admit that Xiang Feng had restored her health. Xiang Feng shrugged. "You are indeed correct, madam. You have been excessively fatigued. Therefore, should such a situation arise again, do not call for me. Let the elderly lady rest properly." He emphasized the phrase "rest properly" with a notable bite. The elderly lady understood Xiang Feng's insinuation and retorted icily, "Do you truly believe that you are the one who healed me? I felt no discomfort whatsoever. It was merely a stroke of luck on your part that made you appear skilled in medicine. I advise you to refrain from parading your charlatanry with your meager skills. It won't be long before you are exposed, and you may find yourself in an embarrassing position." Xiang Feng replied earnestly, "Thank you for your concern, madam. I assure you that I will avoid any more strokes of luck in the future." "You insolent wretch, what did you say?" The matriarch of the Lu family erupted in fury, her chest heaving with rage. "Mother, please do not be angry. Your health is of utmost importance. Mother, do not stoop to his level. Grandmother, please have a glass of water." The Lu family members rushed forward to soothe her. Lu Ruyun appeared helpless, gently pulling Xiang Feng aside and whispering, "Xiao Feng, grandmother has just awakened, and her health may still be fragile. Do not provoke her further. If anything were to happen to her, the Lu family would surely blame you, making it even harder for us to be together." "Indeed. Then I shall refrain from engaging with her." Xiang Feng nodded in agreement. He then turned to Lu Chongqing and stated, "Uncle Lu, now that I have cured the elderly lady, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? As for the first condition, you may publicly announce Lu Tianlong's expulsion from the Lu family, correct?" Lu Chongqing's expression darkened. Indeed, the hospital room erupted in chaos. "What? Am I hearing incorrectly? Someone intends to expel my grandson from the Lu family?" The elderly lady squinted and inquired, Chongqing, what is the meaning of this? Father, why must we expel brother from the family? Tianlong is the only male descendant of our Lu family's third generation. How could we possibly expel him? Other members of the Lu family echoed their inquiries. Lu Chongqing wore a bitter expression, yet he steeled himself to explain, I sought Xiang Feng's assistance for mother-S treatment, and he proposed 3 conditions. The first condition is to expel Tianlong from the Lu family. In order to compel him to act, I acquiesced to the condition he proposed. Scoundrel! As soon as he finished speaking, the elderly lady rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and exclaimed, Lu Chongqing, you unfilial son. I have but one grandson, Tianlong, and you dare to expel him from the Lu family? Let me make it clear. Even if I were to cast you out of the Lu family, I would never forsake my precious grandson. The elderly lady then turned her gaze to Xiangfeng, coldly stating, Xiangfeng, your calculations are quite astute. You intend to drive my beloved grandson away to assist Lu Ruyun in claiming our Lu family fortune, am I correct? Let me assure you, your ambitions are in vain. Thus, it seems that the first condition you are unable to fulfill, correct? Xiangfeng, uninterested in engaging with the elderly lady, simply regarded Lu Chongqing. Lu Chongqing wished to explain. He began, yet Xiangfeng raised a hand to interrupt him, saying, no need for explanations. Let us proceed to the second condition. Is this one feasible for you? Lu Ruyun. I am sorry. Lu Chongqing approached Lu Ruyun and spoke. Uncle, there's no need. Lu Ruyun quickly gestured dismissively. Chongqing, what are you doing? Why apologize to Lu Ruyun? The elderly lady pressed repeatedly. Wang Huilan and others looked on in confusion. Huilan, Feiyun, you too must apologize to Ruyun. Lu Chongqing insisted towards Wang Huilan and her daughter. Lu Feiyun, this is the second condition I agreed to with Xiangfeng. He will act to save my mother, and we as a family will apologize to Lu Ruyun. Impossible. Wang Huilan retorted without hesitation. Not even if it meant my death would I apologize to a younger generation. Lu Chongqing, feeling the weight of her words, exclaimed, do you think I lack resolve? Shall I simply stand by and watch as my mother faces peril? Wang Huilan fell silent. And you, Feiyun? Lu Chongqing turned to Lu Feiyun. Father, do you truly believe I would apologize to her? Lu Feiyun countered with a rhetorical question. Lu Chongqing felt utterly powerless. He glanced at Xiangfeng, who remarked, the Lu family truly excels, unable to fulfill the first condition, and now the second as well. In that case, I shall refrain from mentioning the third condition. However, I hope you will not regret it in the end. Xiangfeng shrugged, feigning indifference. Lu Chongqing quickly interjected, Xiangfeng, I can take charge of your third condition myself. Starting tomorrow, Lu Ruyun will become the executive president of Yunshang Group. Make her president? Lu Chongqing, have you lost your mind? Wang Huilan exclaimed. Has this matter been approved by me? The elderly lady's face darkened with fury. The other members of the Lu family displayed various expressions. Clearly none were in favor of Lu Ruyun becoming the president of Yunshang Group. Chapter 58. The Mysterious Beauty and the Clinic Mother. Huilan, your opposition is futile. I have made my decision. If I cannot fulfill even one of Xiangfeng's 3 conditions, then what sort of man would I be? Lu Chongqing declared with a resolute tone this time. Please, continue your conversation. My wife and I shall take our leave now. With that, Xiangfeng, disinterested in the quarrel among the Lu family members, took Lu Ruyun by the hand and exited the hospital room. Wang Chuanshu and the others promptly followed suit. Master, Dean Wang, while I am indeed your registered disciple, given your advanced age, it would be preferable if you refrained from addressing me as master constantly, Xiangfeng remarked. That is out of the question. Since I am your disciple, it is only fitting that I address you as master, Wang Chuanshu replied resolutely. Very well. If that brings you joy, Xiangfeng responded nonchalantly. However, my wife and I are newlyweds and will undoubtedly be preoccupied for the time being. So I shall reach out to you when I find the time to impart my medical knowledge. Lu Ruyun shot a glance at Xiangfeng and added, Dean Wang, as soon as Xiaofeng is free, I will notify you immediately. Thank you, Master. Dean Wang, you may simply call me by my name. Lu Ruyun quickly interjected, unable to bear being addressed as Madam Master by someone of her elder's generation. Xiangfeng. Just then, Lu Chongqing emerged from the corridor. Is there something else? Xiangfeng inquired coolly. Xiangfeng, I wish to inquire about my mother's health. Is she still not fully recovered? Lu Chongqing asked with concern. Indeed. I believe I explained this to you after her last treatment, did I not? Xiangfeng replied. To be candid, even with the use of the pig 3 needles for her treatment, it will require 7 courses for her to attain full recovery. And we have only completed 2 thus far. Only 2 courses. Lu Chongqing hesitated to articulate his thoughts. Xiang Feng continued. As for the 3 conditions I proposed, you have not fulfilled a single one. Therefore, do you truly believe I will continue her treatment? Xiao Feng, Lu Ruyun tugged at Xiang Feng's arm. My dear, you heard the elderly lady's remarks. Why should I continue to placate her? Xiang Feng scoffed. Nevertheless, she is my grandmother. Lu Ruyun sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall extend an opportunity to the Lu family, Xiang Feng declared. Really? Lu Ruyun exclaimed joyfully. Xiang Feng, does this mean you will agree to continue treating my mother? Lu Chongqing asked, elated. Yes, I can treat the elderly lady. But if you fail to meet my stipulated conditions, I certainly cannot provide her treatment pro bono, Xiang Feng affirmed with a nod. That is acceptable. Lu Chongqing readily agreed, relieved. Since this is a matter that can be resolved with monetary compensation, it is not an insurmountable issue. Although our Lu family is merely a third-rate clan in Xianhai City, our assets exceed 100 million, with liquid funds in the millions. A modest consultation fee poses no burden for us. When I treated Lu Guangyang, he did not pay me in cash, but rather gifted me a car valued at 2 million. Xiang Feng chuckled. For your family, I shall offer a discount for 1 course. I will charge merely 1 million as a token fee. 1 million? And that is just for a single course? Lu Chongqing erupted into a scream, his composure thoroughly shattered. At this moment, the Lu family's liquid assets amounted to a mere few million. Yet, the matriarch required an additional 5 treatment sessions, totaling an exorbitant 5 million. The Lu family simply could not muster such a sum. Xiang Feng, wishing to negotiate, found his efforts futile as Xiang Feng had no intention of wasting further time. Taking Lu Ruyun by the hand and departing, the Porsche Cayenne moved slowly along the road. Xiao Feng, you are charging such a hefty fee for treating grandmother. The Lu family is certainly unable to afford it, Lu Ruyun remarked with a bitter smile while driving. Although the Lu family still possesses considerable liquid assets, it is essential to keep some in reserve. However, the company is encumbered with external debts exceeding 10 million. I am uncertain if Uncle can devise a way to recover them. If recovery proves elusive, that is their concern. Regardless, my consultation fee will not be discounted by even a penny, Xiang Feng asserted with unyielding clarity. Very well. Lu Ruyun recognized that her seemingly amiable husband could, at times, exhibit a stubbornness akin to that of a bull. She refrained from pressing the matter. As for finances, she decided to leave it to her uncle to resolve. Xiao Feng, where shall we head now? Straight home? Let us make a stop at Huishingtang first. I left in such haste today that I forgot to lock the door. We must avoid encountering thieves, especially since the store has yet to be equipped with surveillance cameras. All right, I shall drive a bit faster. Do not worry, my dear. The general quality of people has improved, and thieves are becoming increasingly rare. Approximately 20 minutes later, the Porsche arrived on the street outside Huishingtang. Dear, you need not exit the vehicle. It is sweltering outside. Remain in the car and enjoy the air conditioning. I shall merely take a quick glance inside. If all is well, I will lock the door and return, Xiang Feng advised as he noticed Lu Ruyun preparing to alight. Very well. I shall wait for you in the car. Lu Ruyun nodded obediently. Only then did Xiang Feng exit the vehicle and walk towards the clinic. After a few paces, he caught sight of a red Ferrari parked several dozen meters away and felt an inexplicable shift in his demeanor. He quickened his pace and soon entered the clinic. At the reception desk, a strikingly beautiful young woman sat. Dressed in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her alluring curves and paired with a crisp white shirt that showcased her impressive figure, she exuded an effortless charm. Her raven black hair cascaded gracefully, her enchanting eyes glimmered, and her lightly glossed lips resembled a luscious rose, radiating an irresistible allure. She was a woman who needed little embellishment to captivate countless admirers. Are you unwell? Xiang Feng inquired coolly, having merely cast a glance her way. Why do you resort to insults right off the bat? Have I wronged you in any way? Duan Jing lifted her head, her beautiful eyes icy and her tone sharp. Despite not dressing up intentionally today, upon seeing the words Huishingtang, I applied a touch of lip balm and donned a light makeup. This fellow, upon beholding himself, was not only unmoved by his own charm, but also had the audacity to utter insults. Were it not for the fact that this was Huishingtang, Duan Jing would have shown no mercy. In the past 3 years in the city of Xianhai, no one dared to speak disrespectfully to her. Those who had the gall to insult her had mostly found themselves at the bottom of the stone lake. Is there something wrong with what I said? This is a clinic. You come here because you are unwell, aren't you? Xiang Feng, undeterred by Duan Jing's imposing demeanor, retorted impatiently, "If you're ill, let me examine you quickly. I have my wife waiting for me." "Your wife?" Duan Jing exclaimed in surprise, instinctively glancing outside Hui Shengtang. However, due to Lu Ruyun being in the car, she couldn't discern much. "I am perfectly healthy, but I wish to converse with you." "May I?" Duan Jing smiled alluringly, exuding a captivating charm. "You wish to chat with me?" Xiang Feng shot a glance at Duan Jing, chuckling, "I see no signs of good health in you. You seem quite unwell indeed." Chapter 59. Who do you look down upon? You. Duan Jing gritted her teeth, wishing she could strike this little rascal down. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. "Little brother, I must admit I am feeling somewhat unwell. However, it is a matter of the heart. Would you care to help me?" Duan Jing approached Xiang Feng, even unfastening a button at her collar, allowing her alluring figure to be more prominently displayed, as if it might break free from the constraints of her attire at any moment, fully captivating Xiang Feng's gaze. Her beautiful eyes radiated confidence. She never doubted her allure. Even if she merely stood casually, no man could resist her. And now, with her button undone, how could she not entice this young man? She firmly believed he would not reject her advances. Suddenly, before she could react, darkness enveloped her vision. A dull thud echoed at her neck, and she collapsed to the ground. "Stop hiding and come in to take her away. I'm locking the door now." Xiang Feng called towards a shadowy corner behind him. In a moment, a figure clad in black appeared, assisting Duan Jing to her feet. It was evidently a woman. "Once she awakens, inform her that if she dares to sneak into Brother Feng's clinic again, I shall break her legs." "Understood?" Xiang Feng said calmly. "I will inform the elder sister." The woman replied before making to leave. "Wait." Xiang Feng called out hastily. "My wife is outside. If she sees two women exiting my clinic, how will I explain it?" "Use the back door." "Understood." After bidding farewell to the other party, Xiang Feng finally secured the door of the clinic and departed with Lu Ruyun. The sudden appearance of the woman at his clinic piqued little of his interest. He could not be bothered to inquire about her name or identity, for he was preoccupied with a singular desire to return home and embrace his goddess-like wife in slumber. However, before heading home, he and Lu Ruyun took a leisurely stroll through the vegetable market, procuring a few ingredients for their evening meal. As dusk approached, they realized they had yet to partake in lunch. Upon reaching the exterior of their apartment building, Xiang Feng instructed Lu Ruyun to park the car. "Xiao Feng, we're almost home. Do you have anything else to attend to?" Lu Ruyun queried, puzzled as she glanced at him. "Wife, please return home and wash the vegetables. I need to handle a matter. Once I am done, I shall return to cook." Xiang Feng replied with a smile. In truth, shortly after leaving the hospital, he had sensed that they were being followed by two vehicles. Could there be any danger? Lu Ruyun ominously speculated. "Wife, do you not trust me?" Xiang Feng countered. "Very well, I shall wait for you at home. Please be cautious," Lu Ruyun admonished. Once Xiang Feng exited the car, she drove into the apartment building. He held no concern for Lu Ruyun, as he was aware that the individuals pursuing him were targeting him alone. Creak. Indeed. It was not long before two BMW 6 Series vehicles approached swiftly, halting a few meters ahead of him. The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving behind dark marks. From the two cars emerged 7 or 8 burly men, muscular and imposing, surrounding Xiang Feng. "Are you Xiang Feng?" inquired a youth standing at the back, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Cold-faced young master, Liang Jie," Xiang Feng acknowledged, casting a glance at Liang Jie without answering his question. "There are too many people here. It is not suitable for you to make a move. Perhaps we should find a more secluded location to engage?" "Oh, you possess quite the audacity. It seems you have great confidence in yourself." "Very well, I shall see the strength of the one who could compel Li Donghao to offer 5 million. Get in the car." With that, Liang Jie turned and entered the front BMW, while Xiang Feng followed suit, climbing into another vehicle alongside Liang Jie's subordinates. Liang Jie appeared familiar with the area, and within 5 minutes, he led Xiang Feng to an abandoned chemical factory. "This will do," Liang Jie declared, exiting the car. Noticing Xiang Feng following, he added, "Next, I shall ascertain your true capabilities." As his words fell, the 7 or 8 burly men charged menacingly towards Xiang Feng. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the muscular men were sent flying. The force of their impact shattered their internal organs, leaving their survival in grave jeopardy. Chi energy. Liang Jie observed this spectacle, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated that someone so young was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts. No wonder even Li Xiao had suffered at your hands and sought to employ me to deal with you. Xiang Feng turned to Liang Jie and said, I just overheard you mention that he seems to have offered 5 million for you to deal with me. Is that correct? Liang Jie nodded. Indeed. 5 million is not a trivial sum, though for me, it's not particularly significant. Xiang Feng, feeling displeased, retorted, Am I merely worth 5 million? What does this Li Donghao think of himself? You must take me to see him. I want to confront him directly. Can the son of the esteemed richest man in Xian'ai City only muster 5 million? Surely, his father's title of wealth is a facade? Aha, rest assured. I promised young Master Li to spare your life. Therefore, you will have the opportunity to question him in person. Liang Jie laughed heartily. Before his laughter had faded, his body suddenly lunged forward. Whoosh! Liang Jie moved like a cheetah, covering nearly 10 meters in just a few strides before appearing before Xiang Feng, launching a powerful right punch aimed squarely at his chest. This strike was delivered with all his might, exuding an overwhelming force, swift as lightning. Liang Jie never underestimated his adversaries. Despite Xiang Feng appearing younger and seemingly weaker, he exerted all his strength, even hinting at a sneak attack. Bang! In response to this punch, Xiang Feng neither dodged nor flinched, meeting it head-on. The sound of their fists colliding echoed sharply. Ah! Liang Jie immediately cried out in pain. The terrifying force not only shattered his entire right arm but also impacted his chest, causing him to spew blood as his body was sent flying a good 5 or 6 meters. Now, can you obediently take me to meet Li Donghao? Xiang Feng clapped his hands, gazing at Liang Jie with a smile. Dark energy. You are a master of dark energy? Liang Jie, clutching his right arm, rose to his feet, his face a picture of shock as he looked at Xiang Feng. 5 years ago, he had cultivated his energy, becoming a practitioner of bright energy. Over these 5 years, he had progressed from the initial stages to the later stages of bright energy. He was but a step away from dark energy. Yet, he understood that the gap between him and a dark energy practitioner was still vast. The fact that Xiang Feng could incapacitate him with a single blow and inflict such serious injury indicated that he undoubtedly possessed the strength of dark energy. Xiang Feng cast a glance at him and shook his head, saying, Dark energy? Who do you think you are looking down upon? I am a martial saint. Surpassing the Masters of Transformation. Chapter 60, Young Master Li, I must first offer my apologies. A martial saint? Liang Jie had heard of this rank and thus found it hard to believe. Xiang Feng, I acknowledge your strength. I underestimated you. What do you wish to do now? Liang Jie fixed his gaze on Xiang Feng, his tone icy. He felt no fear, for his father was one of the 4 great overlords of Xian'ai City, known as Liang Yidao, the One-Eyed Wolf. Even if Xiang Feng were a dark energy practitioner, he was no match for his father. You intend to kill me. What do you think I should do? Xiang Feng stepped closer to Liang Jie. Liang instinctively took 2 steps back, yet he remained unyielding. Xiang Feng, you may have heard my name. I am Liang Jie, known as the Cold-Faced Young Master. My father is Liang Yidao of Xian'ai City. If you kill me, my father will undoubtedly seek vengeance, even going so far as to annihilate your entire family. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, a flicker of murderous intent genuinely ignited within him. Crack! Stepping forward, Xiang Feng kicked Liang Jie to the ground, his foot landing squarely on Liang Jie's already injured right arm. The sound of cracking bones filled the air. Ah! Liang Jie let out a howl akin to a slaughtered pig. Threatening me? Let me tell you, there is nothing I loathe more than being threatened. Xiang Feng declared coldly. I was wrong. Xiang Feng, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. I promise I will never trouble you again. Liang Jie cried out in terror, collapsing to his knees in a pitiful display. In Xiang Feng's presence, he truly sensed the aura of death. This madman was genuinely capable of killing him. Very well. I shall spare your wretched life, Xiang Feng contemplated before releasing his foot. However, you must now take me to find Li Donghao. Find Li Donghao? Didn't Ti mention? In his eyes, I am worth only 500,000, which greatly displeases me. I must confront him. In that case, there's no need for us to seek him out. I shall call him now, and he will come promptly. That works too. Just make the call. Xiang Feng replied nonchalantly, as long as he could see Li Donghao. Liang Jie promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Li Donghao, informing him that Xiang Feng had been captured. Upon receiving this news, Li Donghao assured him he would arrive in 15 minutes. In less than 15 minutes, Li Donghao's Maserati entered the dilapidated chemical plant's courtyard. Liang Jie, where are Xiang Feng and the others? And why are you so gravely injured over capturing just one Xiang Feng? Li Donghao, accompanied by Lu Tianlong, had just alighted from the vehicle when he spotted Liang Jie seated on a stone, unable to suppress a frown, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Young Master Li, do you truly underestimate me? What do you mean by just capturing Xiangfeng? Is 500,000 all I am worth? Am I so insignificant? A figure leaped down from a height of over 10 meters, landing steadily before Li Donghao and Lu Tianlong, startling both men. Xiangfeng, weren't you captured by Liang Jie? Li Donghao's expression shifted. Lu Tianlong's face turned ashen. Lu Tianlong, it seems you have colluded with Li Donghao to conspire against me and my wife. Ignoring Li Donghao, Xiangfeng approached Lu Tianlong. If the Lu family had expelled you outright, I might have felt less enraged. Since the Lu family chooses not to punish you, I shall take matters into my own hands. Lu Tianlong retreated repeatedly, his face filled with dread. Xiangfeng, you cannot harm me. I am the sole grandson of my grandmother. If you injure me, you shall forever lose the chance to become a son-in-law of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Xiangfeng could not help but furrow his brow. Many members of the Lu family indeed vexed him, yet the words spoken by Lu Tianlong were not without merit. What should I do now? Asked Xiangfeng as he gazed at Lu Tianlong. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlong's heart leapt with joy. Clearly, Xiangfeng was willing to do anything for that wretched woman, Lu Riyun. Xiangfeng, if you apologize to Li Xiao immediately and then leave this place, I can intercede on your behalf with your grandmother. Perhaps she will agree to let you become a son-in-law of the Lu family. Lu Tianlong glanced at Li Donghao, noticing the apprehension etched on his face, and decided to send Xiangfeng away first. Apologize, you say? Very well. Xiangfeng's gaze fell upon Li Donghao as he strode over. This country bumpkin surely wouldn't dare to apologize, would he? Li Donghao was somewhat taken aback. In truth, he was quite anxious. Even Liang Jie was no match for Xiangfeng, and since Liang Jie had called him here, he knew Xiangfeng might be targeting him. Yet now, it seemed Xiangfeng was about to apologize to him, leaving him bewildered. Well then, Li Xiao, allow me to extend my apologies. Xiangfeng said with a cheerful smile. Because, shortly, I might just kill you. With that, he slapped Li Donghao across the face with great force. Li Donghao was sent flying. Xiangfeng, have you lost your mind? Lu Tianlong exclaimed in shock. Oh right, I almost forgot. I need to deal with your issue first. Xiangfeng approached Lu Tianlong again. Xiangfeng, do you still wish to be our Lu family's son-in-law? Lu Tianlong swallowed hard, feigning composure. Of course I want to be a son-in-law of the Lu family, but not as your son-in-law. Do I need your approval? Xiangfeng rolled his eyes and then grinned. But rest assured, I won't kill you. Lu Tianlong nearly wet himself. Was this person even human, so readily speaking of murder? You are clearly one of the Lu family. Yet you act as a dog for Li Donghao. Sigh, you might as well sit quietly for the rest of your life. It's certainly better than being someone's dog. With that, Xiangfeng kicked him away. Crack. Lu Tianlong's legs twisted grotesquely, his kneecaps utterly shattered. Ah! Lu Tianlong screamed in agony before losing consciousness. Xiangfeng then walked towards Li Donghao. Xiangfeng, what do you want from me? Li Donghao, witnessing Xiangfeng incapacitate Lu Tianlong, felt a chill run down his spine. Overtaken by fear, as Xiangfeng approached, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Why are you so frightened? I have no intention of killing you, Xiangfeng said with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Li Donghao's mouth twitched involuntarily. Just moments ago, Xiangfeng had said similar words to Lu Tianlong before immediately crippling him. First, answer me. Why do you value me at merely 5 million? Xiangfeng approached Li Donghao, looking down at him as he lay on the ground. Li Donghao opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Until today, Xiangfeng had merely been a country bumpkin with some martial skills in his eyes. He had given Liang Jie 5 million to deal with Xiangfeng. A considerable sum indeed. Yet, given the current situation, it was evident that all of Liang Jie's subordinates had been dealt with by Xiangfeng. And Liang Jie himself had been left crippled. He had clearly underestimated Xiangfeng. If Brother Feng's life is worth merely 5 million, then your worth, Li Donghao, must be no more than that, Xiangfeng continued. Me? Li Donghao was taken aback, struggling to grasp Xiangfeng's intentions, yet he promptly replied. My life is nowhere near as valuable as yours. I'm worth at most 1 million, perhaps even just a few 100,000. I assert that you are worth 5 million, and thus, you shall be valued at 5 million. Xiangfeng retorted sharply. Li Donghao was startled, daunted by Xiangfeng's authoritative tone. All right, I am worth 5 million. Only then did Xiangfeng nod in satisfaction. In that case, Transfer 5 million to me to purchase your life. Li Donghao, Chapter 61, Liang Yidao's words. 5 million. Will you transfer it or not? Xiang Feng fixed his gaze on Li Donghao, pressing once more. Of course, I will transfer it immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Donghao swiftly pulled out his phone and sent 5 million to Xiang Feng. The notification of the transaction promptly appeared on Xiang Feng's phone. That very bank card, which had once been given 500 yuan by his father for expenses, now boasted an increase of 5 million, a staggering 10,000 times more. Xiang Feng, can I leave now? Li Donghao asked anxiously, eager to vacate the premises. Leave? Xiang Feng pocketed his phone, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Li Donghao. Had you only aimed to deal with me today, I might have truly let bygones be bygones after receiving your 5 million. However, your grave mistake was in daring to touch my wife. Li Donghao's expression shifted. Xiang Feng, you and Lu Ruyun have nothing to worry about. You've received your 5 million. What more do you desire? Rest assured, since you have provided me with 5 million as a ransom for your life, I certainly shall not kill you. Xiang Feng chuckled lightly, though he added, a small lesson, however, must still be imparted. With that, he delivered a swift kick. Crack! Li Donghao's kneecap shattered, sending him crashing to the ground. However, having trained in martial arts, his physical resilience far surpassed that of Lu Tianlong. He did not faint from the pain, but instead cried out in agony. Feel free to seek others to take me on, but do prepare your ransom in advance. With those parting words, Xiang Feng strode towards the exit of the abandoned factory. Xiang Feng, I will not let you off easily. You better be ready. Li Donghao shouted at Xiang Feng's retreating figure, his face contorted with rage. As a scion of the Li family and the son of the wealthiest man in Xianhai City, how could he endure being crippled in both legs? Li Shao, I sincerely apologize for the trouble today, which has caused you such significant loss. However, I had no choice. At that moment, Liang Jie, having just lit a cigarette, approached and offered a brief explanation before attempting to leave. Li Shao, I am aware that you harbor resentment towards me. That is perfectly fine. Should you wish to confront me, I shall await your move. What I mean is, after suffering such a substantial defeat at Xiang Feng's hands today, do you not desire vengeance? Of course, I seek revenge, yet I must proceed with caution. I need to ascertain the extent of Xiang Feng's capabilities and whether he has any powerful allies behind him. Indeed, Liang Jie had begun to regard Xiang Feng with a sense of trepidation, a young master of the hidden strength. He likely had formidable support or a strong faction backing him. He wished to conduct a thorough investigation first. Who could possibly be behind him? If he had support, would the Lu family still obstruct his pursuit of Lu Ruyun? However, Li Donghao lacked such patience and stated directly, I will offer you 30 million. Will you assist me in eliminating Xiang Feng within 3 days? Do we have a deal? 30 million? Upon hearing this sum, Liang Jie felt a surge of temptation. This was no trivial amount. Although Xiang Feng was powerful, he estimated that he was at most in the early stages of hidden strength. After all, Xiang Feng was still quite young. If he were merely in the early stages, he need not even enlist his father's help. He could simply summon one of the skilled fighters under his father to resolve the matter. Very well, I accept. Prepare the funds, and within 3 days, I shall deliver Xiang Feng's head to you. Liang Jie inhaled deeply, making his decision. Rest assured, Li Donghao's expression brightened with a smile. He felt confident in the strength of Liang Jie's backing. Whether it was Liang Yidao or his subordinates, they were all exceedingly capable, more than sufficient to deal with Xiang Feng. Sighing, he lamented, I had no intentions of taking another life today. Why must you all court death? It was then that a voice filled with resignation echoed through the air. Xiang Feng returned, re-entering the chemical plant's courtyard. Xiang Feng, why are you still here? Did you not leave? Li Donghao's countenance shifted dramatically, while fear washed over Liang Jie's face. Li Shao, there is no need for you to be afraid. For my wife does not wish for me to be at odds with your family. I do not wish to worry her, so today I shall not take your life. However, I do hope that you will refrain from disturbing the peaceful existence my wife and I share in the future. Xiang Feng directed his gaze at Li Donghao, yet his body moved toward Liang Jie. Xiang Feng, what do you intend to do? Liang Jie gulped, sensing an ominous premonition. Previously, you knelt before me, pleading for mercy, assuring me you would no longer trouble me. Yet who was it that just promised Li Donghao they would kill me? Tell me, what do you think I intend to do now? Xiang Feng flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Xiang Feng, you cannot kill me. If you do, My father will undoubtedly seek vengeance on your behalf. Liang Jie exclaimed in desperation. I was wrong. I beg you, do not take my life. Initially, Liang Jie contemplated issuing a threat to Xiang Feng. However, he soon realized that Xiang Feng was unwavering in his approach, advancing towards him without hesitation. His internal defenses crumbled, and he implored for mercy once more, disregarding any semblance of dignity. In your next life, strive not to be a person of fickle nature, Xiang Feng remarked with a smile. As the words faded, his form vanished from sight. Liang Jie, who had been pleading incessantly, fell silent and collapsed to the ground, his throat caving inwards. You actually killed Liang Jie? Li Donghao gasped, acutely aware that chaos was about to engulf Xianhai City. The wrath of the one-eyed wolf, Liang Yidao, was a force few could withstand. Indeed, I am the one who took his life. However, it was due to you that he met his end. Xiang Feng seemed to anticipate Li Donghao's thoughts, flashing a grin before turning away. Li Donghao gazed at Xiang Feng's departing figure, a chill creeping down his spine. This so-called country bumpkin had truly shaken him to the core today. He was fully aware of Liang Jie's father, Liang Yidao, yet he had still executed Liang Jie without a second thought. It appeared he held no fear of Liang Yidao at all. The desire for vengeance that had once burned within him towards Xiang Feng was now somewhat tempered. Approximately 10 minutes later, a vehicle entered the compound of the chemical plant, driven by Yang Dawei, one of Li Donghao's subordinates. Young Master Li, I will take you to the hospital immediately, Yang Dawei urged upon seeing Li Donghao's injured legs, promptly instructing others to lift him into the car. Dawei, in the vehicle. Li Donghao directed his gaze at Yang Dawei. You must return Lu Tianlong of the Lu family to his home at once, and then disseminate the news of Liang Jie's murder. However, ensure that it remains concealed that we were involved. Yang Dawei appeared puzzled. Young Master Li, wasn't it Xiang Feng who broke your legs? And he also killed Liang Jie, correct? Why not directly inform Liang Yidao? It is unnecessary, given Liang Yidao's capabilities. He will soon uncover who murdered his son. By that time, upon learning that my legs were also shattered by Xiang Feng, he will harbor less animosity towards me and instead focus his wrath on Xiang Feng. Li Donghao narrowed his eyes and declared, Dawei, we have indeed underestimated Xiang Feng. But fear not, let Liang Yidao deal with him in due course. Yang Dawei nodded affirmatively. Understood, I know what to do. Under Yang Dawei's coordination, the news of the cold-faced young master Liang Jie, son of the one-eyed wolf Liang Yidao, being murdered at an abandoned chemical plant spread throughout Xianhai City in less than half an hour. In an instant, the city was akin to a 10-point earthquake, with everyone gripped by trepidation. Shortly thereafter, Liang Yidao personally responded to the incident. Whoever killed my son Liang Jie, regardless of their identity, I, Liang Yidao, shall ensure they are torn limb from limb, and I will annihilate their entire family. Chapter 62. I speak my mind directly. He's gone mad. That one-eyed wolf has truly lost his wits. He has dispatched 5,000 subordinates to hunt down the murderer. Although Liang Yidao has 2 sons, his eldest son left 5 years ago to apprentice and has seemingly never returned. His younger son, whom he cherishes deeply, has now been murdered. How could he not be driven to madness? If he continues to spiral in this manner, chaos will undoubtedly ensue in Xianhai City. There is no alternative, unless he can swiftly uncover the identity of his son's killer. In less than an hour, the entire Xianhai City descended into turmoil. The streets, alleys, hotels, and restaurants were teeming with the subordinates of the one-eyed wolf. Furthermore, these individuals frequently clashed with others, leading to a surge in violent confrontations. Amidst all this, Xiang Feng remained oblivious. Upon returning home, he prepared a meal with Lu Ruyun, shared dinner, washed the dishes, and then took a leisurely stroll together. Since Lu Ruyun's phone had been smashed by Lu Jun, she intended to purchase a new one. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a fruit and mobile phone store. As they stepped through the entrance, Xiang Feng's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from Dong Weigua. Hello, Brother Dong. Is there something you need? Xiang Feng let Lu Ruyun browse for a phone on her own as he stepped outside to take the call. Young Brother Feng, I need to ask you a question, and I expect an honest answer. Dong Weigua inquired directly. Did you kill Liang Yidao's younger son, Liang Jie? Xiang Feng rubbed his nose. Brother Dong, why do you suspect me? Dong Weigua replied, I am not merely suspecting. I am convinced that you are the one who killed Liang Jie. This incident has stirred quite a commotion in Xianhai City, prompting me to exercise my authority and utilize the Heavenly Eye system within the War Department for investigation. Initially, I believed someone was seeking revenge against the one-eyed wolf, considering he has many enemies. To my surprise, The culprit turned out to be you. Then Brother Dong must understand my motive for killing him, right? Indeed, it was self-defense, which does not constitute a crime. Brother Dong, what kind of person is Liang Yidao? Should I eliminate him to quell this matter? Xiang Feng pondered briefly before speaking. Do not. Liang Yidao is our means to balance the other tyrant, Qin Gongbao. He cannot die. Dong Wei was sighed in resignation. Now you should comprehend why I personally called you. Yes, you were concerned that I might kill Liang Yidao. Xiang Feng mused, realizing that if Liang Yidao sought revenge, he might indeed be capable of killing him. Given Liang Yidao's skills, he would likely uncover the truth of Xiang Feng's involvement swiftly. But do not worry. I, along with Old Su, will handle this matter. Just remember, do not kill Liang Yidao. Dong Weiguo reiterated with emphasis. All right, I understand, Brother Dong. With that, Xiang Feng ended the call. As for how Dong Weiguo and his associates would deal with Liang Yidao, he chose not to concern himself with it. Just as he was about to put his phone away and seek out Lu Ruyun, it vibrated once more. This time, it was a call from Lu Huijun. Xiang Feng contemplated ending the call abruptly, but he quickly recalled the distressing image of Lu Ruyun's previous capture and Lu Huijun's anxious demeanor. Hello. Xiang Feng ultimately answered the phone. Xiang Feng, are you and Ruyun not at home? I've been knocking at your door for ages, and no one has answered. Lu Huijun inquired. No, my wife and I are out for a stroll. We're also picking up a new phone for Ruyun. Just wait at our doorstep. We will return shortly, Xiang Feng replied, reluctant to have Lu Huijun come over and intrude on their time together. Strolling? Have you had dinner yet? Yes. We didn't eat lunch, so we had dinner a bit earlier. Perfect. Quickly send me your location. I'm coming to find you. You can treat me to dinner later. Why should I treat you? Xiang Feng retorted. You can go out to eat on your own. With a hint of exasperation, he added. I could at most transfer you 20 yuan via WeChat. You little miser, is 20 yuan all you're willing to offer for dinner? Are you trying to send me off like a beggar? Huh. If I were to send off a beggar, I would give them more than that. Do you think my money comes easily? Every penny is hard-earned. Just shut up. The mention of money only fueled Lu Huijun's irritation. That money is all mine. Quickly send me your location. I'm starving and need to eat. Lu Huijun declared before abruptly ending the call. Xiang Feng hesitated momentarily, but eventually sent her the location. He sensed Lu Huijun was eager to see Lu Ruyun, especially since she had not seen her since her capture. After sending the location, Xiang Feng returned to the store, settled Lu Ruyun's bill, purchased the latest iPhone 13, and replaced her SIM card. Just as he finished, Lu Huijun arrived. Ruyun, how are you? Did you sustain any injuries? Lu Huijun ignored Xiang Feng and immediately asked Lu Ruyun. I'm fine, Lu Ruyun replied. Having heard Xiang Feng mention Lu Huijun's impending visit, she smiled and added, why did it take you so long to find me? I thought you were busy with something else. Lu Huijun sighed. The old lady locked me in her courtyard when she was about to strike at Xiang Feng. Fearing I would warn you, I just managed to escape. Lu Ruyun's expression turned furious. Grandma actually locked you up? How outrageous. Forget it. It's all in the past. Lu Huijun waved her hand dismissively. Then, casting a disdainful glance at Xiang Feng, she continued, however, I heard that after Xiang Feng was captured, he actually knelt before Lu Changxing, begging him to drop the charges. And who told you that? It's absolutely not true. Lu Ruyun quickly defended. Xiang Feng kneeling? The truth is, Lu Changxing nearly knelt. Lu Huijun remarked, the news has spread throughout the Lu family, claiming that Xiang Feng knelt before Lu Changxing. Is there any truth to this? Certainly not. Lu Ruyun, feeling a surge of indignation at the deliberate tarnishing of her husband's reputation, retorted, Xiang Feng would never kneel to anyone, let alone to the members of the Lu family. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Huijun speculated, if I am not mistaken, these rumors must have originated from Wang Huilan. Casting a glance at Xiang Feng, Lu Ruyun found him unfazed. My dear, let us disregard their chatter and take Aunt to dine instead. I noticed a fine restaurant ahead. Let us proceed there. Unbeknownst to Xiang Feng, Lu Huijun had been confined by the matriarch of the Lu family due to his affairs. Hence, he thought to treat Lu Huijun to a sumptuous meal as a form of compensation. Lu Huijun frowned slightly. Xiafingting? Dining there will surely cost several hundred yuan. At the very least. Xiang Feng responded generously, not to worry, I have the means. Her expression darkened immediately as she scoffed, as a man. You should not flaunt my money as if it were your own. What do you mean your money? That was all earned by me. Xiang Feng corrected her. Moreover, I did indeed earn a sum today, whether you choose to believe it or not. At that moment, His account held a generous 5 million transferred from Li Donghao. Aunt. Xiang Feng truly made some money today. Zifingding isn't overly expensive. Let us dine there, Lu Ruyun interjected. Mistakenly believing that Xiang Feng was referring to earnings from Lu Changsheng, and she felt no concern as she pulled Lu Huijun towards the restaurant. In a matter of minutes, the trio arrived at the entrance of Zifingting. Just as they were about to step inside, a surprised voice echoed from behind them. Is that Lu Huijun? Are you out for a meal with your daughter? The speaker was a stylishly dressed, middle-aged woman adorned with jewelry. Upon realizing her faux pas, she covered her mouth with a light laugh. Oh, I remember now. This isn't your daughter, as you and your husband cannot have children. Hee hee. I tend to be quite direct. I hope you aren't offended? Chapter 63. Unable to endure for even a minute upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Lu Huijun instinctively turned around, her face darkening. However, recognizing the woman's identity, she suppressed her inner fury, despite the painful revelation. Su Lian, the wife of the third master of the Kong family, one of the 5 illustrious families of Xianhai City. Mom, who is she? Queried a young, beautiful girl behind Su Lian, whose attire was both fashionable and provocatively revealing. The girl, around 22 or 23, was of similar age to Lu Ruyun and was currently holding onto a man. This man not only possessed striking features and a tall, handsome stature, but was also dressed in luxurious, stylish clothing, drawing much attention. In stark contrast to Xiang Feng's humble appearance, this caused the girl's cheeks to flush with pride, her chin tilted slightly higher. After all, Lu Ruyun, in terms of beauty, surpassed her considerably, holding the esteemed title of the foremost among the 3 goddesses of Xianhai City. Yet now, the boyfriend she had chosen appeared to be far superior to Lu Ruyun's suitor. The handsome man cast a glance at Lu Ruyun, his eyes momentarily sparkling with admiration, but upon seeing Xiang Feng, his expression transformed into one of astonishment and derision. How could a mere construction worker possibly win the affections of Lu Ruyun, the epitome of beauty in Xianhai City? In addition to this couple, there stood a distinguished middle-aged woman, exuding grace, who was observing Xiang Feng and the others with curiosity. Vivi, Sister Huang, allow me to introduce you, Su Lian said, pulling the middle-aged woman beside her. Sister Huang, you must be familiar with the Lu family of Xianhai City, correct? Huang Danwan paused for a moment before responding. Are you referring to the Lu family of Lu Zhan? It seems this family has quite an unusual relationship with your Kong family, doesn't it? Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Lu Zhan was once a son-in-law of our Kong family. However, he eventually grew ambitious, establishing the Yunshang group and creating a rather insignificant Lu family, which is truly laughable. Su Lian scoffed. Lu Huijun is merely the 3rd daughter of my husband's aunt. She used to visit our Kong family frequently when she was younger, but alas, no one paid her any mind. Eventually, she must have felt embarrassed and ceased her visits. Su Lian, are you done? If you have finished, I'm going in to eat. Lu Huijun interjected darkly, her voice laced with irritation. Su Lian, a lady of the Kong family, was technically her sister-in-law. Yet the relationship between their families was far from cordial. The Kong family held Lu Zhan in contempt, while Lu Zhan, as a son-in-law, had proven his mettle by establishing the Yunshang group and the Lu family, albeit a modest one in Xianhai City. Do not be in such a rush. It is rare for us to meet. I have heard for many years that you and your husband are unable to conceive. Is that not so? If you wish, I know a formidable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. How about I take you both to see him? Su Lian feigned concern. Lu Huijun's countenance darkened, her expression almost dripping with disdain. The remark not only reopened old wounds, but twisted them further. How malicious! Yet, she dared not retort to Su Lian. As the Kong family, one of the 5 prominent families in Xianhai City, was beyond her reach. She also did not wish to bring trouble to the Lu family due to her status as a married woman. If you know of any impressive traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, perhaps you should take your own husband to see one first. Xiang Feng interjected, stepping forward. How can you speak of others when your own husband has issues? You insolent brat. What do you mean my husband has issues? You are talking nonsense. Su Lian, resembling a cat whose tail has been stepped on, pointed at Xiang Feng and shouted, Which village do you hail from, you lowly peasant, to dare speak ill of my husband? Do you have any notion of his esteemed status? I shall inform you to you, he is akin to a king. Xiang Feng, with a sly grin, retorted, A king? You say? More like a eunuch. What did you just say? Su Lian fumed, stamping her foot. You country bumpkin, how dare you insult my father? You are courting death. Behind Su Lian, the alluring Kong Wei admonished sharply. The handsome man accompanying her cast a cold glare at Xiang Feng. Xiao Feng, do not act rashly. They belong to the Kong family, and we cannot afford to provoke them. Lu Ruyun hurriedly pulled Xiang Feng aside, her voice grave. Lu Huijun, equally anxious, discreetly signaled Xiang Feng to silence. My dear, I have no intention of offending the Kong family, yet should they choose to provoke us, I shall not coddle them. In this world, I shall indulge only my wife. Xiang Feng stated with conviction. However, my love, you may simply observe. They have humiliated my aunt, and I must stand up for her honor. Xiang Feng, enough. I do not require you to defend me. Lu Huijun interjected. Defend you? Even if you vent your frustration now, if the Kong family is offended, the entire Lu family will be ensnared in grave trouble. Though the Kong family may not possess the wealth of the Li family, who are the richest in Xianhai City, their connections and resources are by no means inferior. If the Kong family wishes to annihilate the Lu family, it would be all too effortless. Oh, I misspoke. I do not intend to defend you, but rather to stand up for my wife. After all, their humiliation of you must surely discomfort her. Xiang Feng casually replied to Lu Huijun, then turned his attention back to Su Lian and Kong Wei, questioning, did I err in my statements? He barely visits once a week, and when he does, it is for less than a minute. Is that not akin to a eunuch, if not worse? Lu Ruyun and Lu Huijun exchanged bewildered glances at Xiang Feng's words, their expressions peculiar as they regarded Su Lian. They had unwavering faith in Xiang Feng's medical prowess. Thus they held no doubts about his assertions. You are speaking nonsense. Su Lian bellowed. My husband and I are intimate every day. It can happen up to 3 times in a single day. Cease your slander against him. Boy, if you dare utter another disparaging word about my father, I will ensure my boyfriend delivers you a resounding slap. Kong Wei warned, pulling her boyfriend Su Kai closer. Huang Daoan then addressed Lu Ruyun. You must be Lu Ruyun of the Lu family, correct? Is he your boyfriend? If so, you would do well to rein him in. If he speaks out of turn again, my son may indeed strike him. Her son is none other than Su Kai, who is now glaring at Xiang Feng with hostility, seemingly poised to take action at any moment. Hello, Andy, I am indeed Lu Ruyun. Furthermore, Xiao Feng is not my boyfriend, he is my husband. Lu Ruyun smiled graciously, wrapping her arm around Xiang Feng's and said, I would like to extend my apologies to you all as well. My husband can be rather thoughtless and his words may come off as rather harsh. I hope you will not hold it against him. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Xiang Feng, and with a serious tone, she continued, Xiao Feng, your uncle's wife is my aunt, thus making her your elder. We must show them the respect they deserve. Therefore, even if they truly cannot endure for a minute, you need not voice it. After all, what if they can endure for a minute? A soft laugh escaped Lu Huijun. However, the expressions of Su Lian and the others darkened significantly. Chapter 64. Your boyfriend is not likely to be beaten to death so soon. What did you say? Have the courage to say it again. Su Lian glared coldly at Lu Ruyun, her eyes blazing with fury. With old wounds reopened, how could she not be enraged? Ah, Su Lian. Please do not be upset just yet. This young lad, Xiang Feng, tends to boast about his medical knowledge, often speaking without thought. Just dismiss his ramblings, Lu Huijun urged, suppressing her laughter. She did not wish to offend Su Lian too severely, as she was, after all, associated with the Kong family. Medical knowledge? Huh. He appears to be barely in his 20s. Does he truly possess any? Perhaps he learned some deceitful tricks in some remote village. Su Lian scoffed, her demeanor assertive. Regardless, he must apologize for slandering my husband, or I shall not let this matter rest. Su Kai looked disdainfully at Xiang Feng. Will you apologize voluntarily? Or shall I pull you out myself? Xiang Feng retorted, try pulling me out, just as Su Kai was about to make a move. His brow furrowed as he glanced towards the lobby of the Zifengding Hotel. At that moment, the lobby erupted into chaos, filled with shouts and cries of distress specifically. The cries of women. Customers scattered in all directions, throwing the entire first floor into disarray. Mom, Andy, Wei Wei, stay here. I'll go take a look, Su Kai said, ignoring Xiang Feng as he hurried forward. Do you think Su Kai will be all right? Su Lian inquired, anxious. Don't worry, Su Kai is an elite of the court enforcement, soon to be promoted to team leader. He can handle such minor disturbances without issue, Kong Wei assured her. I'm still not quite at ease. Let us go check on him, Su Lian said, pushing her way into the lobby, followed closely by Kong Wei and Huang Danwan. Lu Yun, let us go see as well. Lu Huijun grasped Lu Ruyun's hand, urging her forward. Xiang Feng, feeling helpless, tightened his grip on Lu Ruyun and followed behind. In truth, there were not many people crowding at the front, allowing Lu Ruyun and her companions to easily reach the forefront of the lobby. A group of 7 or 8 burly men were brazenly confronting 2 women. It was utterly outrageous. It was said that they had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and, upon attempting to flirt with the 2 women, were met with a slap and, in a fit of rage, had resorted to violence. Those 2 women are exceedingly unfortunate. They will likely be confined to the hospital for at least a month or 2. Such blatant disregard for the law. It is utterly outrageous. Clearly, there are influential individuals behind this. Various discussions ensue around them. Xiang Feng, upon hearing the commotion, also glanced over, his brow furrowing in concern. The 7 or 8 burly men have encircled the 2 women, occasionally delivering kicks, leaving the ground in disarray. Their robust physiques and numerous tattoos intimidate anyone from intervening, including the hotel staff, who seem hesitant to approach. Cease this at once, a commanding voice thundered. Suddenly, a tall and handsome figure strode forward, pointing at the 8 muscular men. I am an enforcement officer from the Xianhai City Enforcement Court. You 8, immediately place your hands on your heads and lie down. The arrival of the enforcement officer sparked a wave of excitement among the onlookers. Well done, apprehend these men. It is unacceptable for 7 or 8 large men to assault 2 women. Wow, this enforcement officer is quite striking. The patrons' eyes lit up as they cast admiring glances at Su Kai, especially the younger female customers who found his appearance captivating. Enforcement officer? Boy, are you here to entertain us? The middle-aged man with a black dragon tattoo on his chest retorted coldly. Get lost. The forcefulness of his command caused even Su Kai to instinctively take a step back. A chorus of boos arose from the crowd at this retreat. Su Kai's face flushed with embarrassment, but summoning his courage, he stepped forward and declared, I am an enforcement officer from the Xianhai City Enforcement Court. You are clearly asking for a beating. Before Su Kai could finish, the man with the black dragon tattoo swung his massive fist toward him. Do you dare to assault an officer? Su Kai's expression changed dramatically as he quickly dodged. Fortunately, his dedication to martial arts over the years paid off, preventing him from being harmed. In contrast, the tattooed man, having consumed significant amounts of alcohol, lost his balance after his powerful punch, nearly toppling over. How dare you evade my strike? Brothers, let us take him down together. The tattooed man, fueled by anger, led his 7 companions in a concerted attack against Su Kai. Although skilled in combat, Su Kai soon found himself at a disadvantage against such a formidable group of thugs. Hey, are you even a man? Don't you see they're ganging up on my boyfriend? How can you just stand there and watch? Hurry up and help. Kong Wei, witnessing Su Kai in peril, felt a surge of urgency. Noticing Xiang Feng's detached demeanor, her frustration grew. Xiang Feng cast a glance at her, then silently moved forward. Is he really going to intervene? Lu Huijun, though aware of Xiang Feng's exceptional abilities, furrowed her brow in concern. Aunt, Xiaofeng will be fine. Lu Ruyun reassured her without a trace of worry. Rest assured, this country bumpkin clearly hails from the village. Such individuals are generally quite resilient and unlikely to succumb easily to violence. I shall bear all his medical and nutritional expenses, and even provide him with a daily compensation of 200 yuan for lost wages. Suddenly, Kong Wei spoke up, exuding a facade of generosity. However, she soon found herself taken aback. What on earth is that bumpkin doing? Lu Ruyun, isn't she supposed to assist my boyfriend? Kong Wei pointed angrily at Xiang Feng, who was not even attempting to aid Su Kai, but was instead approaching the 2 young women who had been assaulted. Initially, these young women had been encircled by a group of strong men, but now that those individuals had turned their attention to beating Su Kai, no one remained to attend to them. I understand now, Lu Ruyun chuckled, stating, Xiao Feng must have noticed that these 2 women were gravely injured. So he intends to treat them first. Treat what? What is there to treat? They are in such a dire state that their very survival is uncertain. What assistance could he possibly offer? He might even inadvertently worsen their condition. Kong Wei expressed her dissatisfaction, commanding Lu Ruyun, you must urgently inform Xiang Feng to assist my boyfriend at once. Do you hear me? Lu Ruyun glanced back at Kong Wei and replied, if your boyfriend were in a condition akin to those 2 girls, nearly on the brink of death, I might consider sending my boyfriend to help him. But clearly, your boyfriend is not in such dire straits yet. Chapter 65. Speak less if you are ugly, Lu Ruyun. If anything happens to my boyfriend Su Kai, I will not let this rest with you, nor with the Lu family. Kong Wei glared at Lu Ruyun. Yet, Lu Ruyun nonchalantly retorted, rest assured, with my husband present, Your boyfriend should remain safe. You. Kong Wei gritted her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Xiang Feng knelt on the ground, assessing the injuries of the two women. What a bunch of brutes to inflict such severe harm upon these girls. Moreover, one of them has intracranial bleeding, which poses a life-threatening risk. Xiang Feng placed his hands on the wrists of both girls, channeling his energy into them, swiftly gaining a comprehensive understanding of their injuries. His brow furrowed in concern. Intracranial bleeding is far too severe. This is an injury, not an ailment. First, I must staunch the bleeding. Xiang Feng's expression tightened as he retrieved silver needles, applying them to various acupoints on both women. Fortunately, both young women had fainted, which would not hinder his treatment. Within seconds, he withdrew the silver needles from one of the women, whose injuries were relatively minor. Having unblocked her vital energy, she was now out of danger. Next, he turned his attention to treating the woman suffering from intracranial bleeding. To heal her in a short time, I shall have to employ the precious spiritual energy I have painstakingly gathered. Xiang Feng sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of reluctance. To consolidate this essence of spiritual energy, he devoted an entire month, diligently refining and absorbing numerous herbal medicines, ultimately achieving success. This spiritual energy, however, is a consumable resource. Initially intended as a means of survival or as a trump card in the face of formidable adversaries, he now found himself disregarding these considerations. Moments later, a warm stream surged into the young woman's body. Meanwhile, Xiang Feng appeared utterly drained, his vitality diminished, and his complexion slightly pale. Within his dantian, only a single strand of spiritual energy remained, connecting to the majority of his vital essence and strength, continuously enhancing his power. The extraction of this energy felt akin to the removal of a heart from an ordinary person. Survival itself would be a fortunate outcome. Nevertheless, for Xiang Feng, this was merely a temporary weakness. Within a day or two, his strength would be restored. Yet, the absence of spiritual energy meant he had lost a vital asset and would need to expend effort and resources once more to consolidate it. He felt no regret regarding this choice. Don't hit me. Please, I beg you, stop. Before long, the young girl, having been saved by the spiritual energy, began to regain her composure. However, as her awareness returned and she heard the surrounding shouts of anger and calls for violence, she was plunged back into terror. Fear not. Beautiful one, you are safe now. Xiang Feng, suppressing his weakness, spoke soothingly. After uttering these words, he seemed to sense something and raised his gaze forward. At this moment, Su Kai was clearly struggling against 8 burly men, having sustained several blows, yet he demonstrated remarkable skill, managing to bring down 3 of them. Just then, the man with the black dragon tattoo retrieved a wine bottle from somewhere and hurled it towards Su Kai's head. Look out. It's over for him. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and some timid girls even covered their eyes in fear. What? Just as Su Kai turned around, he saw the bottle hurtling toward him. A wave of icy dread washing over him. I'm done for. Yet, in that instant, a figure rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the man with the black dragon tattoo, sending him crashing to the ground. It was none other than Xiang Feng. Without pausing, Xiang Feng charged at the remaining burly men. In just a few blinks, he had taken down all of them. This young man is astonishing. He took them all down in one go. Bravo. Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. What is so praiseworthy? If it weren't for my boyfriend's earlier intervention, exhausting their strength, would he have been able to defeat so many ruffians? Kong Wei interjected, stepping forward to voice her discontent. Indeed, my future son-in-law, Su Kai, is the true hero. Su Lian added in agreement. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to this law enforcement officer for stepping forward. It is a privilege for our city of Xianhai to have such dedicated officials. The applause from the surrounding crowd grew even more fervent. Kong Wei and Su Lian were thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Su Kai exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. He had not anticipated that those 8 burly men, fully aware of his role as an officer, would dare to engage him, and their skills were commendable. He narrowly escaped a significant setback. Had he known, he would never have charged in so recklessly. He understood all too well that had Xiang Feng not intervened at that critical moment, the consequences would have been dire. Su Kai, are you all right? Kong Wei hurried over, grasping Su Kai to assess his condition. He smiled and shook his head, reassuring her, do not worry, Wei Wei. I am unharmed. That is a relief. Kong Wei relaxed, then turned to Xiang Feng, saying, you country bumpkin, you deliberately refrained from assisting Su Kai at first. Didn't he? Waiting for him to exhaust the opponent's strength before swooping in to play the hero. Am I right? Xiang Feng felt a wave of weakness wash over him. All he desired was a hearty meal to replenish his energy, leaving him no time to engage with Kong Wei. What nonsense. With that, he turned to depart. Xiaofeng, how are you feeling? Lu Ruyun approached, her face etched with concern. You seem a bit pale. You aren't injured, are you? She had great faith in Xiaofeng's abilities, yet he appeared notably weakened, stirring her worry. Wife, I am fine. It's just that saving those people took quite a toll, Xiaofeng explained. Did you really save anyone? Those two women were nearly beaten to death. What could you possibly do to help? Kong Wei, still irked from being scolded by Xiaofeng, retorted with a scoff. I suspect you've never witnessed such scenes before and were quite frightened, weren't you? Xiaofeng shot her a glance and replied earnestly, if you're unattractive. It's best to speak less. That way, fewer people will notice your shortcomings. Do you understand? Scoundrel, what did you just say? Kong Wei trembled with indignation. This rustic fellow had the audacity to call her ugly. Xiaofeng smirked. Did I misspeak? In comparison to my wife, do you possess any self-awareness? You are not even a tenth as beautiful as her, yet you dare to voice your opinions before her? Who granted you such audacity? Xiao Yagliang? Silence. Kong Wei was on the verge of tears from anger, yet Xiaofeng was not wrong. Her looks did indeed pale in comparison to Lu Ruyun's. Sir, thank you for healing my injuries. One of the two girls, who had previously been incapacitated on the ground, approached Xiaofeng with gratitude. Thank you, handsome. Although they bore some bruises, their spirits were high, and they appeared far from severely injured. Kong Wei and Su Lian stared in disbelief. Had Xiaofeng truly healed their wounds? Could this rustic fellow truly be a miraculous healer? Chapter 66. You can't have a seat anymore, do not mention it. I merely performed my duty. Xiaofeng waved his hand at the two women with a smile and added, You should promptly attend to those superficial wounds at the hospital to prevent any potential infection. All right, handsome, goodbye. The two replied, waving back before hastily departing. They had just been harassed and then besieged by several burly men, leaving them quite frightened. Had it not been for Xiaofeng's timely intervention in treating their injuries, they would have been inclined to flee straight home. Hey, you can't leave yet. We need to take your statements. Su Kai shouted after the girls. However, they were already far away, moving quickly, taking statements. At this moment, their sole desire was to rush to the hospital for a thorough examination. Due to prior reports to the police, within 5 minutes, 3 or 4 police cars arrived on the scene, apprehending all 8 of the assailants. Team Su, will you be following up on this case? By the way, do you need me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Asked the squad leader. Approaching Su Kai. Captain Wang, just call me by my name for now. I haven't officially been promoted yet, Su Kai replied. What does that matter? It's just a matter of days. Captain Wang chuckled. Su Kai smiled in return and said, The surveillance footage has captured the entire incident. You can handle the follow-up from here. Should you require any assistance, feel free to contact me. Captain Wang glanced at Kong Wei and the others besides Su Kai and decided not to intrude further, nodding in agreement. All right, you stay with your girlfriend. I must quickly locate those 2 assaulted girls. Shortly after Captain Wang and his team departed, a middle-aged man approached Xiaofeng and Su Kai, clasping his hands in gratitude. Officer Su, I sincerely thank you and your friend for your timely assistance. Please, join us for a meal in the private dining room on the 2nd floor. Today's expenses will be fully covered. Manager Zhong, Su Kai frowned, intending to inform the manager that he and Xiaofeng were not well acquainted. However, at that moment, Su Lian eagerly nodded. Manager Zhong must be eager to clean up this floor. In that case, let us ascend to the 2nd floor without delaying their business at Zifingting. While speaking, she led the way upstairs. Mom, Kong Wei exclaimed, unable to contain her confusion. She couldn't fathom her mother's reasoning. Did they truly intend to share a table with Lu Ruyun and her group? What are you dawdling for? We can be considered a family of sorts. What is the harm in dining together? Su Lian remarked, directing her gaze towards Lu Huijun. Lu Huijun, you wouldn't mind sharing a table with me, would you? I'm fine with it, Lu Huijun replied after a brief pause. She disapproved of Su Lian, but as Su Lian was the matriarch of the Kong family, she could not afford to offend her. Then let us hasten, Su Lian declared, striding swiftly towards the 2nd floor. Huang Danwan, Kong Wei, and the others were puzzled by Su Lian's behavior, but nonetheless followed closely behind. Like a cloud, what do you think Su Lian is playing at? Lu Huijun asked Lu Ruyun, a hint of confusion in her tone. I'm not quite sure, Lu Ruyun replied with a wry smile. However, she soon seemed to have an epiphany, glancing towards Xiaofeng. Could it be that she believed Xiaofeng was genuine and thus wished for him to treat her husband? That does seem plausible. Lu Huijun paused, stifling a laugh. Could it be that Kong Jingxian has really lost his vigor? As she spoke, her gaze instinctively fell upon Xiang Feng. Since I've already said it, how could it possibly be wrong? Xiang Feng declared with an air of arrogance, then promptly made his way to the second floor. Yet, after just a couple of steps, he stumbled, nearly toppling over. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Lu Ruyun rushed to support him, her concern evident. Why do you seem so weak all of a sudden? Should we go home to rest? Lu Huijun looked equally worried. I'm fine. I just exerted myself a bit today. I'll be all right after I have something nourishing, Xiang Feng reassured them. Very well then, let me help you upstairs, Lu Ruyun said, guiding him up the stairs. Before long, the trio, under the guidance of a waiter, arrived at the private room. Wow. You need a woman to help you walk? Your health seems quite frail. Su Kai mocked as he saw Lu Ruyun assisting Xiang Feng into the room. Xiang Feng sat down, casting a glance at Su Kai. My wife is so beautiful that I take pride in my weakness. Your vitality is so robust because your girlfriend is less than appealing. Isn't that right? Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su Kai erupted in anger. You're talking nonsense. Wei Wei and I just haven't progressed to that stage yet. Kong Wei glared at Xiang Feng, equally incensed. This uncouth fellow had already made remarks about her appearance more than once. The truth was, in terms of looks, she indeed paled in comparison to Lu Ruyun. Not progressed to that stage yet? Xiang Feng appeared genuinely astonished, then looked at Su Kai with pity. Brother, does that mean you haven't had a taste yet? What do you mean? Su Kai was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, just take it literally and ponder over it, Xiang Feng replied. Literally? A taste? Su Kai murmured, his mouth twitching. He realized that Xiang Feng was implying Kong Wei was no longer a maiden. However, this revelation didn't particularly bother Su Kai. After all, what era was this? Who still cared about such matters? Yet, for Xiang Feng to voice it publicly was utterly distasteful. Country bumpkin. Could you possibly keep your foul mouth shut? Kong Wei fumed. Of course not. I'm here to dine. How could I silence myself? Xiang Feng grinned broadly and then waved at the waiter. Excuse me, waiter. I'd like to place an order. Thank you. The waiter quickly approached. And in a bid to replenish his energy, Xiang Feng ordered an abundance of dishes, nearly sampling every meat item on the menu. Indeed, what a rustic individual. Just because the manager has declared today's meal free, you order so extravagantly? Do you not fear waste? Kong Wei remarked with a look of disdain. A bull that plows the fields must certainly eat its fill, Xiang Feng replied with a smile. Unlike certain individuals who cling to land tilled by others and cannot even cultivate it themselves. Xiang Feng, that is enough, Su Kai said darkly. Mother, let us leave. I no longer wish to partake in this meal. Kong Wei felt utterly repulsed and wanted to walk out immediately. Wei Wei, please do not be hasty. Su Lian observed Xiang Feng intently, having almost concluded that he might indeed possess considerable medical skills. If this Xiang Feng can discern her husband's health condition at a glance, does that not imply he could heal him? Dear young man, may I inquire where you learned your medical skills? What areas do you specialize in? Oh, by the way, which institution are you currently affiliated with? Su Lian asked Xiang Feng with utmost courtesy. Kong Wei and Su Kai were momentarily stunned, their frustration growing. Lu Huijun and Lu Ruyun exchanged glances, both detecting amusement in each other's eyes. Indeed, Su Lian has developed an interest in Xiang Feng's medical prowess. Chapter 67. I have no time, of course. My medical skills were taught to me by my master, Xiang Feng replied with a grin. As for my specialties, well, as long as the person is not deceased, I can generally heal them. Regarding my workplace, I have recently opened my own clinic. What a boast. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wei scoffed. You can heal anyone who isn't dead? Why not just claim you are the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Xiang Feng replied, well, I certainly cannot be compared to him. My skills surpasses by far. Huh. Kong Wei laughed again, too disinterested to engage further with Xiang Feng. Stronger than Hua Tuo? This fellow is clearly boasting. What is the name of your clinic? How long has it been open? What is its current operational status? Su Lian inquired once more. Xiang Feng responded. My clinic is called Huishengtang, and it just commenced operations today. Truly, you need not ask me so many questions. As I am aware you wish to assist your husband with his kidney deficiency, just bring him directly to my clinic. Allow me to give you a heads up. My consultation fees are rather high, but I trust the Kong family would not mind. Xiang Feng, if you dare insult my father again, I will ensure my boyfriend Su Kai teaches you a lesson, Kong Wei said through gritted teeth upon hearing Xiang Feng mention her father's condition. Su Lian felt somewhat uncomfortable as well. Her future-in-law, Su Kai's mother, Huang Danwan, was sitting right beside her. Xiang Feng shrugged. He will hit me? With his meager strength, it would be better if he refrained from embarrassing himself here. Oh, my strength is meager? No matter what, I am certainly stronger than you. If it were not for my lone effort in detaining those 8 thugs, nearly exhausting their strength, would you have had such a splendid opportunity to ambush and defeat them? Su Kai rose to his feet, pointing at Xiang Feng with a posture that suggested a confrontation. If you dare to spew such nonsense again, do not blame me. Su Kai, for being unkind. To avoid accusations of bullying, I shall allow you to use only one hand, he exclaimed. So, are we to fight, or merely spar? At that moment, the waiter entered the private room, followed by 4 figures. The speaker was none other than Su Gong, the president of the court, the ultimate authority over Su Kai. Accompanying him were Vice President Wang Huanming, Lu Guangyang, and the restaurant manager, Mr. Zhong. President Su? Uncle? Su Kai gasped, hurriedly approaching with a nervous explanation. President Su, I was just joking with my friends. Although apprehensive, Su Kai was also taken aback by the unexpected presence of such esteemed individuals. Could it be that the president had come to personally commend him for single-handedly dealing with those 8 burly men? Just a jest will suffice. Su Gong replied with a faint smile, choosing not to reprimand the young man. After all, he noticed that Su Kai's mother, girlfriend, and future mother-in-law were all present in the room. Even if he were to disregard Su Kai, he must still show consideration for the Kong family. Mrs. Su, Mr. Huang. Su Gong greeted the two with a smile and a nod. Huang Danwan, though not as distinguished as Su Lian, was the general manager of a company valued at over $1 billion. Greetings, President Su, Director Liu, Huang Danwan, and the others promptly rose to pay their respects. Both Su Gong and Lu Guangyang were prominent figures in Xian'ai City. Lu Huijun and Lu Ruyun also stood up quickly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Only Xiang Feng remained seated, unabashedly enjoying his meal. The gazes of the crowd swiftly turned towards him. Country bumpkin, are you possessed by a starving ghost? Is this how you behave in front of President Su and Director Liu? If you wish to eat, do so at home and spare us the embarrassment. Kong Wei remarked with evident disdain. Su Kai added, Xiang Feng, just pack up something and leave. Lu Huijun frowned, while Lu Ruyun appeared helpless, feeling her little husband was too willful. Yet, she could not help but notice that Xiang Feng seemed genuinely hungry, eliciting a pang of sympathy. Perhaps he had truly expended too much energy today. Am I eating your food? President Su and Director Liu have said nothing, so why are you prattling on? Xiang Feng retorted, grasping a large chicken leg and taking a bite, speaking with his mouth full. If you disturb me again while I eat, I shall have you thrown out. You arrogant bumpkin, how dare you speak so presumptuously? Kong Wei shot an angry finger at him. President Su, Director Liu, I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment. I hope you will not hold his behavior against him. He is merely a rude peasant from the countryside, Su Kai quickly interjected, noticing the displeased expressions on Su Gong and Lu Guangyang's faces. Enough. Both of you be silent. The speaker was Su Kai's uncle, Deputy Dean Wang Huanming. Su Kai and Kong Wei exchanged bewildered glances. Su Gong then approached Xiang Feng with a smile and said, Brother Xiang, I would like to have a private conversation with you. How about joining us for a meal in our private room? The room erupted in astonishment as Su Kai and Kong Wei stared wide-eyed, convinced they had misheard. The distinguished figure of Su Gong, head of the court, was inviting this country bumpkin, Xiang Feng, to dine with him? It was simply unfathomable. Lu Huijun also wore an expression of disbelief. In contrast, Lu Ruyun, though surprised, felt a swell of pride. She was uncertain why her husband commanded such respect, but she was certain he had accomplished something remarkable. No time, however. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Xiang Feng, biting into a chicken leg, resolutely declined. His refusal was succinct, just 2 words, no time. Thud. Su Kai plopped down onto a chair, nearly toppling over. Kong Wei and the others were convinced they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Countless prominent figures in Xian'ai City sought opportunities to dine with Su Gong. Yet here was Su Gong extending an invitation, and this fellow had the audacity to refuse? Did he not realize that clinging to Su Gong's leg could catapult him to success? Ahem, Brother Xiang, Dean Su truly wishes to discuss something important with you. Moreover, I have matters of my own to discuss with you. Could you possibly spare a moment? Lu Guangyang, seeing Su Gong's helpless expression, winked at him and quickly extended an invitation of his own. Once again, Su Kai and his companions were left astonished. Their gazes toward Xiang Feng transformed entirely. Was this Xiang Feng truly just an ordinary country bumpkin? A bumpkin who could elicit the interest of the head of the court and a major figure in Xian'ai's culinary scene? and they appeared almost fearful of being turned down. At that moment, a chill ran down Su Kai's spine. He had offended Xiang Feng today. It was enough to know that a single disparaging word from Xiang Feng in front of Su Gang could lead to his expulsion from the court system. Lu Huijun was pinching herself repeatedly, questioning if she was dreaming. How could that scoundrel she had looked down upon possess such prowess? I've already said it. I have no time. Xiang Feng reiterated his refusal with unwavering resolve. First, I am quite hungry. Second, I must accompany my wife. Therefore, could you please cease your interruptions? The disdain was almost palpable on his face. Chapter 68. The two choices presented by Liang Yidao, Su Kai, and the others were rendered utterly speechless by the shock. They were now only eager to uncover the true identity of this country bumpkin. Su Gang and Lu Guangyang exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of helplessness and forced smiles. Unwilling to express their frustration towards Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng is not only a close companion of Dong Weigua, but also the savior of the elder Dong. His medical skills and ancient martial arts prowess are astonishingly formidable. Coupled with his somewhat eccentric personality, they dare not offend him, let alone provoke his ire. Xiao Feng. Please don't be like this. Lu Ruiyun interjected, pulling Xiang Feng aside. Director Su and Chairman Lu are looking for you. They must have urgent matters to discuss. You should go meet them. Sighing, Xiang Feng replied, Since you've asked, my dear, I shall grant them this favor. He then wiped his mouth and continued. How about you and Aunt accompany me? Xiao Feng, Aunt and I can manage here. You should hurry and join Director Su and the others. Lu Ruiyun discerned that Su Gang had pressing business with Xiang Feng and felt her presence might be unwelcome. Upon her utterance, Su Gang's gaze towards her revealed a profound admiration. Very well, I shall converse with them first. Xiang Feng relented, rising to leave the private room. Su Gang and Lu Guangyang promptly followed suit. Wang Huaming also intended to join them. Old Wang, I'm currently preoccupied. Please stay here and entertain Xiang Feng as wife and his aunt. Su Gang instructed Wang Huaming before hastily departing. Wang Huaming couldn't help but smile wryly. Here he was, the esteemed vice president, being tasked with entertaining two women while the director attended to more pressing matters. Su Kai and the others found it difficult to accept. Especially Su Lian and Kong Wei. They had always held a disdainful view of the Lu family, and Wang Huanming was considered their equal. Yet now, Wang Huanming had been assigned to cater to the two women from the Lu clan, which left them feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Huanming, what on earth is going on? Why are Director Su and Chairman Lu treating Xiang Feng with such courtesy? Huang Danwan, Wang Huaming's cousin, inquired bluntly. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to him, including those of Lu Huijun and Lu Ruiyun. Wang Huaming chuckled. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that Mr. Xiang possesses remarkable medical skills and has healed an old injury sustained by our director. Oh, and I heard from the director that Chairman Lu also had a chronic ailment treated by Xiang Feng. As for the relationship between Xiang Feng and Dong Weigua, he hesitated to disclose any details, considering that Dong Weigua was a figure within the Ministry of War and currently engaged in a highly significant mission. Cousin, are you suggesting that Director Su and Chairman Lu's warm demeanor towards Xiang Feng is merely due to him treating their injuries? Su Kai asked eagerly. Indeed, Wang Huaming affirmed. Huanming, does Xiang Feng not possess any special identity? Huang Danwan probed further. What special identity could he possibly have? Wang Huaming retorted. I was just curious. Huang Danwan laughed. You gave me quite a scare. I thought he might have some extraordinary background. Kong Wei lightly patted her chest in relief. With a chuckle, he remarked on the remarkable skill of medicine, acknowledging it as an impressive talent. Su Kai offered a faint smile, feeling a deep sigh of relief within. If Xiang Feng merely possessed exceptional medical abilities, then even if he had offended him earlier, the director would undoubtedly not take any action against him on that account. This country bumpkin indeed seems to possess significant medical prowess, Su Lian murmured softly, her gaze shifting, lost in thought. Nearby, Lu Huijun turned to Lu Ruiyun and quietly said, Ruiyun, you should have accompanied him just now. Such a splendid opportunity to befriend Director Su and Director Lu may have slipped through your fingers. That lad Xiang Feng surely doesn't know how to cultivate relationships. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruiyun frowned slightly. However, her expression soon softened as she replied, Andy, Xiao Feng has told me that we need not attach ourselves to anyone, for he will have others seek him out. Lu Huijun's face darkened. Did you really believe such outrageous boasting? Lu Ruiyun replied earnestly. It may be a bit far-fetched, but I genuinely think he is not merely bragging. Once Xiang Feng entered the private room, Su Gang opened his mouth to speak. Director Su, Director Lu, please hold your words for a moment. I am quite famished and would appreciate a moment of quiet to eat. Observing the table laden with dishes, Xiang Feng interrupted Su Gong, seizing a succulent chicken leg to devour. Having eaten very little earlier, he still felt weak and simply wished to replenish himself. Very well, then you may eat first. Su Gong, with a resigned expression, took a seat beside Lu Guangyang to smoke. Yet, their faces betrayed an overwhelming sense of urgency and concern. Your actions are truly diminishing my appetite, Xiang Feng remarked after finishing the chicken leg, casting a glance at the two burly men. Now, pray tell, what pressing matter brings you to me? Brother Xiang Feng, I sincerely apologize, but I do indeed have an urgent matter to discuss. Su Gong extinguished his cigarette and spoke solemnly. The one-eyed wolf, Liang Yidao, learned half an hour ago that the murderer of his son is you. Xiang Feng nodded. So, you and Director Lu rushed here in haste, fearing he would come for revenge and that I might retaliate, correct? Su Gong inquired. If he were to come and attempt to kill you, would you indeed slay him? Of course I would, Xiang Feng replied, but he rubbed his nose and continued. I am currently not in the best condition and am uncertain whether I could defeat him. Utilizing spiritual energy had indeed rendered Xiang Feng exceedingly weak. After all, he had only condensed a single strand of spiritual energy. At present, he had barely any vital energy left, less than 1%. He estimated that it would take him at least a day or two to fully recover his vital energy. As for spiritual energy, to condense it anew was no longer merely a matter of time but required various top-tier spiritual herbs. In that case, Su Gong looked at Xiang Feng and asked, Are you willing to negotiate peace with Liang Yidao? Xiang Feng scoffed, Are you jesting? I killed his son. Would he truly negotiate with me? Su Gong replied, Dong Weigua has made it abundantly clear that I must protect you at all costs. Therefore, I reached out to old Lu and arranged for his elder brother, Lu Zhen, to join us. Lu Zhen, one of the four great overlords, serves as the right hand of Medusa and is fully capable of representing her interests. Just 20 minutes ago, I met with Lu Zhen to discuss your situation with Liang Yidao. Ultimately, he consented to send someone to negotiate with you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng inquired in astonishment. Did you promise him some monumental benefit? How could he set aside the vendetta of losing his son? Su Gong sighed. Dong Zhanzhong must have mentioned this to you. The reason we prevented you from killing Liang Yidao was to enlist his aid in restraining another underworld overlord, Qin Gongbao, in Xian'ai City, as we had yet to determine when to act against him. However, given the current circumstances, we have decided to preemptively eliminate Qin Gongbao. Once he is gone, at least half of Qin Gongbao's assets and resources will be transferred to Liang Yidao. Understanding the situation, Xiang Feng shrugged. In that case, I owe you my gratitude. If you desire to spare Liang Yidao's life, I can agree, provided he guarantees he will not seek vengeance. Excellent, Su Gong responded. I will summon someone to negotiate with you. This individual, Zhou Mi, is one of Liang Yidao's four kings, renowned for both his formidable strength and close kinship with Liang Yidao. He will represent Liang Yidao in this matter. With that, Su Gong produced his phone and dialed a number. Within 5 minutes, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, entered the room. Though not tall, he possessed a muscular build, exuding explosive power. Zhou Mi, one of the four kings under the one-eyed wolf, was known as Zhou Yichuan. Few in Xian'ai City could withstand a single blow from him, and countless had fallen before his fists. This is Xiang Feng, Su Gong announced. You may now represent Liang Yidao and address him. Zhou Mi's gaze immediately fixed on Xiang Feng, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. This was the man who had slain Xiao Jie, whom he had watched grow up. Having no children of his own, Zhou Mi regarded Liang Jie as his own son, imparting much of his martial prowess to him. At this moment, Zhou Mi was consumed with the desire to strike down Xiang Feng without hesitation. You are Xiang Feng, correct? You have killed our young master. My elder brother has sent me to convey a message. He says you have two choices, Zhou Mi said, his voice deliberate and menacing. First, you can take your own life now, and he will permit you an intact corpse. Second, you may wait for my elder brother to come for you personally. He will first kill you, then annihilate your entire family. Chapter 69. How do you wish to die? Zhou Mi, what are you saying? Are you joking? As soon as Zhou Mi finished speaking, Su Gong sprang to his feet. Lu Guangyang also stood up, his expression somewhat frosty. Liang Yidao had made it abundantly clear that he intended to negotiate with Xiang Feng. Zhou Mi replied nonchalantly, I am certainly not jesting. He killed Xiao Jie. How could my elder brother possibly let him go? Su Director, Lu Chairman, do you not find yourselves rather naive? Su Gong retorted coldly. If Liang Yidao is now going back on his word, Does that mean he no longer desires the assets and resources under the Qin Gongbao name? My elder brother only seeks vengeance. This time, Zhou Mi's response was even more succinct. If that is the case, why did he previously agree to the conditions I proposed? Su Geng inquired. If my elder brother had not consented, could you have brought me to meet Xiang Feng? I believe you would have taken measures to protect him. Would you not? Thus, seeking retribution for Shao Jia would have become exceedingly arduous. Now, however, is it not rather simple for us to eliminate him? Zhou Mi grinned. His gaze once more fixed on Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng, you may now tell me, what choice will you make? Will you take your own life? Or await my elder brother to kill you and your entire family? As he spoke, Zhou Mi could not help but frown in displeasure. This was because, upon realizing that he had not come to negotiate but rather to kill him, Xiang Feng remained unfazed and continued to indulge in the sumptuous dishes laid before him. I am no fool. How could I possibly take my own life? Xiang Feng continued to devour the meat in his hands, swallowing it whole without much chewing, then digesting it. As for whether Liang Yidao could kill him and his entire family, that remained to be seen. However, since he had uttered those words, I declare that he is doomed today. I declare that he is doomed today. Xiang Feng spoke this casually, even as his mouth was stuffed with food, rendering the statement somewhat unclear. Yet, upon the utterance of this declaration, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. An air of chilling foreboding enveloped them. Even the two skilled figures, Su Geng and Zhou Mi, could not suppress a shiver. Ha! Zhou Mi soon burst into laughter, exclaiming, what an arrogant fellow! Daring to proclaim my elder brother's demise. Do you truly believe you can survive? My elder brother never underestimates his adversaries. Upon hearing this, Su Geng inwardly lamented, and Lu Guangyang's expression turned grave. They were acutely aware that among the four underworld overlords of Xianhai City, Qin Yidao's strength was arguably the weakest. Nevertheless, for years, no one had been able to shake his position. The reason was simple. Nearly all who opposed Qin Yidao had been eradicated. He never showed mercy to his enemies, nor did he ever underestimate them. Boom. Simultaneously, an ear-splitting roar of engines erupted outside the West Wind Pavilion restaurant. The sound of tires fiercely grinding against the pavement reverberated through the air. Su Geng's expression shifted dramatically, and Lu Guangyang furrowed his brow in concern. Although their private room had ventilation, it offered no view of the street outside. Let me inquire with someone downstairs. Lu Guangyang promptly took out his phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected. Manager Zhong, what is happening outside? Lu Guangyang inquired. Mr. Lu, over 30 vehicles have arrived, each containing a dozen individuals, completely surrounding our restaurant. Manager Zhang began, but the call abruptly ended. Lu Guangyang glanced at his phone screen, his voice cold as ice. The signal here is being interfered with. We cannot contact the outside world. Haha, Dean Su, Mr. Lu, there is no need for such alarm. My elder brother's target today is merely Xiang Feng. You two shall remain unharmed. Zhou Mi laughed heartily and turned once more to Xiang Feng. Before my brother arrives, you might consider taking your own life. Otherwise, he may choose not to kill you outright, but rather incapacitate you, then capture your family and execute them before your eyes. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Feng lost all appetite. Grasping a piece of meat, he made to dash out of the private room, intent on finding Lu Ruyun. At that moment, a figure strode into the room. The individual was tall and imposing, with a well-defined presence, prominent temples, and shoulders broader than the average person. Clearly a skilled martial artist. Elder brother? Lu Jin? Lu Guangyang and Su Geng exclaimed in surprise. You must be Mr. Xiang. Rest assured, my brother A Lu is covertly protecting your wife. Even if Liang Yidao were to make a personal attempt, he would not be able to harm her. Lu Jin assured Xiang Feng. A Lu? The #1 assassin under Medusa? Su Geng remarked instantly. Brother Xiang, if A Lu is indeed safeguarding your wife, you need not worry at all. Lu Guangyang added, Brother Xiang, Ali's prowess surpasses even my elder brother's. He will undoubtedly keep your wife safe. Ignoring their reassurances, Xiang Feng attuned his senses to the surroundings. Through his heightened awareness, he perceived numerous figures swiftly approaching him, among them several individuals with notably strong auras, likely possessing dark energy skills. Soon, he sensed Lu Ruyun's presence. It seemed she had exited the restaurant, surrounded by ordinary people. And approximately 20 meters away was an exceptionally discreet, yet formidable aura. This individual must be a Lu, as described by Su Geng and the others. Thus, it appeared his wife was temporarily out of danger. Nevertheless, Xiang Feng remained vigilant, closely monitoring the situation concerning Lu Ruyun. Lu Jin, does your boss Medusa intend to assist this Xiang Feng? At that moment, Zhou Mi narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding Lu Zhan. Su Geng, too, looked at Lu Zhan with astonishment. Medusa, one of the four sovereigns of the underworld in Xianhai City, remains an enigma, as few have laid eyes upon her true visage. Even Su Geng has yet to encounter her. However, Lu Zhan serves as Medusa's spokesperson, while Lu is the foremost assassin under her command. Together, they form Medusa's right and left arms. Today, both have arrived to assist Xiang Feng, suggesting a directive from Medusa herself. Indeed, my superior has conveyed that since only one can survive between Liang Yidao and Mr. Xiang Feng, she has chosen to stand by Mr. Xiang Feng's side. Lu Zhan nods with a smile, indicating that it appears you shall not be able to eliminate Mr. Xiang Feng. Su Geng's expression darkens, remaining silent. While Su Geng and Lu Guangyang exchange puzzled glances, why would Medusa lend her support to Xiang Feng? Even Xiang Feng himself is perplexed. Unable to kill? In Xianhai City, there is no one Liang Yidao desires to slay who can still draw breath. At that moment, a chilling voice resonates from outside the private room, followed by the sudden influx of more than 10 figures. Leading them is a robust one-eyed man exuding a formidable aura. He wields a blade in his right hand. A palpable aura of lethality surrounding him, deterring anyone from approaching. He is none other than Liang Yidao, one of the four rulers of the underworld in Xianhai City. Liang Yidao scans the room with his solitary eye, finally resting his gaze upon Xiang Feng. So, you are Xiang Feng? Having slain my son, Liang Jie, I can unequivocally inform you that today, Su Geng cannot protect you, nor can Dong Weigua, and Medusa shall not shield you either. How do you wish to meet your demise? Chapter 70. Thunderous Motion, Liang Yidao. The palpable murderous intent emanating from him is formidable. It seems he is resolutely determined to exact vengeance for his son today. As they listen to Liang Yidao's words and feel the tangible aura of bloodlust, Su Geng and the others are filled with trepidation, accompanied by a sense of urgency. Xiang Feng, however, merely scoffs. This Liang Yidao is excessively arrogant. Were he not currently so weakened, at less than 1% of his full strength, he would certainly strike out and effortlessly dispatch Liang Yidao with a single blow. In this world, the only individuals who dare to flaunt their bravado before him are those whose power surpasses his own. Yet, for now, Xiang Feng must endure and continue to eat. Before the impending conflict, Liang Yidao seems fond of idle chatter. Thus, Xiang Feng seizes the opportunity to consume more, striving to refine his vitality and restore his strength as much as possible. Mr. Liang Yidao, our leader has instructed me to inquire whether, for her sake, you might refrain from opposing Mr. Xiang Feng. Lu Zhan steps forward, approaching Liang Yidao with a light-hearted smile. He shows no fear of Liang Yidao, for behind him stands Medusa and the entire Serpent Organization. Unlike Liang Yidao, who commands thousands of subordinates, Medusa's strength lies within her singularly powerful Serpent Organization, a renowned assassin group in Xianhai City. The Serpent Group comprises only a handful of individuals, yet each possesses formidable strength. Liang Yidao? Would he dare to disregard the Serpent Group? Would he dare to show disrespect to Medusa? Lu Zhan, it would be prudent for you to step aside. I have no desire to hear your prattle. Today, not even Medusa herself could save Xiang Feng from my wrath. Liang Yidao's gaze was fixed fiercely upon Xiang Feng. On this day, not even the King of Heaven could shield him. With a sudden clatter, as Lu Zhan attempted to utter further words, nearly 10 of the more than 10 individuals behind Liang Yidao brandished their firearms, directing their aim at Lu Zhan. From this moment forth, anyone daring to assist Xiang Feng shall stand as my enemy. I, Liang Yidao, shall ensure their demise. Liang Yidao spoke coldly. At this, Lu Zhan and Su Geng fell silent. Brother, what stance does our elder sister take? If she intends to aid Xiang Feng, why send you with a mere message? Why did she not permit you to bring reinforcements from the Serpent Group? Lu Guangyang pulled Lu Zhan aside, his voice low and filled with concern. Lu Zhan smiled wryly, admitting, I too am somewhat perplexed, as I cannot fathom why our elder sister would choose to aid Xiang Feng. If she wishes to assist him, then why not allow me to bring brothers from the Serpent Group? At these words, Lu Guangyang's anxiety deepened. Lu Zhan's revelations left him with little time to ponder. He only knew that Lu Zhan had not brought any reinforcements. Consequently, it appeared that Xiang Feng would have to rely solely on himself. Just then, a loud hiccup resonated through the room. All eyes turned towards Xiang Feng, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity. It seemed that from the moment Zhou Mi had appeared until Liang Yidao's entrance, Xiang Feng had not ceased eating. Did this fellow truly hold Liang Yidao in such contempt? Director Lu, Xiang Feng said, patting his belly as he addressed Lu Guangyang. Huh? Lu Guangyang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. his mind racing with confusion as to why Xiang Feng was calling for him at this juncture. Is this Western Wind Pavilion also one of your establishments? Xiang Feng inquired. Yes, indeed, Lu Guangyong replied. You ought to hire better chefs. The taste of this food is utterly deplorable. Xiang Feng remarked, extracting 2 napkins to wipe his mouth. Lu Guangyong was rendered speechless. Could it be that even at such a critical moment, Xiang Feng was still concerned about the quality of the food? After discarding the napkins in a trash bin, Xiang Feng finally turned his gaze toward Liang Yidao. So you are Liang Yidao? I bear no grudge against your son. Yet he came with intent to kill me, only to meet his demise at my hands. This misfortune rests solely upon his own inadequacy. Should I not be deserving of your gratitude for eliminating such a useless offspring? Silence! Roared Liang Yidao, his fury palpable. You audacious wretch, even as death looms. You dare to be so arrogant? I shall tear your flesh and shatter your bones. Liang Yidao had yet to speak, but the fury emanating from Zhou Mi and the other 3 kings behind him was fierce, their murderous intent sweeping across the room like a tempest. At this moment, even the formidable Su Gong and Lu Zhen wore expressions of profound gravity. The power of the 4 heavenly kings indeed lived up to the legends. Having reached the level of the dark energy. Excellent. Remarkable. Liang Yidao stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Xiang Feng. In all my years in Xianhai City, I have never encountered someone as audacious as you. Henceforth, I shall not waste words. I will first ascertain whether you truly possess the prowess to be so brazen. Leopard. Yes. A lithe figure sprang forth from behind Liang Yidao. This individual, though diminutive in stature, moved with the swiftness of a cheetah. With a single stride, he darted toward Xiang Feng like a specter. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Gong and the others immediately tensed, yet with numerous firearms aimed at them, they dared not intervene. Leopard, also known as Black Panther, was one of the 4 heavenly kings under Liang Yidao's command, a veritable master of dark energy. It was said that not only was he powerful, but he was also merciless towards his foes, unleashing lethal strikes that none could withstand. Thunderstrike! Xiang Feng bellowed softly. Following this, a silent roar erupted, akin to a muffled thunderclap. In the next instant, Xiang Feng charged toward Black Panther, resembling a tiger that had locked onto its prey, suddenly unleashing its full might to pounce. At the moment of his departure, his body tore through the air like lightning, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous sound. Roar! As the distance between the 2 figures dwindled to less than 2 meters, Xiang Feng emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated like a clap of thunder. The patrons in the private room were momentarily shaken, their minds momentarily lost in a daze. In a flash, Xiang Feng surpassed all limits, appearing beside Black Panther just as he regained his senses. Leopard, be careful. This is terrible. Quickly, evade. Liang Yidao exclaimed in shock. Zhou Mi and the others shouted in unison, their faces reflecting terror, urgency, and despair. Boom. Die. A cold voice exploded from Xiang Feng's lips. With an expression devoid of emotion, he raised his right hand into a fist. In the chilling silence that followed, he struck down with all his might. His massive fist landed precisely upon Black Panther's temple. Crack. Thud. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Jagged shards pierced through the scalp, and blood, mingled with a trace of white fluid, gushed forth, splattering against the wall. The temple had been shattered. Black Panther was dead. You just claimed that Director Su could not protect me? That Brother Dong could not shield me? That Medusa could not safeguard me? Xiang Feng turned, his fist withdrawn, as he faced Liang Yidao. But when have I ever stated that I required anyone's protection? Chapter 71. Slaying Liang Yidao Leopard. Bastard, he actually killed Leopard. I will avenge him. Gazing upon the lifeless body of Black Panther, Zhou Mi and the others were consumed with rage, their eyes burning with crimson fury. At that moment, a multitude of gun barrels almost simultaneously aimed at the center of Xiang Feng's forehead. Just a command from Liang Yidao would unleash a barrage of gunfire, transforming Xiang Feng into a mere hive of bullets. Xiang Feng, today I shall rend you into mere fragments. Liang Yidao roared, his body trembling slightly with rage. Following the murder of his son, his lifelong comrade, Black Panther, had also perished before his eyes. He could no longer endure this torment. Liang Yidao. There exists a regulation in Xianhai City stipulating that in combat between martial artists, firearms are prohibited within 1,000 meters if there are ordinary civilians present. Su Gong, sensing the chilling aura of death emanating from Liang Yidao, hastily cautioned, if your men open fire, regardless of whether you succeed in killing Xiang Feng, the War Department will undoubtedly apprehend you. Lower your weapons. Upon hearing this, Liang Yidao raised his hand, prompting those armed individuals to immediately lower their guns. Yet, they swiftly drew forth razor-sharp blades, preparing for an imminent onslaught. "Brother, allow me to take him down," Zhou Mi interjected. Just now, Black Panther underestimated him, which led to his downfall. "I will keep a close watch. His previous technique was ineffective against me. No, this youth possesses formidable strength and a certain sinister quality. You may find yourself at a disadvantage alone," Liang Yidao replied, glancing at the two others behind him. "Qianqiu Laogue, you shall join forces with Ichuan to subdue Xiang Feng, regardless of the outcome." Qianqiu and Laogue were the other two among Liang Yidao's four kings, their prowess rivaling that of Zhou Mi roar. "Kill!" The three surged toward Xiang Feng like a sharpened blade. They exhibited remarkable teamwork, their simultaneous assault generating an even more terrifying momentum, though they were merely in the early stages of dark energy. The combined might of the trio rendered even mid-level dark energy practitioners reluctant to confront them directly. Indeed, Liang Yidao's four kings lived up to their formidable reputation. While Xiang Feng had previously dispatched Black Panther in an instant, it seemed to have been a result of some secret technique, for he appeared significantly weakened now. "Xiang Feng, you're in deep trouble." Su Geng and the others, sensing the overwhelming aura from Zhou Mi and his companions and observing Xiang Feng's evident frailty, wore expressions of grave concern. It was indeed a moment of despair for Xiang Feng, feeling trapped yet unwilling to engage directly. He could only evade for the time being and seek an opportunity to counterattack. With a swift motion, Xiang Feng retreated, exiting the private room and stepping into the corridor. However, his retreat was matched by the rapid pursuit of Zhou Mi and his companions, who quickly closed in on him once more, launching a relentless offensive. Fortunately, Xiang Feng's reflexes remained sharp, and he still possessed some residual energy, allowing him to barely withstand their onslaught. Yet, he found himself in a perilous situation, as if on the brink of collapse at any moment. The onlookers, Su Geng and the others who had followed to witness the unfolding chaos, were all marked by worry, fully aware that Xiang Feng might not withstand the combined might of Zhou Mi and his allies. Moreover, Liang Yidao remained poised to strike, ready to launch a surprise attack on Xiang Feng at any moment. "Sister, it seems that Xiang Feng is not a match for Zhou Mi and his companions. He appears to be at a disadvantage." Opposite the West Wind Pavilion stood a travel hotel. At that moment, on the second floor of the hotel, two women stood by the window, gazing in the direction of the West Wind Pavilion. Should Xiang Feng be present, he would recognize one of the women as Duan Jing, the one who had previously appeared at the Huishingtang and attempted to seduce him. The other was a strikingly beautiful young woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, exuding an air of cold elegance. "Tong Dong, do you think that I was suddenly knocked out by him because I was completely unprepared? If I had focused at that moment, he shouldn't have been able to incapacitate me, right? What do you think?" Duan Jing inquired, her gaze fixed on the thoroughly subdued Xiang Feng, turning to the side to ask Tong Tong. Tong Tong pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Sister, I am puzzled as well. However, I believe that Xiang Feng possesses considerable strength. I was hidden quite effectively, yet he still detected me. You must understand, if I am well concealed, even a late-stage dark energy practitioner should not be able to find me. Only a master could. Yet, he appears to be just over 20 years old. How could he possibly be a master? If he truly were my junior apprentice, even with mastery, I would not find it surprising." Duan Jing smiled brightly, saying, "In any case, let us observe the unfolding drama. It seems that Xiang Feng may be in a bit of trouble. If it appears he is about to be defeated, do step in to assist him." "All right." Tong Tong nodded in agreement. This situation could not persist. Xiang Feng narrowly evaded a punch from Zhou Mi, his sense of urgency intensifying. Indeed, these few dark energy practitioners had instilled in him a profound sense of peril. His internal energy was severely depleted, and he could not even separate his energy to create illusions. In fact, the strength of the energy he could wield was barely equivalent to that of a beginner dark energy practitioner, a condition exacerbated by the fact that he had just indulged in a hearty meal. Such diminished prowess allowed Zhou Mi and his companions to easily overpower him. Furthermore, Liang Yidao remained lurking, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Prolonging this confrontation would only increase the danger. He had no choice but to resort to thunder movement once more. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Feng made a swift decision. Thunder movement was a formidable martial art capable of unleashing terrifying speed in a short span, albeit at a significant energy cost. Yet, given the current predicament, Failing to employ thunder movement would be even more perilous. With a whoosh and a rush of wind, Xiang Feng's body surged forth. The air around him resonated with the faint sound of thunder. Even Liang Yidao, a mid-level dark energy practitioner who had been observing from the sidelines, found it challenging to pinpoint Xiang Feng's figure for a moment. "Be careful," Liang Yidao called out loudly. However, having unleashed thunder movement, Xiang Feng's speed now rivaled that of a late-stage dark energy practitioner, drawing perilously close to that of a master. Even if he had provided timely warning, it would have been of little consequence. Moreover, by the time he attempted to alert them, Xiang Feng had already unleashed his thunderous assault. Roaring, unbeknownst to them, Xiang Feng had suddenly materialized beside Zhou Mi, his voice booming like thunder as he struck with lightning speed. Both hands launched ferocious attacks towards either side. Zhou Mi and Qian Shou were utterly unprepared, unable to comprehend how Xiang Feng had appeared at their side. By the time they regained their senses, Xiang Feng's fists had mercilessly descended upon their foreheads. Bang! Crack! Blood splattered, staining the white walls crimson. Gasping for breath, Xiang Feng ceased his onslaught, leaning against the wall as he panted heavily. Having executed the thunderous technique twice in succession, he felt utterly drained, his breath shallow and his complexion alarmingly pale. Yet, the sole survivor among the four heavenly kings, the old ghost, appeared utterly paralyzed with fear, clutching a dagger, and dared not retaliate against him. Had Xiang Feng once again employed that initial secret technique? After using it once, he had already been significantly weakened. To do so again would surely leave him on the brink of collapse. In his current state, even an ordinary person could likely overpower him. Observing Xiang Feng, who looked so frail that he seemed barely able to stand, Su Geng and the others grew anxious. While Xiang Feng was incapacitated, Liang Yidao still possessed his full fighting strength. Xiang Feng, a furious roar erupted from ahead as Liang Yidao, consumed by rage, declared, "You have slain my son, and now you have killed 3 of my brothers. Today, I shall flay your skin and tear your tendons, ensuring you suffer a fate worse than death." No sooner had he spoken than Liang Yidao, his face twisted with fury, swung his chilling blade and charged at Xiang Feng. Clutching his chest, Xiang Feng staggered backward, with Liang Yidao relentlessly pursuing him. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Feng found himself at the end of the corridor, with no path left to retreat. "Wait!" Xiang Feng suddenly raised his left hand and called out, "Are you begging for mercy? Let me tell you, kneeling and bowing today will do you no good." Liang Yidao hesitated momentarily before preparing to strike. At that moment, he was less than 5 meters away from Xiang Feng. At such close proximity, he could distinctly sense the turmoil within Xiang Feng's body, both his energy and blood flowing chaotically and feebly. This was indeed the state of a man at the end of his strength. Liang Yidao could easily kill him. "Have you not noticed that your 2 brothers are not truly dead?" Xiang Feng looked at Liang Yidao as if he were a fool. "Not dead." Liang Yidao paused, momentarily stunned. Almost simultaneously, 2 figures that had been lying on the ground suddenly rose. Liang Yidao instinctively turned to look. The 2 who stood were indeed Zhou Mi and Qian Shou. However, their heads were shattered, their brains oozing out, leaving no trace of vitality. Now was the moment. Not far away, with a flick of his hand, a silver needle shot forth silently, aimed directly at Liang Yidao's forehead. As for Zhou Mi and Qian Shou's feigned resurrection, it was merely a small trick he had prepared in advance, intended for this very moment to catch Liang Yidao off guard. Alarm bells rang in Liang Yidao's mind as he sensed something amiss. His previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. Yet, it was still too late. An unprecedented sense of impending doom surged within him. Whoosh! The next instant, a barely audible sound of slicing air echoed near his ear. Faintly, a glimmer of silver seemed to sweep past his vision. In an instant, that silver light penetrated his brow, inside his mind. It felt as if a blazing silver light had erupted. Excruciating pain engulfed Liang Yidao's thoughts, and the world before him became a blur. Chapter 72. For the sake of money. Thud. Liang Yidao's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Aside from a tiny pinprick between his brows, his body bore no other marks of injury. The sound of his fall plunged the entire second floor of the restaurant into an eerie silence. The one-eyed wolf, Liang Yidao. This figure, one of the 4 overlords of the underground world of Xianhai City, who had dominated the city for over 2 decades, had met his demise at the hands of an unknown young man in an instant. This outcome was utterly unexpected for anyone, including Su Geng, Lu Zhen, and Lu Guangyang, who were momentarily dazed and unable to comprehend the situation. A cry for vengeance erupted. "Kill! Kill Xiang Feng!" Suddenly, a roar pierced the air. A few of Liang Yidao's loyal subordinates drew their weapons, aiming at Xiang Feng. A chill ran down Xiang Feng's spine. Now seated on the ground, he felt utterly paralyzed, not even able to lift a finger. To be precise, it was not a matter of desire. He simply could not move. Panic washed over Su Geng and the others. If these men opened fire, Xiang Feng would truly be in peril. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. Just then, a sharp sound of slicing air rang out. The loyal subordinates of Liang Yidao, who had drawn their weapons, were struck down by flying daggers, pierced through the brow, collapsing lifelessly. The assailant was none other than one of Liang Yidao's four kings, Old Ghost. Thud. After eliminating Liang Yidao's subordinates, Old Ghost, still 10 meters away, knelt before Xiang Feng. Mr. Xiang, from this day forth, I, Old Ghost, shall serve only you. I hope you can spare my life, he proclaimed, his forehead pressed to the floor, voice resounding. Thud, thud, thud. Behind Old Ghost, a number of Liang Yidao's former subordinates also came to their senses, following suit to kneel and respectfully shout, Mr. Xiang. Su Geng and the others stood in stunned silence. This Old Ghost, so decisive? Yet, soon Su Geng recalled something. Brother Xiang Feng. This Old Ghost is not truly Liang Yidao as confidant. He was once a formidable figure in Xianhai City, defeated and stripped of everything by Liang Yidao. To survive, the Old Ghost chose to submit to Liang Yidao. Su Geng approached Xiang Feng, assisting him to his feet, and began to explain. I see. Then let us rise and converse, Xiang Feng replied nonchalantly. With Su Geng's support, they made their way to the dining table where a plethora of dishes awaited, half of which he had eaten earlier. At present, he desperately needed to consume various meats to replenish his energy and vitality. With enhanced vitality, he could cultivate his internal strength. As for spiritual energy, that required an assortment of spiritual herbs. Su Geng and Lu Guangyang, witnessing this scene, were somewhat astonished but refrained from inquiring further. Thank you, Mr. Xiang. The Old Ghost immediately clasped his hands, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He could not grasp Xiang Feng's true capabilities, but he dared not oppose him any longer. Moreover, to continue surviving in the underground world of Xianhai City, he needed to align himself with a powerful ally. Not only was Xiang Feng young and immensely strong, but he also had close ties with Su Geng, the head of the Judicial Institute, the 5-star General Dong Weigua of the Xianhai War Department, and Medusa, making him an excellent choice indeed. Mr. Xiang, Liang Yidao holds 60% of the shares in the Huier Group under his name, while the four of us, the four Heavenly Kings, collectively hold 20%. Additionally, Liang Yidao possesses various enterprises and liquid assets amounting to at least several billion. How does Mr. Xiang intend to handle this? The Old Ghost inquired respectfully, leaving nothing concealed. To earn Xiang Feng's favor and trust, he knew he must first ensure Xiang Feng received sufficient benefits. Several billion? Such wealth? Xiang Feng exclaimed, a mouthful of meat nearly spilling from his lips. Are you implying that this several billion now belongs to me? The Old Ghost chuckled. This does not even account for the assets that Liang Yidao and Zhou hold in the Huier Group. Their combined shares are worth around 400 to 500 billion. Xiang Feng inquired, all this money is mine? Indeed. The Old Ghost nodded. Very well, I shall provide you with my bank account number. Please expedite transferring these funds to my account. Xiang Feng promptly fetched paper and pen, inscribing his bank details. The Old Ghost appeared quite embarrassed. Ahem, Brother Xiang Feng, these funds are not so easily accessible. Su Geng cleared his throat and interjected. First, you must ascertain whether you intend to usurp Liang Yidao's position and become one of the four overlords of Xianhai City's underground realm. Not interested, Xiang Feng retorted decisively. During the day, I must manage my clinic, and at night, I wish to spend time with my wife. Where would I find the time to play the overlord? Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room was taken aback. To be the overlord of Xianhai City's underground world, what an imposing and powerful position. It is unknown how many individuals have risked their lives and broken their skulls in pursuit of this coveted position. Yet now Xiang Feng, despite the fact that this opportunity is within his grasp, displays a complete lack of interest. This is truly exasperating. Even if you, Brother Xiang Feng, were to succeed Liang Yidao in his role, there is no necessity for you to undertake any significant responsibilities, as the Huier Group is fully capable of operating independently. However, should you choose not to assume Liang Yidao's position, acquiring the assets of the Huier Group may prove to be far more challenging. Su Geng cautioned, after all. According to conventional law, although Liang Yidao is deceased, he has an elder son who is entitled to inherit his estate. Yet, in the realm of the underworld. Should you eliminate Liang Yidao, it is you who is entitled to inherit his assets, while others are forbidden to contest. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feng grasped the implications. If he were to decline the position left vacant by Liang Yidao, he would forfeit access to the hundreds of billions in assets. Considering the financial incentive, Xiang Feng reluctantly decided to acquiesce. Very well then, I shall begrudgingly agree, he stated, nodding. Now, could you elaborate on what additional responsibilities I might have aside from acquiring this wealth? There are no free benefits in this world. Hundreds of billions is no trivial sum. Thus, Xiang Feng understood that obtaining this fortune would inevitably come with obligations. Indeed, upon assuming Liang Yidao's position, you will need to contend with two troublesome matters. Su Geng explained. The first is Chen Gongbao. This individual is involved in arms trading and is exceedingly dangerous. Not only is he powerful in his own right, but his connections are also both mysterious and formidable. Therefore, neither our enforcement court nor the Xianhai War Department can take decisive action against him. We relied on Liang Yidao to monitor him and prevent his arms from flooding into Xianhai City. Now that Liang Yidao has been slain, it falls to you to keep an eye on him. This task is not overly burdensome. Lao Gui will make arrangements, and our enforcement court will assist. You need only intervene if a large-scale conflict arises and Chen Gongbao makes an appearance. Xiang Feng swallowed a mouthful of pork leg and inquired. And what is the second matter? Liang Feng, the eldest son of Liang Yidao. The mention of Liang Feng caused Su Geng's tone to grow significantly more serious. Liang Feng had, 5 years prior, apprenticed under one of the top 10 martial arts clans in the provincial capital of Jinling, the Yu family. It is said that his master, Yu Lin, is a formidable grandmaster. Having killed his father and brother, it is certain that he will return to seek vengeance upon receiving news. His strength is likely on par with Liang Yidao's, if not greater, and he may have already reached the late stage of the Dark Force. Thus, I require you to clearly inform me whether, should he come seeking retribution, you possess the capability to eliminate him. Su Geng fixed his gaze intently on Xiang Feng, awaiting his response. Not only Su Geng, but also Lu Guangyang, Lu Zhen, and the old ghost all regarded Xiang Feng with a measure of tension. They had witnessed the battle between Xiang Feng and Liang Yidao that day. Xiang Feng was formidable, yet his cultivation seemed rather ordinary, merely at the initial stage of dark energy. However, he appeared to possess some terrifying techniques, capable of vanquishing even mid-stage dark energy warriors. Give me 2 days, Xiang Feng remarked nonchalantly. In 2 days, I shall slay him as effortlessly as one might slay a chicken. Su Geng's lips twitched slightly. Although Xiang Feng spoke with great bravado, he couldn't shake the feeling that Xiang Feng was merely boasting. The expressions of Lu Guangyang and the others were also somewhat strained. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Xiang Feng replied, unfazed by the skepticism directed at his words. After devouring 2 plates of meat, he felt slightly revitalized and promptly rose to his feet. Xiang Feng, how is your health? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Su Geng inquired with evident concern. No need. I've already recovered somewhat. In 2 days, I will be completely restored, Xiang Feng stated. Then suddenly turned to Lu Zhen and asked, by the way, I recall you are affiliated with that Medusa, correct? Lu Zhen nodded with a smile. Indeed. My leader is Medusa. Xiang Feng continued. What perplexes me is why she would assist me, given that I have never met her. Did I not mention? My leader chose you over Liang Yidao, Lu Zhen chuckled. Though Liang Yidao commands a considerable force, his personal strength and talent are severely lacking. His elimination is merely a matter of time. Is that so? Xiang Feng regarded Lu Zhen with a sidelong glance, shrugging noncommittally. While your argument seems plausible, I still suspect you are deceiving me. Lu Zhen was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile, unsure of how to respond to Xiang Feng. The rationale provided by his leader was one he himself found dubious. When will you manage to transfer Liang Yidao's funds to my account? Xiang Feng turned his attention to the old ghost, voicing his primary concern. The old ghost promptly replied. The funds in his account can be transferred to yours within 2 days. However, liquidating some properties and antiques will require time, the fastest being around a month. As for the company assets, before he could finish, Su Geng interjected, Xiang Feng. The Huier Group has successfully transformed under Liang Yidao's management and is now a thriving internet enterprise, generating a net profit of at least 1 billion each year. You can easily retain your shares and continue to profit. That does sound reasonable. I suppose I shall address that when I find myself in need of funds. Xiang Feng acknowledged, then made his way towards the exit of the private room. Gentlemen, I must take my leave to find my wife. Old ghost. Please save my phone number and contact me once everything is settled. And remember, do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. Understood? The old ghost quickly responded. Understood. Mr. Xiangfeng, here is my business card. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Lu Zhen then handed over a card. Very well. Xiangfeng accepted the card and casually tucked it into his pocket. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned to Su Geng and the others who had accompanied him outside, saying, Director Su, you should be aware that I prefer to maintain a low profile. What transpired in that private room has nothing to do with me, understood? Particularly since several individuals were just eliminated. He did not wish for Lu Ruyun to perceive him as a merciless killer. Of course, Su Geng replied. Shortly thereafter, the group exited the West Wind Pavilion. Xiaofeng, how are you? Are you all right? Lu Ruyun approached Xiangfeng with concern etched across her exquisite face. Initially, she was not worried, as she was aware of Xiangfeng's formidable strength. However, upon learning that the individuals surrounding the restaurant were one of the 4 underworld overlords of Xianhai City, Liang Yidao, who had personally arrived, her apprehension for Xiangfeng grew. Surely Liang Yidao's presence was not aimed at confronting Xiaofeng? I'm perfectly fine. There were just 2 groups fighting inside, and Director Su and I stayed in the private room, reluctant to emerge prematurely. We only came out after the altercation had concluded. Xiangfeng replied with a grin. Isn't that right, Director Su? Indeed, that's correct. Su Geng readily affirmed. Oh, that's a relief. Have you concluded your discussions with Director Su? If so, let us hasten home, Lu Ruyun urged, pulling Xiangfeng along. Yes, we have finished. Let's return home, Xiangfeng nodded, preparing to leave with Lu Ruyun, while Su Geng and Lu Guangyang ventured in another direction. Xiangfeng, could you please wait a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Su Lian suddenly approached swiftly, positioning herself in front of Xiangfeng. Are you going to treat your husband's kidney deficiency? Xiangfeng glanced at her. My husband does not suffer from kidney deficiency. He has a different ailment. Aren't you quite skilled in medicine? Just tell me, will you treat him or not? Su Lian insisted. If you agree to treat my husband and resolve his condition, I can offer you 1 million. Such a large sum. Lu Huijun exclaimed, her eyes widening. The Kong family was indeed generous. However, Kong Wei and the others appeared somewhat uneasy, although Su Lian did not express it directly. They understood that Xiangfeng's assertion was likely correct. Kong Jingxian probably did have a kidney deficiency. If you wish for me to treat your husband, it is not out of the question. Xiangfeng chuckled lightly. Indeed, Su Lian reciprocated with a smile. Sighing. Lu Huijun's expression grew complicated as she silently lamented but did not hold Xiangfeng accountable. After all, Su Lian was the matriarch of the Kong family. However, you must apologize to my aunt first, Xiangfeng said with a cheerful demeanor. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Soon, Su Lian and her companions wore increasingly grim expressions. Apologize to the Lu family? That is absolutely out of the question, Su Lian declared without hesitation. Xiangfeng, do you believe you have earned respect? Do you think that by treating Director Su and Chairman Lu, you have become exceptionally important? In their eyes, you are merely a physician with slightly better skills. Kong Wei remarked coldly. Xiangfeng, the Kong family's heights are not easily scaled. You have a rare opportunity today. If you are wise, seize it, Su Kai advised. Standing beside Xiangfeng, Lu Huijun hastily urged him in a low voice, Xiangfeng, I am grateful for your help, but could you refrain from being so impulsive? The Kong family is not one we, the Lu family, can afford to offend. Lu Ruyun also expressed her concern. The Lu family cannot afford to provoke the Kong family. But I, Xiangfeng, fear them not, Xiangfeng declared, grasping Lu Ruyun's hand and gazing at Su Lian. You either apologize to my aunt, and I shall treat your husband without charge, or get out of my way. Chapter 74. The Wrath of the Third Master of the Kong Family. Get out of my way. The moment those words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Huijun was taken aback, and Lu Ruyun's expression turned bitter. You country bumpkin, do you dare insult us as dogs? You seek death. Kong Wei fumed. You ignorant fool, I grant you a chance to repent. If you slap yourself twice, I shall let you go. Otherwise, I assure you, you will be left searching for your teeth. Su Kai rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Xiangfeng. This time, Su Lian and Huang Danwan did not intervene. Their anger was palpable as well. Oh, you will leave me searching for my teeth? Typically, it is I who leaves others in such a state. Come then. Let us see who ends up searching for teeth, Xiangfeng chuckled, displeased that his own line had been appropriated, though he still felt quite weak. That was only in comparison to those who had mastered dark energy. Dealing with Su Kai, an ordinary person who had not even begun to cultivate energy, required little effort. Su Kai scoffed. Very well, you have brought this upon yourself. Su Kai, do not act rashly. Huang Danwan cautioned, suddenly remembering something. Your squad leader position has not yet been officially promoted, has it? If you stir up trouble, could it affect your advancement? Su Kai replied, do not worry, mother. With my cousin around, nothing will happen. Kong Wei added, a mere squad leader position is beneath the notice of our Kong family. If my father were to intervene, he would start from at least the level of team leader. However, my father has stated that Su Kai should hone his skills for another year or two. After 2 years, he will surely become a team leader. You, country bumpkin, should feel honored to be slapped by a rising star of the enforcement court. Su Kai boasted as he strode toward Xiang Feng. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, and upon seeing the caller ID, he answered, hello. Cousin, what do you need from me? Shortly after, Su Kai stepped aside to take the call, his expression darkening noticeably. Approximately a minute later, he returned. Su Kai, did your uncle just leave? Why is he calling you again? Is there something amiss? Kong Wei inquired. My uncle said I can no longer be promoted to team leader. Su Kai's expression darkened tremendously, and he added that I would be transferred to the archives department, destined for a clerical position henceforth. He did not elaborate on the specifics, merely stating that it was Director Su's decision. What? You can't be promoted? You have to take on a clerical role? What is Su Gung up to? As these words escaped his lips, the faces of Kong Wei and the others also changed. They immediately turned their gaze towards Xiang Feng. Country bumpkin, you must have spoken ill of Su Kai in front of Director Su, Haven to you? I never expected you to be so treacherous. Slandering others behind their backs. Huang Danwan and Kong Wei pointed accusingly at Xiang Feng, their anger palpable. However, Su Lian intervened, advising them not to worry, asserting that the Kong family would handle this matter. Su Kai would not be transferred to a clerical position, nor would his promotion be affected in the slightest. The influence of my Kong family is not to be compared with that of a mere doctor. Thank you, Aunt Su. With Su Lian's assurance, Su Kai breathed a sigh of relief, promptly expressing his gratitude. It is merely a trivial matter. Su Lian waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Xiang Feng. Her demeanor commanding as she declared, young man, you may not be aware of the vast influence my Kong family wields. Am I correct? Now, I shall ask you one final time, will you treat my husband? Should you agree to provide treatment, not only can I forgive your treachery against Su Kai, but I can also increase the consultation fee from 1 million to 10 million. Su Kai chuckled derisively, saying, country bumpkin, did you hear that? My Aunt Su mentioned 10 million. Such a sum is something you could never hope to earn in your lifetime. Kong Wei adopted an arrogant posture, surveying the country bumpkin like a lofty princess assessing a beggar, saying, well then, why don't you hurry and thank my mother? Even Lu Huijun and Lu Ruyun were visibly taken aback. Su Lian was willing to part with 10 million for her husband Kong Jingxian's treatment. However, upon considering the nature of Kong Jingxian's possible ailment, they quickly came to terms with it. After all, when compared to remedying such a condition, 10 million is indeed a trifling amount. For the Kong family, it is but a drop in the ocean. After their initial shock, they turned their attention back to Xiang Feng, eager to see if he could still refuse such a tempting offer. Have you finished speaking? If you are done, you may leave. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiang Feng spoke again. The confidence that had adorned Su Lian's face faded into a frown. Su Kai, this country bumpkin may have overindulged while dining with your uncle. You should help him sober up, Su Lian remarked, taking a couple of steps back. All right. Su Kai did not hesitate any further, striding towards Xiang Feng, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed through the air. Su Kai was struck to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dare to hit my boyfriend? I will not let this go. Kong Wei lunged forward, claws outstretched. Slap. Xiang Feng exhibited no mercy, delivering another resounding slap. Kong Wei's delicate form was sent flying, landing beside Su Kai. This is bad. Lu Huijuan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Ruyun could not help but gasp. This is trouble. How dare you strike my daughter? Kid, let me tell you, you're finished. Su Lian screeched. Do you also need a lesson? Xiang Feng cast a fleeting glance her way. Aye. Su Lian instinctively took a step back, silenced by fear. Remember, unless you apologize to my aunt, your husband will remain the impotent man he is. And do not lay a hand on me again. For I am not always in such a pleasant mood. After all, earning hundreds of billions is no easy task. With that, Xiang Feng took Lu Ruyun's hand and departed. Lu Huijun hesitated momentarily before suppressing her urge to apologize to Su Lian, hastening after Xiang Feng. Mom, that country bumpkin dared to slap me. I must kill him. I must. Kang Wei approached, covering her face, her once charming visage now appearing grotesque. She had never been slapped in her life, let alone by someone so unsophisticated. Rest assured, I shall call your father and have him avenge you. Su Lian nodded and picked up her phone, dialing her husband, Kang Jingxian, the third master of the Kang family. Hello, has the matter been settled? Soon, a deep voice resonated from the other end. Not long ago, she had discussed Xiang Feng's medical skills with Kang Jingxian through WeChat, who had indicated that he could offer up to 10 million for Xiang Feng's services. He refused. Su Lian spat venomously. Not only did he refuse, but he also demanded I apologize to that lowly Lu Huijun and even struck your precious daughter. We must avenge Wei Wei. There was a brief silence on the line. I will arrange for someone to find him in the next few days. He will not see a single cent of my money. He must cure my ailments. In the end, I will make him kneel and apologize to my daughter. I will break the hand that struck her. Chapter 75. Wife helps with bathing on a street. Duan Jing donned oversized sunglasses, exuding a sensual charm as she sat in the passenger seat like a fashionista. Tong Tong was at the wheel. Sister Lucian, accompanied by Lu Guangyang and the taciturn A Lu, who appeared to be just over 20, approached the car. Lu Guangyang gazed at Medusa with starry eyes. Lucian, having witnessed the battle up close, what do you think of Xiang Feng's prowess? Medusa lowered the car window and inquired, what do you think? Lucian replied, Xiang Feng's cultivation level is likely not very strong, but he possesses numerous lethal techniques. He can easily eliminate a practitioner in the early stages of the dark energy realm. And with a bit of strategy, he could also take down those in the mid stages. As for those at the later stages, it is hard to say, though I have the impression he could manage. Are you implying that he could contend with Liang Yidao's eldest son, Liang Feng? Lucian continued. Even if he cannot kill Liang Feng, the latter certainly would not be easily dispatched. Indeed, Lucian chuckled. Even if he were capable of eliminating Liang Feng, his troubles would not cease. For now, he is being watched by Chun Gongbao, the arms magnate of Xianhai City, and the formidable Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, which is even stronger than the four great overlords. A shiver ran down Lu Zhen's spine at the mention of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the largest business consortium in Xianhai City, teeming with influential figures. The He Group is affiliated with the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and Liang Yidao has numerous close associates within it. Given that Liang Yidao has been slain, the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly set its sights on acquiring shares in the He Group. Thus, for whatever reason, they will certainly take action against Xiang Feng. Sister, should we assist Xiang Feng? Lucian asked. There's no need. It is still uncertain whether this fellow is my junior disciple. Medusa shook her head. My junior disciple cannot possibly be so weak. Lu Zhen was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, if that is the case, why not directly ask Xiang Feng? Medusa removed her glasses, revealing her alluring yet fierce gaze, and looked up at Lu Zhen. He quickly averted his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Hey Lu, tell Lu Zhen why I do not approach Xiang Feng directly. Medusa put her glasses back on, because it would be rather embarrassing. Hey Lu replied, Lu Zhen, your intellect is commendable, but your emotional intelligence, perhaps like that of many straight men, leaves much to be desired, Medusa remarked before raising the window. Virum. Tongong promptly pressed the accelerator, and the Ferrari swiftly departed. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiang Feng and his companions returned to the apartment. Regarding the incident of slapping Kang Wei, Xiang Feng remained entirely unconcerned, although Lu Huijun and Lu Ruyun were quite anxious. Xiang Feng's nonchalant demeanor made them hesitant to voice their concerns. After all, the Kang family had previously been excessively domineering, and it was evident that Xiang Feng was not one to easily back down. Xiao Feng, go rest on the sofa for a while. I will fetch you a glass of water and cut some fruit, Lu Ruyun said, noticing that Xiang Feng appeared somewhat weakened and struggled to walk. She quickly assisted him in sitting down on the sofa. Thank you, my dear. I have exerted myself considerably today, Xiang Feng whispered softly in Lu Ruyun's ear. I might not even have the strength to bathe later. Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, and she hurriedly glanced back. Fortunately, Lu Huijun had entered the room and immediately proceeded to tidy up and prepare for a bath, allowing Lu Ruyun to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Feng, why not hold off on bathing today and wait until tomorrow? How could I possibly do that? I am quite particular about cleanliness, and if I do not bathe, I surely won't be able to sleep a wink all night. Oh, then what should we do? Lu Riyun's cheeks flushed even deeper. Xiang Feng merely smiled, choosing not to respond. My dear wife, my constitution is robust. I can endure a single night without bathing. Once I have regained some strength by tomorrow, I shall take a bath then. That is simply out of the question. Lu Riyun insisted. You are already feeling quite weak if you forego sleep for an entire night. How will your body cope? Darling, please do not fret. I will assist you with your bath shortly. You should rest for now while I prepare some fruit for you. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Watching the woman hurriedly retreat, Xiang Feng smiled brightly. He resolutely decided that he must not frighten his wife while she helped him bathe. Before long, Lu Riyun returned with a plate of fruit. Xiao Feng, I will need to postpone your bath until later. I will wait until Auntie has fallen asleep in her room before I come to assist you. How does that sound? Xiang Feng glanced up at Lu Riyun and said earnestly, My love, if you feel embarrassed, there is truly no need for you to bathe me. You are my husband. My body will eventually belong to you, so what is the matter with bathing you? Darling, please eat your fruit quickly. Annie just called for me. I need to attend to her. As she spoke, Lu Riyun's tone became much more natural, her shyness diminishing. While preparing the fruit, she had contemplated much. After all, she and Xiang Feng were indeed a married couple in name. This man treated her with genuine kindness, even willing to brave perilous encounters and confront countless foes for her sake. He was like a deity of slaughter, yet in her eyes, he was her Prince Charming. A legendary figure. Assisting him with a bath was merely a trifling matter. Had she been another woman, she might have already surrendered herself. Before long, Lu Riyun turned to return to the living room, but instead of approaching Xiang Feng, she headed straight for the front door, followed closely by Lu Huijun. Soon, Lu Huijun, with a small bag slung over her shoulder, exited. Xiao Feng, I am going to run the bath for you now. You should quickly undress and head to the bathroom. Annie mentioned she is going downstairs to buy something and will likely return in about 10 minutes, so we must hurry. As she spoke, she had already gathered a towel and clean undergarments for Xiang Feng and entered the bathroom to adjust the water temperature. Just 10 minutes? Xiang Feng felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had hoped to enjoy more intimate moments with his beloved wife in the bathroom. With a sigh, he wasted no further time. Swiftly disrobing and stepping into the bathroom. Lu Riyun, having turned back, exclaimed in surprise, her lovely face turning a deep crimson. She quickly turned away. Xiao Feng, could you please put on a pair of shorts? Otherwise, I want to be able to bathe you properly. Do I really need to wear shorts? The washing process proved to be quite a challenge for Xiang Feng. If you can wash it clean, hurry and get dressed, would you? As the thought of a man standing bare behind her crossed her mind, Lu Riyun felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Additionally, she was currently on her period. Such comments would ultimately cause him discomfort. Xiang Feng replied earnestly, I am not uncomfortable, my dear wife. My heart is utterly pure at this moment, devoid of any impure thoughts. That still won't do. Quickly put on your clothes. Lu Riyun insisted. All right, fine. Xiang Feng sighed. Turning around leisurely, donning his underwear while musing that for the first time in 20 years, Brother Feng was taking a bath while wearing pants. Lu Riyun chose not to respond. It was a conversation that could not be continued. Soon, Xiang Feng had donned his undergarments and weakly entered the bathroom. Only then did Lu Riyun's expression become more natural, though her gaze remained shy and evasive, hesitant to observe the man's seemingly slender yet well-proportioned, muscular physique. Xiao Feng, please sit down and close your eyes. I will wash your hair, Lu Riyun instructed, pointing to the four-legged stool that had already been brought in. Washing hair? Xiang Feng nodded, momentarily lost in thought, but promptly complied and sat down. Upon hearing Lu Riyun's words, he suddenly felt a twinge of nostalgia for the past. In the evenings, while he practiced, the old master would often descend the mountain at midnight. When asked why, the old master would simply reply, I'm going down to wash my hair. Suddenly, a cascade of cool yet warm water poured over Xiang Feng, snapping him back to the present. The old man was likely down the mountain washing his hair as well. How delightful. In an effort to save time, Lu Riyun washed his hair swiftly. In less than 2 minutes, she finished and simply towel-dried it. Just as she was about to continue, Lu Riyun seemed to hear a sound, gasping softly, as if caught in the act of thievery with the homeowner about to return. Darling, don't be anxious. It's your phone ringing, not your aunt returning. Xiang Feng reassured, aware of her concern. Is it my aunt's call? She would be back already. Would she? Did she forget her keys and need me to let her in? Lu Riyun fretted. Having just finished washing your hair, you haven't even cleaned your body yet, and you want to go out? Xiang Feng was resolute. My dear, There is no one at the door. Your aunt is calling you. It must be about something else. Please answer the phone, he suggested after sensing the situation. Is my aunt not back? All right. Then I'll go take the call, Lu Ruyun concluded without questioning Xiang Feng's words, sighing in relief before quickly walking into the living room to answer the phone. Before long, Lu Ruyun returned to the bathroom, her demeanor somewhat unnatural. What did your aunt say, my love? Xiang Feng inquired with a smile. In truth, given the short distance, he had already overheard the entire conversation on the phone. Lu Ruyun remarked, my aunt mentioned that she does not wish to disturb us daily, so this evening she has decided to stay at a nearby chain hotel, allowing me not to wait for her. Sighing, she mused that her aunt was truly considerate, realizing that she had previously misjudged her. Xiang Feng, filled with remorse, then smiled at Lu Ruyun, saying, Dear, please continue to bathe me. Since Annie won't be returning, you can take your time after dinner. I worked up quite a sweat and feel rather dirty. Please help me clean up thoroughly. All right, I understand. Lu Ruyun, now less shy than at the beginning, grasped the spray nozzle and began to spritz water onto Xiang Feng. Xiao Feng, back at Qingyan Mountain, did you have running water for bathing? Or did you have to heat water yourself? Lu Ruyun inquired, her curiosity piqued as she watched him. There are wells, rivers, and even hot springs on the mountain. I could bathe however I pleased. We don't really need running water up there, Xiang Feng replied with a smile. Are you and your master the only ones at Qingyan Mountain? Don't you find it boring? She continued. Yes, typically it's just the two of us. Occasionally, some senior brothers and sisters who have left the mountain return, but I was too young back then to remember them well. They haven't visited in nearly a decade. But soon enough, I shall see them again. You have senior brothers and sisters? Are you certain they will be able to find you? Lu Ruyun asked. Of course. Once my reputation at the Huixing Hall grows, they will surely come looking for me, Xiang Feng assured her. As Lu Ruyun continued bathing him, they engaged in light conversation. And before they knew it, time had slipped away. Xiao Feng, I have nearly dried you off. Please take care of the remaining spots yourself and change into the clean clothes I've set aside for you. Lu Ruyun indicated towards the fresh attire nearby. Is this really all done? That was rather swift. Xiang Feng was taken aback, feeling as though he could use a bit more washing. However, Lu Ruyun had already exited the bathroom. Dear, since you helped me bathe, let me return the favor and help you as well. Otherwise, I feel it would be rather unfair. Xiang Feng called out to Lu Ruyun's retreating figure. No, I can manage on my own, and besides, aren't you feeling rather weak? You barely have the strength to wash yourself, let alone help me. Lu Ruyun, oblivious to any underlying issues, proceeded into the bedroom. Oh, if Auntie is not home tonight, it seems I can cuddle with my wife while we sleep. Moreover, she did promise me that during the day, Xiang Feng thought, hastily discarding his undergarments. After washing for another 2 minutes, he dried off and donned the fresh clothing before emerging. Dear, what are you doing? Hurry and wash up. It's time for us to sleep. Upon exiting, he found Lu Ruyun sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, and urged her, with a smile illuminating her face. She replied, I'm chatting with a few of my close friends in our group chat. Xiao Feng, I have delightful news. A dear friend of mine mentioned she will be visiting Xianhai City in a few days. Oh, Xiang Feng nodded. He had no interest in his wife's best friend, and even felt a tinge of concern. With his wife's friend visiting, would she have less time to spend with him after work? Lu Ruyun chatted for a while longer before leaving her phone to take a shower. After her bath, she returned to the living room and resumed her conversation with her friend. Xiang Feng, feeling dejected, occupied himself by scrolling through short videos. His impression of Lu Ruyun's friend plummeted. Even before she arrived in Xianhai City, she was already encroaching on his wife's time. What would happen once she actually came? It wasn't until after 10 in the evening that Lu Ruyun reluctantly set her phone down. Wife, can we go to bed now? Xiang Feng seized the opportunity to ask eagerly. Sleep. Lu Ruyun suddenly recalled that she had promised Xiang Feng during the day to let him hold her while sleeping. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Wife, if you're still uncomfortable, I can continue sleeping on the sofa, Xiang Feng murmured, his face appearing to bear a great deal of grievance, evoking sympathy. After having Lu Ruyun assist him with his bath earlier, Xiang Feng had learned a tactic, the art of allure through retreat. No need for that. Since I've promised you, I will certainly fulfill it. However, Xiao Feng, you must first promise me to hold me properly without letting your hands wander. Lu Ruyun cautioned. This was still her first experience allowing a man to hold her while sleeping. Rest assured, I will be completely obedient. My hands will not stray. Xiang Feng promptly assured her, then hurriedly dashed towards the bedroom. He drew the curtains, turned on the air conditioning, adjusted the temperature, and climbed onto the bed, all in one fluid motion, exuding the demeanor of a proper host. Wife, hurry and come to bed, Xiang Feng called, extending his right hand toward Lu Ruyun as she entered the room. A delicate blush tinted her fair cheeks, but she slowly approached the bed and lay down beside him. The unique scent of the man enveloped her senses, stirring her heart with anxiety and excitement. Simultaneously, a hint of worry crept in. She was quite confident in her appearance and beauty. She believed that any reasonably normal man, sharing a room with her and embracing her in slumber, would find it difficult to resist temptation. Wife, your period hasn't ended yet, and you're not clean. I won't act inappropriately, so you needn't worry at all. Xiang Feng softly reassured her, sensing her apprehension. Lu Ruyun then sighed in relief and, after pressing her lips together, said, Xiao Feng, could you give me a few more days to prepare myself mentally? You have done so much for me lately, and I can feel your kindness. I harbor a genuine affection for you, and I have gradually come to accept your identity as my husband. In a few days, once I have prepared myself mentally, I shall bestow upon you my most treasured possession, if that pleases you. As I uttered these words, it felt as though all the barriers within my heart were flung open, and my courage surged. I lifted my gaze, my enchanting eyes locking onto Xiang Feng's. In their depths shimmered a gentle warmth, admiration, and a hint of bliss. In this world, apart from my grandfather, no man has ever instilled in me a sense of security or truly devoted himself to my well-being. Since my grandfather's passing, life within the Lu family has become increasingly arduous, and I have been persistently pursued by Li Donghao, who regards me as prey. The overwhelming challenges and pressures have left me gasping for breath, particularly that fateful night when Lu Tianlong and Li Donghao forced alcohol upon me. I feared I was about to walk into the jaws of a tiger. Ultimately, just before losing consciousness, I managed to flee the restaurant, only to inadvertently plunge into a lake. Logically, my life and existence should have drawn to a close then. Yet, upon reopening my eyes, a man named Xiang Feng intruded upon my life. Initially, I sought to utilize him as a shield, but gradually, he not only shielded me from all adversities but also appeared before me in times of peril, like a hero descending from the heavens. I realized I had genuinely fallen for this man. Cough, my dear, are you serious? Xiang Feng was taken aback by Lu Ruyun's sudden confession, his face flushing. He had merely intended to play the rogue and seize a small advantage, yet his wife was declaring that she would soon entrust herself entirely to him. Was this not exceedingly delightful? I was joking, hee. Lu Ruyun chuckled mischievously, then reached behind her. Click. The lights extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Darling, it's time for bed. I must rise early for work tomorrow, she murmured, nestling against Xiang Feng, inhaling his refreshing scent, which brought her great comfort. However, Xiang Feng, intoxicated by her fragrance, found himself utterly unable to sleep. My dear, you must clarify whether what you just said was true, he pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. If it is, I need to prepare myself accordingly. All right, I was not joking. Now let us sleep. What does a big man like you need to prepare for? Lu Ruyun replied with a hint of annoyance. Xiang Feng responded earnestly, My love, I still owe you something. Ah, do you? Lu Ruyun was puzzled. What do you owe me? Xiang Feng replied, Though we are married, we have yet to hold a wedding ceremony. My dear, I wish to prepare for a grand celebration to honor our union. On the wedding day, you may present to me your most treasured possession. Lu Ruyun was momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening slightly, unable to articulate a response. The notion of a wedding, had she not contemplated it? Yet, such thoughts flickered fleetingly through her mind, never delving deeply into the matter. Her expectations for marriage were modest. All she desired was a man who cherished her, someone she also loved, to lead a simple, peaceful life together. That, she believed, would be sufficient. However, with the Lu family opposing her union with Xiang Feng, and Li Donghao harboring ulterior motives, how could she dare to dream of a wedding? Darling, truthfully, I do not require a grand wedding. As long as you hold me dear, treat me well, and we both enjoy health and safety, I would find contentment in that, she softly expressed, illuminated by the faint light filtering through the window. Wife, why is it that you treat the Lu family with such kindness, yet possess no aspirations for yourself? Xiang Feng, observing Lu Ruyun's lack of ambition, felt a pang of sorrow rather than joy. Lu Ruyun fell into silence, and Xiang Feng, sensing the gravity of the moment, gently caressed her back. Do you know, dear? Since I began to form memories, the only ones who showed me kindness were my grandfather and aunt. My second uncle was tolerable. Although he would scold me at times, he never laid a hand on me. After a considerable pause, she continued, Though my grandmother and uncle have always looked down upon me, and I endured various forms of bullying from the Liu family in my youth, I do not harbor resentment towards them. Xiang Feng was perplexed. Why? Because they allowed me to experience the feeling of having a home. She replied, a home? Yes. Lu Riyun continued, I grew up in an orphanage. Though my memories of that time are hazy, the profound sense of loneliness and bewilderment lingers vividly. It felt as if I were not meant to exist in this world. It was only when my grandfather brought me to the Liu family that I felt the warmth of this world and gradually understood the meaning of life. Thus, regardless of how the Liu family may scheme against me, I cannot truly hate them. In fact, whenever possible, I strive to assist them. Do you think I am particularly foolish? She asked. Indeed, you are foolish. Xiang Feng paused for a moment before continuing, his tone softening. Have you forgotten that you now belong not only to the Liu family, but also to me, your loving husband? In the future, we shall create a new family. A home that truly belongs to you. We will have a multitude of little ones to expand our family. Lu Riyun chuckled. Who wants to have a multitude of little monkeys with you? I'd settle for just 2 at most. Indeed, 2 would suffice, a son as handsome as I. And a daughter as lovely as you, Xiang Feng cheerfully remarked. A moment later, his laughter gradually subsided as he spoke earnestly. My dear, I have made up my mind. We shall indeed hold the wedding. Are we truly going to have a wedding? Grandmother and the others will surely devise ways to thwart it. Lu Riyun expressed her concerns. Xiang Feng replied, for your sake, I shall be somewhat lenient towards the Liu family. However, should they defy me, I will not hesitate to discipline them. Rest assured. I will exercise caution in my actions. Lu Riyun hesitated briefly before conceding. That is acceptable, but you must promise me, my love, that while you may teach the Liu family a lesson, you must not endanger their lives. Fear not, they are, in a sense, my kin now. And I would never harm them, Xiang Feng assured her, tightening his embrace around her arm. Now, let us retire for the night. Yes, good night. Good night. For Xiang Feng and Lu Riyun, that night was serene, warm, and filled with happiness. Conversely, for the various factions within Xian'ai City, it was as if a monumental earthquake had erupted. One of the 4 titans of the underground world, Liang Yidao, had been slain. Due to the stringent news blackout, many were unable to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator in a timely manner. Yet, they all understood that a storm was brewing in Xian'ai City. Investigate. Within a day, I want to know who was responsible for the death of Liang Yidao, commanded a middle-aged man from the Golden Dragon Commerce Association, addressing a group of black-clad individuals. Understood. More than a dozen figures in black swiftly vanished. The middle-aged man squinted, gazing into the pitch-black night. The Huier group must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Liang Yidao has been murdered? Expedite the identification of the killer. I require a full report on all the circumstances as swiftly as possible. Zhong Yuanan, a figure among the 4 rulers of the underground world, instructed a young woman before him. Yes, the exquisitely beautiful and alluringly voluptuous woman nodded respectfully. Once she departed, Zhong Yuanan hesitated momentarily before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Hello, what brings you to call? A deep voice resonated on the other end. Sir, Yang Yidao has been killed, and we currently do not know the identity of the assailant. There seems to be a shadow of the Xian'ai City Judicial Court involved. This city may be on the brink of upheaval. Should we prepare for anything? Zhong Yuanan inquired respectfully. Prepare? There is no need for any preparations. Simply continue to keep a close watch on Medusa. As for other matters, you need not concern yourself with them for now, the voice on the other end replied nonchalantly. In truth, Xian'ai City was long overdue for a change. At the Taiyu International Trade Group, the chairman, Chen Gongbao, one of the 4 rulers of the underground world, stood atop the building, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the entirety of Xian'ai City. Yang Yidao has been murdered. And could it be that the enforcement court is secretly behind this? Is the enforcement court planning to target me? This pace seems rather slow, does it not? I, Chen Gongbao, have been waiting for them for a whole year. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Gongbao's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of wisdom, as if he held all the cards in his hands. Yet, he pondered, who might be the player entering the fray this time? Could it be that woman, Medusa? If so, the scenario would become all the more intriguing. The Xian'ai Conchiao Hospital is the most prestigious private hospital in Xian'ai City. In a special care room, a middle-aged couple gazed at the young man lying on the hospital bed, their expressions dark and brooding. Li Xian, I do not care what background that Xiang Feng possesses. He broke my precious son's leg, and he must die. The middle-aged woman turned to Li Xian, reiterating with fervor, I want him dead. Do you understand? Mother, there is no need for such haste. That Xiang Feng not only incapacitated me, but also killed Liang Yidao's son, Liang Jie. It is only a matter of time before Liang Yidao discovers that Xiang Feng is the murderer and takes action against him. We merely need to sit back and watch the spectacle unfold, Li Donghao replied, a knowing look upon his face. That Donghao. Li Xian felt a pang of sympathy but still remarked, as you said, it seems Liang Yidao has indeed set out against Xiang Feng. Yet, inexplicably, Liang Yidao has been killed. What? Liang Yidao has been murdered? How is this possible? Li Donghao's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a titan who had stood tall in Xian'ai City for over 20 years, one of the 4 overlords of the underground world in Xian'ai. With a seniority comparable to Qin Gongbao, the thought of him being slain was unfathomable. Was it Xiang Feng who did this? After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he inquired, how could it possibly be him? I have had people investigate Xiang Feng. He is merely a country bumpkin from the mountains. How could he ever bring down Liang Yidao? Spoke Qinya, Li Donghao's mother, with a derisive laugh. Li Donghao contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiang Feng possessed considerable strength, at least at the late stage of Mingjin or early stage of Anjin. However, with his abilities, he could not have killed Liang Yidao. Despite his words, a sense of despondency lingered in Li Donghao. He had initially believed that once the news of Xiang Feng killing Liang Jie spread, Liang Yidao would swiftly take revenge on Xiang Feng. Yet now, Liang Yidao is dead, and Xiang Feng remained unscathed. Donghao, do not be disheartened. Your father will soon find someone to eliminate that bumpkin. Qinya assured Li Xian. I will make a call right now, Li Xian declared, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hello. The call was answered promptly. This is Li Xian. I need your assistance in eliminating someone named Xiang Feng. Do you have any information on him? Would 50 million be sufficient for his demise? Li Xian stated generously, openly offering the sum of 50 million. In his view, the other party would undoubtedly respond affirmatively. Xiang Feng? A woman's voice came through the phone. She hesitated for a few seconds before stating, not enough. 50 million is insufficient? Are you certain? Indeed. Unless we receive 200 million, we will not take action. 200 million? Li Xian's pupils constricted. He had an instinct that the other party might be attempting to deceive him. However, the woman on the other end continued. Xiang Feng is not only formidable in his own right, but he also possesses considerable backing. To eliminate him entails significant risk. Thus, the price of 200 million is not excessive. If you cannot accept this price, feel free to seek assistance elsewhere. Li Xian replied. Can you divulge what kind of background he has? No comment. Li Xian felt somewhat frustrated but responded, very well, 200 million it is. You are aware of our terms. Please transfer the funds first. Within 3 days, we will deliver the head to you. Understood. Soon after, Li Xian transferred the money. He then turned to Li Donghao and said, Donghao, rest assured, I have engaged Medusa from the Serpent Group. They accepted my payment and promised to deliver Xiang Feng's head within 3 days. Thank you, Dad. A smile returned to Li Donghao's face. With Medusa and the Serpent Group involved, even if Xiang Feng possessed strength and luck, his demise within 3 days was inevitable. Simultaneously, Medusa turned to her companion Tong Tong and remarked, Li Xian is not lacking in funds. Your previous quotation was too low. Therefore, over the next 3 days, your task is to extract several more 100 million from him. Understood? Huh? Sister, I'm not skilled at extorting people. Then consider this an opportunity for practice. In any case, you must manage to extort at least 1 billion from Li Xian. 1 billion? Tong Tong looked exasperated. All right, I will do my best. By the way, you just mentioned that you would deliver the head to Li Xian within 3 days? Whose head are you planning to send? Hee, I have already investigated. Li Xian has a mistress and an illegitimate child. This child is far worse in character than Li Donghao, yet Li Xian dotes on him. Hence, I plan to send in the head of his illegitimate child. Both Li Donghao and Qinya will surely be grateful to me. You have indeed thought this through. Let us proceed with your plan. Chapter 78. You might as well support me instead. The following morning, Xiang Feng arose early, around 5, to visit the market for groceries. More precisely, he was there to purchase meat. He bought over 100 pounds of various meats. Xiao Feng, why are you buying so much meat? Lu Ruyan asked in astonishment upon seeing the considerable pile on the floor, nearly equivalent to a pig. Dear, did I not mention that I would be feeling somewhat weak these past few days? Consuming this meat will help me recover more quickly. So I went to the market early to procure fresh meat. Xiang Feng emerged, cradling 2 bowls of fragrant noodles, adorned with scallions and accompanied by 2 poached eggs, which ignited a ravenous appetite. My dear wife, today my endeavors at home have revolved solely around culinary pursuits and indulging in delectable delights. Would you care for me to prepare a meal and deliver it to your office for lunch? Despite the fact that the Rejuvenation Hall had only just commenced operations yesterday, Xiang Feng resolutely decided to grant himself a day of respite. This morning, his bank account had swelled by nearly $1 billion, courtesy of Lao Gui. With newfound wealth, he felt entitled to indulge. On second thought, I shall refrain. My uncle has already announced my appointment as the company's president this morning. Besides, I am bound to be occupied with various matters today, so I would prefer you not seek me out, Lu Ruyun remarked, slurping her noodles with fervor. And what else? Xiang Feng inquired. Dear wife, please do not withhold anything from me. Well, it seems my uncle not only appointed me as president, but also designated my aunt as vice president. Lu Ruyun replied with a wry smile. Previously, my aunt held only a nominal position in the company, but now it appears she may be targeting me. My apologies for any trouble I have caused you. Lu Tianlong has been incapacitated by me, and that woman, Wang Huilan, dares not confront me. She will undoubtedly create obstacles for you instead. Should I confront her? Xiang Feng offered. I bear no grudge against you. Although I am unaware of the specifics, I trust you are innocent, Lu Ruyun assured him. As for my aunt, I shall attempt to handle the situation myself. If she remains resolute in her hostility and I find myself overwhelmed, I shall reach out to you. Xiang Feng pondered for a moment and said, My dear, please take care of yourself. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I refuse to allow you to suffer at the hands of the Lu family. If they dare to mistreat you, I shall retaliate tenfold. All right. I know you are a devoted protector of your wife. I will exercise caution. A radiant smile adorned Lu Ruyun's face as she swiftly finished her noodles. After tidying up, she grabbed her bag and headed outside. Darling, take the day to rest at home. If I am not busy tomorrow, I will carve out half a day to accompany you. Xiang Feng smiled in response. Excellent. Let us relocate to Yunning Mountain tomorrow. Moving? Very well. Lu Ruyun nodded. Once Lu Ruyun departed, Xiang Feng wasted no time, entering the kitchen with 2 bags of meat. By the end of the day, he had consumed all the meat. Yet his internal vitality had only recovered by less than half. His energy remained at a mere 1/10 of its capacity. However, with just a day or 2 of cultivation, he could restore half of his strength. Presently, his energy could barely be compared to that of an early-stage transformation. With the power of an early-stage transformation, he felt a sense of security. Venturing out in Xianhai City should not pose too great a danger, should it? Xiang Feng yearned to avoid a repeat of yesterday's events, as it had been exceedingly stifling. A mere handful of covert martial artists had left him in such a state of disarray. As dusk approached, Xiang Feng tidied up their home and prepared dinner just as Lu Ruyun returned. Although a smile graced Lu Ruyun's delicate features, Xiang Feng could still perceive the exhaustion and a hint of suppressed anger in her beautiful, weary eyes. Darling, have you had a falling out with Wang Huilan? Xiang Feng inquired with concern as he served Lu Ruyun her meal, taking a seat beside her. With a wry smile, Lu Ruyun replied, Indeed. Wang Huilan is causing me some trouble, but it's not a significant issue. I should be able to handle it. What tricks is she up to? Xiang Feng pressed further. The Yunshan Group still has some outstanding debts to collect. Today, she tasked my uncle with a mission. I must recover 30 million in foreign debts within 3 days. If I fail, I shall have to pack my things and leave. Lu Ruyun explained. 30 million? Xiang Feng touched his nose. With nearly $1 billion in his account, he suddenly felt that 30 million was but a trifling sum. He even contemplated transferring the 30 million directly to Lu Ruyun. However, he understood that the matter transcended mere finances. And if you manage to recover this 30 million? Xiang Feng asked. Then she will obediently leave the Yunshan Group and cease to interfere with my work, Lu Ruyun stated. Well, that's manageable. Xiang Feng nodded and said, My dear, I will accompany you to collect the debts tomorrow. All right. Lu Ruyun agreed without hesitation, acknowledging that these debts were indeed challenging to recover. Otherwise, they would not have lingered for so long. Even with your company, it may not be so easy to collect. With a cheerful smile, Xiang Feng responded, We'll see tomorrow. As long as those debtors have money in hand, I can certainly persuade them to return it willingly. Seeing Xiang Feng's confidence, Lu Ruyun chose not to argue further. After dinner, the couple tidied up together before Lu Ruyun insisted on taking a walk outside, allowing them to browse a shopping mall. She dragged Xiang Feng to purchase several outfits and even convinced him to adopt a more fashionable hairstyle, insisting that his striking handsomeness was overshadowed by his attire and style, which was simply unacceptable. Thus, in an effort to please his wife. Xiang Feng reluctantly discarded several of his old garments and donned the new clothes Lu Ruyun had selected for him on their way home from the mall. This striking couple attracted numerous glances. The following day, Lu Ruyun drove Xiang Feng away from their apartment. "Darling, I learned yesterday that the Bei Group we are headed to is actually a property of the Wang family." Lu Ruyun reminded him with a serious tone as she drove. Aunt Wang Huilan is a member of the Wang family. When she first married into the Lu family, even grandfather treated her with considerable respect due to her lineage. Fortunately, her father is only a distant relative of the Wang family, wielding limited power. Otherwise, my uncle would likely be completely overshadowed by her. However, if she intends to create trouble for us through the Wang family, we may find ourselves in a challenging predicament, regardless of her cunning tactics. I am confident in my ability to resolve any situation, Xiang Feng remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing his response, Lu Ruyun felt a sense of relief. After half an hour, the vehicle arrived at the foot of the Bei Group building. "May I inquire who you are looking for?" Upon parking and approaching the entrance, two security guards scrutinized the pair before halting their progress. "Greetings, I am Lu Ruyun, the president of Yunchang Group. Here is my business card." "I am here to see Director Wang," Lu Ruyun said politely, offering her card. The guard accepted the card, glanced at it, and replied, "I'm sorry, but Director Wang is on a business trip today and will not return for 3 days. Please come back in 3 days." 3 days? Lu Ruyun frowned. She had a wager with Wang Huilan that only spanned 3 days. If she had to wait that long, there would be no need for her return. Indeed, Wang Huilan had prepared thoroughly. Not only would she fail to collect her debts, but she might not even have the opportunity to meet Wang Junfei, the chairman of Bei Group. "Listen, my friends, I would prefer not to resort to violence. If you wish to avoid a confrontation, I suggest you lead the way." Xiang Feng discerned their deceit and spoke up. Well, aren't you a bold one? A pretty boy daring to speak to us like that? How about we settle this with a contest of strength?" The stocky guard was incensed by Xiang Feng's words. "Indeed, you think because of your pretty face, you can act with such arrogance? With your physique, I could take you down with a single hand." The taller guard directed his remarks at Lu Ruyun, adding, "You know, instead of keeping this pretty boy, you'd be better off with me. I could serve you far better and ensure your satisfaction." Before he could finish, a sharp slap from Xiang Feng silenced him. It was swift and decisive. The taller guard, who towered over Xiang Feng, fell to the ground, rendered unconscious without a sound. "You dare to act out in our Bei Group?" The stocky guard shouted furiously. Boom. Before he could continue, Xiang Feng's gaze fell upon him. In an instant, the guard felt a violent throbbing in his head, engulfed by an overwhelming fear, as if he were facing not just an ordinary individual, but an incredibly formidable presence. This was the oppressive force of spirit, the mastery of both visible and hidden energies. A martial sage, capable of exerting their will upon others. Just a glance could shatter the resolve of an ordinary person. Naturally, this exertion of mental energy was taxing, hence martial sages rarely employed such methods. "Lead the way," Xiang Feng said calmly. "All right, I will lead you," the guard acquiesced, shaken. The plump man hurriedly took the lead. "Dear, let us proceed," he urged. Xiang Feng, pulling along Lu Ruyun, followed closely behind. Lu Ruyun was acutely aware of Xiang Feng's formidable abilities, thus she refrained from asking too many questions. Feeling a swell of pride within her, her little husband was truly remarkable. 5 minutes later, the security personnel escorted them to the 16th floor. After a brief walk, they arrived at a spacious hall. Inside stood no less than 50 or 60 individuals. At the forefront was a young man, around 30 years old, with an unremarkable appearance but a rather lascivious gaze. His eyes locked onto Lu Ruyun as he licked his lips and said, "So it is indeed the renowned beauty of Xianhai City, Lu Ruyun. You have come to collect a debt today, haven't you?" Lu Ruyun felt a surge of anxiety, as she could clearly sense that Wang Junfei seemed fully prepared, waiting for her arrival, or rather, for Xiang Feng's. Otherwise, why would he muster such a crowd against a seemingly frail woman? "Wang Dong, your company has owed our Yunchang Group 26 million in payments over the past 2 years. Here is the promissory note. I hope you can settle the account today." Remembering Xiang Feng's strength, Lu Ruyun felt somewhat reassured as she produced the note. "Haha, that's easily managed. 26 million is but a trifle for me, Wang Junfei," he chuckled heartily. "However, I accrued this debt through my own prowess. So why should I repay it?" Lu Ruyun paused, inhaling deeply to suppress her rising anger. "What will it take for you to repay the money? Must we escalate this to the courts?" If it truly goes to court, Do you think our Wang family would fear your little Lu family? Wang Junfei scoffed. Lu Ruyun fell silent. Although the Wang family was not a top-tier clan, they could easily overpower the Lu family. Actually, if you desire the money, it is not impossible. Wang Junfei said with a lecherous grin, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing Lu Ruyun. However, you must accompany me for dinner tonight. I've heard the first goddess of CNI City rarely dines with other men. I wonder if I, Wang Junfei, might have the honor? Apologies, but you lack that privilege. Just as Wang Junfei finished speaking, Xiang Feng interjected with irritation. After all this fuss, your target has always been me. Has it? Why the unnecessary chatter? Have your lackeys act swiftly. Let us not waste any more time. This time, it was Wang Junfei who appeared taken aback. Lu Ruyun's husband possessed quite the audacity. In such a formidable situation, he showed no fear at all. Wang Junfei had intended to provoke Lu Ruyun further in front of Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng, is it? Wait a moment. Wang Junfei began, but Xiang Feng interrupted him once more, saying, bring out those two individuals hiding in the back as well. Lu Ruyun felt a twinge of confusion, and Wang Junfei was momentarily stunned. Mother, let us go out. A voice soon emanated from an office nearby. Moments later, Wang Huilan emerged, pushing Lu Tianlong, who was seated in a wheelchair. Both Lu Tianlong and Wang Huilan regarded Xiang Feng with eyes brimming with malice. Xiang Feng, I never anticipated that fate would be so kind to you. Last time, Li Xiao sought Liang Jie to deal with you. Yet due to Liang Jie's father getting entangled with formidable adversaries, they suffered greatly, while you remain unscathed. However, today, fortune shall not favor you so generously. Lu Tianlong glared at Xiang Feng, his gaze sharp as a knife. You have rendered me legless, condemning me to a life confined to this wheelchair. Today, I shall not only cripple your legs but also your arms, ensuring you suffer more than I do. Lu Tianlong, enough. Before Xiang Feng could utter a word, Lu Ruyun interjected with a fierce shout. Did he intend to cripple you? Is it not true that you, in your effort to please Li Donghao, went to great lengths to have me apprehended, thus crossing Xiang Feng's boundary? Wang Huilan pointed an accusing finger at Lu Ruyun, exclaiming, shut your mouth, you wretched creature. This country bumpkin is merely a stranger to you. You have known him for but a few days. Now your cousin lies crippled because of him. And instead of aiding your kin, you choose to support this outsider. Truly, you are an ungrateful wretch. With that, her gaze shifted to Xiang Feng, instinctively retreating a step, fearing another slap. Yet this time, Xiang Feng merely regarded her with pity. Is my wife an ungrateful wretch? Ha! Do you realize that if she were, your Lu family would have ceased to exist by now? If she were truly ungrateful, your son would not be in a wheelchair but rather lying in a coffin. Xiang Feng shook his head, sighing softly. You members of the Lu family are indeed oblivious to the blessings you possess. Were it not for my wife steadfastly defending your family, given how you have mistreated her, I would have long obliterated the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Ruyun's expression grew complex. Was her unwavering support for the Lu family truly a mistake? The more she defended them, the more they took advantage of her. Initially believing that Wang Huilan had summoned her to collect debts merely to embarrass her, she now realized it was a trap, waiting for her to lead Xiang Feng into their snare. Was it necessary to impart a profound lesson to the Lu family? Haha, obliterate the Lu family? Country bumpkin. Do you dare to utter such threats? You ought to contemplate how to survive this day. Wang Huilan laughed heartily. Wang Huilan, do you still wish to spare his life? Wang Junfei queried in astonishment. I have enlisted my good brother to deal with him. You wouldn't want me to let my brother merely spectate, would you? Beside Wang Junfei, a stern young man was engrossed in grooming his nails, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Wang Huilan hesitated for a moment before addressing Xiang Feng, country bumpkin. I now present you with two choices. First, you shall kneel before my son, bow your head in apology, and cripple yourself further. In return, I may spare your wretched life. Secondly, there is no need for apologies, but I must claim your life. Sighing softly, Xiang Feng shook his head. He then turned to Lu Ruyun. Understanding the unspoken question in Xiang Feng's gaze, Lu Ruyun pursed her lips and said, Darling, could we spare their lives? She held firm confidence in Xiang Feng's capabilities. Although Wang Junfei had prepared numerous followers, she was certain that Xiang Feng would not emerge at a disadvantage. In contrast, it was Wang Huilan and Wang Junfei who were bound to suffer. Her greatest fear was that her little husband, in a fit of rage, might eliminate both Wang Huilan and Lu Tianlong. Despite her growing disillusionment with the Lu family, she still wished to maintain some semblance of connection, for it was the place that had granted her a second chance at life. Very well, I shall heed your wishes and spare them, Xiang Feng replied with a smile. readily acquiescing. While he could indeed spare a single life, a directive to refrain from acting against Wang Huilan and Lu Tianlong would be a true constraint. Haha, I never imagined you to be this audacious. Let us see if you possess the audacity to back it up. Wang Junfei laughed heartily upon overhearing their exchange. He then turned to the austere young man, Lu Tianquan. Brother Tianquan. The stern young man paused his grooming, raising his long right hand and giving a gentle wave. Let us commence. The outcome matters not. Kill. With a roar, over 50 men behind him brandished their weapons and charged at Xiang Feng. These dozens of henchmen were all elite fighters, far superior to the average ruffians outside. Indeed, they were from the Qinggong fortress. Any one of them could serve as a core enforcer in our Wang family. Wang Junfei gazed on with envy. These henchmen were formidable. Xiang Feng, the country bumpkin, was doomed. Let us hope he isn't killed outright. That would spoil the fun. Wang Huilan and Lu Tianlong were also intimidated by the imposing aura of the henchmen. Their gazes toward Xiang Feng revealed a hint of pity. Yet soon, their expressions shifted from shock to disbelief. As they witnessed the elite fighters charging at Xiang Feng being sent flying one by one, collapsing to the ground. None could even graze the hem of Xiang Feng's garment. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 2 minutes, all 50 skilled fighters lay defeated. Are your subordinates truly this pathetic? Perhaps you should take the reins yourself. Let me see if you are as worthless as they are. Xiang Feng remarked to Lu Tianquan. He discerned Lu Tianquan's strength. He was indeed a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Although Xiang Feng had only regained about 10% of his power, his prowess was already comparable to that of a novice master, and he naturally did not regard Lu Tianquan with much respect. I concede that you possess some skill. I underestimated you earlier. Yet, no one of your age has dared to be so arrogant before me, Lu Tianquan. Now, allow me to teach you a lesson in humility. Lu Tianquan let out a cold snort, his figure darting like lightning as he charged towards Xiangfeng. In a mere instant, he stood before Xiangfeng, his fist radiating with an overwhelming force, aimed directly at Xiangfeng's face. This punch bore no restraint. The power within his fist emanated with the intensity of late-stage Ming energy. Too weak. Xiangfeng shook his head, casually swatting a hand. The once formidable Lu Tianquan, brimming with confidence, was immediately knocked to the ground. Wang Junfei, Wang Huilan, and Lu Tianlong were rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 80. The Lu family? I choose my husband. How is this possible? Can one person truly defeat so many? Is he even human? The trio stood in a daze, their bodies trembling violently. Particularly, Wang Huilan and Lu Tianlong, who were now acutely aware that Xiangfeng was advancing towards them. Xiangfeng, please don't do anything reckless. Wang Huilan swallowed hard, filled with dread. Just then, a faint yet urgent whistling sound sliced through the air behind Xiangfeng. He turned to see Lu Tianquan, who had just been knocked down, swiftly darting towards Lu Ruyun. He intended to seize Lu Ruyun to threaten Xiangfeng. I never intended to kill you. Why must you seek death? Xiangfeng sighed, shaking his head. He then kicked a steel rod at his feet. Whoosh! The steel rod shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing Lu Tianquan's forehead. Lu Tianquan had no chance to evade, caught unaware. Thud! Lu Tianquan's body collapsed once more, blood staining the ground. This time, he was truly dead. Dead? Lu Tianquan is actually dead? Wang Junfei swallowed hard, terror etched on his face, then turned to Xiangfeng, exclaiming, How dare you kill Lu Tianquan? Do you not realize his father is Lu Chuang, the leader of the 13 guardians under Qin Gongbao? Lu Tianquan is Lu Chuang's only son. By killing him, Lu Chuang will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. You are doomed. Lu Chuang, the leader of the 13 guardians under Qin Gongbao. Excellent. Xiangfeng, no one in this city can save you now. Await your demise. Wang Huilan and Lu Tianlong were ecstatic. Xiangfeng regarded them with an expression of incredulity, stating, The reason he fell to my hand is not solely my responsibility. You three share equal blame. I could easily take my wife and flee. And who do you think Lu Chuang will hold accountable for his son's death? A collective gasp escaped Wang Huilan and the others, a chill running through their bodies, their hands and feet trembling. If Xiangfeng were to abscond, Lu Chuang would undoubtedly unleash his rage upon them. Even Wang Junfei was now left speechless. Although Lu Chuang is merely a subordinate of the Qinggong fortress, if he were to go mad, not only the Lu family but even the Wang family would face dire consequences. My dear, if the situation is truly perilous, we should leave Xianhai City at once. At that moment, Lu Ruyun approached, her voice laced with concern. She was indeed somewhat anxious. The name Qinggong Fortress was not unfamiliar to her. Lu Ruyun, are you truly considering leaving Xianhai City? You bear the Lu surname, Do you not care at all for our family? Wang Huilan and Lu Tianlong expressed their urgency. If you were to leave with Xiangfeng, what would happen to the Lu family? How could we possibly confront the wrath of Qinggong Fortress and Lu Chuan? Lu Ruyun scoffed. Is it only now that you remember my surname is Lu? I apologize, but although I carry the Lu name, I am about to acquire a new household registration. The head of the household will be Xiang. Therefore, if I must choose between my husband and the Lu family, I will choose my husband. If anything were to befall the Lu family, I would bow before my grandfather's grave to seek forgiveness. However, I believe my grandfather would understand that this is not solely my fault. I have done my utmost. With that, she took Xiang Feng's hand and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, my dear, Xiang Feng interjected. What are we waiting for? We must leave Xianhai City immediately. If we delay, it may become exceedingly difficult to depart. Lu Ruyun urged. Let us discuss whether to leave Xianhai City later. But do not forget our purpose for being here, Xiang Feng smiled. Then turned to Wang Junfei and stated, the debt of 26 million. Will you transfer it voluntarily, or shall I need to have another discussion with you? Under Xiang Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Junfei swallowed hard. This was a man who even dared to kill Lu Tianquan. I will transfer the funds to you right now. Wang Junfei hastily retrieved his phone and asked Lu Ruyun for her bank account number. Just as he was about to initiate the transfer, Xiang Feng, with a smile, remarked, 26 million. It has been 2 years, hasn't he it? Surely there should be some interest? Wang Junfei gritted his teeth. Fine, I will transfer 30 million. Is that all for interest? Are you treating me like a beggar? Xiang Feng's expression turned icy. Wang Junfei glared at Xiang Feng. How much do you want? I do not demand much, just the interest, handling fee, and compensation for emotional distress. Just make it a round figure, transfer 100 million to my wife's account. And that will suffice, Xiang Feng said, feigning generosity. 100 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Wang Junfei shouted in disbelief. As the chairman of Bei Group, he knew that the company was merely a small asset of the Wang family. Selling it would only yield a few 100 million. Where could he possibly procure 100 million? Rob? If I were to rob, would it be merely 100 million? Besides, I have never engaged in such uncivilized acts of violence, Xiang Feng replied impatiently. Hurry and transfer the funds. If my wife's account does not reflect an additional 100 million within 10 minutes, do not blame Brother Feng for being unkind. Wang Junfei's heart seethed with anger. Yet he dared not utter another word. At that moment, he could only grit his teeth, take out his phone, and dial a relative of the Wang family to inform them about the situation. The Wang family was quite straightforward, quickly transferring the funds. This money was promptly deposited into Lu Ruyun's bank account. Darling, let us return home. Xiang Feng then took Lu Ruyun's hand and walked towards the exit. After they departed, Wang Huilan turned to Wang Junfei and said, Junfei, I am truly sorry for the trouble I caused you today. Wang Junfei's expression turned cold as he replied, Aunt, my father is your cousin, making you my elder, so there is no need for you to apologize. My father just informed me over the phone that he will come to speak with you. Additionally, he will personally address the matter with Lu Chuang. Ah, that is a relief. Both Wang Huilan and Lu Tianlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were not equipped to handle any trouble that Lu Chuang might bring upon them. Husband, are we not leaving Xianhai City? In the car. Lu Ruyun looked at Xiang Feng in surprise, as he unexpectedly suggested she return to work at the company. Of course, we are not leaving. I am still contemplating how to prepare for our wedding. How could we leave? Xiang Feng replied with a smile. My dear, you only need to drop me off at Huishingtang, and then you can continue your work as the beautiful president. Leave the other matters to your husband. Lu Ruyun remained uneasy, but Lu Chuang is one of Qin Gongbao's men. Can you really handle him? Xiang Feng patted his chest confidently. My love, you need not worry. No one can match me in strength, and when it comes to other tactics, I have Dean Su and Brother Dong to assist me. I am truly not afraid of that Qin Gongbao. Very well, just be careful. If things get too dire, I am genuinely willing to run away with you. Lu Ruyun reiterated her stance. I understand. Xiang Feng felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Although his wife usually favored the Lu family, when faced with a significant crisis, she ultimately chose to stand by his side. Half an hour later, Lu Ruyun dropped Xiang Feng off at Huishingtang, and she proceeded to work at Yunshang Group. Sitting in the chair at the cashier's desk, Xiang Feng took out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Xiang, do you require my assistance? A respectful voice soon echoed through the phone. It was Old Ghost. Old Ghost. Please relay a message to Qin Gongbao. That fellow named Lu Tianhuan has been slain by me. If they seek vengeance, I shall be waiting for them at Huishingtang. Xiang Feng stated directly. Moreover, inform them not to rush. They can take their time gathering their people, for I shall not flee. Chapter 81. Chun Gongbao strikes. Mr. Xiang, are you jesting? Old Ghost cleared his throat, thinking he had misheard. Do I have any reason to jest with you? Xiang Feng replied. Furthermore, my wife is currently working at Yinshan Group, so you must personally lead a team to ensure her safety. If anything happens to her, you need not live either, understood? Though Xiang Feng's tone was rather casual, Lao Gui sensed a chilling intent to kill. He was certain that Xiang Feng was not jesting. Understood. I shall proceed with the task at once. Lao Gui responded respectfully. After ending the call, Xiang Feng made another call, this time to Su Gong. Hello, Xiang Feng. My brother, what is the matter? Su Gong's voice quickly came through. Director Su, I believe it is time for you to initiate the plan against Chun Gongbao. Xiang Feng stated. Su Gong momentarily faltered. What do you mean by that, Xiang Feng? He has a subordinate named Lu Chuang. You must be aware of him? Xiang Feng inquired. Of course, Lu Chuang is the leader of the 13 protectors under Chun Gongbao, his closest ally. What? Have you offended him? Su Gong replied. Xiang Feng nodded. Lu Chuang's only son, Lu Tianwan, has just been killed by me. Su Gong fell silent for a full 3 seconds before emitting a bitter laugh. Xiang Feng, couldn't you lay low for just a few days? Xiang Feng responded innocently. I cannot be blamed. It was Lu Tianquan who assisted others in targeting me, and he even made a move against my wife. You tell me, could I let him go? Su Gong found himself at a loss for words. In truth, nothing further needed to be said. The crux of the matter was that Lu Tianwan, Lu Chuang's only son, had been slain by Xiang Feng, and Lu Chuang was a life-and-death brother to Chun Gongbao. This was a significant predicament. Xiang Feng, even if I personally wish to expedite the plan, the situation in Xianhai City is not solely within my control. Any action against Chun Gongbao ultimately requires the approval of the War Department. Su Gong said, somewhat helplessly. The War Department? Xiang Feng asked. Yes, the War Department of Xianhai City. Should I consult Brother Dong? Consulting him would not be particularly useful. If Dong Lao were still in the War Department, he might have some influence. However, Su Gong sighed, the current War Department in Xianhai City is essentially ruled by the Guan family. Unless Dong Weigua can advance 2 steps further to become a 7-star battle general, a master-level warrior. Oh, Xiang Feng replied nonchalantly, if that is the case, I shall resolve it on my own. I have already notified Chun Gongbao's side, and I will await them at the Huixing Hall. When they come seeking revenge, I will handle them myself. What? You are being too impulsive. Su Gong exclaimed anxiously. Xiang Feng, do you realize that Chun Gongbao, in terms of both personal strength and the might of his subordinates, far surpasses Liang Yidao? Your annihilation of Liang Yidao was a display of your trump cards. You cannot contend with Chun Gongbao. Whether I can or cannot is my concern. I called you merely to inform you, so you are mentally prepared. Well then, you are now aware of the situation, so I shall hang up. After speaking, Xiang Feng abruptly ended the call and patiently awaited the unfolding of events. This time, he had considered the matter with great clarity. He is not the type to seek trouble, nor does he appreciate being embroiled in various predicaments. His sole desire is to lead a tranquil life with Lu Ruyun, managing Huixing Tang diligently and striving to enhance its reputation, eagerly awaiting the visits of his senior brothers and sisters. However, an array of chaotic troubles has relentlessly sought him out, thwarting his aspirations of being a serene and handsome gentleman. How could he possibly endure this? Thus, he resolved to unleash a fierce reckoning, ensuring that the citizens of Xianhai City comprehend the folly of provoking him. At the headquarters of Taiyu Group, the office of Chairman Chun Gongbao was abruptly breached with brute force, crashing against the wall. A remarkably imposing figure strode before Chun Gongbao, his face etched with ferocity and his eyes betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. Lu Chuang, what is the matter? Chun Gongbao, seated at his desk poring over documents, rose with a bewildered inquiry. Brother, you advised us not to provoke certain individuals lightly, but I must kill him, without fail. Lu Chuang's eyes burned crimson, his voice hoarse, for he had just taken the life of Tianquan. The corpse of Tianquan was en route to this very location. Tianquan is dead? Chun Gongbao's expression shifted subtly, his voice dropping to a grave tone. Are you certain the assailant was this person named Xiang Feng? Absolutely, Lu Chuang affirmed. The bearer of this news was none other than Lao Gui, a former subordinate of Liang Yidao. Lao Gui is now allied with Xiang Feng. He conveyed that Xiang Feng is currently within his own Huixing Tang clinic, awaiting our arrival to exact vengeance. Moreover, Xiang Feng stated we need not rush. He will not flee and will afford us ample time. With a resounding clap, Qin Gongbao struck the table. The priceless redwood desk splintered into shards. This is intolerable. Xiang Feng has brazenly declared war against me before I even sought him out for confrontation. Lu Chuang inquired, Brother, shall I gather our men now? Should we charge directly into Huishingtang? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Gongbao shook his head resolutely. No, brother, Lu Chuang exclaimed urgently. Lu Chuang. I too yearn to exact vengeance for Tianquan upon Xiang Feng immediately. Yet, have you considered that this may be a setup? Qin Gongbao narrowed his eyes. A setup? Are you suggesting that the judiciary court is preparing to strike against us? If the death of Tianquan is at their behest, then I shall ensure Su Geng pays the price as well. Lu Chuang's tone was frigid. It is premature to draw conclusions. They have been preparing for years to act against us, but have yet to make a definitive move. This incident may not necessarily reflect the judiciary court's intentions. Of course, whether they are involved, or if other factions are meddling, remains to be seen. Qin Gongbao patiently explained, What I mean is, let us refrain from rushing to confront Xiang Feng for the time being. You can entrust this matter to me, and I assure you I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. How does that sound? Lu Chuang, feeling discontented, responded, I naturally trust you, brother. Yet, Xiang Feng has killed Tianquan and remains comfortably ensconced in his clinic. I find this utterly frustrating. Rest assured, he won't remain at ease for long. Qin Gongbao sneered. The brothers he injured for teasing those two girls the other night are still detained in the courthouse, aren't they? Lu Chuang paused, puzzled by his brother's sudden mention of the incident, but nodded in agreement. Yes, they did indeed go too far. Which is why I refuse to allow anyone to bail them out. They are still being held. Very well, you may go. Have Lao Ba come to see me. And in 10 minutes, send lawyer Lu to me as well. Qin Gongbao chuckled lightly as he retrieved a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes, priced at 7 yuan, from a nearby cabinet and lit one. Seeing his brother smoke, Lu Chuang felt a jolt within. His brother only smoked when faced with significant matters, indicating that he was genuinely prepared to tackle Xiang Feng with utmost seriousness. Yes, Lu Chuang affirmed with a vigorous nod and swiftly exited. Chapter 82, Xiang Feng. Are you seeking death? Half an hour later, at the courthouse, Su Geng arrived swiftly at the detention building with a group of men, his expression exceedingly grim. What happened? He demanded in a low voice, addressing the person in charge of the detention facility. The official appeared pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, overwhelmed by pressure. Director, I'm not entirely certain. However, among those 8 individuals, 3 have suddenly died, and I have already requested a preliminary examination by the doctors. But we have yet to determine the cause of death. To ascertain the cause, we will likely have to wait for an autopsy. Su Geng replied sternly. You must understand that the families of the deceased have begun to stir, demanding we apprehend the culprit and provide them with answers. The official sighed, Director. I am powerless in this situation. The deaths of those 3 were exceedingly suspicious. Director, shall we proceed to make arrests? Lawyer Lu from Taiyu Group is currently blocking the entrance to our courthouse with several members of the media, interjected Wang Huaming, the deputy director behind Su Geng. It appears I have underestimated Qin Gongbao, that cunning old fox. Su Geng narrowed his eyes. However, does he believe this ploy will create significant trouble for Xiang Feng? It will merely cause a minor nuisance. Once the autopsy results are available, we will still have to release them. Let us go and bring Xiang Feng in for some tea. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed, and a group of men in black uniforms approached swiftly. Their demeanor was cold, devoid of any emotion. Greetings, Director Su. We, the Yanhuang Heavenly Department, are here regarding the case of the martial artist Xiang Feng, who killed 3 ordinary individuals. A middle-aged man at the forefront spoke in an indifferent tone, presenting an identification card, stating, This is my identification. Feel free to examine it. Su Geng took the card and, with just a glance, determined its authenticity. You are part of the Heavenly Department, one of the 8 divisions of Yanhuang. Are you really intervening in such a trivial matter? Any incident involving a martial artist harming an ordinary person is anything but trivial. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly Department replied coldly, Director Su, I hope you refrain from further involvement in this case and do not contact Xiang Feng privately. Otherwise, I will regard you as his accomplice. You may leave. With that, the man departed without hesitation. What should we do, Director? Wang Huaming inquired anxiously, fully aware of the rapport between his director and Xiang Feng. However, given that even the Heavenly Department was involved in the Qinggong Fort matter, it seemed improbable that their director could assist Xiang Feng. What else can we do? I certainly cannot call Xiang Feng directly, I can only reach out to old Dong. I wonder if he has completed his mission. Is it really that difficult to capture someone ranked low on the red list? With that, Su Gung stepped aside, retrieved his phone, and dialed Dong Weigu's number. After nearly half a minute, the call connected. Hello, what is it? Dong Weigu's voice sounded somewhat weary. Su Gung expressed concern. Old Dong, have they not captured that individual yet? Dong Weigu candidly replied, it has proven quite challenging. It's been 2 or 3 days. Hasn't the Guan family intervened? Of course, they wish to intervene, but my Dong family has painstakingly secured this task and will not relinquish it easily. My second uncle has already dispatched someone, and they will arrive tonight. Has someone come from the Northern Territory? That should alleviate the situation. Enough with the small talk. You called me at such a critical moment for a reason. What is it? Indeed, there is an issue. Xiang Feng is in serious trouble this time. Su Gung promptly relayed the entire situation. What? Chen Gongfort has actually found a way to involve the Heavenly Department? That is indeed troubling. Dong Weigu's tone grew gravely serious. In that case, I will contact Xiang Feng immediately and advise him to leave Xianhai City for the time being. With that, he hung up decisively. Su Gung's expression grew somber. The fact that Dong Weigu suggested Xiang Feng vacate Xianhai City underscored the gravity of the situation with the Heavenly Department, which was known for its mercilessness. It was perplexing how Chen Gongfort managed to provoke the Heavenly Department to act against Xiang Feng. The troubles faced by Xiang Feng were indeed monumental. At this moment, Xiang Feng remained unaware of the impending pursuit by the Heavenly Department. Seated in the Huixing Hall, he devoted himself wholly to his cultivation, striving to restore his energy. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Xiang Feng retrieved his phone and saw that it was Dong Weigu calling, promptly answering the call. Brother Dong, do you need something? Xiang Feng. Have you heard of the 8 divisions of Yanwang in our Yanwang kingdom? No, Xiang Feng replied straightforwardly. Allow me to succinctly elaborate. The Yanwang 8 Departments is an organization specifically established to address matters concerning ancient martial artists within the nation. Should a martial artist commit an offense that local authorities and military forces are unable to resolve, the Yanwang 8 Departments will intervene. The strength of the Yanwang 8 Departments is formidable. No one dares to oppose them, and they possess the authority to execute martial artists without prior notice. Dong Weigu spoke in a low voice. And then, the situation unfolded as Dong Weigu detailed the events, subsequently advising, Xiang Feng, for your safety, I recommend that you find a way to conceal yourself and consider fleeing Xianhai City at the opportune moment. That is absolutely out of the question. I will not leave Xianhai City, Xiang Feng responded resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. Dong Weigu on the other end of the line felt an immediate headache. Then how about this? You can seek refuge at our Dong family estate to evade the storm. I will return there at once. No need, Brother Dong. I can handle this matter myself. I appreciate your kindness. With that, Xiang Feng abruptly ended the call. The Heavenly Department. From Dong Weigu's words, it was clear that he was indeed in deep trouble. Escaping Xianhai City was not a feasible option, especially with the Heavenly Department now tracking him. However, Xiang Feng remained remarkably composed. He retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, which contained a set of silver needles and 3 metal tokens, each approximately 2 inches in size. One was a silver wolf head token, another was a golden dragon-shaped token, and the last was a blood-red skull token. The old man had advised that, when encountering the top-tier official forces of the Yanwang Kingdom, one should utilize the dragon-shaped token. Yet, having only recently arrived in Xianhai City, was it truly wise to employ the token he had been given to resolve his troubles? Would it not be too embarrassing if the old man were to find out? Xiang Feng felt conflicted about whether he should use the token. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the clinic. Xiang Feng tucked away the tokens and turned his gaze toward the door. Bang! The slightly ajar door was forcefully kicked open. 5 men surged into the clinic. The leader, a middle-aged man, fixed his gaze on Xiang Feng and stated, Are you Xiang Feng? We are members of the Heavenly Department from the Yanwang 8 Departments. I am here to formally inform you that you are wanted for the murder of 3 ordinary individuals at the Shifeng Pavilion restaurant 2 days ago. Should you resist, we will not hesitate to eliminate you. You may apprehend me, but first, you must compensate for the damages. Xiang Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Excuse me? What did you say? The middle-aged man, Zhang Yu, inquired with a hint of confusion. You damaged the door of my clinic. You owe me for the repairs. Xiang Feng pointed at the wooden door that lay on the ground. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. Such trifles were hardly on his mind. Seize him, he commanded with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! 2 members of the Heavenly Department lunged forward, brandishing specially designed handcuffs, charging at Xiang Feng. Both men exuded a robust aura, indicating they had reached the initial stages of the dark energy realm. At this moment, both individuals present, along with Zhong Yu and the other two, had their breaths firmly locked onto Xiang Feng. Should Xiang Feng dare to resist, they would immediately launch an assault against him. Bang! Bang! The two members of the Tianbu, who had just approached Xiang Feng with handcuffs, were suddenly sent flying, crashing into the wall. A small dent appeared upon impact, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the surrounding area. The door would cost 3,000, while the wall repairs would be approximately 1,000. Let us round it up to a tidy sum of 10,000. Xiang Feng fixed his gaze on Zhong Yu and spoke coolly. Do not presume that just because you belong to the Tianbu, you can evade your debts. I assure you, today you will not only fail to take me away, but you will also transfer the full amount owed to me. At this moment, Zhong Yu was utterly taken aback. His two companions were equally astonished, not merely by Xiang Feng's formidable strength but by his audacious demeanor. They had never anticipated that Xiang Feng could so easily incapacitate their two comrades. Even more surprising was Xiang Feng's audacity, showing blatant disregard for the Tianbu. Xiang Feng, you are courting death, Zhong Yu retorted coldly. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him, instantly enveloping Xiang Feng. Chapter 83, Senior Sister. You wish to kill me? First, you lack the strength. Secondly, you lack the qualification. Xiang Feng's voice was icy, betraying no fear of Zhong Yu. He had resolved to abandon his low profile, dismissing any mockery from the old-timers. With a flick of his wrist, a dragon-shaped token materialized in his hand. Though he was unaware of its nature, he knew it possessed significant importance. The case concerning Xiang Feng has been taken over by my Longbu. You Tianbu should return from whence you came. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the medical hall, followed by two figures swiftly entering. These individuals wore sunglasses and masks, their features obscured, but their physique suggested they were women. Longbu? Xiang Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised by his unexpected popularity, first the Tianbu, now the Longbu. However, upon sensing the aura of the speaker, his expression shifted slightly, and he fell silent, pocketing the dragon-shaped token and observing quietly. Are you from the Longbu? Zhong Yu inquired, frowning at the newcomers. Here are the credentials, take a look for yourself. One of the women replied, producing a document and tossing it to Zhong Yu. Upon receiving it, he merely glanced at the credentials and quickly discerned their authenticity. They were indeed members of the Longbu, and notably, their military rank surpassed his own. Indeed, the 8 divisions of Yin Wang are subordinate to the War Department, with all members holding military ranks. Zhong Yu held the rank of 5-star general, with his 4 subordinates being 4-star generals, while the woman before him was a formidable 6-star general. Furthermore, within the 8 factions, the Dragon Division holds a position superior to that of the Heavenly Division. The opposing party wishes to seize this case. He can only concede unless he calls upon his superior. Very well. Zhong Yu turned around, casting a deep glance at Xiang Feng before turning to depart with his entourage. Wait. Xiang Feng interjected, halting them. You broke my door and damaged my wall. And you think you can leave just like that? If you do not transfer the 10,000 yuan for repairs, I shall not allow your departure. His nature was such that once he made a decision, it was immutable. Even if he possessed a fortune, with billions in his account, he would still insist upon the payment of that 10,000 yuan. Zhong Yu paused momentarily and instructed a companion beside him. Shaoli, please transfer him 10,000 yuan. Understood. Soon, Xiang Feng received the sum. Zhong Yu and his group then took their leave. Xiang Feng, come with us. A woman from the Dragon Division urged. All right. After a brief hesitation, Xiang Feng nodded. Shortly thereafter, the 3 exited the clinic and entered a Range Rover. The driver was another woman, slender in build, while the one who had previously presented her credentials sat beside Xiang Feng in the back seat. Once inside the vehicle, she ignored him, removing her sunglasses and engrossing herself in her phone. Ahem, about the last time I knocked you out, I admit it was my fault, and I apologize. Thank you for helping me today. Xiang Feng coughed lightly and offered his apology. Although the woman wore large sunglasses and a mask, he had recognized her presence from the moment she stepped into the clinic, identifying her as the unfamiliar beauty who had stealthily entered days prior. You recognize me? Medusa Duanjing removed her mask, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Then, with a hint of frustration, she fixed her gaze upon Xiang Feng and asked, Now you must answer me. Why did you not allow me to finish speaking before you knocked me out? Xiang Feng replied, Firstly, you trespassed into my clinic without my consent, which displeased me. Secondly, my wife was waiting for me outside, and I did not wish to keep her waiting. Thirdly, although you are not unattractive, your presence in my clinic could lead to misunderstandings with my wife. Fourthly, I feared that spending too much time with you might leave your sin upon me, which my wife could detect and misconstrue. Enough. Duan Jing's expression darkened as she interrupted him, unwilling to let him continue. This scoundrel incessantly spoke of his wife, which was quite vexing. I can overlook the matter of you knocking me out, but you must first answer me 2 questions. Duan Jing fixed her gaze on Xiang Feng and inquired, "Why is your clinic named Revival Hall?" Xiang Feng replied, "It is the name my master bestowed upon it." "Your master?" A glimmer of interest flashed in Duan Jing's beautiful eyes as she continued, "From where do you hail?" "Qingyan Mountain," Xiang Feng answered. "Indeed." Duan Jing chuckled, then scrutinized Xiang Feng once more, saying, "Hello, junior brother. I am Duan Jing, your senior sister." You are my senior sister?" Xiang Feng furrowed his brow, a look of skepticism crossing his face. "Indeed," Duan Jing replied. "Do you have any further questions?" Xiang Feng remarked, "Although my master has long mentioned that my abilities surpass those of my senior brothers and sisters, your strength seems rather absurdly weak. How could you, as my senior sister, be so feeble?" Duan Jing's smile froze, a surge of irritation bubbling within her. This junior brother had the audacity to criticize her strength. Yet, embarrassingly, the last time they met, when he had knocked her unconscious, she had been utterly defenseless. The disparity in their abilities was indeed vast. In the driver's seat, Tong Tong glanced at his elder sister through the rearview mirror, struggling to suppress his laughter. After following her for many years, it was the first time he had witnessed her being put in such a predicament. To clarify, I am not my master's direct disciple. Merely a nominal disciple whom he has taken under his wing. He has never truly taught me martial arts, which is why my proficiency in ancient martial skills is quite lacking, Duan Jing explained, suppressing her anger. Regrettably, her skills were indeed inferior to this little rascal's. Otherwise, she would have surely given him a piece of her mind. How infuriating. Who meets their senior sister for the first time only to knock her out, and then, during their second encounter, mocks her for her weakness. Such audacity. "Oh, I see," Xiang Feng finally understood. "However, you still need to prove your identity." "Certainly." Duan Jing nodded. She then formed her hand into a fist, resembling a tiger's paw, and struck towards Xiang Feng's chest. Roar. A sound akin to a tiger's roar resonated within the car. Xiang Feng casually waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the punch. "Your tiger fist from the 5-animal fist is rather poorly executed. Indeed, you are merely the master's nominal disciple," he chided, shaking his head. Duan Jing gritted her teeth in frustration. Does this little rascal not know how to speak? Fortunately, Xiang Feng's subsequent words brought her immense joy. "Regardless of whether you are a nominal disciple, you are my senior sister now. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to carve out some time to teach you the 5-animal fist. Currently, you have yet to grasp the fundamentals, which has hindered you from harnessing your inner energy and descending to the level of a master. Within a week, I shall ensure you grasp the basics of the 5-animal fist. As for whether you can cultivate your inner energy, that will depend on your martial talent." "Really? Then I must thank you in advance, junior brother." "There's no need for thanks. My master often says that fellow disciples should assist one another." Xiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, then added, "Senior sister Duan, I have a question. Why would the heavenly department come to capture me? Moreover, is this heavenly department truly that powerful?" Xiang Feng was genuinely eager to clarify this matter. Previously, Dong Weihua had provided him with some explanations, but due to time constraints, they were not particularly detailed. "The reason the heavenly department is pursuing you is that Qin Gongbao has utilized his connections within the war department. In the city of Xianhai, there exists a prestigious lineage of military leaders, accompanied by 3 renowned families of martial prowess. The Dong family is one of the 3 prominent martial clans, alongside the Yi and Bai families. The Yi family serves as the formidable backing of Qinggong Fortress." Duan Jing elaborated. "As for the Tianbu, it is one of the 8 divisions of the Yan Wang. Its strength is such that even masters, let alone martial saints or peak beings of the divine realm, would hesitate to confront it. Therefore, should you encounter members of the Tianbu in the future, it would be prudent to avoid offending them as you did today, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. So formidable." Xiang Feng could not help but draw in a breath, rubbing his nose and conceding, "All right, I shall remember." Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved the dragon-shaped token from his pocket, presenting it to Duan Jing. "Senior sister, this is the token my master bestowed upon me when I descended the mountain. He said that if any powerful figure from the official Yan Wang forces sought to harm me, I could reveal this token. However, I am unaware of its purpose. Do you recognize it?" Duan Jing accepted the token and cast a glance at it. In the next moment, she gasped in astonishment. Could this be the legendary Yan Wang token?